A group of strong-looking and agile men run through a night forest, chasing someone. One of them accidentally stepped on a branch lying on the ground while escaping, causing a loud crunch to resound in space. The fighters deftly jumped onto tall trees and began to wait for their victim, standing on the branches. Suddenly, the pursuers discovered a burning fire surrounded by trees, and next to it lay a bundle of cloth that resembled a swaddled newborn baby. The man holding the knife in his hand came closer to examine the desired find more closely. His team crouched in the tree branches, waiting to receive the next order from their leader. The antagonist's face shows rage, and the irises of his eyes glow bright red. The blonde jumped several meters into the air, then threw his cold weapon straight into the bundle of fabric. The bundle lying on the cold ground was pierced through with a knife, causing a black hole to appear at the site of the wound. The attackers discovered that the bundle did not contain the baby they had been hunting for so quickly. A look of bewilderment appeared on the pursuer's face, and he was surprised to find that it was empty inside. Suddenly, the man heard a voice behind him saying that the one he was chasing was standing right behind him. He turned around and saw a guy standing on a tree branch holding a battle bow in his hand. The guy looked at him with an indifferent expression on his face, not showing any strong emotions. Suddenly, the guy who was being chased declared that he now had every right to kill his pursuers. He broke a wooden stick in half and clarified that his counterattack would be considered simply self-defense. The hero fashioned an improvised arrow from a thin wooden stick that he broke off from a tree branch. The dark-haired boy took aim to deliver a crushing blow to his enemies. The attackers were very surprised and laughed because the hero was going to hit them with a simple wooden stick. One of the antagonists said that the young man was crazy for choosing such an unreliable method of murder. The pursuer didn't have time to finish speaking before a sharp arrow in the form of a stick, gifted with an unknown force, hit him right in the forehead. The attacker was killed with one blow as the branch pierced his skull, leaving no chance for survival. He immediately fell to the ground, uttering a heart-rending death groan, and stopped showing signs of life. The gang leader was extremely surprised and discouraged, and was so taken aback that he could not utter a word. The blonde and his partner were seriously scared, and had already started to back away so as not to become the hero's next victims. One of the pursuers, terrified, shouted loudly that the boy had power. Suddenly, the branches that the daredevil uses as weapons turned into glowing arrows with incredible power. He spoke, making a note to himself that the first enemy had already been successfully defeated, and the next ones were next. The young man then deftly shot his bow at the next pursuer, who immediately fell to the ground with a crash, having fallen from a tree branch. The blonde, the leader of the pursuers, was furious, but his mind was also gripped by animal fear. The hero with the magic bow began to list his victims and deal with each subsequent one with just one shot. Standing on the tree, he began to quickly make more and more arrows, using the same ordinary branches, turning them into magical ones. Suddenly, the main enemy raised his hands up and began to beg the main character for mercy. The guy said that anyone who is willing to kill another person should not be afraid of being destroyed himself. The final shot hit the blonde man, and the magic arrow pierced his body, knocking the man off his feet. The sweaty face of the stricken enemy showed the death throes that became the last seconds of his life. A tired daredevil returns from the battlefield, wondering if he left any traces behind. The guy slowly wandered through the quiet night forest, thoughtfully looking at his feet. Walking among the tall trees, he remembered Darien, reproaching him for the fact that the world turned out to be different from what he had been told. Suddenly, the young man quickened his pace and began to move deftly through the forest at a speed invisible to the human eye. His pupils glowed red after the boy mentally called the human world incredibly boring. A group of men sit at a table discussing the forgotten demon kingdom, otherwise known as the Root Forest. Sitting at a long table, they said that the forest was filled with demonic energy, and there was a possibility that the barrier would soon be unable to save them. After one of the interlocutors' remarks, the mysterious man in the rings exclaimed, and a smile appeared on his face. He shared the idea that the demonic energy of the forest could be used for one's own purposes, sending all unwanted people there. His subjects, sitting with him at the table, turned their heads towards the leader and exclaimed in surprise and unexpectedness at the idea. The man in the rings placed his palms on the table and added that the native forest could be an excellent place to eliminate problematic personalities, to which all of his interlocutors agreed. The silence of the twilight forest was broken by the pleading cries of a woman asking the guards to spare her son. A muscular man in uniform held the baby in a swaddling cloth, not giving him to his mother, because according to him, he was already cursed with the seed of darkness. The knight placed the baby on the ground, after which he was immediately illuminated by a magical yellow light, and the silence was interrupted by the shrill screams of the mother. 3 men in clerical attire began the ritual by standing in a circle around the baby, causing the entire forest clearing to become lit up with a bright yellow light. The 3, dressed absolutely identically, continued to stubbornly read the spell, not paying attention to the screams of the mother. Next to them stood a knight, dressed in armor that hid his face, who was also watching what was happening. The blonde woman sobbed and screamed, trying to break free from the guard's hands and still save her child. A clot of light and flames formed in the place of the newborn, and after that the ritual was completed by teleporting the sinner. While teleporting to another world, the baby watched as he flew into another dimension at the speed of light. At that moment, the baby did not yet know that he would have a chance to return home, and then all his sins would be forgiven. Finding himself in another dimension, the baby lay alone, surrounded by a dark forest, causing him to start crying loudly. The baby lay quietly in the dangerous forest, called the Haven of Monsters, and could not move because of his still small age. Clots of dark energy in the demonic forest enveloped the newborn. He suffered for a long time from cold and hunger, because no one could help him. What kept him from dying was the incredible strength that had awakened in the boy's little heart. This power enveloped the baby with energy, which allowed him to remain steadfast for 10 days, despite dangers and harsh weather. After some time, the boy met the first beast. A magical creature in the form of a snow leopard with glowing turquoise spots cautiously approached him. The strange beast had furious eyes and seemed hostile towards the stranger. While the baby continued to scream for help, the predator crept up on the main character to get a closer look at him. The white leopard opened its mouth and growled, but did not attack the defenseless baby. The beast carefully took the newborn baby, wrapped in swaddling clothes, into its mouth to save it from death. 10 years later, the now-grown boy was hunting a large hare in the forest, shouting for it to stop. The young daredevil cursed his victim as he caught up with the animal, as the hare was too fast and agile. The frightened hare ran as fast as he could, trying to escape from the protagonist's hands. Finally catching up with his victim, the guy raised his hands up, ready to kill the hare. His face was angry and furious. The boy grabbed the animal by the back and deprived the defenseless hare of the opportunity to continue the chase, causing the victim to squeak. The female snow-white leopard Elga watched from the side as her pet hunted animals in the forest. She deftly jumped down from the tree and approached the boy to examine his first ever self-caught prey. Elga helped her charge kill the hare by ripping open its belly with her long and sharp claws. The beast asked the boy if he had finally mastered hunting, and he, watching the death of his victim, replied that so far he had only managed to catch rabbits and hares. The leopard's claws were stained with blood, but they also contained a small red core that Elga had taken from the belly of the dead animal. She showed the young man this core, saying that there was one in every demonic animal that lived in this forest. The boy looked at it in surprise, listening to stories about how this core could restore his strength and prolong his life. The protagonist extended his hand towards the small red core, saying that since he had caught the beast, he would not mind swallowing the power-giving stone. However, Elga did not let the guy take the core, pushing him with her paw, causing him to scream in pain and surprise. The young man, having got a bump on his head, hysterically showed his displeasure, waving his limbs, and asked to give him the cannonball, but the snow-white predator was against it. Elga pointed out the boy's stupidity because he is strictly forbidden to eat the cores of demonic beasts, since he is a human, and this can turn him into a monster. The snow-white furred predator looked at the sky and said that eating the core could result in the hero never getting out of the forest again. The boy, despite the danger, still showed discontent and did not fully trust his guardian. The hero pulled the dead hare by the ear and muttered that he wouldn't be able to get out of the forest anyway, so the core would help him immediately become stronger. The guy reminded his companion that she herself had spoken about his fate of living his whole life in a demonic forest because she considered him a weakling. Anger appeared on Elga's face, and she replied that the boy was misinterpreting her words. The guy, exhausted after a long hunt, looked at the predator in surprise and asked her again. The giant beast's head turned towards the boy, and Elga said that he still had a chance to get out of the forest. The guy didn't believe the predator's words, because according to him, she had previously said that it was impossible to leave the cursed forest. Continuing to walk through the forest after the hunt, Elga clarified that she had now changed her mind, because someone had convinced her that it was possible to get out of there. The boy, interested in the details, asked who the person was who told her about the way to leave the forest. After the answer, surprise appeared on the young man's face, because Elga replied that the secret was told to her by a man she had once seen. The boy exclaimed, because in 10 years of his life he had never seen a living person, since all this time he had lived in a forest teeming with animals. The main characters continued their conversation while walking through the morning forest, under the bright rays of the warming sun. The young man continued to ask the predator about that man, hoping that he was still alive and they could meet. Elga was dissatisfied with her pupil's stubbornness, and when asked the next question, she remained silent, deep in thought. The beast then told a story about this man, saying that he looked quite ordinary, and that when they last met, he was already old. The predator added that the stranger must be 90 years old already, and he could have died long ago due to the crushing demonic force and the lack of the seed of darkness inside him. The main character did not lose hope and continued to ask about the possibility of meeting that person because people can live up to 100 years. Elga was angered by the guy's question, and she took a branch in her tail and swung it at the guy, declaring his ingratitude. The snow-white fairy-tale leopard continued to answer the boy's questions with displeasure, convincing him that the man could already have left the forest. Elga got really angry at the main character's next phrase about how he would just go and come back. She turned to the guy and started growling at him, telling him he was free to do whatever he wanted and giving him the location of the man. He didn't answer. The young man immediately ran away and didn't waste time looking for the stranger. The fact that Elga's pupil, without saying a word, simply ran off into the depths of the forest surprised the predator. The boy, inspired by the upcoming adventure, continued running without even saying goodbye to his friend. The enraged female leopard screamed, not believing that her friend had actually run away from her. She shouted after the brave man that she would not save him again if he got into trouble. The boy's face looked extremely inspired, because he could not believe that there was another person in this forest besides him. Moving through the forest with astonishing speed, he marveled at the strength of the stranger, who was able to live in this place without the seed of darkness. The main character was very pleased that he had a chance to meet someone like him. After a long run, the boy stopped to finally catch his breath. He was forced to stop because an obstacle in the form of a high wooden fence appeared in front of him. Sweating, the hero looked defiantly at the fence, wondering how long it had been standing there. The daredevil came closer to the fence, clenching his hands into fists, and after a tiring run, his entire body was covered in spots of dirt and dust. Luckily, the fence was not a serious obstacle for the main character, so he easily jumped over it, landing on his knees. The young man exclaimed in surprise, because before his eyes appeared a moss-covered wooden house that he had never seen before. The discovery made the guy happy because, in his opinion, only a person could have built such a building. At that moment, an unknown man attacked the boy, pinning his head to the ground, causing him to scream in pain and surprise. An elderly man with long gray hair swung at the young man because the stranger had entered his private territory. The gray-haired stranger with glowing yellow eyes, without loosening his grip, asked the boy who he was and who had sent him. In confusion, the protagonist, lying on the grass, asked the man again and then said that he came himself. An old but muscular man heard that the boy had come to him on Elga's tip. The protagonist's answer satisfied the gray-haired stranger, and the man made it clear that he was familiar with this beast. The grandfather removed his hand from the boy's head, after which the brave man finally sighed with relief. The man looked at the young man with distrust, asking for what purpose he had disturbed him. The protagonist looked closely at the strong man, telling him that the guy should leave if he just wanted to see a real person in real life. The boy began to get to his feet, convincing his new acquaintance that he had come to him for a different purpose than simply to gawk at the man. The heroes stood in front of each other. The daredevil looked the old man in the eye and declared that he had come with the intention of getting out. The boy frowned, looked into the man's eyes, and said with confidence that he wanted to leave the forest. Standing on the green lawn, the old man introduced himself to his new acquaintance and said that his name was Darien. With an angry expression on his face, the young man, sweating from the scrape, answered through his teeth that his name was Helmut. Darien looked down at the boy with distrust, asking him if he wanted to escape from the cursed forest. Without breaking eye contact, Helmut replied that it was Elga who told him about the man who knew a way out. The man began to dissuade the boy, saying that the world around them was not much better than where they lived. With a gesture of his hand, the interested boy asked what the world was like outside the native forest. Darien told his new acquaintance that the danger of the outside world lies in the treachery and cruelty of people, which they use to replace the lack of claws and fangs. The gray-haired man asked if Helmut was born in the forest, to which he was given a negative answer. The boy pressed his hand to his chest, answering positively to the question about the presence of the seed of darkness inside him. Turning away, Darien said that the young man was lucky, because people like him were killed at birth instead of being teleported. The young daredevil was surprised because his survival proved that his family had great wealth or noble roots. The elderly man, having continued to reason, agreed to help the guy, because he was in debt to a predator named Elga. Suddenly, the old man turned to the youth to explain why the boy had ended up in this cursed place. The old man said that the boy ended up in the demon kingdom because of a seed of darkness deep in his chest. The man warned the boy that he would have to die in battle, because of the seed of darkness, the young man would be hated everywhere and by everyone. Standing in front of each other, Darien asked Helmut again if he really wanted to leave the forest even at the risk of dying when he got into the outside world. In response, the young hero only remained silent, looked at the old man with a determined gaze, and made it clear that he was serious in his intentions. The old man saw the expression on the brave man's face and realized that the boy had no intention of retreating and still wanted to get out of the forest. Suddenly, the grandfather lifted the boy into the air with just one hand, causing him to scream in surprise. Helmut began to scream and shout as Darien carried him in an unknown direction like a feather. The boy began to swear and was extremely unhappy that the elderly man picked him up without permission. Darien only smirked in response to the youth's anger and noted the boy's fiery character. The two heroes continued their journey into the forest, and the old man said that in order to return to the world, the boy would have to turn into a human himself. Helmut continued to be angry, and his grandfather, with a calm expression on his face, offered to help him become a real person. The old man carried the boy like a light bag and answered the youth's questions about the way to leave the cursed forest. The elderly man stated that Helmut did not yet have enough strength to overcome the barrier to exit into the outside world. The young man asked his new acquaintance who exactly was the person who would help him overcome the path to get out of the forest, but the grandfather refused to answer. At this moment, the boy became noticeably thoughtful, because he still doesn't know a way to become stronger for a successful escape. Finally, the main characters reached their destination, which turned out to be a small wooden house surrounded by green grass and tall trees. Darien and Helmut went inside, and the grandfather began to work on transforming the boy into a real person, but he was extremely unhappy. The youth was irritated by the dusty atmosphere inside, but the old man replied that this was how ordinary people lived. While the young man was showing dissatisfaction, the grandfather began to make something out of straw, and in response to his disobedience, he suggested that the boy stay in the forest. In response, Helmut's face became even more furious, and in anger he clenched his hand into a fist, looking at the old man. Darien quickly made a small bed out of straw for the new student, and also made a pillow. The boy plopped down on his new sleeping place and was surprised, because before he had slept in different conditions. The young man settled down on the new bed, looked at the old man, and asked if he could rest now. Darien forbade the boy to rest, called him lazy, and ordered him to get out of bed, because they still had a lot of work ahead of them. The grandfather gave the young daredevil a shirt, because before that the boy had been moving through the wild forest in primitive clothes made of fur. Helmut put on a shirt and pants, but the new clothes seemed very uncomfortable to him, which is why he began to constantly adjust them. The boy looked down thoughtfully, because wearing shirts and trousers was a completely new experience for him, since he grew up surrounded by animals. The main characters left the house and went out into the forest again, where the old man wants to teach the young man how to choose the right food for a real person. The grandfather had a bag of root vegetables on his shoulder, and he promised the new student to teach him how to cook food from seemingly inedible things. The elder took the root vegetable in his hand and began to cut out the core, explaining how to properly process such products. The old man and the young man stopped at a clear river, where the grandfather told them that it was water that was immune to demonic forces and was excellent for processing food. Darien washed the root vegetable in river water and handed it to the boy so he could try it. The young hero took the treat in his hand and tried it, and the taste of the product and its edibility pleasantly surprised Helmut. The boy learned his lesson, his mood improved noticeably, and the heroes continued on their way. The young man's good mood did not last long, because now he was forced to carry heavy water, which caused him to start screaming furiously. Helmut had 2 wooden buckets of water in his hands, and beads of sweat appeared on his face from fatigue. While the boy was complaining and cursing his teacher, a large predator crept up from behind in the bushes. The beast jumped towards the young man with lightning speed, which frightened him, causing the boy to drop the buckets of water from his hands. The predator turned out to be Elga, who stopped near Helmut and asked him what the young man was doing in the forest. The main character took the bucket in his hand and said that he was carrying out Darien's order, and in response the big cat complained that her boy never listened. A tired Helmut said that he was doing this because the old man had promised the young man to make him stronger. Elga lay down by the river and began to ask her pupil what would happen when he finally became strong. The boy's mood changed to sadness, and he told Elga that it was she who spoke about Helmut's need to live among people because of his origin. The predator thought about the young hero's answer, and was able to answer the boy only after some time. The big cat looked at her pet and asked if he was really sure that he would be better off in the outside world. A waterfall roared in the background as the young man told Elga that he was unlikely to get better if he stayed in the forest. Suddenly the beast interrupted the conversation and said goodbye to the boy, saying that he needed to leave already. The predator rose to her 4 paws and looked at her pupil one last time, remaining silent. Elga turned away. Sad emotions and resentment towards Helmut could be read on the unusual animal's face. Without saying another word, the big cat looked ahead again, sad that the young boy was so eager to leave the forest. Elga walked forward slowly, and then said out loud to herself that Helmut would have a glorious life. The main character, all sweaty and tense, cried out from fatigue as he carried out the old man's next task. Standing on the green lawn near the house, the young man did squats, listening to the old man's mentoring comments. An angry Helmut told the man that he was tired, but he did not let him relax. Otherwise, the boy would have to stay in the forest. The sweaty and tired young man screamed loudly because he was physically no longer able to repeat the squats over and over again. Darien, watching his new student, thought that the young man was holding up well because he didn't stop doing the exercises. Overcoming himself and his fatigue, with his hands extended forward, Helmut continued to squat stubbornly and diligently. Sweat was pouring down the boy's body, but he did not stop, which gave the old man the idea that the seed of darkness was not the only feature of the young man. Only at sunset did the young hero receive a command from his mentor that was enough for today and that he could go and rest. The boy breathed a sigh of relief, but due to fatigue he lost his balance and could no longer stand on his feet. The exhausted youth fell into Darien's arms, his face showing an almost unconscious state. Tired after training, Helmut looked at his teacher and quietly said that he was hungry. The hero sat down near the fire, where the food prepared by the elderly man was already boiling in a cauldron. Helmut took the wooden bowl of hot soup in his hands, and his grandfather asked him to eat the food with a spoon, which is unusual for the main character. The boy scooped up some soup with a spoon and put it in her mouth, after which he was extremely surprised by the unusual taste. The young man began to greedily absorb the food with a spoon, calling the soup prepared by the old man delicious, because he had never eaten anything like it before. Darien only silently glanced at his student, observing the young man's brutal appetite. Helmut, sitting on a wooden stump, looked questioningly at his teacher, who had not joined the meal. While the grandfather began to tie up his hair, the young man asked him if he was going to eat too. The man walked up to a large wooden chest and said that he wanted to show the boy something to make him even stronger. While the boy ate, Darien told him about the limits of his body's strength and the differences between humans and demonic beasts. From a wooden chest, the elderly man took out a sharp and long blade, telling the youth of his intention to teach him fencing. The elder deftly took the blade in his hand and turned to the student, telling him about his plans for new training. Darien then said that before the first fencing lesson, he intended to show the boy what the blade was capable of. The muscular old man took a fighting stance, holding his blade in one hand out in front of him. Darien began to swing his cold weapon, demonstrating his skill to the young hero. The man asked the boy to watch carefully so the youth's gaze did not leave the old man's performance. The teacher continued to swing the blade skillfully, as he would do in a fight with a beast or a man. The old man's expression became focused and serious. Loudly exhaling air from his lungs, he prepared to do new techniques. The primitive blade in the hands of the master became a destructive weapon, which, due to the speed of the swings, turned into stripes of bright light. Darien's skill surprised the boy because bright lightning flashed in the air from the swings of the blade. The master continued to demonstrate his techniques professionally, without answering the youth's questions. Approaching the boulder, Darien swung his blade again, striking the blade straight at the huge stone. At the sight of the impact, a large crack appeared in the stone, in which a bright white light was burning. The young hero was amazed and spread his arms, because right in front of him, the boulder shattered into hundreds of small stones after the master's blow. Helmut was amazed by what was happening. His eyes widened and he was speechless at Darien's skill. The old man stood by the stone he had struck, lowering his blade, and the boy continued to look at the fragments of the boulder, not believing his eyes. The man said that it was thanks to such skills that ordinary people managed to survive in the cursed forest. The amazed young man, stuttering, finally asked the teacher what it was, because before his eyes the blade had turned into a magical weapon with incredible power. Darien's weapon glowed orange again, and he told the boy that it was because of the power that some people could possess. The inspired boy looked down and looked at his palms, wanting to feel that same power inside himself. A joyful Helmut raised his hand and shouted that he also intended to master this power. Suddenly, the protagonist lost his balance, receiving a blow from Darien, who was dissatisfied with the words of his student. Writhing in pain, Helmut listened to the teacher say that he was still too weak to gain strength. Looking at the young man, Darien said that first the boy must understand the essence of the blade and master it. Holding a weapon in his fist, the man explained to the student that mastering the skill would be very difficult, but he was obliged to go all the way. Standing before his student, he held the weapon out in front of him and promised that the blade would definitely reward Helmut for his efforts. Darien held out the cold weapon and placed it in the boy's hands so that he could begin his training. Determined to work hard, Helmut agreed with his mentor and gripped the blade tightly with both hands. Standing on the green lawn near the house, the teacher and his student began to study the art of wielding a blade. Suddenly, Helmut expressed dissatisfaction because the heroes had been performing monotonous exercises with weapons for a long time. Darien was unhappy that the boy was showing him disrespect, but the young hero did not admit his guilt. The young man asked the older man why he thought the boy was not ready yet. Darien called the young man a fool because he does not understand that the key to strength is not only a strong body. Helmut looked at the master with a puzzled face because he did not understand what else was needed to master the blade. The boy was seriously angry when Darien asked if he really needed to explain everything. The enraged youth began to shout at the teacher that he could not understand everything without Darien's interpretation. While Helmut continued to learn how to wield the blade, the old man was surprised by the strangeness of the youth, who, despite his discontent, quickly learned the lesson. The man wondered why, despite the seed of darkness and his upbringing among animals, the young man remained a reasonable and rational person. Helmut continued to swing the blade with diligence and concentration, causing sweat to appear on his face. The old man nevertheless decided to explain to the boy what he meant and why he took his blade in his hand. Unexpectedly for the student, the master swung his weapon and hit the young hero, causing him to cry out in fear. With this blow, Darien wanted to demonstrate to Helmut that he was still too weak to allow the teacher to hit him. The angry boy screamed again after the next blow and asked why the old man continued to attack him. The teacher asked the student if he understood the difference while the boy rubbed the place of the blow with his hand. Helmut glanced sideways at the old man in bewilderment, thought for a moment, and answered negatively. A look of shock appeared on the boy's face because he heard that Darien intended to leave the young man without dinner because of this oversight. Not wanting to be left without food, the protagonist put his hand in front of him and started shouting that maybe he understood the lesson. The boy began to reason that the pain sensations were different due to the different speed of the blows and the parts of the body they hit. The student became curious as to why he experienced varying degrees of pain when struck, despite the fact that the master's movements were the same. Darien told his student that mastery of the blade is not about precise movements. The master began to reason that the key to success was balance between mind and body. The older man added that Helmut must control the speed of his movements, muscle tension, and other important aspects. Darien concluded that his student would only be ready when he found a balance between soul and body in this matter. The knowledge he gained forced Helmut to briefly leave reality and become immersed in thought. The boy was helped back to reality by a flick from Darien, who said that for now the youth was not a swordsman but a simple forester. The old man announced a repeat of the previous training, and the protagonist again stood in a fighting stance, grabbing his blade with his hands. After training, the boy came to the river to rest, but began to complain of boredom. While walking through the forest, the main character met Elga again, telling her that they had not seen each other for a long time. The predator looked at her pupil in surprise, because during the short time of separation, the boy had grown noticeably. The big cat looked at the young man's matured body, asking how he could have changed so much in such a short time. Elga praised Helmut, telling him that the boy was growing up to be a real man, which pleased the young man's pride. The heroes began to discuss Darien and why this elderly man was in debt to the predator. Elga explained that she allowed him to live in the forest, which surprised the boy, because she doesn't like neighbors. Helmut's words enraged the big cat, and she began to scream that she was still ready to fight with everyone. Having calmed down her ardor, the predator immediately corrected herself that she was not ready to fight with everyone, because she did not want to meet some nasty snake again. The young man realized that Elga was referring to the two-headed serpent from the southern lands named Naho, who was hunting Darien. The boy asked Elga which of the two of them she thought would win in a fight with Darien. The predator, looking into the distance, thought about her pupil's question, wondering which of them was stronger. Elga, relaxing by the riverbank with Helmut, replied that she did not know which of them would win in a fight with the elderly man. She began to explain that demonic beasts were noticeably imbued with dark energy, while humans could hide it. The young hero listened attentively to the big cat's stories, pondering her words about the hidden power of people. He asked the beast if this statement meant that Elga could not defeat Darien. The predator again replied that she did not know who was stronger, and that Noha would not attack a man because of his hidden strength. Helmut stopped Elga's story and asked why this two-headed snake disliked Darien so much. Looking askance at the young man, the demonic white leopard replied that the reason for their enmity lay in Darien's destruction of some of Nohi's zones. The boy immediately began to ask the predator what the disgusting zone destroyed by his master was. Elga sat down, bowed her head to the young man, and asked him if he wanted to take a look at that area. Helmut crossed his arms over his chest and immediately declared that he definitely wanted to see, since he couldn't get his curiosity anywhere. Elga did not argue with her pupil, and immediately agreed to take him to the area of the two-headed snake destroyed by Darien. The boy sat on the predator's back, and she began to move deftly and lightning fast through the forest, promising to show him the area soon. Sitting on the back of the beast, the young man looked down in amazement when the heroes had already arrived at the destroyed area. Elga turned her head back to tell the boy that they had arrived at the place they had talked about the day before. An emaciated, bald, middle-aged man cried, holding tightly to a wooden log. He screamed in incredible pain as the man behind him struck him on the back again and again with a long, thick whip. The long-haired woman screamed in terror, scratching her nails at the wooden post as another man dragged her aside by her ankle. Elga and Helmut jumped between the trees, looking out over the fenced slave farm in the air. The main characters stopped nearby, looking at the large arena where tens and hundreds of slaves lived and worked in straw huts. The people on this farm were forced to carry heavy loads. The men's faces showed hellish fatigue, and their bodies were covered in sweat. Helmut looked at this spectacle in amazement, because it was the first time in his life that he saw a slave farm. Suddenly, one of the slaves, a strong-looking man, collapsed to the ground from exhaustion, dropping a wooden log. The warden, holding a whip in his hand, immediately scolded the man, calling him a bastard and a slacker. He began to strike the slave lying on the ground with his whip, calling on him to get up and get back to work. The boy watching this scene learned from the predator that the man was being beaten for disobedience. An enraged slave farm employee ordered the girls who had gathered around the tired man to get lost. Helmut continued to stand on the hill and quietly watch what was happening on the slave farm. He noticed a sad girl in the crowd, who was one of the slaves, sweat running down her face from fatigue. The boy told Elga in surprise that the girls on the farm were somehow different from him. He saw that several girls were being driven into a hut, to which the predator said that they were being prepared for slaughter. Elga began to explain to the young man how women differ from men, and why the two-headed snake Naho prefers to eat them. She added that before slaughter, all the girls are specially fattened so that there is more meat. Snow Leopard continued to tell the boy about the structure of the farm and how men work on it all their lives. Sitting on the predator's back, Helmut listened to Elga's story about how Naho was obliged to protect slaves from monsters in exchange for their labor. She then pointed to the leader of the farm, and he was a bald, elderly man with purple eyes named Sir Erugo. He stood in the arena in front of one of the overseers, who was reporting to the leader regarding the situation on the farm. Sir Erugo was informed that all the victims had already been gathered in the hut, after which he glanced at those women. The young girls, with their hands tied, obediently made their way to the primitive straw house. Suddenly, Erugo turned his gaze to the green-haired girl and walked towards his future victim. The slave farm leader grabbed the frightened girl by the jaw, fear and horror visible on her face. Smiling slyly, the bald man whispered to her that she was lucky, and now she would go with him. Helmut and the astonished crowd watched as Erugo mercilessly dragged the chosen girl by the hair. Worried, Elga told the boy that he too could become one of the slaves, since Erugo's magical abilities help him easily find people in the forest. The evilly smiling leader of the slave farm continued to drag the tearful girl along the ground, roughly holding her by the hair. The boy, watching from afar, told the predator that she never gave him into Naho's hands so that he could also become one of the slaves. He looked questioningly at the discouraged Elga and asked why she hadn't handed him over to the farm. The predator lied when she replied that she did so only because she did not want to increase the cattle population at Noka. Helmut grinned contentedly. Elga's answer pleased him, which made him look at her with a kind expression on his face. Elga was confused by the boy's words that such motivation in behavior was very similar to her. After this conversation, the snow leopard turned around and began to walk back, not wanting to stay close to the farm any longer. At that moment, Elga sensed a strange demonic energy with her nose, indicating that there was a monster nearby. A giant purple two-headed snake appeared before the eyes of the main characters, its body enveloped in clots of dark energy. Enraged, Elga opened her mouth and released her claws. Vortices of blue energy formed around her body. The two-headed snake, Noha, glanced sideways at his opponent and greeted her, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. The predator began to growl furiously at the snake, defending herself and the boy, and then uttered the name of her enemy. The snow leopard, shrouded in blue light, continued to glare at the demonic beast, asking if it was hibernating. A terrified Helmut, still sitting on his girlfriend's back, screamed as he looked at the two-headed snake. Then the boy hid behind the beast's back, and the thought flashed through his head that he felt a terrible pressure from the appearance of the snake. Noha turned his gaze to Elga's pupil and asked her whether the boy was the same young man that she was raising. The demonic snake called the guy delicious and asked the predator to try the protagonist's flesh. Elga refused Noha, adding that the boy's body would not be to his taste, since he preferred girls. The two-headed reptile agreed with the leopard, telling her what delicious people the farm's leader, Sir Erugo, was raising for him. Helmut, stunned with horror, continued to look at the snake while it spoke about the delicious smell emanating from the young man. Then Noha moved from his place, his head coming very close to the main character. Noha loomed over the frightened boy, who was shaking with terror, and asked what connection he had with Darien. Helmut couldn't fight back the snake at that moment, so he just stood there silently, hugging his torso with his arms as tears welled up in his eyes. Elga did not allow Noha to get any closer to the young man, so she quickly stood between them, increasing the distance between the frightened Helmut and the snake. The predator screamed furiously at the enemy, calling him a bastard, and forbade him to approach the boy. The demonic serpent laughed at Elga's words, and then he said ironically that he was for peace and love. Noha lowered his head, from whose eyes stripes of purple light were coming out, and asked why the young man smelled so much like Darien. The antagonist began to tell how Darien had destroyed his slave farm many years ago, and why the snake was still wary of the man. Grimacing in anger, the big cat replied through clenched teeth that Helmut had only stolen Darien's clothes, which is why he smelled like that man. The demonic beast believed Elga, but still added that he would have punished the young man if she had not been there. The boy's girlfriend became completely furious, bared her fangs, and began to threaten to kill Noha if he dared to touch Helmut. In response to the threats, the snake only laughed, saying that he was only joking, and noted his long-standing acquaintance with Elga. Noha once again addressed the predator, who was protecting the boy with her body, and asked the main characters not to return to the farm again. Finally, the two-headed serpent, opening one of his mouths, said that otherwise he did not want to collect Elga's white wool all over his territory. Helmut, who had experienced horror, finally breathed a sigh of relief, clutching his heart with his hand to catch his breath. Noha began to slowly walk away from the heroes, while Elga still remained wary, and the shocked young man hid behind her giant paw. The boy, sweat pouring down his face, was so scared that he began to lose consciousness, making strange sounds. Surprised, Elga looked at her charge, who was already unconscious and lying on the ground, asking herself if he had passed out. Soon the heroes began to walk along a forest path, and while Helmut complained of a headache, the worried predator told him not to go into the forest alone anymore. The big white cat added that because of fear, Noha would not come to their lands, but the young man should still be on the safe side. The upset boy did not contradict his teacher, agreeing with Elga's request. The predator asked the young man why his mood had worsened because of her warnings. She tried to console the protagonist, saying that he was just a child and that what happened was not his fault. With a thoughtful and sad face, Helmut asked Elga if he could ever become as strong as she and Darien. The white predator looked at her pupil and asked again in surprise. With his head down, the boy continued to ask if it would be difficult for him to gain the same strength. Elga began to talk about Darien's strength and also about the fact that she did not know about the true abilities of that man. The young man looked at the beast in surprise, because she said that such abilities were definitely not available to most people. The heroine gave her pupil some advice, telling him that the path would be difficult, but the end result depended only on him. Inspired by his tutor's words, Helmut clenched his pale, youthful hand into a fist. Elga continued, and stopping, looked at the boy and added that he would have to try hard to achieve his goal. The giant white cat silently continued to look at the young protagonist with a worried look. At this time, Helmut looked into space, completely in himself, and thinking about all of Elga's words. Afterwards, Elga closed her eyes and exhaled with displeasure, noticing some changes in the atmosphere around her. The heroine began to walk away, finally telling the boy that a man was approaching them. An elderly gray-haired man was walking along a forest path, holding a haystack tied with a rope over his shoulder. It turned out to be Darien, who stood in front of the young man and, instead of greeting him, only said that the young hero was walking with that cat again. The young man, lost in his thoughts, finally turned around and, seeing Darien, uttered the name of his new teacher. The man turned his back to the hero again and, pointing out the late time of day, ordered him to return home. In response, the boy only looked ahead, sadness and concern visible on his face. Darien didn't pay attention to his student's silence and dejection and continued walking towards the house. The giant white leopard remained nearby, hiding behind a rock and silently eavesdropping on the conversation between the two people. Hearing Darien's last words, Elga was alarmed by this, and the predator turned her head in their direction. She looked at Helmut warily, her eyes worried, and in her mind she decided to keep an eye on the boys. The young man noticed the predator's gaze on him. His eyes widened at that moment, and his facial expression changed to a softer one. The young hero Helmut looked at her friend and smiled slightly, as if he had read her thoughts. The boy followed his new teacher, and the mystical forest beast finally walked back to her business. It was already night outside, but Helmut still hadn't slept. He was grinding his teeth and groaning and screaming, and his face was sweaty. The boy was writhing in pain, his knees pulled up to his chest on his bed and complaining out loud about the unbearable pain in his stomach. A grimace of pain froze on his face. At that moment, the main character felt like he was about to die. The day before, Darien had given the young man a bunch of unknown herbs and ordered the boy to eat it before going to bed, causing Helmut to look questioningly at the unfamiliar food. He picked up some long green leaves and asked the man what kind of grass it was. Darien stunned the protagonist with his answer, stating that these leaves were a poisonous plant. Before the boy could object, an elderly gray-haired man slapped his face with his palm, saying that the plant suppresses the seed of darkness. The young man obeyed and ate the leaves before going to bed, but that night he was writhing in unbearable pain in his stomach. Helmut's body was all sweaty, and he began to scream out loud about why his whole body was now hurting because of the poisonous plant. He grabbed his t-shirt with his hands and, unable to bear the pain any longer, began to scream loudly. Now a look of rage appeared on his face, and he began to turn to Darien, asking him what he had fed the young hero. At this time, Darien was absent, and instead of sleeping, he walked through the Rocky Mountains, holding his blade in his hand. The gray-haired man was wondering how many 4 or 5 years were left until the unknown event. After some time, Helmut began training with a blade. Standing in the middle of the forest, he swung a cold weapon in front of the trunk of a large tree. The young man's muscular body was covered in beads of sweat. The hero concentrated on practicing his blows, causing damage to the tree. Baring his teeth, the young protagonist hit the pole again and again, applying all his strength. Due to the numerous blows of the blade, many marks have already appeared on the bark of the tall, deciduous tree. Darien, standing nearby, watched his new student's training carefully and quietly. Long gray hair covered his eyes, but the man could still follow all the boy's actions. To the boy's surprise, Darien said that he seemed to enjoy the sword exercises, causing the young man to joyfully exclaim his name. Pleased with himself, Helmut held the blade out in front of him and boasted to his teacher that his body and vision had become much more obedient. Darien confirmed the boy's suspicions that this effect arose after consuming that poisonous herb. A cheerful and motivated Helmut answered the man's question about whether his stomach still hurt, but said no. The thoughtful master said to himself that it was time for something, since the boy had been using that plant for several months already. Darien took his cold weapon from the student and asked if he remembered what the teacher had told him earlier about strength. A sweaty Helmut looked at the man intently, listening to him talk about the invisibility and infinity of some force. The old man explained to the boy in detail that because of a weak body, a person cannot accept power, so he had not previously taught him how to use it. The man thrust the blade into the ground in front of him and declared that the boy's mind and body were now ready to learn the power. A stunned Helmut, his eyes wide open, listened silently to his teacher announcing the start of new training. The elder looked down at his pupil and, looking into his eyes, said that he would now teach him to use force. Preparing to show his student a new move, Darien assumed a fighting stance, clutching his weapon tightly in his right hand. The muscular older man raised his right arm to the side, the wind blowing his long gray hair through the air. The master abruptly thrust the weapon forward, grasping it tightly with his palm. The old man exhaled sharply, opening his mouth slightly and prepared to activate his power. Suddenly, the space around him and the blade itself were illuminated with a bright yellow light, indicating the appearance of power. Helmut, who stood opposite the teacher, concentrated, his body tensed, and he also held his weapon out in front of him. Darien, whose sword was radiating power, told the boy to absorb this energy into himself and redirect it. The old man changed the position of his weapon, putting his hand in front of him so that Helmut could more easily cope with the task at hand. The master's hair was floating in the air due to the strong wind created by the force. He asked the young man to redirect it into his blade. With surprise on his face, Helmut continued to listen to the teacher's instructions that this was the essence of strength. Concentrating, the protagonist took the blade in both hands and held the weapon out in front of him, following the master's instructions. The young man spread his legs wide, getting into a fighting stance, and the man advised him to maintain his breathing rate. Darien continued to instruct his student, speaking of the importance of remaining calm and moving with ease. The teacher began to swing his blade, creating vortexes of energy, and spoke of the risk of losing strength due to a violation of the pace. At this moment, Helmut's face was extremely focused and tense. He was listening to Darien and trying to complete the task. Holding the blade out in front of him as if defending himself, he took Darien's flow of power onto the weapon, which was very difficult for him. Helmut, unable to bear the tension, screamed loudly but continued to try to redirect the force into his blade. Darien, now putting his cold weapon aside, held his palm out in front of him. The gray-haired man's eyes lit up with yellow sparks as he continued to attack the young boy, who still held the blade in front of him. Suddenly, a clot of power created by himself appeared behind Darien. It looked like a sparkling bright ball. The teacher plunged his light illuminated blade into the trunk of a nearby tree, while the inexperienced boy tried to swing his weapon. Suddenly, the Helmut became angry, and with fury on his face he shouted at Darien, suspecting him of wanting to kill the young man. Finally, the man put away his blade and expressed his dissatisfaction with the student for running out of steam so quickly. The angry young man held the sword in front of him, cursed, and tried to help himself catch his breath out loud. Helmut was breathing loudly and rapidly, having lost all his strength after the attack, and beads of sweat were running down his face and body. Angry at his failure, the boy, not wanting to give up, grabbed the blade tightly again. Holding the weapon in both hands, the young protagonist concentrated and swung his sword sharply. He began to swing the blade again and again, while a stunned Darien stood back and silently watched his movements. Looking at the boy's useless movements, he ordered him to turn on his instincts, feel the power, and absorb it. Helmut bared his teeth and clawed at his throat, trying with all his might to complete the task set before him. The protagonist was forced to back away after Darien counterattacked the boy, adding that no one gets it perfect the first time. The exhausted youth looked at the man, listening to how from now on all training between the master and the student would be like this. Suddenly, the hero's blades collided, crossing each other, causing the entire space around to be illuminated by a bright light. Looking down at his student, Darien asked him to show his determination. Despite his visible fatigue, Helmut's face showed signs of inspiration, and he was ready to try again. The young protagonist, his face showing anger and concentration on the task, once again held his weapon out in front of him. Darien and Helmut engaged in combat, swinging their blades again and again as they were surrounded by tall trees. The young man bared his teeth and diligently practiced his blows on the teacher while listening to instructions about speed, tempo, and the need to move without stopping. The protagonist turned his attention to the tree, continuing to systematically hit the pole. Traces of orange light remained in space after the blows. The concentrated Helmut listened to the teacher and tried to absorb all the surrounding energy. The boy closed his eyes to concentrate even more and complete the task at hand. The protagonist saw another dimension in front of him, where green trees turned into twisted wooden poles. Under the feet of the main character, dressed in black boots, instead of grass, there was crunching white snow. Young Helmut opened his eyes and looked ahead, beads of sweat running down his face from fatigue. Finally, the boy completed the task, and the purple light energy emanating from his blade illuminated everything around. 4 years have passed since that training. The main character was in a snowy forest and was cutting down trees. The young man easily cut down the thick tree using his blade, after which the pole fell to the ground with a crash. Pleased with himself, he straightened his back and looked at the work he had just done. The sky in the winter forest was cloudy, and everything around was covered with a layer of recently fallen snow, and felled logs lay on the ground. Taking one last look at his blade, the protagonist said that was enough for today and finished the job. Hearing a voice from behind, he turned to Darien, asking if he had been watching the boy. The older man, crossing his arms against the cold, said that the young daredevil had grown noticeably over the past 4 years. Helmut was skeptical of the old man's words, pointing out his weakness, and then offered his teacher a duel. Darien did not immediately agree with the proposal and asked the guy to demonstrate his strength before the fight. The boy was unhappy, because the teacher did not agree to fight him last time, and the old man told him to obey. The young hero cursed, but immediately raised his blade, preparing to carry out his master's orders. Helmut closed his eyes, tension showing on his face. The guy concentrated to demonstrate strength. The space around was colored in purple light, denoting the boy's strength, and Darien carefully watched the student's actions. Grabbing the blade with both hands, Helmut assumed a fighting stance, his weapon glowing purple. The young man was exhausted, and words about the talent of his student, despite the seed of darkness within him, flashed through the old man's thoughts. Images flashed through the old man's mind as he wondered whether Helmut would be able to turn the world upside down, for good or for bad. After some thought, Darien closed his eyes for a moment, and then came to the conclusion that it was time. He looked thoughtfully at Helmut, who was pleased with his skills, and in his mind he decided that it was time to let the boy go on. The young hero continued to confidently hold the blade in his hands, continuing to demonstrate his strength to his teacher. Now Darien voiced his thoughts, telling Helmut that it was time for him to move on. The young man was stunned by his teacher's words, and at first did not understand what exactly he meant. Looking up at the sky, the elderly man confirmed the young hero's suspicions, saying that it was time for him to leave the forest. A surprised Helmut, spreading his palms to the sides, indicated his weakness, but Darien declared the need to leave the forest due to the growing power of the seed of darkness. The old man exhaled hot air, which immediately turned into steam in the cold, and looking at the boy, added that he would not have a second chance. Helmut listened attentively to the old man, looking at him from under his brows, his hands clenched into fists. Darien began to explain to the student the way out to the outside world, telling him about a weak spot in the divine barrier in the north of the forest. The older man looked at the boy with a serious expression, talking about the theoretical possibility of leaving the native forest through a gap in the barrier. Helmut listened to the teacher, his mouth open in surprise. He heard from him that the boy had a chance to get out even with the seed of darkness. The young hero chuckled and asked the old man with a displeased face where that weak spot was. Darien replied that he did not know the location of the breach, but he knew a person who had this information. The old man stunned the boy by telling him that the man was Erugo, the owner of the slave farm. The young man began to mentally recall how he had seen Sir Erugo on the farm, and that it was he who he needed now. In response, the main character chuckled thoughtfully, without saying a word to the elderly man. Darien began to tell the boy about the human world, warning him about how much Helmut would have to endure there. The old man shared with the boy that because of life in the forest, the world around him might seem like a real miracle. Wincing, he again warned the youth that even outside the forest, tragedies would haunt the protagonist. Helmut just looked at the old man in amazement with his eyes wide open and remained silent in response. Darien continued to give the boy advice that tragedies were inevitable and that one day the young man would feel helpless. Then the old man extended his hand to the boy, finally asking him not to lose himself, despite the circumstances. The man placed his hand on his protégé's shoulder and squeezed it while the excited youth silently listened to his parting words. The old man removed his hand and turned away, asking if Helmut had any other questions. The boy became angry and clenched his fist, asking if Darien was going to walk this path with him. The white-haired man coughed, pressing his fist to his mouth before giving his student an answer. Darien looked Helmut straight in the eye and confirmed all the young hero's fears. Our young protagonist looked intently at his mentor, his face showing thoughtfulness and some resentment. Having heard no more questions from Helmut, the old man said that he was going to sleep now and invited the young man to visit him tomorrow. Turning away from the boy, Darien added that he just wanted to spend some time alone. The main character, as if enchanted, continued to stand silently in place, looking after the old man. Shocked by such news from his teacher, Helmut, lowering his blade to the ground, thought about everything that had happened. When night had already fallen, the boy sat on a snowy rock, pressing his knees to his chest from the cold, and looked at the winter mountain river. Even though he finally had a chance to get out of the forest, the young man didn't look very happy. Elga also pointed out the guy's bad mood by silently sneaking up behind her friend. The big cat asked him if it would happen tomorrow, to which the boy turned over his shoulder and said her name. With an angry and offended expression on his face, the guy, flushed with emotion, answered the predator's question affirmatively. He began to tell Elga that he would finally be able to leave the cursed indigenous forest. The boy shared with the beast that despite the good news, something was pulling at his heart, and he did not know the nature of these feelings. Elga, resting her head on her paws, glanced sideways at her charge, thinking about the boy's question. The large white cat with black spots without answering turned its head in the other direction. Then she answered the young man, while he sat leaning against her large, warm body, that he was slowly becoming a man. Returning home to Darien, the protagonist grabbed the handle of the front door and opened it slightly. The big cat led him to the hut and watched as the boy went inside. While the guy was hesitating whether to go in, Elga told him to go ahead. Still standing outside, Helmut turned his head slightly to the side and glanced sideways at his girlfriend. Obeying the big cat, the main character opened the door wider, where Darien was already waiting for him inside, sitting in the middle of the room. The picture he saw stunned the guy. His pupils narrowed, and his wide-open eyes looked at what was happening. An elderly man sat on the floor with his eyes closed, legs crossed, and in front of him lay a tied bag and a sword. The teacher seemed to be in a trance, and despite the boy entering, he didn't even move. The frightened boy looked at his teacher, and then said the man's name in a questioning tone. With his hands clenched into fists, Darien still remained motionless and did not react to the student's words. Helmut was surprised by the old man's unusual behavior. He repeated his name, and then said that he did not understand anything. The saddened protagonist came to the conclusion that the teacher's silence indicated that the young man really needed to leave. The guy came closer, bent down, and silently took the sword lying in front of Darien, intended for the main character, into his hand. Having taken the cold weapon and the bag with unknown contents, the hero took one last look at the still motionless old man. He continued to look at the silent Darien, hoping that he would speak. However, the long-haired, gray-haired man still remained in the same position, did not look at the young man, and did not say a word during this entire time. Without waiting for a reaction from his mentor, the young hero tightly closed his eyes. A moment later he opened them wide, the boy's expression showing mixed emotions. The figure of his teacher flashed through the boy's mind, and he mentally said that he would always remember him. Leaving the wooden hut with a bag slung over his shoulder, Helmut carefully closed the door, while Elga still remained in the yard. He stood in front of the big cat, and she told the boy that Darien's time had come. Helmut looked down with a downcast expression while Elga consoled him, talking about the inevitable end of all living things. The predator added that there was no need to feel sorry for the old man because he, unlike many others, was able to live until his time. Suddenly, Elga waved her paw, saying that it was time to give the boy something. She threw a package with a medallion into the young man's hand and told the stunned guy that it was with him after the teleportation. The predator asked her pupil to unfold the package and look at the medallion, adding that he might need the decoration someday. The protagonist unfolded the gray piece of cloth and saw in it a large gold medallion hanging on a chain. Elga also looked at the decoration that she had been hiding since her meeting with Helmut, and said that it was an extremely rare metal, pure gold. The predator added, looking at the boy opening the medallion, that he might have been born an aristocrat. Opening the medallion, the young protagonist saw an inscription there that read, "May the light show you the way." The heroes began to wonder what the name Margaret Irene, written on the medallion under the inscription, meant. The young man suggested that this was her mother's name, to which Elga asked him to find her after leaving the forest. The large white cat asked if the boy was going to the slave farm, adding that Naho was currently hibernating. Helmut reassured Elga, saying that he could handle it alone so the predator wouldn't have to go with him. Looking at the boy with a worried look, she agreed with the young man and sent him on his way, saying that he would not have a second chance. The predator continued to sit in Darien's yard while the young hero, clenching his fists, was already walking away. Suddenly the boy stopped and wished his teacher a long life. A grin appeared on the giant white cat's face, after which it thanked the young hero. While the guy was once again heading towards adventure, the predator asked him to take care of himself as well. It was night, and the slave farm, surrounded by high cliffs, was quiet and deserted. All the people were already sitting in their thatched huts. Behind one of the stone buildings walked the figure of an unknown man, dressed in a robe, with a hood covering his face. The slave farm's overseer, Sir Erugo, entered the dark chambers and pulled back his hood, revealing his bare skull. Suddenly, the angry old man turned around and looked the other way because he felt the presence of another person in the room. Erugo immediately brought his fingers with long painted nails to the candle to light it using his power. The darkness in the room dissolved, but immediately the bald old man's suspicions were confirmed, causing emotions of fear and fright to appear on his face. Helmut crept up behind the farm leader and placed a sharp metal sword against Erugo's neck, asking him not to move. Dark magic is the power that can turn even the weakest magician into a powerful one. In order to master dark magic, some people are capable of even the most insane acts. One such person was Erugo, who took the path of dark magic out of envy of other, more talented wizards. Sir Erugo was involved in the slave trade, so he always had a supply of dark energy to perform black magic rituals. He brought horror and suffering to people, thanks to which he gradually accumulated dark energy in himself and became more powerful. The light mages exposed Erugo, and his dirty deeds became known to the whole world. As punishment, the dark magician was brought to trial, where he was given the choice of being executed or banished to the indigenous forest. Sir Erugo didn't want to die, so he chose to go to the demon forest forever as punishment. He soon became Naho's vassal, agreeing to be the leader of the slave farm when he met the two-headed serpent at his temple. Sir Erugo attracted all the people exiled to the forest to the farm, and in order to save their lives, they agreed to serve Naho. Thus, a slave farm was created, which has been run by an exiled dark mage since its foundation. All the slaves were under Erugo's command, and the leader treated both women and men like livestock. But the true owner of the slave farm remained the two-headed snake Naho, although he always remained on the sidelines of business. Since Naho was not involved in running the farm, ambitions began to stir in Erugo's mind again. As winter approaches, a dark mage banished to the core forest begins to worry about the future. During the winter, the two-headed snake goes into hibernation, and the slave farm is constantly attacked by other dangerous monsters. Despite the problems on the farm during the winter, Sir Erugo still remains content with his situation. With a blade at his throat, the leader of the slave farm asks what the stranger who has entered his chambers wants. Helmut, without putting away his weapon, replied, looking at the man, that he knew a way to get out of the forest. Sir Erugo found the boy's behavior impudent and noted his audacity despite his young age. The dark mage grinned slyly, guessing that this young man was Darien's new student. Helmut stood behind Erugo, who was holding a candle, and was still threatening him with a weapon, ordering him to tell him about a way to leave the forest. The guy didn't take his eyes off his opponent, who didn't yet understand why he was being told this information. The protagonist easily drew a blade across the enemy's neck, leaving a shallow, blood-oozing cut, threatening him with death. Glancing sideways at Helmut, Erugo warned him that if the leader of the snake farm died, Naho would immediately come out of hibernation. The dark magician added, looking at the worried boy's face, that then Helmut would die. Erugo continued to try to make the boy doubt him by talking about Naho's superior strength, but the boy continued to hold the sword to the man's neck. Helmut replied that the two-headed snake was not capable of resurrecting the dead, and that this was the most important thing because Erugo was awaiting death. The old man looked warily at his opponent when he warned him not to take any action. Erugo made the argument that only he knows the way out of the forest, so the protagonist shouldn't kill him. The guy, standing his ground, replied that he could search the farm leader's house, since mages often like to leave notes. Without moving because of the gun pointed at his neck, Erugo heard the boy's words about the records, grinned slyly, and snorted. The bald old man replied that Helmut was no slouch, thus confirming that the boy was right about the notes. An embittered Erugo finally gave in, telling his opponent that he would agree to show him a way to get past the barrier. The farm leader, using a candle to light his way, carefully descended the stairs leading down. Helmut, who was walking behind, did not hide his weapon, and still held the sharp blade of his sword at Erugo's neck. Suddenly the slave farm overseer spoke up, asking the boy's name. The young protagonist looked at the dark magician with displeasure, and replied that it was none of his business. Erugo, while the heroes entered the dark corridor, did not seek an answer, but asked the young man to say something. The heroes entered a spacious library, and the old man said that the method he had found was a theory that had not been tested in practice. The young man looked angrily at Erugo, who was saying that only Darien could handle this task, but apparently he was not going to leave the forest. Looking sideways at Helmut, the leader of the slave farm asked how Darien was doing, to which the boy responded with silence. Erugo's mood noticeably lifted upon hearing only silence from the young man, and the old man assumed that Darien was already dead. The dark magician, laughing at the conclusion that pleased him, walked up to the bookshelf with a candle in his hand and picked up an old-looking purple book. Helmut immediately extended his hand, ordering Erugo to hand over the book, but the bald old man told him to wait. The boy's face was seething with rage as the farm leader offered him to become his apprentice and move here. With sadness and anger in his eyes, Helmut immediately replied that he did not want to become his student. Inspired, Erugo raised his hands up and began shouting that he was ready to give the boy everything if he agreed. Seeing the dark magician's behavior, Helmut immediately held his sword in front of him, preparing to attack. The young hero again put the blade to Erugo's neck, declaring that he was going to get out of the forest alive and that he didn't want anything from the old man. Trying to put some distance between himself and the blade, the farm leader stared silently at the tip of the sword as Helmut ordered him to hand over the book. The dark magician did not argue and said that the book was found in the library back when he had just started running the farm. Having received the book in his hands, Helmut read it carefully, while Erugo explained that the plan of the magician who wrote it was to use stealth magic. The old man continued to explain that the weak point was at the waterfall, where dark energy, neutral water, and the divine barrier were mixed. Erugo tried to instill doubt in Erugo, telling him with a sly face that even so, the divine barrier would not let anyone who possessed demonic energy through. Satisfied with the information he had received, Helmut immediately put his sword back in its sheath and declared that he was ready to spare the old man. But in his head, the guy thought differently, because the dark magician continued to displease the main character. Darien's words about not being able to control other people's lives came to mind, and so contradictions arose in Helmut's head. The mentor taught the boy forgiveness, so he delivered a weak blow with force to Erugo's torso, causing the old man to fly back. Not expecting to be attacked, the slave farm leader began to scream in pain with his mouth wide open, with horror on his face. Helmut, having successfully neutralized the old man, took a long, thick rope in his hands and began to tie it around Erugo's body. The dejected dark mage only looked down and sighed loudly as he sat on the floor, completely immobilized. Finally, the young hero began to hit the tied-up old man repeatedly with 2 fingers, causing him to widen his eyes and scream in pain. Helmut leaned over the dark magician tied to a pole in the library and said as a parting word that he would be found soon and asked him not to do evil anymore. An enraged Erugo shouted after the protagonist, insulting him as a bastard, because the boy managed to block the old man's magic. After asking the young man if he thought he could get out alive, the hero suddenly stopped. Looking sideways at the tied-up old man, he confidently said with a satisfied smile on his face that of course he would get out. Unable to help himself, Erugo sat alone and silent, securely tied to a red pole in the middle of the spacious library. The bald old man could not hide his rage and began to scream loudly at how Helmut dared to do such a thing, causing the blood vessels in his eyes to burst. Suddenly, Erugo's dark energy awakened, and his body began to be enveloped in purple smoke. With a distraught face, he called Helmut aloud a self-confident freak and shouted at the top of his lungs that he intended to destroy the boy. The space was illuminated by the light of purple lightning as the dark mage began to yell, calling for Mr. Naho to wake up. Immediately, the spacious library building began to shake, and stones began to fall from the ceiling. Cracks appeared in the solid stone floor, from which purple light emanated, indicating the manifestation of demonic energy. The two-headed snake Naho heard Erugo's pleas and awoke, and with his appearance destroyed the building, turning it into hundreds of stones. The monster, having emerged from hibernation, turned to the tied-up old man and asked if he had awakened him for no reason. Stammering in front of his master, Erugo began to justify himself and asked Naho to listen to his explanation. The bald old man started screaming, telling the two-headed snake that Darien was dead and Helmut had just been here. Naho was visibly pleased with the information she received, causing a silent grin to appear on the reptile's mouth. The snake crawled to the side, increasing the distance between it and Erugo, while he sat silently by the column with a distraught face. Laughing evilly, Naho declared that he now had the opportunity to destroy the legacy of the man he hated so much. Finally, the demonic serpent shouted that he would find him, meaning Helmut, and left the room, destroying the stone wall with his giant body. The bald old man continued to remain tied up, but the situation pleased him, causing him to chuckle evilly. While the young hero was already running deftly through the forest, jumping from branch to branch, Erugo continued to shout to himself that now the boy would not get out alive after such humiliation. His face was content and inspired as he kept saying that everything in this world comes back and Helmut should be prepared to die. At this time, Helmut, extremely focused on completing the task, was heading towards the gap to leave the forest. It was already night outside, but the lightly dressed Helmut moved deftly through the snowy forest, jumping from branch to branch with lightning speed. The speed of the young protagonist was so astonishing that to the human eye he left only a white trail behind him. Suddenly the young man stopped, sensing something was wrong, and, cursing, grabbed the sword he had received from Darien. The guy noticed a herd of demonic horses galloping nearby, which made him doubt his decision to leave Erugo alive. The gray-skinned beasts with red demonic eyes ran without looking back, in terror, which Helmut noted. He narrowed his eyes as he thought about the situation, trying to figure out why these animals were terrified. Suddenly, the young protagonist had an epiphany, causing his eyes to widen and fear and horror to appear on his face. The boy cursed again and looked ahead as he began to run through the forest again. He concluded that he needed to run away quickly, so he immediately disappeared from sight, leaving only white stripes behind him. Having covered some distance, the young hero stopped, jumping onto the icy ground. His hair was blown by the wind, and there were traces of demonic energy around him. The boy still had not left the land of Naho and was thinking about his next plan. He looked up at the sky, and instead of stars, he saw purple smoke, indicating that everything around was saturated with demonic energy. Helmut looked ahead again and became visibly frightened because danger appeared before his eyes again. He immediately grabbed his cold weapon and began to draw his sword from its sheath, assessing the danger of the situation. Helmut was ready to defend himself as he stood alone in the middle of Naho's forest. The protagonist slowly put one leg forward, getting into a fighting stance when he saw the monster in front of him. It turned out to be the two-headed snake Naho himself, and the giant demonic reptile was already hanging over the young man. Noha greeted Helmut in a friendly manner, calling him a child, and added that he knew he would return to the snake. The young man looked at the enemy with anger on his face, while he said that he no longer intended to let the main character go. Emboldened, Helmut declared with confidence in his voice that then, before leaving the forest, the boy would have to deal with the snake. The boy's statement made No laugh, and he asked what a pathetic man with such a tiny body could do against a snake. The smile disappeared from both faces, and the monster quietly threatened the boy that resistance was useless. Afterwards, Noha screamed furiously, hanging with his long giant heads over the boy's body, that the boy should die and let the snake eat him. At that moment, the snake's head suddenly shot downwards, piercing the ground, leaving behind a tall column of earth and dust. Noha dug into the ground with such force that the column of dust was several times higher than the edges of the bare trees. Being at the epicenter, Helmut's visibility became 0, but he kept his hands on his sword, preparing to defend himself. The guy told himself that he should strain himself, because of the stones, dust, and smoke, he couldn't see anything around him. Suddenly his eyes widened as the hero heard Noha's voice saying that he was doing a pretty good job of dodging attacks. The young man was stunned when he noticed that the two-headed snake had encircled the area around the boy with its body, creating a trap. Opening his mouth, the snake began to giggle, and with a mocking tone told Helmut to continue spinning around himself. The tense hero directed his angry gaze at the monster's heads, but only remained silent in response. Helmut stood calmly as 2 pairs of giant, red-lit demonic eyes watched him closely. Unable to bear the tension, the boy closed his eyes to concentrate, and mentally told himself to calm down and wait for an opportunity, despite the superior strength of the enemy. Helmut opened his eyes again, his face looking confident and focused, and he mentally told Naho that he had no intention of just running away. The enraged, 2-headed snake opened its mouth wide, from which flew out a ball of dark demonic energy. A large, purple glowing ball was rapidly approaching Helmut, who was looking up at the looming threat. The young man concentrated, preparing to defend himself, and mentally gave himself the command that it was time. The hero crouched down and looked up as the giant, wide-open mouth of the demonic serpent loomed over him. At that moment, the young protagonist jumped high into the air, doing a backflip to escape the trap. Helmut successfully completed his trick, and a moment later landed with both feet right on the body of the snake. With a concentrated face, he ran as fast as he could, thinking about the power of energy enveloping the 2-headed snake. The guy grabbed his weapon and began to take it out of its sheath, so that he could soon attack the enemy. He looked at Naho's enraged head while the boy's mind was filled with thoughts about the demonic beast's weak points. Holding the weapon, illuminated by power in front of him, he mentally called the snake's eyes its weak point, and struck. Feeling like he was being attacked, Naho's still intact eyes widened noticeably in pain and surprise. The reptile roared loudly and began to shake its long neck as a powerful stream of blood flowed from the affected eye. Having made a successful strike, Helmut jumped off the neck of the 2-headed snake and landed with his feet on the ground. Frowning, he glanced at Naho again, thinking that he had bought time, but the youth still did not have enough strength to completely defeat the beast. The boy began to retreat, realizing that he could not hold out any longer because he had used too much force, while the snake screamed and told its second head to gather itself together. While the 2 heads of the giant demonic snake were arguing and quarreling among themselves, the young hero successfully increased the distance, rushing into the forest. Helmut was visibly surprised, which was reflected in his gaze when, while escaping, he heard something happening behind him. One of Naho's heads screamed angrily at the other, calling it stupid, as it was already separated from the body, with demonic blood splashing out of its neck. The young hero turned around, looking at the scene in amazement, while Naho accused his second head of not being able to handle even a bug. After surviving a fight with a guy named Helmut, the demonic snake breathed a sigh of relief. He was pleased that he had finally gotten rid of the useless part of himself, and then raised his voice, shouting that now it was time to get rid of the man too. Having regained his strength, Noha immediately hovered over the body of the stunned guy again, while everything around was illuminated by the demonic energy of the snake. With all his might, the exhausted Helmut grabbed the sword in both hands and held the weapon out in front of him to repel the new attack. He gritted his teeth and furrowed his brows, trying his best to protect his life from the attacking snake. Having received the blow, Helmut nevertheless began to dodge with lightning speed, leaving behind streaks of white light. The attacked Naho Helmut screamed in pain while trying with all his might to escape from the maddened Naho. Here, the 1-headed snake stopped, leaving behind ruins after its presence, because it noticed that the young man had disappeared from sight. The self-made Naho asked the missing helmet out loud whether he could still hide even after such a strong blow from the snake. The snake added that now, after losing his second head, it would be much more difficult for him to find the boy. Naho's voice became furious as he began to shout and curse, asking Helmut where he was hiding. Having covered some distance, the young hero, covered in bruises, stopped to finally catch his breath. Once in a safe place, the boy crouched down by a tree, thinking that he didn't expect Naho to be so strong. After resting a little, he stood up, clutching his ribs with his hand, groaned in pain, was glad that at least he had survived, and prepared to run again. Before he could continue his escape, the boy's eyes widened in shock and fear as the space around him was once again illuminated by Naho's demonic energy. The young man continued to hide behind the pillar of a wide tree as the snake slowly moved behind him, looking for its prey. A satisfied Naho, with an angry expression on his face, cursed and laughed, saying that he had finally found Helmut. He yelled at the guy for daring to hide in his own face, while the shocked hero was still hiding behind a tree, holding his bruised torso. Helmut made a sound of displeasure under his breath as he realized that Naho had managed to find him after all. At that moment, the demonic snake, already ready to attack, began to move towards its opponent with lightning speed. An enraged Naho opened his mouth as wide as he could, revealing long, sharp purple teeth. Helmut cursed, his expression changed to a tense one, and he grabbed his bladed weapon tightly. The protagonist held the sword so tightly that the veins on his hands stood out, and the thought flashed through his head that the guy didn't want to die like that. Gathering his will into a fist, he activated his weapon and stepped out from cover. The metal blade lit up with the purple power of a hero. The protagonist's plan to defend himself changed, and surprise appeared in his eyes when he saw a different energy in front of him. A giant white paw, illuminated by blue light, stepped onto the ground, leaving behind cracks. It turned out to be Elga, who came to the aid of the young man and immediately stood between the snake and Helmut, preparing to protect the boy. The demonic snake changed its mind about attacking the guy and stopped, looked at the leopard and greeted her, adding that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The snow-white predator, with her mouth wide open, only growled furiously at Naho in response, looking him straight in the eyes, and then uttered the name of the enemy. Elga, who was furious at Naho's attack on her ward, arched her back, preparing to attack the snake. Helmut, who was still holding the sword in both hands and hiding behind the predator, looked at this picture with surprise. The boy shouted her name and saw Elga open her mouth and release her demonic energy to attack Naho. The boy covered his face with his hand, seeing a bright blue light in front of him, and pointed out loud at the appearance of the predator's energy. The big cat glared angrily at the young man, saying that she was glad he was alive, and adding that she would take care of the rest herself. Covering himself with his hands and making a face because of Elga's strength, the guy began to ask his friend to help him, but she ordered him to go away. Elga looked at the main character, and with fury in her eyes, she urged Helmut to go and get his freedom, which he wanted for so long. The young man stood there in amazement, holding out his hand to Elga, and silently watched what was happening. Fear appeared in Helmut's eyes, because the young man was afraid for the life of his girlfriend, who would have to fight the snake alone. Elga growled at the boy so that he would stop wasting the energy of a big white cat. Covered in bruises after the fight, Helmut did not dare to step away, still trying to convince the predator. At that moment, Elga released her demonic power at full power, roaring, her eyes completely turning blue. The stunned guy just watched what was happening from the side and remained silent, gritting his teeth. Looking down at the floor, he became noticeably upset and thanked Elga in a calm voice. The young hero quickly ran away while Naho and his friend were ready to attack each other. The predator, looking askance at the demonic serpent, deftly approached the enemy, moving her giant paws along the ground. Naho looked down at her, watching her actions for now, and only managed to chuckle in response. Suddenly the beast began to scream furiously, opening its mouth and releasing a stream of demonic energy, complaining that the stupid, in his words, cat dared to interfere with him on his own land. In response, Elga only snapped back, disagreeing with Noha, because she was simply doing what she had to do. The giant snake spread its paws to the sides and laughed loudly, noting the wrongness of Elga and Helmut's friendship. Purple sparks appeared in the reptile's eyes when he said that he considered the predator and his pupil disgusting. Noha, his mouth wide open, thanked Elga for her visit and threatened that he now intended to eat them both. The big cat looked at her opponent with skepticism, asking if he could do with just one head what he couldn't do with two. The angry demonic snake opened its mouth as wide as it could, baring its teeth, ready to attack the cat. In response, Elga looked defiantly at her opponent and growled, revealing long, sharp white fangs. The two demonic beasts came as close as possible to each other, demonstrating their strength. Traces of sword swings remain in the air, cold weapons cut through the air with lightning speed, and the battle continues. Having completed the task, Helmut stopped and caught his breath, wondering if they were finished. On the snow-covered ground lay the headless corpses of demonic beasts, which the young man had successfully dealt with. He said out loud to himself that many days had passed since he met Naho on his lands. Helmut stood surrounded by the bloody bodies of various animals, saying that he had easily dealt with them all, since these monsters were no match for that snake. The young protagonist's gaze became thoughtful. He lowered his eyes to the floor, and there were still dirt and abrasions on his face. The boy reasoned out loud that if he had not met Darien and Elga in his life, he would never have survived in this forest. The guy's face showed inspiration and readiness to continue the fight, and he said that he would not have a second chance. Standing right in front of the waterfall, he declared to himself that he had to get out of here for the sake of Elga and Darien. Looking at the sky, the youth noticed that there was no demonic energy felt in these lands, and the seed of darkness inside him was reacting to something. He assumed that such a reaction could be to the divine barrier, and directing energy into his chest with his hand, he was glad that he could hide the seed with its help. Suddenly, a large white feather fell from the sky into the protagonist's palm, and he asked himself whose it was. He immediately reacted when a giant bird flew over him, its feathers colored white, red, and gold. Letting out a frightened cry, the boy bent down and lay down on his chest on the ground, protecting his face with his hand from the bird's attack. The huge bird noticed the unwanted guest and turned its gaze on him. Its eyes were an unusual orange color. She stepped onto the ground with a thud, asking the young hero what a human child was doing on her land. The boy looked up in fear, protecting himself from the dust with his palm, and thought that he knew it couldn't be that simple, because all the lands belonged to demonic beasts. A beautiful white bird illuminated the space around with a purple light and calmly introduced itself as Igrella, asking the guy's name. In his mind, the boy noted that he had heard this name before, but out loud he still cautiously answered his new acquaintance that his name was Helmut. Looking at the bird, Helmut remembered that it was the Mistress of Light, Igrella, whose curiosity Elga had once told him about. Igrella said she could smell a familiar scent on the boy, hidden behind the stench of blood. Bowing its head over the young man, the bird came to the conclusion that the main character smelled of the demonic snake Naho. She also pointed out another innate scent, immediately determining that it belonged to Elga the leopard. The demonic bird asked whose child the boy was, to which the young man, looking up at Igrella, replied that he was Elga's family. The Mistress of Light immediately believed the boy, opened her beak, and continued to address the main character. Suddenly, Igrella became angry, spreading her wings to the side and accusing the boy of Elga's family invading her territory. Helmut immediately began to defend his friend, stating that he came here of his own free will and for his own personal reason. Frowning, Igrella looked at the boy, then asking him to name the reasons why she could spare him. The young hero pursed his lips and looked at the amazing bird, thinking about his answer, mentally ordering himself to calm down. While the bird still hung belligerently over him, the boy replied that the main reason could help Igrella herself. Surprised, the multicolored giant bird asked the guy again to understand what he meant. Helmut explained that with the help of the given reason, Igrella would satisfy her curiosity. The main character confidently declared, looking at his new acquaintance, that he was going to become the first creature to leave the forest alive. Igrella let out a loud breath. The boy's answer made her laugh a lot, so she started giggling loudly. The bird's behavior offended the protagonist. He frowned and looked angrily at the beast, without saying a word in response. Igrella raised her voice, screaming that the child would not be able to do this, because due to the seed of darkness he had long since become one of them. The young man extended his hand and asked the bird to let him try, since he was the first person to go so far. Spreading her wings to the sides, Igrella looked closely at the boy who was talking about the unique opportunity to test his fate with the divine barrier. The demonic bird, covering its beak with feathers, screamed that it was a pity to lose its prey and allow Helmut to die on the barrier because it had not tasted human flesh for a long time. The hero began to persuade the beast, telling her that there would always be new people in the forest that she could feast on. He put his hand on his heart and confidently declared that he was the only person who had attempted to leave the native forest. Igrella immediately fell silent and looked at her new acquaintance in surprise, and was amazed by his persistence. The giant bird even turned its neck in surprise and began to examine the hero even more closely. He noticeably became kinder. Igrella was pleased with the guy's eloquence, so she said that now she wanted to see if Helmut could cope. The Mistress of Light, folding her wings, added that it was unlikely that there would be such a fool who would try to get out of the forest. Standing on the cliff, she told the boy that she didn't care if he survived, but if he succeeded, Helmut would be the first to leave the native forest. In response, the young man joked that then Igrella would become the first demonic beast to witness this. Giggling, the inspired Igrella agreed to protect the boy to the barrier and asked him to convey his last words to her, so that if anything happened, the bird would convey them to Elga. At the mention of his mentor, the snow-white demonic leopard Elga, Helmut's eyes widened. The young man asked Igrella to deceive the leopard in case the boy died, telling her that he had survived and successfully escaped from the forest. He looked up, looking the bird straight in the eyes, so that it would finally agree to fulfill the protagonist's request. Bowing her head over her new acquaintance, the Mistress of Light, Igrella, looked at him attentively. The guy, without looking away, confidently looked at the bird, having decided on his last words for Elga. Igrella asked if he wanted the female leopard to think that the boy was still alive. Bowing her head, the Mistress of Light finally agreed to fulfill the protagonist's request, calling the boy Elga's special child. At this moment, Helmut stood with his eyes closed to concentrate, his hands clenched into fists, and swirls of his energy appeared behind him. He took one last breath, preparing to finally cross the divine barrier and leave the forest. Our young hero opened his eyes again, his brows furrowed, and his gaze focused and ready to complete the task. Mentally telling himself that there would be no second chance, Helmut spread his arms out to the sides and dove into the water in front of the waterfall. The protagonist opened his eyes, seeing only endless blue water and air bubbles coming out of his lungs. The North Falls was powerful. A giant stream of water flowed down into the river with great force, and the water was icy. Helmut pressed his lips together and continued to concentrate on his task, moving quickly underwater. He was heading towards the cave, but suddenly his hero's path was blocked by an invisible divine barrier, causing him to stop. Panic appeared on the boy's face as he looked at the underwater barrier and mentally searched for a way to get through it. Helmut kicked the barrier with all his might, using the full force of his strength. The main character looked with fury at the still insurmountable barrier, promising himself that he had to get out. There was rage on his face. He looked at the obstacle with wide-open eyes and continued to try to leave the native forest. The boy still did not give up. He mentally told himself that he had to see the world beyond the cursed forest. When the protagonist protected himself from the divine cleansing energy, it passed through him. The enraged Helmut, not losing his attempts to break through the divine barrier, gritting his teeth, continued to use his power. He tried to scream underwater. His pupils narrowed as he pushed himself beyond his limits. A moment later, a beam of light pierced him, and the young hero felt pain the likes of which he had never experienced in his life. The medallion was torn from his body, and due to the pain received from the divine barrier, the boy's consciousness could not withstand it. A cart with a horse was moving along a forest path, to the body of which a large shield with an inscription was attached. The people walking ahead were talking to each other. The man asked Tatiana why they had chosen a resting place next to the indigenous forest. The red-haired girl in the hat looked at her interlocutor and asked if he knew that their path was not yet close. The guy was seriously scared when Tatiana said that in case of meeting a demonic beast, even rank 4 fighters would go into battle. The fair-haired young man looked away and cursed, saying that it was already getting dark, which enraged Tatiana. The girl kicked the guy with her foot, gritting her teeth in anger, causing him to fly off to the side with a scream. She shouted that she was tired of the boy's foul language and ordered him to go get some water, after which the young man hurried to carry out the order. Holding empty wooden buckets in both hands, the young man walked along the forest road, noting the unusual situation in the forest. The blonde told himself that it would be better to quickly get some water and get out of here, but then he exclaimed in surprise, While collecting water from the river, he noticed some algae in it, which amazed the guy. He saw in front of him a young guy who was lying unconscious in the water, and the seaweed turned out to be his long hair. The fair-haired guy froze in surprise, his face and neck sweating, and he stared wide-eyed at the find. Having recovered from the momentary shock, the young man screamed at the top of his lungs so that a flock of birds flew up above the edges of the trees. The blonde ran back and stopped to catch his breath, and his surprised friends asked if he had seen a ghost there. The stunned guy screamed in their faces that he had found a dead man lying right in the river. The guys were skeptical of the blonde man's words, saying that he had confused the corpse with a log, and only Tatiana agreed to go check out the situation. When the red-haired girl asked where the young man saw the dead man, the guy pointed towards the river with a hand trembling with fear. Tatiana kicked the young man again, complaining that he should lead her instead of pointing her in the direction with his finger. The girl calmly and confidently followed the shocked guy, who shouted that he definitely saw a dead man, and she threatened to kill him if he was wrong. The heroes came out onto the riverbank, where the buckets abandoned by the youth lay, and the blonde pointed his finger at the place where the dead man lay unconscious. The boy and girl tried to pull the dirty, drowned man with torn clothes to the shore. From fatigue and surprise, a corpse appeared on Tatiana's face. She agreed that the find really was a corpse. The blonde continued to yell that everything was serious, and he didn't like this situation, so they needed to leave, but Tatiana stopped the guy. The girl took a closer look at the face of the dead man she had found. A thin stream of energy was coming out of his mouth. Tatiana screamed for Pin to help her faster, to which the stunned guy only began to ask questions and stutter. The girl ran up to the body and lifted it up, shouting that it was not a corpse, but still a living person. Helmut slowly opened his eyes. His vision was still blurry, and he saw two happy people in front of him. His vision cleared, and in front of him were two strangers, a red-haired girl and a fair-haired guy, who were glad that the guy had come to his senses. After some time, Helmut, covered with a blanket, sat by a tree with bandaged wounds and wondered where he was and whether he had managed to get out of the forest. The friendly girl calmed the guy who had regained consciousness and, smiling, asked him not to be afraid, because everyone was his own. Tatiana explained to the bewildered Helmut that their boy had found him in the river, and fortunately it turned out that the body they found was alive. Pin watched the stranger with interest, his hands on his knees, and the red-haired girl asked Helmut's name, after which he immediately introduced himself. Tatiana began to interrogate the guy for new information, to which the main character replied that he didn't remember anything. Helmut's memory loss surprised the girl, because she did not see any serious wounds on him, and assumed that he had a head injury. Smiling broadly, Tatiana extended her hand to the protagonist and introduced herself, adding that she was a rank 3 silver mercenary. Helmut extended his hand to the red-haired mercenary in response, and shook it firmly in a sign of acquaintance. The main character looked at Tatiana with caution, and the thought flashed through his head that he had met another person. The mercenary heard from Helmut that she did not know where they were, and said that the heroes were in a rotting forest. The red-haired girl said that the guy was unlucky enough to lose his memory, and tried to get at least some information from him, but Helmut remained silent in response. Looking at his new acquaintances, the protagonist soon said that he only remembered his name and his swordsmanship. Tatiana said that being able to wield a sword was already good, and Helmut would be fine if he got help from a doctor. The main character looked in amazement at his young acquaintance, who said that she would help him get stronger. Helmut's face was filled with shock, his eyes were wide open, and Tatiana cheerfully said that the boy was now under her care. It was already getting dark in the forest. The mercenaries stood in a group to the side, and Pin and Tatiana stayed close to Helmut when he thanked the girl. Finally left alone, the main character sat down on a large stone, put his weapon next to him, and sighed with relief. Helmut thought that it was only by a miracle that he had survived, and that it would take him some time to fully recover. The young man looked at his palm, emitting weak energy, and came to the conclusion that he was now weaker than at the beginning of his training. The hero became convinced that the seed of darkness still sat within him, although he hoped that the divine barrier would be able to destroy it. Placing his hand on his chest, he paid tribute to the seed of darkness, because without it the boy would have died long ago. After thinking about it, the boy agreed with himself that in the human world, he should pretend to have lost his memory and not let others know about the demonic energy inside him. The protagonist then set himself another challenge by putting his hand under his shirt to touch the medallion. He wrapped his fingers around the gold ornament and decided that he should find the real owner of the medallion. Looking up at the cloudy sky, he corrected himself that there was no need to rush into completing this task. Helmut thought he had only taken the first step into the world of people, so everything would come with time. The next day, the mercenary guys looked in amazement at their new acquaintance, who had changed after yesterday's meeting. One of them said that Pin helped Helmut wash himself, but the tanned man did not believe that one could change so much after bathing procedures. The blond, stubbled boy cursed, mistaking Helmut for a nobleman due to his attractive appearance. The protagonist, who had already tidied himself up, stood surrounded by mercenaries, adjusting his new white shirt while the others looked at him with envy. A puzzled Pin looked at his new acquaintance, wondering how the man who looked like a corpse yesterday could change so much in a day. The blonde, burning with curiosity, asked if Helmut was a nobleman, to which the hero replied that he did not remember anything. Tatiana put her hand on the main character's shoulder in a friendly manner and asked what difference it made, since he was now on their team. Both Pin and Helmut were surprised by Tatiana's unusually friendly behavior, which is why the blonde even asked if she was okay. The boy asked with displeasure why Tanya was talking so affectionately to the handsome Helmut, showing jealousy. Before he could finish speaking, Pin immediately received a punch in the cheek from Tatiana and was ordered to shut up and pack up camp. While the blonde lay on the ground after the blow, Tanya told Helmut that in 4 days they would arrive in the city, and there they would take him to the doctor. The main character looked at his new friend, smiled softly, and expressed words of gratitude to Tatiana. Smiling broadly, in an elevated mood, Tatiana put her hand on Helmut's head and was glad that he had started talking. The red-haired girl raised her voice to the others and ordered the mercenaries to pack their belongings for the journey. At this time, Helmut, stunned by Tatiana's gesture, and Pin, bruised after the blow, looked at her silently. A group of mercenaries walked through the forest, and a worried Pin asked Helmut if he should put so much strain on himself after the injuries he had suffered. The main character scratched the chin of the harnessed horse, which the animal really liked. The blonde asked Helmut if he liked horses, which surprised the hero, since he had never met any in his previous life. The interested youth continued to pet the horse, while Pin thought about the unusualness of the main character, because nobles treat animals differently. The blonde looked thoughtfully at Helmut, because despite their same age, the guy spoke somehow strangely. Pin watched the behavior of his new acquaintance closely and thought that there was something unusual about him. Seeing that Helmut had staggered and was breathing heavily, the young blonde became frightened and shouted his name. The hero, catching his breath, said that he was a little out of breath, to which Pin suggested that he get into the cart so as not to slow down the entire squad. Helmut looked the boy in the eye and said that he would not leave him alone, refusing to get into the cart. The fair-haired young man did not try to persuade the hero and allowed him to continue his journey further into the city. Pin trailed behind and wondered out loud why Helmut looked at him so terribly in response to his concern, and the main character wondered why he was so tired. The main character began to remember that in the indigenous forest he needed no more than a day to restore his strength. Helmut continued walking, breathing heavily, beads of sweat running down his face, but he did not stop. In his head, the young man came to the conclusion that he would recover if he continued walking. An elderly, gray-haired man with a thoughtful expression on his face chuckled, placing his index finger to his temple. The doctor examined Helmut and concluded that he was absolutely healthy and was a very strong young man. Tatiana did not believe the doctor, which made her grandfather very angry, and he began to shout, agreeing to prescribe medication for the boy. The red-haired girl became furious and began to scream and insult the doctor at the top of her lungs, suspecting him of quackery, since Helmut had been practically dead just a week ago. The protagonist silently and calmly watched as the doctor and Tanya discussed Helmut's health and recovery in raised tones. Pin carefully asked where the boy had gotten his amnesia from, to which the doctor shouted back that the amnesia in Helmut's crazy head would soon pass. The elderly man threw medicine at the heroes, ordering them to get lost, and was perplexed that he had been unfairly called a charlatan. Tatiana's eyes were clouded with rage. She clenched her teeth tightly, because the doctor's behavior and words made her very angry. She began to insult the doctor as an old man. A scream reigned in the hospital building. Pin called people for help to moderate Tanya's ardor. On the way back, Tatiana began asking Helmut questions about his health, because her friend told her that the hero even had difficulty walking. The youth began to tell Tanya that he was healthy, and the medicine combined with rest in the tavern helped him to recover properly. The red-haired girl smiled and began to talk about Helmut's resilience, and also mentioned his skill with a sword. Tanya guessed that the guy had a teacher before. He answered in the affirmative, but her thoughts became wary, because the girl was getting closer to the hidden truth. Suddenly Tatiana stopped, having received confirmation from Helmut regarding the teacher, and wanted to offer him something. Holding the hilt of her sword, she looked at the protagonist and enthusiastically asked if he wanted to duel her. Glancing sideways at his new friend, Helmut asked the girl again with excitement in his voice. Smiling softly, Tanya asked the guy not to worry, because this duel would help him warm up and remember something from his past life. She held out her open palms, waiting for an answer from the protagonist, but he was in no hurry to answer. Helmut thought about it, and in silence, standing in the middle of the city street, he looked at Tatiana. The young man thought about how society revered third-rank silver mercenaries like Tatiana, so he ultimately agreed to test his strength. In the training arena, a muscular, sweaty man was vigorously kicking and punching a wooden pole. Several mercenaries in good physical condition were busy training, swinging wooden blades. Helmut and Tanya were watching this picture when she said that looking at this was a treat for her eyes. The mercenaries noticed the girl's presence and called out her name, then asked who she had brought with her. They recognized the young man as Helmut and greeted him, and upon learning of the upcoming duel, they declared that the fun was finally beginning. Tanya became noticeably angry and started swearing after her squad mates started teasing her, hinting that Helmut was more handsome than her and she shouldn't ruin his face. The strong guys started screaming loudly when Tatiana, in her anger, began to rapidly hit them in the face with her fists. Having dealt with the offenders, who were already lying unconscious on the ground, she sighed contentedly. Tanya threw Helmut a wooden sword and explained the rule that the first one to fall to the ground loses. Smiling kindly, she asked Helmut not to give in and to fight with all his might, since she had been recognized as vice-captain. In response, the main character only looked thoughtfully at his new acquaintance and future rival in the duel. Clutching the wooden sword tightly, he began to think that his strength had not yet returned, and therefore he would have to counterattack and parry. With his head down, Helmut mentally gave himself his final instructions before the fight, advising himself not to lose his vigilance. The protagonist took the sword in one hand and stood in a stance, preparing to begin a duel with Tatiana. The rest of the squad, previously beaten by Tanya, all unanimously encouraged Helmut and were surprised that he even had a stand. The hero began a duel with Tatiana. He performed his techniques while the red-haired girl tried to defend herself. He maneuvered in jumps, holding the sword in one hand, while Tanya, with a smirk on her face, prepared to attack. Helmut's eyes widened and he mentally ordered himself to throw a left punch at Tatiana. The red-haired mercenary smiled widely as she easily blocked the boy's blow, holding her weapon out in front of her. The duel continued, and thoughts flashed through the protagonist's head that Tanya was clearly superior to him in strength. At the same time, Tatiana was also noticeably tense, and was surprised out loud at the abilities of her opponents. Squinting his eyes, Helmut mentally came to the conclusion that he would not be able to defeat Tanya in an open battle. The mercenary delivered a crushing blow with her sword, but hit the ground, leaving a large mark there, and Helmut was able to dodge, deftly jumping to the side. The protagonist mentally decided that in order to win, he would have to dodge with all his might, since he was not in the best shape. Tanya exclaimed in surprise, looking at Helmut, who skillfully dodged her blows. The mercenary immediately launched a new attack, but the protagonist jumped high into the air to parry it. Ultimately, the attack was successful for Tanya, as she was able to kick the guy in the ribs while jumping. The young man screamed in pain and gritted his teeth, mentally cursing his body, which could not react as quickly as his brain. The red-haired mercenary, who had become excited, grabbed the sword tightly and rushed towards Helmut, preparing to strike again. She shouted that the youth was thinking too much, while Helmut was wondering why his movements were slow, as if he were in water. Tatiana began to rapidly and successfully strike the guy with more and more blows with a wooden sword, while he was struggling to defend himself. He screamed in pain, but his face remained focused, and the boy, not giving up, held the sword in front of him for protection. The youth tried to counterattack, but Tatiana easily dodged and came close to the main character. The mercenary dealt a crushing blow to the young man, aiming her wooden sword straight at Helmut's solar plexus. The hero felt a sharp pain. His pupils dilated. He clenched his teeth and stared into space. Due to the force of the blow, the guy flew back and landed on his back, which meant his defeat in the duel. The red-haired girl stopped and moved her weapon to the side, signaling the end of the fight. The other members of the squad, shocked by what was happening, watched in amazement as the duel between Tanya and Helmut progressed. The mercenary pointed her sword towards the stricken youth as he admitted his defeat out loud, kneeling on one knee. Pleased with herself, Tanya, looking down at her defeated opponent, asked if he was surprised by the outcome of the fight. Helmut was out of breath. His face was red with fatigue, and he answered Tatiana's question in the affirmative. He explained his surprise by the fact that the girl had easily beaten him, but in his mind he called her technique weak and predictable. Tanya took the guy by the hand and consoled him, saying that he still tried, while Helmut thought about the girl's strength. He agreed thoughtfully, while thoughts about Darien's rightness regarding the need to take the human world more seriously swarmed through the hero's head. One of the mercenaries consoled the hero, calling Tatiana a first-class warrior in their squad, and the impossibility of defeating her the first time. The men began to encourage the boy, saying that he was not like Pin, and Helmut pleasantly surprised them with his skills. The red-haired man comforting Helmut introduced himself as Finn and called himself the squad captain, a second-rank gold mercenary. The protagonist looked at his new acquaintance when he told him that Helmut had coped and passed their test. The guy was noticeably surprised by Finn's words, which is why he even asked the captain again what kind of check he was talking about. Finn, looking the hero in the eyes, explained that the squad wanted to test whether Helmut could become one of them. The red-haired man continued that the squad was not going to accept just anyone, so the mercenaries had been keeping an eye on him all this time. Helmut said that he understood everything, but in his mind he came to the conclusion that it was precisely because of the inspection that no one except Tanya and Pin communicated with him. Finn said that Helmut turned out to be a great guy, including because he didn't hit on his sister Tatiana. The captain took out a roll of paper and handed it to the hero, stating that it was a temporary seal for a fourth-rank mercenary that required further registration. The red-haired man shouted that Helmut was now one of them, and it was time to start getting to know each other. Two mercenaries approached the protagonist and friendly introduced themselves as Burn, a rank 3 fighter, and Lighter, of the same rank. Two more identified themselves as Maros and Sin, adding that most of the squad, not counting Finn and Pin, were silver 3rd rank. Raising his palm up, the embarrassed blonde Pin modestly said that he was a rank 4 mercenary. Helmut listened silently to his new acquaintances, thinking about the fact that Darien had told him not to trust people. The protagonist turned to Finn and asked him a question about how long he needed to be present in the team. In response to the guy's words that his memory might return, and then he would have to leave, Finn thought about it. The captain pointed his finger at the guy and warned that the squad was not holding anyone back, but it was forbidden to refuse a mission that had been started. Finn placed his hand on the silent Helmut's shoulder as he pondered the possibility that the squad could help him unravel the mystery of the hero's birth. It also flashed through Helmut's intrigued mind that he was genuinely interested in knowing what it was like to have comrades. The elderly man slammed his palm on the wooden table, shouting that some task was very important. He angrily yelled at Finn and company, stating that the mission should not be carried out by rank 4 mercenaries, and that it was enough for him to have Pin on the team. The captain began to persuade Sir Miles, saying that Helmut was needed by the team, and he should know that they were not taking someone into the squad just like that. Finn thanked the old man when he reluctantly allowed Helmut to join the mission, adding that it was the last time. The two continued to discuss the deal, with Miles warning of the possibility of only paying 1/3 of Helmut's payment and pledging to help Tariq's group complete the mission. Sir Miles rose from his chair and said goodbye to everyone, saying that they had to start tomorrow morning. The elderly, gray-haired man left the room, slamming the wooden door loudly behind him. A pleased Tatiana leaned over to her brother and said that the conversation had gone quite smoothly, to which Finn agreed. In a cheerful tone, she asked the protagonist if he was okay, to which Helmut answered in the affirmative. Captain Finn began to explain to the squad the essence of the mission, which consists of a convoy of valuable cargo under threat of attack from people and monsters. Tatiana asked everyone to prepare well, because the contents of the cargo were unknown to them, and therefore the scale of a possible ambush was also unknown. Rank 4 mercenaries. Helmut and Pin listened attentively to Tanya's words, and the young blonde sweated from the possible need to repel the attack. Suddenly, someone shouted Helmut's name, causing him to look questioningly at the person. Maros and Leader told the protagonist that he should ignore the barking of the puppies of Tarek's squad, because they are jealous of the Vanguard's reputation. Suddenly, Finn ended the discussion, looked at everyone and said goodbye, adding that he would see everyone tomorrow. That night, Helmut did not sleep, and stood alone in the middle of the training arena, lost in thought. He frowned and looked down, mentally acknowledging the feeling of rage over the lost duel. Closing his eyes, memories of the past battle with Tanya flashed in the young man's eyes. He was angry because of his weakness. Looking at his hand, which was emitting weak energy, he called the fact that he had not yet recovered a stupid excuse for losing. The young man raised his head and thought that he was too weak now and could not win even with Tatiana constantly giving in. After exhaling through his mouth, he came to the conclusion that the problem was not that the protagonist had lost his special power. The guy concluded that he needed to get into shape and remember the basics, so he began to take his sword out of its sheath. The young protagonist deftly pulled out his cold weapon and moved the blade to the side. The guy stood in front of a wooden pole and decided that he needed to remember his first training sessions in the native forest. The next morning, the squad was already walking through the forest. Finn solemnly announced the start of escorting the cargo and called on everyone to remain vigilant. Inspired, Tatiana turned around and added that they were going to show what they were worth. Pin felt unwell, pressing his hands to his aching stomach and complaining that he shouldn't have eaten that soup, and also asking about Helmut's mood. The main character looked askance at the blonde man with distrust, thinking that he was looking down on him after his unsuccessful trip to the city. Helmut looked away, his eyes showing resentment towards Pin, and answered the guy in monosyllables that he could handle it. Pin noticed the mood of his interlocutor and asked him not to sulk, began to hit the guy on the shoulder and say that on the first task they would both try their best. Helmut continued to frown at Pin. He looked at the young man with malice on his face and answered all his words in monosyllables. The protagonist's behavior confused the fair-haired boy, and he fell silent, looking at his interlocutor with fear. Pin exclaimed in amazement and stopped when he saw the large load in front of him that they would have to escort. Sir Miles was already standing by the horses with the loaded carts. Finn and the old man greeted each other. Miles explained to the captain that his squad would need to guard the rear chain, after which Finn immediately gave the order. An excited Pin looked at someone and immediately called Helmut to show something to the main character. The fair-haired youth began to explain to the hero that the guys standing there were mercenaries from Tarek's squad. The hostile mercenaries immediately noticed this and began to insult and threaten Pin to knock out the brat with one blow. The blonde was very angry at the behavior of Tanaku's mercenaries. He gritted his teeth in rage, looking at them, and Helmut only silently watched the situation. Tarika's mercenary laughed loudly, asking Pin who was standing behind him and calling Helmut a woman. The protagonist looked askance at the mercenaries, wondering why they wanted to humiliate them. Silently watching the laughing fighters, he mentally reasoned that the similarity between demonic beasts and people lies in the need to measure strength. Helmut looked darkly at the blue-haired, muscular fighter, wondering if he was the leader of Tarek's group and questioning the strength of this mercenary. The young protagonist gave himself the task that until the end of the mission, he needed to keep an eye on the leader of the group, Tariq. A few days later, the clumsy Pin caught the boot of one of Tarek's mercenaries and, exclaiming in surprise, began to fall. The youth fell chest down on the ground and closed his eyes in pain, while the blue-haired mercenary openly made fun of Pin, and the others laughed. Having risen, covered in bruises and dirt, Pin began to insult and shout at his offenders because they trip him up every day. Smiling mockingly, the blue-haired mercenary feigned an apology to Ping, asking if he had anything else to present to him. The fighters from Tariq's group, making fun of the boy, surrounded him defiantly, provoking him to continue the conflict. Frightened, Pin turned his head away from them and fell silent, not daring to answer anything else. Helmut knelt down next to Pin and placed his hand on his back, looking at him with concern while the leader of the group, Tariq, made fun of the protagonist's feminine appearance. The offended hero silently looked at his offender, who promised to give him flowers the next time they met, because the young man looked like a woman. Helmut did not enter into an altercation with the mercenary and remained silent, and then suggested that Pin leave there. The guy helped the humiliated Pin up, and they walked away, while the stunned mercenaries Tariq continued to watch them. An angry leader of Tariq's group called Helmut a bastard, and his fighter pointed out that the protagonist has been ignoring him since day one. One of the mercenaries scratched his head, called the guy strange, and suggested that the others not touch him anymore. The blue-haired fighter began to say that he could easily deal with this rank 4 mercenary, although he himself belonged to this rank due to a broken arm. The mercenary corrected him by saying that he was demoted because of a drunken brawl, to which the man threatened the guy with his fist and ordered him to shut his mouth. The embittered mercenary looked down and mentally began to curse his brother, who had demoted him in rank because of a few drunken brawls. He began to remember how his older brother, the 2nd rank, scolded him for his misbehavior and threatened to fire him. The blue-haired fighter's face showed intense rage, and he said that he wanted to strangle Helmut. The mercenary waved his hand, calling his guys, causing them to turn back in fear. Sweating with fear, they looked questioningly at their leader and asked what he wanted. Mercenary Tariq held his hand out in front of him, pointing his fingers at his fellow squad members. The man bared his teeth, looked at them from under his brows, and promised fun if they agreed to help. When the squad stopped to rest, Pin threw a stone aside in anger, shouting how tired he was of Tariq's mercenaries. The young blonde complained to Helmut that the guys had been persistently pestering Pin for the past 3 days. Gritting his teeth, Pin cursed at the blue-haired Caleb, suspecting something fishy about the fact that a rank 3 mercenary was placed next to them. Helmut quietly watched Pin as he continued to complain that he had enough problems without Tariq's mercenaries. The boy grabbed the bucket and said he was going to get some water, then threatened to stop if they bothered him again. Pin, clenching his fists, angrily walked towards the river, while Helmut stood silently, lost in his thoughts. He glanced sideways at Pin but said nothing and did not follow the boy, remaining in the camp. Already on the riverbank, the blond man began to complain about the distance to the nearest body of water and decided that 1 bucket of water would be enough for today. He dipped the large bucket into the water and continued to think out loud about how Pinu had trouble sleeping when the demonic beasts were around. The young man wondered out loud when he would become a rank 3 mercenary while someone quietly watched him. Suddenly, Pin heard a chuckle behind him and immediately froze in surprise, holding the bucket in his hands. With fear on his face, he turned back while the stranger was saying that this was a great place. It turned out that Caleb and the fighters from his squad were standing behind him, emitting evil laughter, huddled around the youth. Caleb continued to talk about how this quiet spot by the river was perfect for chatting while a frightened Pin looked at them silently. The young blonde looked up at the offender, who stared insolently at the boy with a mocking smile on his face. The mercenary pushed the boy and put his foot on his back, talking about Helmut and suspecting them of having an intimate relationship. Gritting his teeth in pain and anger, Pin called Caleb a bastard and said that Helmut was a guy, not a girl. The man, still pinning Pin to the ground with his foot, said that he called Helmut here, to which the boy began to argue again. Caleb turned his head and exclaimed when he saw that Helmut had already been brought into the clearing. The blue-haired mercenary was glad that the main character was brought, and praised the young man for coming alone. The guy continued to ignore Caleb and company, so he just looked at him, saying nothing in response. The defenseless Pin began to call Helmut for help, until he came to the mental conclusion that the human world was no different from the native forest. The main character grinned when he realized that there was no difference between people and animals, because they all measured their strength. Silently looking at the hooligans, Helmut mentally turned to Darien, asking if these mercenaries were the people his teacher had spoken of. A focused Caleb finally turned to his comrades, licking his upper lip. Tariq's mercenaries surrounded Helmut when their leader suggested that the fighters check what was in the protagonist's pants. Our young hero immediately reacted and prepared to defend himself, but in his thoughts there was excitement and the understanding that his power had not yet awakened. The guy reached for his weapon and mentally tried to calm himself down, because he had even fought with the demonic snake Naho before. Helmut assessed the situation and developed a plan of attack in his head, preparing to deal with everyone, because the offenders belonged to the 4th rank. Taking the sword out of its sheath, the guy decided that he would use Darien's technique if he suddenly couldn't cope with the offenders. Helmut was fully prepared for battle when Caleb ordered his fighters to strip the hero, and they immediately pounced on the guy. Here one of the anti-heroes, a chubby guy, received a crushing punch to the face. The other mercenaries were stunned. They looked at what was happening with surprise and fear, and were in no hurry to attack Helmut. It turned out that the blow was delivered by Tanya, who stood in front of Helmut to protect him and asked what was going on. Caleb didn't expect his plan to be thwarted. His pupils narrowed in rage as he stared silently at Tatiana. Helmut was also surprised by the turn of events. He couldn't answer Tanya, so he silently looked at the girl. While the chubby guy was lying face down on the ground, Tanya asked why the mercenary Tarek was being harassed by the vanguard fighters. Caleb raised his hand and smiled sarcastically, replying that they just wanted to chat with Helmut and Pin. Tatiana did not believe his words, stating that she personally heard him order Helmut to be undressed. The instigator of the conflict only laughed softly, telling Tanya that these were just men's jokes and that a woman would not understand them. In response to Caleb's jokes, Tatiana glared at him menacingly and threatened to cut out his tongue if he didn't keep an eye on it. Then the red-haired girl gave Helmut the command to leave, taking Pin with her, which the guy immediately did. Tatiana looked at Caleb and his frightened mercenaries, then pointed out the low rank of the opponents. The blue-haired guy grinned and added that, in fact, he used to be a third rank, just like Tanya herself. Adjusting her brown hat, Tatiana told the guy that he had been third rank before, but now the situation was different. Caleb was offended by Tanya's words. He did not find the right words to respond, so he simply exclaimed in bewilderment. Helmut and Pin walked away, and the red-haired girl told her offenders that she hoped that such a situation would not happen again. She looked at Tarek's mercenaries with hostility and told them to stay away. Otherwise, the situation would not end so peacefully next time. In response, a disappointed Caleb simply waved his hand and ordered his guys to leave, following him. The hooligans quickly walked away, helping their comrade, who had been beaten by Tanya, to stand on his feet, while the girl watched them go. Helmut supported Pin so that he wouldn't fall, and the young man called out to his girlfriend in a tearful voice. The girl calmed the crying and trembling youth, and told him to take a bucket of water and return to the camp. Tatiana breathed a sigh of relief, and thought that because of the heartlessness of some mercenaries, she had to help, although it was impossible to interfere in rank 4 showdowns. While Helmut stood nearby, the red-haired girl continued to comfort her friend, stroking his head. Our young protagonist just stood silently, carefully watching his new comrades. When night fell, Helmut gave up sleep and began training alone again. He concentrated on practicing the sword techniques that Darien had demonstrated to him in his past life. Helmut stopped, lowered his cold weapon down and rested, trying to catch his breath. The guy decided to finish training for today, leaving behind tree pillars destroyed by his blade. The hero thought that he had finally gotten into shape, since he had been training the entire time the squad was busy escorting the cargo. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly with one hand, the young man thought that the problem was not in the form. He swung his sword to try and activate the power, but the attempt was again unsuccessful. The young man came to the conclusion that he was not yet ready to use his power, because it had not yet awakened. The hero remembered Darien's words that strength is an analogy of water, and the body is a vessel for it, so it is important to be in good shape. The guy looked at his palm and said out loud to himself that now was not the time to devote to the state of his body. He clenched his fist and came to the conclusion that now he would have to rely only on brute force, forgetting about his superpowers. The next day, Finn addressed the party, stating the danger of encountering demonic beasts on the way, which is why everyone needs to stay in pairs. Pin listened attentively to his captain's words and said that he understood everything, while Helmut was also standing nearby. Concentrated, Helmut thought about the fact that due to the new rules, he would no longer be able to train, and hoped for a quick return of strength. The curious Pin asked the hero if he had seen demonic beasts before, to which Helmut looked questioningly at his comrade. The eccentric blonde began to justify himself, telling about the horror stories about the monsters of Sin and Berta, and then concluded that he simply wanted to know everything about the enemies in advance. A trembling Pin pretended to be brave in front of Helmut, telling him that knowledge is power, and then laughed nervously. Recalling his acquaintances from the indigenous forest, Helmut replied that demonic beasts can be both scary and quite normal. Pin breathed a sigh of relief, then got excited again, asking his comrade if he had regained some of his memory. Helmut immediately began to deny this, stating that he simply had this opinion about demonic beasts, but mentally cursed himself for almost giving himself away. The mercenaries continued along the trail surrounded by autumn forest, accompanying 2 horses harnessed with valuable cargo. Suddenly, one of the mercenaries began to loudly complain that the water from the flask did not flow into his mouth. The other guy laughed in response, advising the man to buy a new flask, to which he agreed. The mercenary added that he needed to earn money to buy a new flask, and if he had the money, he wouldn't go on such dangerous missions. His comrade began to encourage him, telling him that there was almost no danger, and for such an easy task, they would receive good money. The man said that his city had good dark beer, and after completing the task, both of them should get drunk. The amused mercenary, with a flask in his hand, said that he liked dark beer, but at that moment an unknown force cut off his skull. His shocked comrade, whose face was stained with blood, looked at this picture with horror in his eyes. With wide eyes, the mercenary could only raise his hand up and point his finger at the monster standing in front of him. The attacker turned out to be a giant demonic beast, which took the mercenary's skull with 2 fingers and was ready to eat it. Mercenaries with weapons in hand surrounded the giant bloodthirsty demonic beast, devouring their comrade. The monster clicked its teeth mercilessly, tasting the flesh, blood, and bones of the mercenary he had just killed. One of the squad, watching this with horror, held a sword in front of him and was ready to avenge his murdered friend. Rage clouded his eyes. He raised his sword up and ran straight towards the beast with a scream, intending to kill it. Another mercenary screamed, trying to stop his comrade because you can't attack a monster of such size alone. The demonic beast swung its giant paw with sharp claws, its skin stained with the blood of the mercenaries. The solo attack was unsuccessful, and the monster easily defeated the mercenary, enjoying his flesh. The demonic beast, unlike any other animal, chuckled evilly, enjoying its superior strength. A fighter from the squad began to curse, gritting his teeth, asking where this freak came from, while fear was clearly visible on his face. Captain Finn was watching all this. He said that the squad relaxed, and even he could not predict the appearance of this beast. The demonic monster continued to deal with the slain mercenaries, mercilessly mocking their bodies. He took the body of the dead man as if it were a feather, and noticing other animals in ambush, swung at them. The beast easily threw the body of the decapitated mercenary, and it immediately flew away a great distance. When the man's body reached the edge of the trees, it was suddenly torn into small pieces by other, smaller animals. Tatiana immediately noticed this, noting that the beast was not alone, and shouted to the others to prepare for battle. The vanguard and Tarek mercenaries, united against a common enemy, drew their swords and took a fighting stance. Helmut watched this scene in silence, and in his head he wondered if this had really begun. Tatiana tried to protect the weak rank 4 fighters, so she shouted for Pin and Helmut to hide under the carriage and not engage in battle. Trembling with fear, rank 4 mercenary Ping only let out a long squeak of horror, sweat streaming down his face. He grabbed Helmut by the shoulders and began to push him forward, begging him to get out of there and hide. The protagonist clenched his fist, disappointed that he couldn't use his power at such a critical moment. The boy thought that there were too many demonic beasts in the forest, and at this rate, things would end very badly. Pin began to shout at Helmut, who was lost in his thoughts, and he pressed his hand on the back of his head to make him hurry up. Both 4th rank fighters hid in the shadows, lay down belly down under the carriage, and Ping announced that there would be meat now. Helmut continued to remain calm. He carefully observed the behavior of the huge monster. In his mind, the young man noted that this demonic beast was quite strong, but still weaker than Elga and Naho. 3 mercenary captains stood before the monster, so Helmut mentally concluded that only they had the power. Our hero was noticeably upset when he came to the conclusion that he could do nothing to help in this situation. Finn and the 2nd captain watched their enemy closely, preparing to repel the attack and protect the squad. The upcoming battle involved mercenaries and 3 squads, so Tatiana and the others stood behind. The unknown demonic beast looked at its opponents, its eyes emitting a bright green light. At this moment, the monster became enraged. He stood up on his feet and spread his arms to the sides, his whole body radiating green energy. The 3 mercenary leaders, holding their weapons tightly in their hands, quickly ran towards the monster to attack it. Captain Finn's great iron sword suddenly glowed orange, indicating that its power was activating. The red-haired boy jumped high into the air to deal the first blow to the demonic beast. The monster, illuminated by a green light, immediately began to counterattack, swinging its giant paw. Finn was skilled with his blade, leaving streaks of orange energy behind his blows. Finally, the captain managed to land a successful blow in the air, causing the beast to retreat. Having taken damage, the bloodthirsty monster let out a scream. Its mouth and fur were stained with the blood of the mercenaries. Finn landed on the ground to catch his breath, and his sister Tatiana took over the attack. One of the mercenaries started to praise the captain, admiring his strength, but another guy brought him to his senses, reminding him that they were being attacked by a bunch of other monsters. Putting his palm to his head, the mercenary turned to his comrade and said that rank 3 fighters don't care about any little things. He began to swing his sword enthusiastically, skillfully dealing with countless ordinary demonic beasts. The red-haired rank 2 mercenary was worried, watching his team work, and tried to loudly encourage them. Caleb, activating his power, turned to Max and suggested that he finish off this creature, meaning the giant beast. All 3 captains surrounded the monster from all sides, their swords illuminated by light. They began to attack simultaneously. Finn came face to face with the ruthless monster. The demonic beast opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs. The vanguard captain was in full combat readiness. His entire body was saturated with his power, his eyes lit up with energy. The man attempted to deliver a crushing blow to his opponent in a jump, but the monster was able to parry by crossing his arms in front of him. Max prepared for the attack, concentrating. He prepared to strike the beast next. Caleb's blade was also illuminated by blue energy. The mercenary rushed towards the monster to attack it. All 3 of them, surrounding the beast, began to strike at it simultaneously, using their special strength. The monster growled in rage and pain. The captain's attack was successful. The beast missed the blows again and again. Tatiana, who at that time could handle simple monsters with her foot, exclaimed that everything was great. Helmut continued to lie under the carriage and thoughtfully watch what was happening in the forest. The protagonist wondered how this was possible, since the mercenaries were doing a lot better than he could have suspected. The young man thought about how captains use their strength in battle against the boss, while rank 3 mercenaries successfully deal with simpler monsters. Stroking his chin and squinting, he said out loud that this was the strategy of the battle. Remembering Darien telling him not to underestimate people, Helmut heard Pin scream and turned to the boy. Despite the numerous attacks from the captains, the main demonic beast still stood firmly on its feet. This was observed by the captains and other mercenaries, who had already dealt with the rest of the monsters. The main monster was noticeably out of breath. He stood motionless, trying to catch his breath after the active battle. Caleb stated that it was the only surviving monster and asked Finn if he had any power left. Max watched the monster, holding his sword at the ready. He shouted that they should finish him off quickly. Suddenly illuminated by green energy, the giant demonic beast crouched down, bending its knees. He leapt high into the air with lightning speed, stunning all the mercenaries standing on the ground. The monster's huge paw grabbed a thick tree branch in a jump, and the beast caught on it. The giant monster pushed off from the branch, made another jump, and began to deftly maneuver between the trees. A disappointed Caleb and Finn looked up at the sky, complaining that the monster had just run away. Tanya asked her brother if they were going to pursue him, but Finn said no, since their mission only included escorting the cargo. Having ordered Tatiana to count the losses, the surviving mercenaries began to examine the slain monsters. The red-haired girl approached Helmut and Pin, calling them sweeties, and asked them to come out. The main character deftly got out from under the carriage, but for Pin, this task turned out to be impossible. The frightened young blonde began to scream frantically for Helmut's help. There were tears in his eyes. Pin still couldn't get out from under the carriage and asked the guy to help him with this, complaining that his legs were numb. The clearing was strewn with the dead bodies of the monsters when the captain gave the order to search them and check the carriage of horses. Helmut asked the mercenary why they were searching the monsters, to which he replied that their skin and seeds of darkness were valuable. He extended his palm to the protagonist and showed him a small seed emitting purple light, calling it the seed of darkness. The young man stared at the artifact, and a thought came into his head that he never thought he would be able to see in person. Pin told Helmut that the seeds of darkness consume a person's mind and turn him into a demonic beast. The young blonde added that such people usually either die before birth or are sent into the native forest, and one must always be on guard with such people. In response, the main character just looked into space with a downcast gaze because he understood that Pin was talking about people like him. Helmut mentally recalled Darien's words that those infected with the seed of darkness would sooner or later die in battle with ordinary people. The protagonist asked himself if he would have to turn into a demonic beast that the whole world hated. Closing his eyes, Helmut tried to calm himself, because Darien taught him the power that could suppress the seed of darkness. The guy thought that if the power returned, he would have to hide it, because others would be able to guess about its origin. Finn and his sister Tatiana watched Helmut and Pin, to whom he was actively explaining something, gesturing. Exhaling, the captain laughed and said that he remembered his younger self when he looked at the new members of the squad. Tanya, adjusting her hat, said that Pin had grown noticeably since that incident, but he still had a lot to learn. While the captain and the red-haired girl watched the young men, they examined and touched the dead monster. Pin looked at the lifeless face of the demonic beast and said that he found this sight disgusting. Squinting, the protagonist carefully examined the monster, noting in his mind the difference between this beast and the others. Helmut raised his hand and told Pin to stop when he was about to use his knife to skin the monster. The blonde smiled and asked the hero if his behavior was due to fear, since he was seeing the beast for the first time. Pin tried to calm his friend down in a friendly manner, asking him to imagine that it would be a simple slicing of meat. It turned out that the monster was not dead at all. It grabbed the defenseless Pin by the throat with its hairy paw. Tatiana heard something happen and turned her head to see what happened. Fearing for his comrade, Helmut wanted to protect him, and suddenly his body lit up with purple energy, signifying the activation of his power. The revived demonic beast continued to hold the frightened Pin tightly by the throat, lifting him up with its paw. Helmut reacted instantly and was already rushing to help his comrade, drawing his sword from its sheath. Ping's face was filled with fear. He was helpless in this situation, and only remained silent, in a state of shock. Helmut narrowed his eyes and prepared to attack the demonic beast that had attacked his friend. The protagonist masterfully swung his weapon, cutting the monster in half with its sharp blade. The demonic beast's upper body, head, and paws were simply blown into the air by the force of the blow. The frightened young blonde simply screamed in fear, watching the scene unfolding before him. The boy fell to the ground, fear still written on his face, holding a knife in his hand, his gaze fixed on the remains of his attacker's lifeless body. Pin came to his senses a little, saw Helmut in front of him with a dirty sword, and asked if he was okay. Helmut skillfully dealt with the enemy with just one blow, and answered his friend's question in the affirmative, but a strange feeling arose in his body. The young man looked at his reflection in the blade, and thought that this blow was different from the usual ones, which gave him the idea of awakening the power. The others ran to the scene. Sin was convinced that the guys had handled the situation, and he singled out Helmut's abilities against Pin's. The blonde thanked the protagonist and promised a double portion of soup for this, which caused the other mercenaries to joke that Pin's life was worth a meal. Tatiana quietly watched what was happening from the side. The red-haired girl suspected something was wrong. A memory flashed through her mind of Helmut's weapon, emitting a purple light as he began to protect Pin from the monster. Tanya's eyes widened. At that moment she realized that Helmut was not as simple as he seemed. Tatiana looked at Helmut with wide-open eyes, unblinking, shock written all over her face, and a drop of sweat running down her face. The silver rank, 3 mercenary continued to look at the protagonist, realizing that he might also have power. The pale skin of Helmut's hand was illuminated in the darkness by clots of purple light, a symbol of his power. Our hero, alone at night, sat cross-legged, his eyes closed, his mind focused on working with force. He closed his eyes to better tune in. His entire body was illuminated by a bright purple light. The protagonist opened his eyes and mentally confirmed that his suspicions were correct. Looking at his left hand, in the palm of which was a clot of his power, he came to the conclusion that it had finally awakened. The boy thanked Ping for the fact that it was an instinctive swing of the sword that was able to bring his power out of hibernation. Looking at his palm, which was bathed in purple light, the hero thought that it would take several days for his strength to fully recover. The silence was broken by Pin, who appeared on the horizon and began to loudly call Helmut, warning that the selection of patrolmen would soon begin. Vanguard Captain Finn stood in front of his squad, using his fingers to explain that they would have 3 shifts, each with 2 men. The mercenaries listened attentively to the man's words that Tanya and Helmut, Byrne and Sin, Pin and Maros would be on duty, while Uther would be resting due to his injury. One of the boys made fun of Uther, telling him that he needed to scratch his hand, too, to get a well-deserved rest. Captain Finn gave his squad his final orders, telling the patrol to stay awake and stay on duty until morning. Helmut, following orders, patrolled, his mind filled with thoughts of the powerful demonic beast that the mercenaries had encountered in the morning. Pin slept in the open air while Helmut thought about how his power made him feel the presence of a monster nearby. Tatiana approached the hero from behind, asked if he was tired, and asked the young man to wake up the next shift. Without complaint or objection, Helmut agreed to do what the red-haired girl said. However, contrary to Tanya's request, the hero did not go to bed, but decided to look around the area because the demonic beast could be waiting nearby until everyone fell asleep. While walking through the camp, Helmut passed by Caleb, with whom the hero had previously had a strong conflict. Caleb, who was on night duty and sitting by the fire, noticed the young man and glanced at him from under his brows. He looked questioningly at the young man and recognized him as his enemy, but Helmut did not notice him. Caleb laughed evilly when he realized that this was his chance to single-handedly deal with the main character. Helmut walked through the autumn forest, practicing with a sword that radiated power and testing his abilities. The guy thought that everything was going great, and at this rate, the strength would be restored by tomorrow. Suddenly he stopped and looked away, noticing that our hero was not the only one who was not sleeping. At first, Helmut thought that a demonic beast was sneaking up on him when someone walked along the path in his direction. The young man looked in that direction warily. He immediately dismissed any suspicions about the monster because the unknown person emitted the aura of a human, not an animal. Without looking back anymore, Helmut continued to walk forward, holding his long and sharp sword in his hands when he was greeted. The smug, blue-haired jock called the guy a pushover and asked him what he was doing alone at night in a forest full of dangers. Raising his voice, Caleb began to offer the young man to train together, to which he asked him to leave him alone. Helmut's words visibly angered the mercenary. He began to threaten the hero, saying that the red-haired creature would no longer help him, and he found himself in a difficult situation. The protagonist continued on his way, while Caleb continued to talk about how overconfidence is a bad quality for a newbie. Caleb began to threaten the hero, declaring that he intended to knock out this self-confidence by breaking Helmut's arms and legs during training. The mercenary added that he wanted to hammer knowledge into his head in this way, and if Helmut died, then he simply turned out to be a weakling. After listening silently to his pursuer, our main character stopped, turned around, and began to speak. Helmut calmly asked the group leader Tariq if this was all he could do in this situation. The protagonist's words discouraged Caleb, so he, staring at the young man, could only ask him again. Keeping his distance from Caleb, the hero said that mercenaries should help each other, but this guy was acting like a demonic beast. Maintaining his confidence and composure, Helmut asked the fourth-rank mercenary to behave like a human being. Helmut's self-confidence in this situation amazed Caleb, so he took a long time to choose his words for an answer. Then the mercenary with long blue hair smiled widely and began to laugh loudly, looking into the eyes of the protagonist. Caleb's face flared with anger, and he gritted his teeth, beginning to protest that the boy had called him a beast and criticized his behavior. Enraged, he called Helmut a moron and declared that he was much stronger than the main character and had recovered long ago, demonstratively breaking the plaster cast on his broken arm. Caleb swung his fist at the guy in a rage, shouting that he was going to smash his skull into pieces and destroy that self-confidence in him. The attacker never got to land the first blow because the protagonist easily stopped his fist by grabbing it with his hand. Despite the threat, Helmut's face still radiated calm. He confidently and silently looked the enemy straight in the eye. Caleb tried his best to break free, but the hero continued to hold the offender tightly by the wrist. Caleb's eyes were clouded with rage. He began to scream loudly out of helplessness, sweat pouring down his face from the strain. The mercenary tried unsuccessfully to break free, his face red from the effort, and his thoughts swarmed with questions about why Helmut was so strong. Caleb screamed hysterically from pain and hopelessness, insulted the hero, and asked how he managed to do it. Helmut calmly replied that at first he thought the guy was a demonic beast, but it turned out that his intuition was much worse. A helpless Caleb made a face of anger and pain as Helmut explained to him that he should have seen the enemy's strength if he was referring to the hierarchy of strength. Still blocking the enemy's movements, the protagonist, looking the offender in the eyes, concluded that he should know his place. Helmut finally let go of the mercenary's hand, and he, gritting his teeth, could not accept or believe that he could be weaker than the young man. After shouting that he would never lose to someone like Helmut, Caleb began attacking the protagonist again. The captain of the mercenary group, Tariq, grabbed the hilt of his sword with his hand to draw it from its sheath and strike. Opening his mouth wide, he screamed loudly and swung a cold weapon at our main character. Helmut perfectly parried the enemy's numerous blows, using his sword, which was still hidden in its sheath. Enraged, Caleb used his physical strength to the maximum, trying to attack the protagonist again and again, but he was unsuccessful. Having given up trying, he stopped. Caleb was noticeably tired. Out of desperation, he began to insult Helmut as a damn bastard. The mercenary's pupils narrowed in shock. He looked at the main character with horror and immediately fell silent when a new picture appeared before him. Caleb screamed for power as he saw Helmut, as well as his sword, suddenly glow purple. Having drawn his cold weapon, the protagonist began to counterattack the offender while he was trying to escape from the scene. The leader of Tarek looked at his bleeding legs when he noticed that Helmut had swung his sword and cut them. With a piercing scream, Caleb fell to the ground, clutching his wounds with his hands, gritting his teeth in incredible pain, and began to curse. Looking at his blade, Helmut cursed mentally, regretting using force, because he couldn't hold it back at that moment. The wounded Caleb, whining in pain, tried to crawl away, and the hero came to the conclusion that he would be discovered if he managed to escape. The young man approached the offender and looked down at him, while the mercenary, with the last of his strength, whispered and begged the boy to spare him. A destructive thought arose in Helmut's head, calling for the death of Caleb, the awakened seed of darkness speaking within him. Helmut was noticeably mad and lost his mind. The seed of darkness kept telling him to get rid of Caleb before it was too late. The hero's eyes were clouded with dark power. He smiled madly and declared that he had to kill the mercenary. Still alive, Caleb continued to witness the metamorphosis of the protagonist. He watched this picture. Gritting his teeth, Helmut pounded his fist against his chest, trying to maintain his sanity and fight the seed of darkness within him. Our hero was able to come to his senses a little and think clearly. He realized that the seed of darkness was speaking within him. Helmut groaned, placing his palm on his chest. In his head, he guessed that the seed of darkness had awakened in parallel with his power. Luckily, the guy managed to keep his sanity, but he realized that for just a moment, he felt like a demonic beast. Closing his eyes, the young man tried to concentrate. He mentally ordered himself to control himself and repeated that he was not a demonic beast. Having calmed down, our main character opened his eyes again. Beads of sweat were running down his face from fatigue, and he mentally reminded himself of his name. The experience left the young man completely exhausted, and still holding his hand on his chest, he tried to restore his even breathing. Then Helmut turned his head and looked at where the wounded Caleb should have been lying, and then cursed out loud. The protagonist saw an empty space there instead of a mercenary, and came to the conclusion that the offender had already escaped. Leaving a long trail of blood behind him, Caleb continued to crawl through the forest, groaning in pain. While crying, the mercenary thought that a rank 4 mercenary couldn't use power and be more powerful than that morning monster. Caleb mentally told himself that he needed to run, so he continued to crawl quickly. But he didn't notice that someone was watching the guy. Just when the mercenary thought there was a chance to survive, at that moment, the demonic beast that the squad had encountered the previous morning jumped out of the tree and onto him. The main character was walking through the forest, but stopped when he heard strange sounds and looked where they were coming from. The young man narrowed his eyes, the thought flashing through his head that he had heard a very familiar sound. Suddenly he saw a demonic beast sitting in the distance. In front of it were long traces of blood left by Caleb. The giant monster had 2 pairs of eyes emitting green light. The beast looked straight at the main character. The fearless hero was not afraid and approached the demonic beast, standing right in front of it. Helmut, looking the monster in the eyes, turned to him, his hair fluttering in the night forest wind. Looking at the remains of Caleb's dead body, the hero made a claim to the beast that he dared to take Helmut's prey. The youth's behavior visibly angered the monster. He bared his sharp fangs and began to growl, looking menacingly into his eyes. The demonic monster, stained with Caleb's blood, began to stand up, preparing to attack the young hero. Helmut looked at his opponent with confidence in his eyes. His strength had returned, so now he could defeat him. The young man suggested that the monster get down to business, so he grabbed the weapon with both hands and directed his strength into the blade. The beast looked at the boy in shock, his expression changing as he noticed that Helmut had a special power. The demonic giant monster did not hesitate. He began to run towards the guy to attack him. The huge animal became enraged, opening its mouth wide, staring at the young man and starting to growl very loudly. Keeping calm, the youth only silently watched the monster's behavior, noticing its unusualness, because simple demonic beasts cannot sense the strength of others. Looking menacingly at the animal, Helmut told it to take Caleb and get lost, otherwise the guy would kill him. At this moment, the beast was taken aback. He felt threatened by Helmut, so he closed his mouth and did not attack. With its paws spread out to the sides, the huge monster silently looked at the main character, not taking any action yet. Soon the mood of the demonic beast changed again. He became angry and began to growl at the guy. However, immediately after, grabbing Caleb's body with its paw, the monster jumped high into the air and disappeared in an unknown direction. It seemed that Helmut was not pleased with the outcome of the event, and he even hoped that the beast would soon return. A group of mercenaries were already patrolling the night forest at that moment, looking for Caleb and Helmut, holding torches in their hands. The protagonist, standing nearby, mentally decided that he now needed to find a way to explain what had happened to the others. Captain Max's face showed shock as he asked Helmut if his story meant Caleb was dead. All the mercenaries gathered around the fire. The main character answered Max's question regarding Caleb's death in the affirmative. Helmut began to explain that the leader of Tariq was chasing him to beat him up, but the demonic beast attacked the mercenary first. The saddened and shocked members of the squad, expressing their emotions, silently listened to Helmut's story. Max wasn't particularly upset about Caleb's death, since he died because of bullying the others, and even apologized to Helmut. At this point, an enraged Tatiana intervened in the conversation and began yelling at Max, since in her opinion, verbal apologies were not enough. Tanya was rapidly approaching the captain of Tariq's squad. She was shouting at him that because of that bastard Helmut almost died. Bringing the tip of the sword closer to Max's face, the red-haired girl added that they all remained silent, knowing about Caleb's inappropriate behavior. Standing behind, the dead Caleb's older brother intervened and asked Tatiana to watch her language. The vein on the mercenary's forehead bulged with anger. He said that Tanya was actually talking about his younger brother. The red-haired mercenary pulled herself together, expressing her condolences to her brother, but noted that Caleb needed to be set straight to avoid such a tragedy. Caleb's brother became furious after Tatiana's reproaches. His pupils narrowed. He looked at the girl angrily. Coming closer to her, the mercenary told Tanya that she had not only insulted his brother, but also Tariq's entire detachment. Wanting to prevent a new conflict, Sir Miles intervened in the conversation, shouting that enough was enough. The elderly man appealed to everyone to pull themselves together, because there are much more serious problems now. While Sir Miles spoke, Brother Caleb remained silent, but still maintained eye contact with Tanya with anger in his eyes. Tatiana also looked him in the eye while Miles was talking about how the vanguard had no right to throw around loud words, even if Tariq's group was guilty. The gray-haired man concluded that there was no help for the dead now, but Helmut would be able to receive monetary compensation for what had happened. Tatiana lowered her hat over her eyes and agreed with the leader's words. Caleb's brother also pulled himself together. Sir Miles exhaled loudly and added that their current task was to deal with the demonic beasts safely. The man ordered all the mercenaries to be careful, because in just one day, they had already lost 3 people. Helmut cried out in unexpected pain as he was suddenly hit in the head with a fist from Tatiana. His head spun, the young man raised his hand to the place of the blow, and our main character told the girl that it hurt. An angry Tanya yelled at Helmut and called him a fool because he found himself in a life-threatening situation. She shouted at the guy, asking him why he was wandering around that forest alone and why he hadn't called her for help earlier. Helmut mentally replied that he was in the forest for the safety of the squad, but he didn't say anything to Tatiana. The girl calmed down and stopped screaming, told the guy that she was very worried, but in that situation it was not he who was to blame, but she. The girl looked at Helmut with concern on her face and asked him not to go anywhere alone anymore. Helmut looked at Tatiana in amazement. He was silent. An unusual feeling arose in his heart. Our young hero timidly agreed with the red-haired girl, and then asked her for forgiveness. Helmut's mind flashed back to when he was a boy and his teacher Darien had placed his hand on his head. Tatiana's behavior reminded him of Darien, and he realized that after a long time he again felt a simultaneously cold and warming feeling. The mercenary put her hand on Helmut's head. She said that she could not help but forgive such a handsome man, but asked him to be careful in the future. Closing his eyes, he thought that he felt the same when Darien touched him, and then obediently agreed with Tatiana. Opening his eyes, he realized that this feeling was caused by ordinary human closeness. Captain Finn, on horseback, gave instructions to his crew that they needed to get out quickly, and with Caleb dead, no more losses were acceptable. The red-haired rank 3 mercenary who was riding behind him loudly agreed with her brother's order. The fighters deftly deal with the simple demonic beasts that attack the squad in large numbers. The tanned, muscular guy from the vanguard squad diligently swung his weapon, killing monsters. Many third-rank mercenaries took part in the battle, and they took turns executing more and more terrible beasts with their swords. At this time, Tariq's leader Max and Caleb's older brother were still standing to the side, preparing to join the fight as well. Tatiana, her brother Finn, and the others continued to fight, as monsters attacked them from above in endless numbers. Pin, who was watching this, complained that there was no end to the monsters, and at this rate the squad would start having serious problems in just a few days. The frightened rank 4 mercenary cursed loudly and asked why the demonic beasts were attacking from the rear. Helmut sat next to Pin, thinking that he could feel the presence of that huge demonic beast nearby. The protagonist mentally came to the conclusion that the monster was sending smaller beasts to the squad so that the mercenaries would become exhausted. Helmut realized that the demonic beast was using this strategy because it was preparing for something. After a grueling battle, the vanguard mercenary bandaged his palms, complaining about how long the day had been. He added that in a little while everyone in the squad would have a dozen wounds, but leader told him to shut up. Sin started laughing at the other one, pointing his fingers at him, because the mercenary had been bitten on the leg by the monster. Leader began to jokingly threaten his comrade that he would now stick his feet up his backside, and Finn watched this conversation from the side. Tatiana cursed, saying that now Uther, Maros, and the Sin were wounded, and the monster attack still did not stop. The brother encouraged his sister, because at least everyone was still alive, and also praised Helmut and Pin, who also took part in the battle. The captain highlighted Helmut's skill with a sword, as well as Pin's good sense of smell, which helps him dodge. Tanya looked down, remembering that she had seen Helmut's strength, and was about to tell Finn about it, but he interrupted her. After thinking, the captain said that the most important thing now is that for some unknown reason the monsters are only attacking the vanguard group. He looked at Tariq's group, telling his sister how strange it was that their mercenaries had hardly fought today. Tanya explained this by the fact that their group already had 3 corpses, and because of the conflict with the vanguard, they were unlikely to help them in battle. Captain Finn's face showed obvious concern as he pondered the situation with a depressed appearance. The red-haired man closed his eyes and agreed with his sister's words, his face sweaty from fatigue. Turning away, the guy said that they needed to somehow survive this situation together, referring to the vanguard squad. It was deep night. The bright full moon illuminated the cloudy sky and the crowns of autumn trees. There was a carriage standing in the street, in which a private conversation was taking place between Paul, Caleb's brother, and Sir Miles. The old man expressed his suspicions to the boy that the leader of the beasts was up to something, since the monsters were only attacking the rear of the squad. The mercenary sat opposite the older man and looked out the carriage window, listening attentively to Miles's story. Sir Miles said that sooner or later the vanguard would fall, so for everyone's safety, despite the odds, Tariq's group should help their colleagues. The blue-haired mercenary looked at his interlocutor in bewilderment, and did not immediately find the right words to answer. Paul lowered his head and chuckled, and after a pause said that he didn't think so, pointing out that the man was wrong. Sir Miles frowned and asked his interlocutor again. It was clear from his face that the man was not satisfied with the answer. With an angry and cunning face, Paul, looking the old man in the eyes, explained that the vanguard would indeed fall. Holding his palms out in front of him, Caleb's brother added that they needed to forget about everyone's safety and start acting effectively. Miles asked his interlocutor again, to which he replied that the vanguard would distract the enemies while Tariq's group with the valuable cargo got out of the forest. The man became furious at Paul's proposal and began shouting at him, asking if the mercenary had any conscience. Paul looked angrily at the old man, asking him to judge this, because conscience and honor only sound nice. Smiling slyly, the mercenary leaned over the table and added that the most important thing in this situation was to survive. Miles silently tried to contain his anger as Paul told him that the demonic beasts were exhausting the squad. The guy made the argument that in the event of large losses, the man's investments would hardly pay off due to compensation and payments. Paul relented, adding that this was just one option and there were other solutions to the problem. The mercenary said it was time to decide. Sweaty and tense, Sir Miles was completely confused. The squad walked through the forest. Tatiana began to complain to her brother that she was tired because of the constant attacks of demonic beasts. The worried girl said that not only people, but also horses are on the edge, and how many more obstacles there are on their way is unknown. Tanya made a claim that Tarek's mercenaries were still reluctant to participate in battles, and simply stood on the sidelines during the fighting. Captain Finn agreed with his sister, adding that at this rate, nothing good would happen to the squad. Here the heroes noticed that the horses and carts driven by Tarek's fighters suddenly accelerated and began to gallop away from the mercenaries. The squad members were confused. Suddenly their colleagues on the mission decided to act at their own discretion. The mercenaries reacted quickly and immediately rushed after the horses and Tarek's group, trying to catch up with them and stop them. Cursing, Tatiana loudly asked questions about where they were suddenly heading, while her comrades yawned in the background. In confusion, Captain Finn shouted after them, ordering them to stand still, but they, not being fugitives, did not obey him. As Paul galloped away on his horse, leaving the vanguard behind, Finn was outraged at how they could just abandon them to the monsters. Turning around, the captain noticed many pairs of eyes emitting green light in the depths of the forest, signaling the arrival of demonic beasts. The man quickly realized the intentions of Tariq's group, and came to the conclusion out loud that they had been betrayed, and now Vanguard was left on its own. At this time, Helmut silently watched everything that was happening, and thought about how everything had turned out, and that now the fugitives would not be caught. Having assessed the situation around him, the young protagonist realized that the detachment was surrounded on all sides by demonic beasts. He said gloomily out loud that the escaped mercenaries had saved their own lives, but in return they had set up other people. The small group surrounded the carriage and, drawing their weapons, prepared to defend themselves from the beasts, while Helmut wondered how many of them would ultimately survive. The protagonist corrected himself that the outcome of the battle could be completely different if he also decided to join the fight. Ready to attack, Finn shouted to his subordinates that the demonic beasts had surrounded them and everyone should prepare for battle. Looking up, the man saw countless monsters jumping down from the trees and shouted that they were coming. Byrne and Leader, with swords and knives, began to defend themselves, trying to deal with all the demonic beasts. Tatiana deftly wielded her sword and, without giving in to panic, tried to finish off each attacking monster. Captain Finn had to activate his power to increase the chance of successfully completing the battle. At this time, Sin and Maros managed to talk to each other, arguing that this was a death worthy of mercenaries. Sin was dissatisfied with Maros's statement and shouted that he was not going to die so stupidly and ingloriously. The mercenary, pointing his sword upward, said that his death would be honorable, to which Maros called him an asshole, and Helmut still doubted whether to enter the battle. Smiling, Tanya looked at her comrades and added that the idiots would argue until the end. Pin was angry and panicked about the situation, gritting his teeth and trying to help the team as well. At this time, the protagonist was deep in his head, asking existential questions about who he was, whether he was human, and whether they would want to know about his essence. All these numerous questions in the young man's head remained unanswered as he came to the conclusion that all this was no longer important. Helmut put his hand on his heart and made a decision, realizing that in this situation he wanted to save these people. The young hero looked up, his eyes wide, as his teammates continued to fend off the attack. Suddenly Helmut spoke out loud to Darien, who was no longer there, telling him that he remembered his words. The main character said the final words before the fight, that this time he would try to trust people. The young man tried to get the boy's attention in a quiet voice in order to make an important statement. He took out his sword and immediately activated his power, saying that everything the mercenaries would now see was a terrible secret. Tatiana, turning her attention to Helmut, looked in shock as the guy's body and weapon were illuminated by a purple light. Pin, Maros, and Sin also couldn't believe their words, and even looked away from the battle, watching the main character's actions with their mouths wide open. Captain Finn, although he himself possessed powers, was also shocked when he saw that Helmut also had such superpowers. At this time, an endless stream of bloodthirsty beasts jumped down on the mercenaries. They growled and bared their sharp fangs. Purple flashes appeared in the sky, and Helmut, focused on the task, began to jump upward at a speed imperceptible to the human eye. The main character deftly performed all his techniques in the air, leaving behind streaks of magical energy. The angry animals that stood on the ground looked up at Helmut, focusing all their attention on his actions. The young man, hanging upside down in the air, deftly wielded the weapon, making circular movements with it. causing a ring of purple light to appear around him. Finn and the others watched in shock as more and more lifeless monster bodies fell flat on the ground. Maros's eyes widened, wondering if he was dreaming, while Sin screamed that what he was seeing was impossible. Meanwhile, Helmut once again swung his sword to deliver a crushing blow to the monster's back. He did so successfully, and both fell to the ground as Helmut pierced the demonic beast's body with a sharp blade. Helmut's power was activated to the maximum. The space around him resembled outer space. Having successfully eliminated one of the monsters, the guy began to rise to his feet to continue the fight. With his blade raised in front of him, the fighter stood face to face with a whole crowd of another batch of angry opponents. Dozens of monsters roared shrilly, choosing Helmut as their main enemy, and tried to attack him. Without much effort, the main character managed to parry all attempts to attack, skillfully using his sword. Our young hero turned his back on his enemies with disdain, only glancing at them over his shoulder. One of the bravest demonic beasts came closer to Helmut and began to growl furiously at his opponent. However, the bloodthirsty monster failed to inflict damage on the main character, as he was immediately mortally wounded by the young man. Helmut looked down at the lifeless body of the last beast as he sheathed his weapon. Despite the fact that the protagonist had just become a participant in a difficult battle, his face did not show any fatigue. Tatiana and the other fighters looked at Helmut, who had just successfully dealt with the last demonic beast. Byrne, Leader, Maros, and Sin looked at the main character in amazement. They were shocked by his abilities. The young man thought to himself that the monsters were pathetic creatures, and that they all ran away when their comrades died. The extremely surprised Pin looked at Helmut with wide-open eyes and, stuttering, asked him how the hero managed to do it. Having hidden his sword, Helmut, glancing sideways at his friend, replied that there was nothing special about it, and that he had simply recovered. Tatiana was so surprised by the guy's abilities that she could only stand silently, staring at Helmut. The mercenary was convinced that when the main character protected Pin from the monster and showed his strength for a second, she was not imagining things. The hero indifferently asked the girl if everything was okay while she thought about how this was possible, considering the boy's strength. Tatiana and Pin looked at the main character with wide-open eyes, a multitude of questions and thoughts swarming in their heads. Impressed by Helmut's abilities, Captain Finn reasoned that even he, with his second rank, did not have such strength, and the young hero was capable of such things at a young age. The red-haired mercenary spread his arms out to the sides and asked the young man where he learned to do this. Helmut decided not to tell about the native forest for now, so he answered that he lived with the teacher in a simple forest. Finn slapped his palm against the forest when he remembered that the protagonist had lost his memory after the incident. At this time, Helmut remained calm. He stood surrounded by the bodies of dead animals and decided to address the team. The youth asked Finn and Tanya what the squad would do next, since there was no longer any threat. After Helmut's question, the red-haired captain came to his senses and replied that first they needed to get out of the forest. Byrne, Leader, and Sin were furious when Finn mentioned that they also needed to find the squad that abandoned them. The worried captain then asked Helmut what his personal plans were for the future. The main character explained that he had not yet received his share, so he would be with the guys until the end of the task. Finn calmly replied that he understood everything, while in the background Pin shouted about Helmut's strange priorities, and Tanya told the boy to shut up. The Vanguard captain, having received all the answers to his questions from Helmut, now decided to turn to the squad to give a new order. The man said that the team now needs to go after Tariq's team, which had previously escaped with the valuable cargo. The mercenaries walked through the forest and were glad that they had been able to rest well at night, and all their wounds had healed during this time. Tanya bent down and touched the tracks on the ground left by the escaped mercenaries, which indicated that the guys were on the right path. The red-haired mercenary, examining the tracks, noted that there were a lot of them, but there was no one nearby in the forest. Tanya assumed that the fugitives had continued their journey all night, so by that time they could have already gotten out of the forest. Finn, with a thoughtful expression on his face, replied that according to the plan, they were supposed to stop at a village near the forest, where they would be able to find the fugitives. Inspired, Sin raised his fist and said that it meant we had to go to the village, and there the traitors would pay for their misdeeds. A satisfied Byrne began to whisper that he wanted to see their faces when the escaped mercenaries found out that the Vanguard group had survived. A puzzled Pin scratched the back of his head and agreed with the guys, but asked why they would be given a reward now if the cargo was with the fugitives. The mercenaries looked at Pin and agreed with his words, because Tarek took all the cargo, and there were no more things. Meanwhile, Helmut stood silently and looked into the thicket of the forest. Suddenly, he heard a strange noise in that direction. The main character glanced sideways and sensed something was wrong. His expression was very worried. The boys were very surprised when Helmut, without saying a word to them, quickly walked towards the thick of the forest. Pin exclaimed in surprise and then called out to his friend who had so suddenly left the squad. The main character frowned. His face expressed anger. He silently walked towards where he sensed danger. Tatiana looked towards the guy and asked everyone if something happened, while Sin stood behind and shrugged his shoulders. Narrowing his eyes, the protagonist informed his comrades that he felt the presence of demonic energy. Helmut stated that there was a battle going on somewhere in the forest, and suggested that Tarek's unit had been attacked. The news pleased Sin. The mercenary shouted cheerfully that the fugitives were losers, and that served them right. When asked how far the battle was, Helmut replied that it was about an hour's walk, and that the battle was with the leader of the monsters. Captain Finn was amazed by Helmut's strength and asked how he could sense demonic energy from such a distance. In response, the protagonist only said that they needed to hurry, and that Tarek's squad was unlikely to last much longer. Sin did not like the squad's proposal and complained that he did not want to die at the hands of that macaque, but Maros insulted his friend and reminded him of the reward. Finn looked at his subordinates and reminded them that they were mercenaries, not avengers, and the squad simply needed to complete their mission. The entire team stood in a semicircle around Finn as he explained to them that they needed to get the job done first and then deal with Tariq's group. Tatiana encouraged the guys, saying that they were the vanguard squad and they shouldn't be like the fugitives from Tarek's group. An inspired Captain Finn loudly gave the order to the others and urged the crew to protect the client and the goods. At this time, Max, Paul, and the other escaped mercenaries desperately fought off the attack of numerous demonic monsters. The fighters screamed loudly in pain as they were hit again and again by the bloodthirsty animals. Paul took on the role of leader, and while he fought, he loudly gave orders to his subordinates. Using his power-illuminated cold weapon, he tried to fight the monsters with great tension in his face. He cursed silently, mentioning that it had only been a day and they had already been attacked so many times. The mercenary dealt with simple demonic beasts and did not suspect that there was a much greater threat behind him. It turned out that standing behind him was the same giant demonic monster that had previously killed his brother. When Paul thought that the monsters were closely pursuing them and the vanguard was not enough, he turned back. The man saw the shaggy paws of a huge monster behind him, as well as the remains of the body of a squad member killed by the beast. The excited animal stuck out its long, sharp tongue and screamed, its green eyes looking straight at Paul. The mercenary cursed and immediately made a high jump upward, thereby dodging the fatal blow of the monster. Floating in the air, he looked at his new opponent, gritting his teeth. The man did not expect such a meeting. While Max was controlling his fighters, Paul came to the conclusion that he needed to run, because such a monster could not be defeated. The men landed on the ground and stood back to back. The mercenaries were surrounded on all sides by a large number of demonic beasts. Paul looked ahead with anger in his eyes and turned to his comrade who was standing behind him. The dark-haired mercenary Max, who was doing the same thing, immediately responded to his comrade's words. A worried Paul said that at this rate it was all over, because they had dealt with the little ones, and the leader was beyond their strength. The mercenary added that he believed that the vanguard squad had already been destroyed while Max was listening to his friend. Paul also explained the need to flee now by the fact that now that the vanguard had fallen, there would no longer be witnesses to their actions. Max smiled broadly upon hearing his comrade's proposal, since now they would be able to escape without any witnesses. The mercenaries, who were still being attacked by the monsters and their leader, received a command from the leader to immediately run away. The bald fighter turned to the captain and shouted what Max was talking about because this order surprised him greatly. The fair-haired mercenary also didn't understand the proposal and asked Max again, while the demonic beasts were still swarming behind him. The boy was taken aback by the turn of events and looked questioningly at his leaders. At that moment, the mercenaries noticed how Paul and Max jumped high into the sky, leaving their subordinates alone. Sir Miles, who was hiding in the carriage from the demonic beasts, noticed this while the abandoned mercenaries shouted the names of their leaders. The old man's face was blank as he realized what had happened, and he could only plead with God. The rest of the carriage was also very scared. While the screams of the mercenaries could be heard from outside, the carriage began to shake violently. Miles narrowed his eyes, dejected, and mentally came to the conclusion that he had been wrong and should not have trusted Tarek's mercenaries. The man knew it would all end this way when he looked up and saw that the ceiling of the wooden carriage had just collapsed. The leader of the demonic beasts, whose muzzle was stained with the blood of the slain fighters, now turned his attention to those sitting in the carriage. One of the men sitting in the carriage screamed loudly when the paw of a giant monster appeared right in front of him. Sir Miles, scared to death, watched this scene. He was trembling with fear and did not know how to act in this situation. The old man knew they were doomed when the demonic beast grabbed one of them with its paw like a feather. Miles looked at everything that was happening with horror on his face, and he concluded out loud that they were all about to come to an end. The boy screamed shrilly as the demonic beast held him in the air, grabbing him by the waist with its paw. The leader bared his blood-stained sharp fangs. His eyes glowed with a bright green light. He was ready to destroy everyone in the carriage. Suddenly, the monster's plans changed. He turned his gaze when he heard someone address him. It was Helmut, who was already hanging over the demonic beast and threatening them with his weapon, demanding that they let the guy go. Helmut, using his strength, pointed his sharp blade at the demonic beast while it tried to defend itself with its paw. The protagonist's face became frightened when he realized that the leader of the monsters was able to parry Helmut's attack. With a loud cry, the main demonic beast put his hand in front of him and defended himself from the main character's blow. The huge monster immediately launched a counterattack and pushed the young man away, causing him to land on the ground, almost losing his balance. Our hero's face was covered with anger. His eyes glowed purple. He asked for the order to drop the guy that the monster still held in its paw. The beast looked Helmut in the eyes and growled. He demonstratively held the guy in his paw and did not follow the hero's order. Instead, the demonic beast threw the victim forward with all its might, and the boy flew a long distance. Helmut easily caught the flying guy and grabbed him by the torso with his right hand, still looking at his opponent. The protagonist's face was thoughtful. He was immersed in his thoughts and said nothing in response to the enemy's action. Earlier, Captain Finn asked Helmut to go to the battlefield first to scout out the situation. Finn shared with the guy that he had a bad feeling, and it was unlikely that they would fight to the end, because the most important thing for Tariq's group was to get out of the forest. Helmut agreed to fulfill his comrade's request, looked at him, and said that he understood everything. After putting the guy down on the ground, who was almost eaten by the monster, Helmut told himself that Finn was right, and if he had been late, no one would have survived. Standing on the roof of a wooden carriage, Helmut addressed his opponent, saying that his strength had returned and that he was standing in his way. Drawing a blade illuminated with purple energy, he charged at the monster, saying that he would fight to the end. The protagonist began to move deftly in the air, delivering numerous blows with a cold weapon to the beast, while it tried to defend itself. The giant beast screamed and bared its teeth, trying to fight off the main character's blows. Meanwhile, smaller, simpler demonic beasts came to the aid of their leader and ran in a crowd towards the young man. Helmut noticed a new batch of enemies approaching and looked at the demonic monsters. The young hero fought with all his might, using his superpowers to the maximum, trying to dodge the horde of monsters. The leader of the demonic beasts did not leave Helmut alone. He looked menacingly at his enemy and showed sharp fangs. The main character has now turned his attention to the simple monsters that surrounded him and has begun to deal with them. The huge beast growled furiously, opening its mouth to its maximum when it noticed that the guy was coping with the attack of his pawns. After repelling the attack of the little thing, the protagonist thought that this giant beast was the strongest outside the indigenous forest, but still the young man could handle it. Holding his weapon out in front of him, Helmut gave himself a mental instruction, asking him not to let his guard down. The green demonic beast growled at its enemy, looking straight into his eyes, and was not afraid of the protagonist's attack. A focused Helmut also watched his opponent carefully and prepared to launch a new attack. Our hero's attack was successful, and after the first swing of the sword, the monster lost several finger phalanges. The demonic beast and Helmut began to desperately fight each other. The guy made deft swings with his sword, trying to hit the enemy. The protagonist then jumped high into the air to strike the enemy with his blade from above. He pointed the sword at the enemy's face, but the leader of the monsters managed to grab the blade with his paws. Our young hero looked at his target with a concentrated gaze. He deftly handled the sword with just one hand. The beast gritted its teeth and screamed in pain because the protagonist had managed to damage it. The monster screamed even louder. The green light surrounding its body became brighter, and blood oozed from its recently injured paws. Helmut pulled his blade aside and stopped attacking when he noticed some changes in the enemy. The beast spread its paws to the side, its body turned black, and the green core in its chest absorbed the energy from the killed monsters. The guy watched this and realized that in this way the monster was becoming stronger and had the ability to absorb the demonic energy of others. Helmut remembered the vanguard, whose fighters would soon arrive, and decided to finish off the monster right now so that his comrades would not be harmed. The demonic beast significantly strengthened its powers, became noticeably more powerful, and growled hostilely. This fact did not frighten Helmut, so the hero again rushed into the air to strike another blow at the enemy. The young man rose high into the air. He was at such a height that he could look down on his enemy. The protagonist used his sword, swinging it in a circle, but the attack was unsuccessful, and the enemy received no damage. The monster's mood improved. He looked mockingly at the youth and bared his teeth, continuing to scream loudly. Helmut came to the conclusion that the beast was too strong, and the boy would not be able to defeat it if he used his strength as usual. The protagonist gripped the handle of his weapon more tightly with both hands, and the blade of the sword glowed with a brighter purple light. Helmut's face became more focused. He mentally gave himself the command to push harder to defeat the enemy. The demonic beast raised its head up and looked at its opponent, who was about to attack. Using more force, the youth swung his sword downwards again, but the beast was able to defend itself from the blow. After the unsuccessful blow, the hero immediately came to the correct conclusion that the demonic beast had become much faster. The monster tried to grab the guy with its paw, but Helmut showed dexterity and immediately landed on the ground at a distance. Looking at the enemy, the guy noticed that the claws had also grown back, and with each passing minute, the beast was becoming more and more problematic for the hero. The demonic beast did not stop trying to grab the boy, turned to him and growled loudly and angrily again. The combatants began to attack each other again, Helmut wielding his sword, and the monster using its paws for this purpose. The strength of both was equal, and after several attempts to strike, neither of them had yet received damage, so the fight continued. The enraged demonic beast quickly swung its paws, trying to defend itself from the boy's sword and strike him. The protagonist cursed out loud when the enemy managed to slightly touch his shoulder, tearing his shirt, because now he will have to buy a new one in the city. The face of Helmut's opponent became even more angry, and he again shouted loudly and threateningly throughout the forest. The demonic beast clenched its teeth and tensed all its muscles, the green flames growing brighter and larger around its body. The monster's power became so powerful that a pillar of green energy could be seen from anywhere in the forest. The entire tense demonic beast let out another, louder and longer roar as it grew stronger. In the central part of the monster's chest, a third eye was opened, which served as a tool for absorbing other people's demonic energy. The main character, standing not far from the enemy, silently and calmly watched the enemy's metamorphosis. After the transformation, the demonic beast's appearance changed noticeably. It opened its mouth again and stuck out its sharp tongue, ready to attack the boy. The unperturbed boy came to the conclusion out loud that the beast had managed to become stronger by absorbing the energy of other still living beasts. The enemy placed its huge paw on the ground with a thud, preparing to pounce. The beast rose high into the air and loomed menacingly over the protagonists, its body glowing with a bright green light. Helmut, who was still standing below, looked up at his opponent, the realization dawning in his mind that he had seen this before. Having become more powerful, the demonic beast's appearance noticeably changed, and the space around it was filled with its energy. The protagonist looked at his opponent with a slight grin, because he realized what the monster's attack style looked like. Memories surfaced in the boy's head. Looking into the beast's eyes, he remembered the face of the beast Naho, because this was exactly the same way the two-headed snake attacked. Helmut took the hilt of his sword in both hands. Knowing Naho's fighting style, he now understands how to fight this beast. Looking him in the eye with confidence, the boy said out loud that no matter how much energy that monster absorbed, he would still be weaker than Naho. Helmut glared at his opponent, the protagonist's face expressing confidence and concentration. The protagonist rose into the air and began to strike the demonic beast's body with his sword. Using his strength to the maximum, Helmut swung his blade down into the monster's body. The mercenaries rushed through the forest with all their might and called for Helmut. The entire vanguard squad ran to help their comrade. The frightened Pin began to ask the found Helmut if everything was okay, but he abruptly stopped himself when he was shocked by what he saw. The blonde cursed when he saw the hero standing in front of him, unharmed and holding a sword, standing in front of the corpse of a demonic beast. A stunned Captain Finn, trying to catch his breath, asked Helmut if he had killed the monster alone. The young man, remaining calm, answered the question affirmatively and added that everyone else was already dead by that time. Finn chuckled and came to the conclusion that Tarek's mercenaries were destroyed because the fighters began to run away. The vanguard surveyed the battlefield. One of the mercenaries helped the man from the carriage, while the red-haired captain and Helmut discussed the past battle. The red-haired man looked down and said that Captain Tariq had betrayed his subordinates and simply ran away. Tatiana called the fugitive a bastard and said that this captain had no honor or dignity whatsoever. Maro screamed when he saw the survivor, then looked closer and noticed it was Sir Miles. Finn frowned in concentration and asked rhetorically if the team had been at least a little lucky. The man suggested that the squad get out of this meat grinder, but first check all the survivors. Sir Miles lay with his eyes closed. In a semi-conscious state, he heard the voices of people calling him. The old man opened one eye but still did not understand where he was, so he asked if he was already dead. Captain Finn was looming over the older man, his arms crossed over his chest and trying to bring Miles to his senses. Seeing Finn, Miles began to tremble with fear and ask for forgiveness from the captain. He justified himself by saying that Paul had threatened him. Finn narrowed his eyes, not trusting Sir Miles's words, and simply continued to call his name while he searched for an excuse. Miles blurted out that he could now apologize at least after death, but then fell silent and cast a questioning glance at the man. Finn stunned Sir Miles when he said that they were still alive, and the old man immediately came to his senses in surprise. The old man did not understand what was happening and how he could survive, and then asked what happened to the monsters then. Finn looked at Miles with a serious face. He said that all the monsters were destroyed, and the man was not in any danger yet. The captain, with Helmut standing behind him, did not tell Miles exactly how the monsters were destroyed, because the hero asked him to keep it a secret. The old man sat in a submissive pose, closed his eyes and bowed his head. There were tears in his eyes, and he called out to the Lord. When Captain Finn spoke again, Miles immediately opened his eyes and looked up at him. The red-haired mercenary turned to Miles, saying that since they had saved his life, it was time to talk about the reward. Crying over the experience, Sir Miles groaned and said that he really wasn't dead yet, since the mercenary was talking about a reward. With trembling hands, the elderly man held the contract written by Vanguard and read its terms. Horror appeared on the old man's face, and he screamed when he saw in the paper that the squad was asking for 80% of the proceeds. Finn, crossing his arms over his chest, replied that only 80% of the proceeds were because Miles had also suffered, and asked not to forget that he had betrayed the mercenaries. While the captain was discussing the deal, Helmut stood to the side, calmly playing with an autumn leaf. Dissatisfied with the proposal, Miles began to ask Finn to reduce the percentage of revenue to at least 70, since he also needed to compensate for the losses. Finn just waved his hand and said that it was not their problem, and if they refused, Miles would have to deliver the cargo himself. Sir Miles, terrified to the point of horror, only cried out helplessly in response, beads of sweat running down his face from the strain. Having no other choice, the old man looked at the contract again and agreed to Captain Finn's terms. Finn took the document from Miles and rolled it up, then turned his gaze to the cart with the cargo. The guy looked at the carriage and said that now it was time to find out what kind of goods this was, and why the team was risking their lives for it. A worried Miles told the mercenaries that if word got out about this incident, the entire association would be in jeopardy. Finn reassured the older man and replied that the Vanguard squad did not need to worry about rumors spreading. The old man began to convince Finn not to look at the cargo because his people could also be in danger. A stunned Finn looked at Miles and asked why he didn't tell him right away about the danger of the cargo. The gray-haired man just looked at his interlocutor in response and could not find any words, so he remained silent. Sir Miles sighed heavily, looking down, and did not try to dissuade Finn from looking at the contents of the cart any longer. The old man, with a serious expression on his face, began to tell that the client who ordered the convoy of cargo called himself the magician Antiol. The mercenaries were surprised by Miles's words and began to ask him again if this was really Archmage Antiol himself. The old man closed his eyes and confirmed what was said about the fact that it was that Antiol who was the mercenaries' client. Finn scratched his chin and came to the conclusion that since the goods were being transported through a forest with demonic beasts, the authorities must not know about the cargo. Miles confirmed the captain's guess and explained that the goods were being transported from a place where all magicians were forbidden to enter. The elderly man added that the goods were being transported from the Lumen Haram, the power of which exceeds the imagination. Sir Miles began to explain that it was the Lumen Church that defeated the Demon King 1,000 years ago. The old man continued to tell that over the years, the Church of Lumen has grown in strength and power, but now their intentions are not as pure as before. The man said that now most of the kingdoms are under their control, and they plan to take over the whole world. Helmut listened carefully to Miles's words about how magic was beyond their power, so the people from the Temple of Lumen kept a close eye on the sorcerers. Sir Miles looked at Finn and continued to explain that the temple might learn that the Bhutan Association was transporting church goods for study to a mage with whom they were in conflict. The old man warned Captain Finn that if this happened, the Bhutanese Association would definitely be destroyed. Horrified, Miles began to assume that in this case, everyone involved would suffer, because the church is very powerful. The old man continued to persuade Finn, stating that he did not want to agree to this deal, but Antiol saved the head of the association, so they could not refuse him. Helmut, who heard the whole story, asked Tatiana if this magician Antiol was so famous. Maros answered the protagonist's question affirmatively, and added that it was so much so that a couple of years ago, Antiol almost destroyed the divine barrier. Helmut was surprised when he heard the words about the divine barrier, which he himself had to face, and asked the guy again. Maros explained to the young man that the divine barrier was a protective dome over large cities, protecting them from demonic beasts. The guy continued to explain that the barrier also identifies mages, and no one has ever broken through it beyond the native forest. But sorcerers who want freedom are fighting against it. Helmut listened attentively as Maros told him that Antiol had almost destroyed the barrier several years ago, but the church had decided to hush it up. The protagonist went into his thoughts, thinking about the Archmage Antiol, whose power is capable of influencing the barrier. The young man realized that the church had failed to remove the seed of darkness within him, so he was sent into the root forest. A hope appeared in the boy's head that if divine power could not help him, then perhaps magic would help get rid of the seed of darkness. Lost in thought, Helmut remembered that the dark magician from the indigenous forest was completely useless. The protagonist tried to instill in himself the hope that Archmage Antiol would be more useful. The squad is resting at a halt. The mercenaries are discussing that it would be better to spend the night on safe lands and set off in the morning, since the sun is already setting. The protagonist was standing alone in the middle of the camp when Captain Finn found him and called out loudly. Tatiana's brother asked Helmut if they could talk while the other mercenaries were resting. The guy didn't ask what the conversation would be about and simply agreed with Captain Finn. The red-haired mercenary extended an open palm to Helmut, in which was a small purple pea. The protagonist took it in his hand and asked what it was, to which Finn replied that it was an expensive thing that warriors eat to restore their strength. Finn joked that Helmut was still a lively guy and didn't know if he needed her, but at that moment the guy popped a pill into his mouth. The effect of the drug appeared immediately, and the young man felt his body gradually filling with warmth. The captain watched Helmut's reaction and asked him how the boy felt after taking the medicine. The protagonist replied that it helped him when he felt a surge of strength and warmth after eating that purple pea. The young man wanted to ask Captain Finn why he spent the pill on him, but the man immediately interrupted him. The mercenary turned to Helmut and thanked him. The boys looked at each other in a friendly manner, surrounded by trees. Our protagonist looked at his comrade in fascination as he thanked him for saving the squad. Finn added that if it weren't for Helmut, neither the squad nor Sir Miles would have survived that battle. The man explained that the pill was his small thanks, although it was a trifle compared to the lives of the squad's fighters. Captain Finn then began to talk about what would happen when Helmut left them to recover his memories. The protagonist looked at his comrade attentively and listened. His eyes were wide open. He was touched by Finn's behavior. The man, looking Helmut in the eyes, promised that if something happened to the guy, the Vanguard squad swears to always come to the rescue. Finn started to explain that they would always help, because Helmut was their savior, but stopped when the boy extended his hand. Helmut interrupted Finn, extending his hand to him and correcting him that the squad would help because they were true comrades. Finn clearly liked the main character's words. He smiled softly and exhaled loudly, looking at the guy with surprise. The squad captain agreed with Helmut's clarification, extended his hand to him, and they shook it firmly. The horses harnessed to the wooden carriage stopped in the middle of the forest. The Vanguard detachment arrived at the designated place. Captain Finn, his sister Tatiana, and the fair-haired mercenary Maros surveyed the area. Sir Miles sat inside the wooden carriage, looking out the window in silence, and then chuckled. After making sure that the squad had arrived where they needed to, the gray-haired old man said that they had finally arrived. Finn looked at the map and said that judging by it, the destination did indeed match, but they ended up in an empty clearing where there was no village. Looking sideways at the red-haired mercenary, Sir Miles explained that this was not the end, and the goods needed to be delivered personally to the customer. Tatiana began to look around, asking if the magician Antiel was nearby and if his shelter was here. The old man took out an amulet that was brightly illuminated by a blue light and said that it is better to see once than to hear 100 times. Miles stepped out of his carriage, holding the amulet in his hand, and walked up to an unusual tree that looked old. The man threw the amulet straight into the tree, and at that moment the decoration illuminated the space around with a bright glow. Tanya, stunned by what she saw, screamed that it was magic, and the entire space around her turned into cosmic space. A shocked Maros also shouted that it was magic, and Finn, who remained calm, only added that it was enough to drive you crazy. Helmut stood calmly to the side and remained silent, watching everything that was happening in front of him. Suddenly, the entire crew found themselves in a portal, and Captain Finn stated that they were now moving through space. The red-haired mercenary said that he had heard about something like this before, but he couldn't even imagine that teleportation was possible. Helmut did not immediately believe in time travel and assumed that it was just an illusion, but Finn convinced him, because it suddenly became colder around. Tanya pointed her finger in front of her and shouted for everyone to look that there were people in front of them. The entire Vanguard detachment, led by Sir Miles, successfully moved to another space. Now they were surrounded by a winter forest, and in front of them was a high tower. The mercenaries were immediately met by the client, namely Archmage Antiel, who said that they had finally arrived. An elderly man dressed in a blue robe greeted all the guests from the Bhutan Chamber of Commerce in a friendly manner. The Archmage placed his palm on the cargo to check the goods and said that some of the items must have been difficult to find. Antiel was concerned that fewer people had arrived than he had expected, and he could feel the energy of lost human life. With a downcast look, Miles replied that they had encountered a large demonic beast on the way, which was why only a third of the team had managed to reach their destination. Miles bowed before Antiel when he asked if they had brought the corpse of the slain monster, for the mage had sensed the energy of the demonic beast. The elderly man answered the magician's question in the affirmative and added that the corpse of the slain monster had already been prepared for sale. Antiel thought about it and agreed to Miles's offer to buy the beast. The magician changed the final amount to 150,000 marks. Pin and Leader were stunned when they heard the amount, and one of the mercenaries said that he had no idea that archmages were so rich. The magician asked Sir Miles to take the goods but leave the cart, as there was no need for it, to which the old man thanked the client and bowed his head. The protagonist silently watched the conversation between Antiel and Sir Miles and came to the conclusion that this archmage was a strong man. As Helmut looked at the mage, he mentally reasoned that this man's strength was different from Arugo's, and not only because Antiel knew how to hide it. At that moment, Antiel turned his head sharply and looked straight at Helmut as if he could read the protagonist's thoughts. The young man only looked questioningly at Archmage Antiel in response, but said nothing to the elderly man. The gray-haired man, with a good-natured and interested expression on his face, continued to look at Helmut, and then laughed. With his hands folded behind his back, Antiel began to walk towards the protagonist, saying that this was already interesting. The magician became more serious when he told Helmut that magicians of such a level can look much deeper and see what the main character hid. Helmut assumed an unfriendly expression and looked hostilely at the archmage, replying that they would end the conversation there. The magician winked and raised his magic staff with a gesture of his palm, and then, laughing, called the young man a cheeky boy. After asking if Helmut wanted to keep everything a secret, the mage directed his staff at the boy with his mind, after which the hero immediately reacted and reached for his sword. Controlling his staff and power with his palm, Antiel declared that he knew thousands of secrets of this world and always treated them with respect. The old man said that he had put a barrier around them, and behind it Finn and Tatiana were already visible, stunned by what was happening. Holding his staff in front of him, Archmage Antiel calmed Helmut and said that what our hero was thinking about would never happen. Helmut looked in surprise at the chains of blue light that enveloped the magician's body and asked him about it. Antiel explained that these chains were called the Magician's Oath, which was not available to ordinary people, and if the old man broke it, he would lose a large amount of his power. Then the older man decided to get down to business, so looking at the guy in a friendly manner, he asked what he wanted. Helmut was once again convinced that this magician was not at all like Erugo, so he replied that the guy had a question for Antiel. Antiel's understanding eyes indicated that he had guessed exactly what question Helmut wanted to ask. Extending his palm towards the hero, the man asked if he wanted to ask about what was deep inside the guy, namely the seed of darkness. Helmut thought that Antiel had figured it out before the boy had even said anything about it, and then said that he wanted to know how to get rid of him. Hearing the young man's request, Archmage Antiel fell silent for a moment and chuckled thoughtfully, looking at the boy. The magician took away the protagonist's hope when he said that there was only one answer and that it was impossible to get rid of the seed of darkness. He hit the ground with his staff and began to explain that the seed of darkness was directly connected to the life of the protagonist. Antiel said that the core containing demonic energy would not have been born in a baby who was destined to die. The older bearded man added that the seed of darkness allows Helmut to stay alive, so they will be one for the rest of their lives. In the finale, the Archmage said that if he tried to get rid of the seed of darkness, Helmut would die. The protagonist was not impressed by the mage's answer, so he said that he thought that the Archmage was obliged to know the answers to such questions. Antiel retorted that the magician was not a god, and added that this was the first time he had encountered the ability to control the seed of darkness. Our hero did not understand what the wizard meant, so he asked again while they were both still standing under the dome. The magician began to explain that the seed of darkness requires demonic energy, and in the event of a refusal of the granted dark magic, a person sooner or later turns into a demonic beast himself. Antiel stated that Helmut's case was unique, and perhaps he could suppress the seed with force or light magic. The old man guessed that the seed of darkness had not yet awakened within him, because he had not been exposed to enough demonic energy. Helmut looked at his interlocutor with puzzlement while he talked about the seed of darkness and how interesting it would be for him to meet the guy later. The protagonist wondered if the Archmage knew that the hero had previously lived in the indigenous forest and returned to the world of people. Still bound by the magical chains, Antiel said that even the priests of Lumen would hardly have discovered the seed of darkness in Helmut without studying his body. The older man added that even with his abilities, it would have been impossible if it weren't for the demonic energy nearby that the seed of darkness reacted to. Silently looking at his interlocutor, Helmut mentally came to the conclusion that he should avoid places with demonic energy and magicians. Continuing, Antiel said that the life of the youth would hardly be simple and pleasant, although his strength would grow if the hero was not caught by the Temple of Lumen. The Archmage tried to take away the boy's hope again, saying that in all cases, the seed of darkness enslaved the person, so that they became monsters or criminals. The sorcerer declared that Helmut would destroy the world and many people living in it, because such is the fate of those who carry the seed of darkness. Antiel looked thoughtfully at the main character when, in response to all his words, the guy declared that this would not happen. Helmut explained his answer by saying that he was a human, and he looked at the Archmage with confidence in his eyes. The man with a long gray beard laughed quietly and agreed with the main character's words that he was a man. Looking at Helmut, who was clenching his fists from tension, the magician added that a person creates his own destiny, and only he can change something. The old man warned the boy that he would be watching him, because he hadn't seen anything that could interest him so much for a long time. Antiel warned the boy that if the protagonist could not bear the internal struggle, the man would have to stop him. In response, the main character only silently and calmly looked at his interlocutor, listening attentively to his words. Controlling the staff with his index finger, Antial suggested that perhaps Helmut had been able to surpass the Archmage himself. Antial ended their conversation by saying that in that case, even the darkness itself could submit to Helmut, when the dome around was already dissolving. Captain Finn handed Helmut a gray pouch containing part of his reward for the mission. The main character took the bag in his hand with surprise on his face, and Finn clarified that it contained a quarter of the total amount. The man scratched his head and began to justify himself by saying that he wished he could have given more, but the other mercenaries had also contributed. Captain Finn said he thought the rest of the squad deserved a reward too, while a stunned Helmut was at a loss for words. Having presented the award, the red-haired mercenary began to return to the carriage, but then stopped to say something else to the main character. Finn pulled a bag out of the cart and asked Helmut if his things were there, since they did not belong to anyone in the squad. Helmut remembered that he had left the native forest with these things, so he answered Finn that it was his bag and thanked his comrade. The man smiled amiably and waved his hand, saying that he would have given the bag back earlier, but it had slipped his mind. The Vanguard captain added that he should thank Helmut, as he became the savior for the entire team. Helmut and Finn were having a private conversation when suddenly someone called the protagonist loudly, and he turned around. A joyful Pin came running to ask Helmut to show him their mercenary headquarters because, according to him, there are many interesting things there. Helmut looked at the boy with a serious expression on his face and upset him by saying that he would not go to headquarters. An agitated Pin began to ask why the guy was already leaving and why he didn't just look in for a second. Suddenly, Tatiana came and told Pin to stop pestering Helmut, put her hand on his head and pulled him back. Smiling, Tanya suggested that the protagonist keep the temporary mercenary certificate and apologized that she could only issue a rank 3 document. Helmut closed his eyes and laughed amiably, saying that a rank 3 mercenary certificate would be enough for him. The protagonist, holding his things in his hand, was saying goodbye to everyone when Tanya said that Helmut must still have things to do. The red-haired mercenary asked Helmut if these matters were more important than restoring his memories. In response, Helmut only looked at the girl and grinned weakly with one corner of his mouth without answering. Tanya began to apologize for causing a fuss, while Pin, upset by his departure, quietly cried, looking at his friend. Laughing amicably, Tatiana turned to Helmut one last time and asked him to take care of himself. Helmut's expression was serious as he turned to the entire team and thanked the mercenaries for everything they had done for him. Maros wished the protagonist good health, and Sin asked Helmut to be careful on the upcoming journey. Byrne and Leader were there too, saying goodbye to the guy. They smiled kindly at him, wishing him luck and a safe journey. The most emotional was the boy Pin, who with tears in his eyes screamed and asked Helmut to definitely come back. Upset by Helmut's departure, Pin begged the protagonist to promise that he would return, after which the guy turned to the boy. Pin looked at Helmut, fascinated, as he told him that the food the boy had prepared was the most delicious. Tanya asked the boy to stop crying because no one died, while the rank 4 mercenary wiped away his tears with his glove. Then Finn turned to the protagonist again, asking him to ask for help if he needed it. In response, Helmut only looked into Finn's eyes with understanding, but did not answer. The hero's expression was serious. He agreed with Finn, put his things on his shoulder and turned around to go on his way. The boy mentally told himself that there was a slight tingling in his chest, which reminded him of his farewell to Darien. The young man also compared these feelings to saying goodbye to Elga, but he would have to leave again, otherwise he would constantly encounter demonic energy. The protagonist explained to himself mentally that, if he stayed, the seed of darkness inside the guy would absorb the surrounding demonic energy. Helmut thought that where he was going, there shouldn't be any demonic energy, and also wondered if he could prevent what Antiol had spoken of. Placing his hand on his chest and squeezing the fabric of his shirt, Helmut came to the conclusion that he didn't have the answers to these questions right now. His gaze was serious. After thinking in his head, he suddenly began to talk to himself out loud. The guy decided that there was only one way to check whether the magician's prophecy would come true, and for this, he needed to become stronger. The main character's thoughts in his head turned into a scream. He gave himself the order that he could not let the seed of darkness take possession of him. Dressed in a robe, Paul complained that if he had known that everything would turn out like this, he would not have taken the risk, since they had not even managed to save his brother Caleb. Max suggested that Paul think more positively, because they were still alive, and they could return to the past, and now they could help Tariq's group in recovery. The mercenary began to explain that now it was necessary to recruit more talented people, because those who were insignificant. But suddenly his attention was distracted by something. The man shouted for Paul to look to the side, to which the blue-haired mercenary glanced sideways and cast a questioning glance in that direction. Suddenly, shock appeared on Paul's face and sweat began to run down his face from the tension as he saw something amazing in front of him. Max and Paul, sitting in the tavern, noticed that outside the window, alive and unharmed mercenaries from the Vanguard squad were walking along the city street. The surviving leaders of Tariq's group began to whisper among themselves and ask how the Vanguard managed to get out of there, but then Max suggested that they hide. Suddenly, Pin, cheerful after completing the task, noticed something out of the corner of his eye and turned towards the tavern. The fourth-rank mercenary looked at the window of the establishment, where there was a table and 2 empty chairs. The boy felt something was wrong. Tanya began to ask the boy why he was behaving this way, to which Pin, scratching his head, replied that he felt something strange. Max, who was hiding from the mercenaries, cursed when he heard Pin say that he heard something in their direction. The dejected Paul and Max sat under the window and hid. Fear was on their faces. The brunette began to tell his friend that this was a fiasco. Afterwards, the men, hiding behind the building, began to discuss that it would be better for them to lie low for a while, and discussed how Avantgarde managed to get out of the forest. Looking up at the sky, Max, devastated by the turn of events, began to complain that now the other guilds would find out about their actions, and it was impossible for a rank 2 mercenary to earn money in any other way. Paul was still optimistic, and he latched on to Max's words about them being rank 2 mercenaries. The blue-haired man had an idea in his head and began to walk away, calling on his comrade to follow him. Brother Caleb's gaze was very angry and furious. He frowned and looked into the distance as he walked somewhere. A puzzled Max backed away after his friend, and Paul said that now they would have to steal so as not to die of hunger. The streets of the mountain-surrounded town were already illuminated by the dim orange light of the setting sun, and lights were on in the windows. There was loud talk in the tavern about someone punching someone in the face, and people clinking wooden mugs filled to the brim with beer. The city boys listened to their interlocutor's story with laughter. One of them joked that with his fighting skills he should have died on the spot. The tipsy blonde man, holding a mug of beer in his hand, replied that he knew him and asked him to watch and learn. At this time, our hero was sitting alone at the next table, resting after a hard journey. He took his gold medallion in his hand and looked thoughtfully at the decoration, the thought flashing through his head about how complicated everything was. Helmut's mind was racing with chaotic thoughts about the impossibility of staying at headquarters due to demonic energy and his native forest medallion, so he came to the conclusion that the boy needed answers. The main character decided that he needed to inspect all the nearby villages, but it would not be possible to be on the road all the time. Thinking about how it took him 3 whole days to get to the city, Helmut realized that the world of people was much larger than he had previously imagined. By pulling the string on the bag, Helmut also gave himself the instruction that he shouldn't expect to meet such good people as Avantgarde on his way. Looking at the amount inside the bag, he remembered that Finn had given him money, but Helmut didn't even understand whether it was a lot or a little. Looking into the bag, Helmut looked at 2 bags, one of which was money from Darien, and the other was a reward from Finn. The hero sighed in confusion when he realized that the bag of money from Captain Finn was much larger than the money from Darien. Helmut suddenly narrowed his eyes when, in addition to the money, he found something suspicious in the bag, and stopped his attention on this thing. The guy saw a paper envelope in the bag, lying surrounded by other things, and asked himself whether it was a note. Our hero took the envelope in his hands and began to open it, taking out the contents, and asked himself if this was a note from Finn. Helmut cast a puzzled glance at the contents of the letter and suggested that it could also be a letter from Darien. Darien writes a letter to Helmut explaining that if the guy reads this note, it means the man is no longer alive. Helmut reads a letter from Darien, which talks about the possibility of leaving the native forest, difficult times, and requests not to be upset if he encountered problems in the human world. Further in the letter, Darien said that he could die with a calm soul, seeing Helmut's strength, and asked him to go to Baden if the hero was now wandering aimlessly. In the note, Helmut's teacher explained that he needed to visit the Greta Academy in Baden, where boys and girls his age study. Darien wrote that both the poor and the rich study at that academy, and no one will care about the origin of the main character. Further in the letter, the elderly man explained that in order to enter the academy, one must find a man named Eden Kudro and show him his sword. In the end, Darien wrote that in the world of people, not everything can be solved by force, but the man believes that Helmut will be able to cope with all difficulties, as he coped with his training. Helmut finished reading the letter, which ended with a request to take care of himself, and thought that it was written with a shaking hand. He looked at the text with stunned eyes when he realized that in that case the man had almost no strength to write it. After reading the letter, the main character continued to sit quietly at the table, lost in his thoughts. Carefully folding the piece of paper, the young man mentally thanked his deceased friend and teacher. Then the guy said out loud that he now knew where he needed to go, namely to look for Eden Kudro. Putting his things in his bag, Helmut felt relieved, because thanks to this letter at least something began to become clearer. At that moment, a waiter approached the young man and placed several bowls of hot dishes on the table, good-naturedly saying that his food was ready. Then the employee of the establishment announced the price that Helmut had to pay for dinner, namely 15 marks. The hero, who was still just learning to live in the world of people, repeated the price out loud and in his mind drew conclusions about the cost of food. Helmut took out just one gold coin from the total amount and handed it to the waiter, asking him to take it. The waiter beamed with happiness when he saw the coin and shouted that it was a coin worth a whole 1,000 marks. The young man said that he planned to spend the night there as well and let them put it on his bill, and a man sitting at the next table overheard their conversation. Hearing about Helmut having such large coins, the fair-haired, angry-looking visitor turned around and cast a questioning glance at the hero. Helmut put his money bag back in his bag as he thought that he had received a whopping 90,000 a couple of days ago, and that prices in the world were lower than he thought. The main character decided to spend the night in this establishment and set off on his journey the following morning. The man, maddened by alcohol, approached Helmut, began laughing loudly and calling him shouting boy. The visitor sat down opposite the young man and with a broad smile on his face told Helmut that he realized that he was rich. In response, the main character only looked menacingly at his new interlocutor without saying a word. The drunken blond man's face was ablaze with anger and fury. His pupils narrowed. He silently looked at the guy. Then the stranger was joined by his friends. Two men with sly smiles on their faces stood behind the blonde. The man laughed and began to say that it seemed that Helmut had more money than he could handle and asked the guy to give them 20,000 marks for alcohol. The worried waiter stood behind, worried, and Helmut, in response to the stranger's request, answered negatively, thinking that something was wrong with these people. When the blonde received an unsatisfactory answer from the main character, he became furious and asked again what he said. The muscular drunk man got carried away and slammed his fist into the wooden table with all his might, the veins in his skin popping out. The stranger shouted and asked how Helmut dared to contradict him, and whether the guy had any problems with his head, and from the blow of his fist on the table, the bowl of food overturned. In response, the main character simply nodded his head towards the stranger and asked him who he was. The boy's words were the last straw for the blonde. He gritted his teeth and pulled his fist back to strike Helmut. However, the bully didn't manage to hit the guy, as the main character stopped the man's fist with his palm, with a deft movement. Keeping his cool, Helmut repeated that he had said no, and then asked if the man had a hearing problem. The helpless brawler only groaned and trembled, still trying to strike the hero, and in his thoughts, he asked himself where this asshole got so much strength from. The blonde was joined by his friend, who attacked Helmut, saying how could this little guy raise his hand against their boss. Our hero, for whom it was not difficult to overcome these people, stopped the attack of the second attacker with a calm face. Helmut was let down. The second stranger's blow missed, and the main character had already prepared his fist for a counterattack. The protagonist punched the dark-haired troublemaker in the face, causing his teeth to fall out of his mouth. The striker went down with a thud after just one punch from Helmut, leaving his bewildered comrades at a loss as to what to do. The guy, who had not received even the slightest damage from the skirmish, stood with his fists in front of him and looked menacingly at the hooligans. The blond man, his face red with rage and alcohol intoxication, shouted at Helmut, asking what he was doing. The main character was surprised by the question and asked the man again, because it was not he who started the fight, but these hooligans. An angry Helmut hit the table with his knee, causing it to fly off to the side along with his blonde offender. The bully grunted in pain as the wooden tabletop hit him square in the face with a powerful blow. Not wanting to continue the showdown, the young man grabbed his bag of things and went to the other side of the hall. Throwing the bag with his things over his shoulder, the main character stood in front of the blonde and told him to get out and not to lead him away. The hooligan covered his face with a trembling hand. He looked at the main character with fear, lying on the carpet. The comrades asked their leader to leave, but he, covering his broken face with his hand, shouted that the young man would regret getting involved with them. The hooligan waved his hand and ordered his friends to get lost, then complained that Helmut had ruined the whole mood. The main character silently looked at the offenders, while they, leaving, shouted that the guy should now be more careful, and sooner or later they would stick a knife into him. Without saying anything else, all the troublemakers quickly left the establishment and loudly slammed the door behind them. Looking after them, the main character realized that people like Caleb are very common in this world. Standing in the middle of the hall with his things, Helmut, looking at the door, loudly exhaled and thought that this was annoying him. Suddenly, the frightened waiter who tried to stop the main character spoke up and shouted, addressing him as a gentleman. The employee of the establishment screamed and was terrified with fear. He advised Helmut to leave immediately because the Blackhawks had declared war on him. The young man turned around and looked at the waiter, and then asked the guy to tell him more about this group. The frightened employee began to explain that the Blackhawks were the kings of the dark alleys and back alleys, and that they were engaged in robbery. The waiter added that they were ready to kill anyone if it would bring them money, so he asked Helmut to leave their village immediately. Helmut didn't answer, but he thought that these guys were causing serious problems for the population, so it was better to fight them now. In his head, he was thinking about where it would be best to do this, because he didn't want to create a mess where he was going to spend the night. The employee of the establishment began to shout that there was no money to think about it, and he would return the money to the hero for the night's stay. But the guy stopped him, asking if the Black Hawks would return there. Horrified by what he had experienced, the waiter stuttered and answered in the affirmative, and Helmut asked the guy to fulfill one request. The main character, nodding his head towards the forest, asked the waiter to tell the hooligans when they returned that he would be waiting for them there. The agitated employee shouted at Helmut to stay and wait, but the focused protagonist was already leaving, and finally asked him to leave a place to stay for the night, because he would return soon. One of the Hawk gang stood in the alley and asked his comrades if they were serious about this. The blonde started shouting that he had never encountered such disrespect towards them, and in their business it was a real gift of fate to stay alive. The guy scratched his face with his finger and began to reason that the young man was quite strong, and also a mercenary. The blonde bully got angry at his friend, complaining that he decided to back down and calling him a useless piece of shit. The guy was taken aback when his boss started shouting at him to go back to the lair and said that they would take care of everything without him. Suddenly, one of the gang members started running towards the men, calling for the boss. The bandit said that he knew where this young man was now. Looking at his subordinate, the muscular blonde ordered him to quickly lay out all the information. In high spirits, the bully, trying to catch his breath, shouted that the boy had decided to turn tail, so he ran into the forest behind the inn. The information received about Helmut's location greatly pleased the leader of the Black Hawks, and he laughed loudly. Then his face became angry and bitter again. The blond man stated that the kid had not chosen the best route to escape. The informer, raising his finger, said that the forest was not their profile, but they could try to find traces. The boss agreed with his comrade's proposal, but one of the hooligans, who was to be sent home, stood silently to the side with a worried look. Hiding their faces, the hooligans declared that there was nothing worse for a child than to meet the Black Hawks, and they were ready to teach him a lesson. A fire was burning among the trees, and in the night forest lay a bundle of cloth that looked like a sleeping man. At this time, our hero was waiting for his offenders, sitting on a tree branch and thinking about life in the world of people. Holding the bow in his hand, he thought about how, during his time with the mercenaries, he realized that many people were like demonic beasts. While checking the bow, Helmut reflected on the fact that there are also those people who are ready to protect others at the cost of their own lives. Helmut's eyes turned sad as he realized that being human was much more difficult than he thought. Then the guy remembered Darien, who said that in the human world, not all problems need to be solved by force. But Helmut does not yet know how to solve them differently. With the enemies already in his sight, Helmut rose to his feet and grabbed his bow with one hand, preparing to attack. Still lost in his thoughts, the protagonist made the first jump to deal with the offenders. This was noticed by the Black Hawk hooligans, who turned their heads, trying to determine where Helmut was. The hero then jumped onto a branch right in front of his opponents, concluding in his head that people who looked like demons should be treated accordingly. Looking at the bandits' faces, our main character called out to them and asked if they were looking for him and if he could kill them all. Our young hero landed from the tree to the ground after successfully defeating all of his Black Hawk attackers. His face remained calm after the battle. His eyes were thoughtful. He was mentally thinking about something after the battle. Standing alone in the middle of the night forest, Helmut thought that the Black Hawks were even more insignificant than he suspected. Having dealt with every single one of them, the main character decided to leave, so he rushed deep into the forest, jumping from branch to branch. Moving lightning fast through the thick forest, the young man thought that the hooligans from that group weren't even fit to hold a candle to Tatiana. The guy thought that Tanya was the strongest person he had ever met, and also came to the conclusion that he would get to know people as he fought with them. Leaving the forest, Helmut thought that now he should go to the hotel to rest, and in the morning set off on his journey. Suddenly the seed of darkness inside the protagonist awakened, and fear and confusion appeared on Helmut's face. An unknown force pinned the young man to the tree. He winced in pain and grabbed his chest with his hand. Then Helmut fell to the ground. He sighed in pain, the seed of darkness still causing him to suffer. Helmut, not understanding what was happening, cursed in his head. His teeth were clenched. Beads of sweat were running down his face. The hero was breathing heavily. The seed of darkness inside him was awake, but he didn't understand what was happening, because the guy had no contact with demonic energy, and this didn't happen even after killing the beasts. The protagonist bowed his head and breathed heavily, thinking that he had never experienced such pain, even though the person he killed was not a demonic beast. At that moment, the seed inside him awakened even more and began to glow with a bright light. The hero assumed that it was feeding on energy even after killing a common man. Writhing in pain, the protagonist realized that he was in big trouble, because now the entire group of hawks could start hunting him. Afterwards, the hero became angry at himself and called himself a fool, because he mistakenly believed that fighting with people would not affect the seed of darkness. Trying to get up, the boy came to the conclusion that now he would have to avoid any battles at all so as not to feed the seed of darkness inside him. Helping himself with his hand, Helmut mentally repeated to himself that now he needed to get to Baden as quickly as possible, while the seed of darkness was still burning. It was night outside. There were 5 guards standing around the tall building, guarding the area around it. The unknown man asked a question, asking his subordinate if his story meant that everyone was dead. The informant was one of the Black Hawk fighters. He told the boss that everyone was dead, but the team could still find Helmut. The stranger nodded his head and smiled, replying that it was impossible to leave things like that. He had a knife in his hand. Looking at the sharp, shining blade, the bearded man told the informer to continue in the same spirit. The Black Hawk fighter dropped to one knee before his leader and bowed his head, then agreed to carry out the order. Then another employee appeared in the building. He turned to Sir Anton and announced that they had arrived. Unknown people were walking around the Hawk leader's office. Sir Anton looked at the arrivals, and then forced out a laugh in surprise. The boss said that he knew that a rank 2 mercenary was supposed to arrive, but he didn't expect that there would be 2 of them. The Black Hawk's headquarters were visited by Paul and Max, who had come to start making a living by stealing. Sir Anton smiled at his new acquaintances. He said that it was difficult to find people who would like to join them now, so he was glad to meet them. The 2 mercenaries listened attentively to the words of the leader of the Hawks about how their organization was currently in chaos and that every newcomer had to be tested. Sir Anton's words about some kind of check visibly angered Paul, which was reflected on his face, and then he asked the leader what he meant. The man with the beard stood closer and laughed, answering that he did not doubt the skills of the mercenaries, but they were not a simple group. Playing with his knife, Sir Anton added that they must know that the Black Hawks were involved in illegal activities. The leader of the organization said that he did not want the group to get into trouble because of a sense of justice or morality, and at that moment, He threw a knife somewhere. Sir Anton squinted and held the hand he had just used to throw the knife in front of him. A sullenly wrinkled Paul just silently looked back at his interlocutor when a knife flew into the head of the mannequin in the background. The blue-haired mercenary's expression was one of concern, and he looked at his interlocutor from under his brows. Sir Anton explained that he needed to test the sincerity of the new fighter's intentions, and to do this they needed to complete one task. Paul looked at the leader with distrust and asked if he wanted to test them despite the mercenary's abilities. Taking out some note, Sir Anton answered Paul's question affirmatively and added that it would be an easy task for rank 2 mercenaries. The man with the beard began to explain to Paul and Max that 5 members of the organization had gone missing the previous night. Anton continued the story about how the fighters had a falling out with an unknown mercenary. The group went in search of the missing, and their bodies were found in the forest. Leaning his hand on his hip, the leader continued to talk about how they were all killed with the first blow, but they were still unable to identify the murder weapon. Lost in thought, Max repeated that one had killed 5, and Paul asked what was known about this mercenary. The Hawk boss began to describe the mercenary, saying that he looked to be 16 years old, had black hair and black eyes, and his abilities were at least rank 3. Paul remained silent, looking at his interlocutor, and Max asked if they needed to find and kill the boy. Raising his index finger up, Anton answered Max's question affirmatively, and added that then the mercenaries would be accepted into their ranks. The man with the beard, narrowing his eyes slyly, said that the work done by Max and Paul would be paid more generously than they had been paid before. Inspired, Paul agreed to carry out the task and asked where the boy was last seen. Putting his fingers on the city map on the table, Anton said that the guy was supposed to stay at a hotel near that forest. Sir Anton looked at the map carefully, playing with his knife, and said that very little time had passed. Throwing the knife, the blade hit the map and stuck into the table. The man added that the boy could not have gone so far in that time. It was already daytime outside. The streets of the town were illuminated by the bright sun. Men and women were wandering along the roads. There was a wooden sign hanging near an unknown building, which depicted a shield with an axe and a sword. The main character stood in front of the entrance to this tall building. All his clothes were stained with dust and dirt. He sighed heavily when he thought that he had no idea that he would have to do this again. The guy looked defiantly at the entrance to the building and instructed himself that he needed to move as quietly as possible without attracting attention to himself. Having decided to go inside, the main character put his hand on the door to open it and enter the establishment. Inside there was a spacious hall. Posters were hanging on the walls. Mercenaries were standing inside, and there was a girl behind the counter. A kind stranger greeted Helmut at the Mercenary Guild and asked the boy what brought him there. Helmut looked at the girl with a serious expression on his face and replied that he had come to receive a task. The employee received a mercenary certificate from the guy and was surprised that he was a member of the Vanguard squad and belonged to the 3rd rank. The protagonist asked the girl if it was a problem that he was a rank 3 mercenary at such a young age. The employee began waving the certificate in a negative manner and said that it was simply extremely rare to meet such a young rank 3 mercenary. The hero confirmed that he needed a job, clarified that the pay was not important, and then asked if there was any assignment near Baden. Leafing through her notebook, the girl good-naturedly replied that Baden was a very large city. Helmut listened attentively to the stranger's words about how many people wanted to get there, and it was easier to take an order for an escort. The employee was able to find a suitable task for the guy and handed him a notebook with all the details on the page. The main character looked at the note with confusion in his eyes and asked the stranger what it was. The girl began to explain that a woman from a noble family needed protection on a journey. The payment was 800 marks, and this was a good task for the guy. The main character was embarrassed when, after these words, the employee added that the customer had one condition. The girl pointed her index finger up, looked at Helmut with sincere joy, and began to talk about the condition. The mercenary employee said that according to the terms, the lady should only be accompanied by a person that she definitely likes. After these words of the girl about the condition, our hero personally became noticeably gloomier. He silently looked at his interlocutor. The streets of the town were bustling with life. The roads and buildings were illuminated by the bright sun. People were wandering about their business. Helmut entered the store with the thought that he hoped nothing would happen if he bought some clothes. The hero remembered the words of the Mercenary Guild employee that when working with aristocrats, the way he looks is very important. Then the girl also said that it was important to make an impression. and the name of a mercenary should be on everyone's lips, so it was important to always be in good shape. Clapping her hands, she added that all these demands could be outweighed by Helmut's pretty face, which is why she offered him this task, but he should buy some clothes. The consultant in the store loudly told Helmut, after listening to his request, that he would like better quality clothes, and added that then he had something for the guy. The blonde showed a black suit on a hanger and said that these clothes were sewn by a famous master from Baden. The fabric is of the best quality, and even a monster in such an outfit would look like an aristocrat. Helmut just silently looked at the consultant, who enthusiastically demonstrated this outfit to the main character. Waving his arms, the man loudly advertised the product, explaining that the suit was comfortable and light as a feather, in response to which Helmut asked about the price of the clothes. The blonde boutique consultant looked at the price tag and replied that the suit cost 2,000 marks. A stunned Helmut asked again about the cost and thought that it was too expensive because he would only be paid 800 marks for the task. The protagonist came to the conclusion that the costs of completing the task would not pay off, and perhaps it was worth taking on another mission. The mercenary guild member clapped her hands in amazement when she saw Helmut after his transformation. The hero decided to buy that outfit after all and had already put it on, and the girl was screaming that the guy looked 100%. While straightening his clothes, the girl called the hero darling and complimented him, to which the guy replied that his name was Helmut, not Darling. Struck by Helmut's magnificent appearance, the bureau employee corrected herself and said that she simply wanted to call him a cutie. The girl remembered and told the hero that she had already sent information about him, and since he was from the Vanguard squad, he would be accepted without unnecessary questions. The employee continued to praise the main character, saying that he looked simply perfect and would definitely appeal to a lady from a noble family. Suddenly, she turned her attention to another person who had just entered the building. An unknown tall man with blonde hair came inside. He was dressed in a black tailcoat, and Helmut glanced sideways at the stranger. The main character turned his head towards the stranger. The guy's face expressed wariness. The girl greeted the guest kindly and asked him if he was a member of the Cheringan family. The stranger, dressed like an aristocrat, answered the employee's question affirmatively and said that he had come to look at the mercenary the guild had chosen. Glancing sideways, the man noticed Helmut standing nearby and asked the girl if he was that mercenary. With his hands behind his back, the stranger from the Cheringan family slowly walked towards the protagonist. The man began to assess Helmut, complimenting his age, posture, height, and appearance. The man with the mustache gestured with his hand and said that the protagonist looked great, and he was gladly accepted. After these words, the stranger immediately turned around and walked towards the exit, telling Helmut to follow him. Before following the man, the protagonist turned his head and looked at the girl one last time. The mercenary guild employee waved goodbye to Helmut and said that they would see each other again. Without saying a word in response, our main character only nodded his head slightly as a sign of farewell to the girl. The man in the tailcoat and helmet went outside, and behind one of the tall green bushes stood an unknown person conducting surveillance. The hooded and masked stranger looked at Helmut and the man from the Cheringan family with a sly look as they passed by. In order not to be noticed, the pursuer quickly ducked and backed away while they were already walking ahead. Helmut and his new acquaintance were walking along a sunny, cobbled street when suddenly the man started a conversation. The man with the mustache introduced himself as Gilton, the butler of the Cheringan family, and then asked the boy if he had heard anything about their marquise. Looking at his interlocutor, Helmut indifferently replied that he knew nothing about the Marquis of Cheringan. The butler replied that it was even better that way because Helmut would not be biased, and also asked him to watch what the guy said and did, because the Marquis occupied a high position in society. When Gilton asked whether the young man had worked with an escort before, Helmut replied that he had only worked with cargo. Raising his index finger, the butler replied that there was almost no difference, except that it was not bags that would have to be protected, but a person. Gilton added that the boy would receive bonuses for good work and that if any difficulties arose, he should seek help from the knights. The protagonist listened attentively to the butler's instructions, nodded his head, and said that he understood everything. Turning to the young man, Gilton said that he liked the way the boy spoke briefly and clearly, like a military man. When the heroes arrived at the palace gates, the man with the mustache added that this was an excellent quality for a mercenary. The garden around the mansion was decorated with pink rose bushes, which were fragrant throughout the yard and were in perfect condition. In the hall of the mansion, a gigantic chandelier hung from the ceiling. Its frame was golden. When Gilton and the protagonist entered the spacious building, a man with a sword hanging on his belt was already waiting for them inside. The young man asked where they were, to which the man replied that it was an inn where Lady Charingan was staying for a while. Helmut thought about the butler's words and mentally concluded that the Marquis of Charingan had a high status. The guy with green hair saw that Gilton had returned, walked up to him and greeted the man. Scratching his chin, the stranger looked at Helmut and asked the butler if this mercenary was too young. Gilton justified himself by saying that the young man had been recommended to the guild, so there would be no problems, and then asked the knight to teach Helmut the basics. The tall guy agreed to fulfill the butler's request, extended his hand to Helmut, and introduced himself as Kedrick. Then the butler Gilton asked Kedrick where the young lady was now, to which he received the answer that she was having breakfast in the dining room. Our protagonist looked at the picture that appeared before him with bewilderment as they entered the dining room. The young lady turned to the hooded boy sitting next to her and then called him very kind. The girl told her friend that she had never liked dining halls before and suggested how wonderful it would be if Arya went with her to their family's castle. Helmut and Gilton approached the table where the young lady and her friend Arya were having breakfast. The butler addressed the girl, calling her Lady Gina, to which she turned to the man with a displeased face and asked what he wanted. Pointing his hand at the main character, Gilton asked the lady to meet her new escort, and the guy in the background nodded his head in greeting. Lady Gina just looked indifferently towards Helmut and declared that she didn't care at all. She said she trusted the butler if he thought Helmut was good, and then turned her attention back to Arya with loving eyes. When Gina said that she really wanted to chat with Arya some more, he replied that he had to leave soon and needed to get ready. The disappointed girl said that she understood everything, but added that Arya hadn't really eaten. The guy in the pink robe didn't answer and left Jenna alone, indifferently leaving the dining room. The protagonist glanced sideways at Arya, who, covering his face, was slowly leaving the dining room. Helmut was still looking at him when he walked away with an indifferent expression on his face, and a strange feeling arose in the head of the protagonist. Arya opened the door to leave the dining room, at which time Helmut looked up from his task and looked at him. A thought flashed through the head of the wary protagonist that he was sure there could be no mistake here. The young man thought that he didn't yet know what the reason was, but Arya was definitely not an ordinary person. Dissatisfied with Arya's departure, Miss Gina placed her hands on her hips and said that perhaps she wanted to leave. She was disappointed that the object of her affection did not want to chat with her. There were tears in the girl's eyes. She desperately called him. The protagonist asked the butler, Gilton, if that guy was also accompanying Lady Gina. The man replied that no, this guy was a guest of Gina's and was very well known at the Greta Academy in Baden. The butler added that Gina and Arya met in this city by chance, so the girl brought him here. When Helmut asked whether the girl was attending the academy, the butler replied that she was already 14 years old, so she was preparing for the entrance exams there. Helmut chuckled in response and thought that he, too, was going to enroll in the Greta Academy in Baden. The butler reminded that there was very little time left, so he asked the protagonist to go to the stables for a horse. Gilton also told the young man to wait for Jennu near the carriage when the main character had completed all the preparations. Finally, the butler said that he now needed to take care of his own business, and if Helmut had any questions, he should contact Kedrick. In response, our hero looked at Gilton, nodded his head in agreement, and agreed to all the requests. Having taken the horse from the stable, he sat on it, and was already walking towards the carriage, thinking what a stupid horse this was. Looking at the animal, Helmut remembered how the horse had rushed around in the stable, refusing to let anyone possess him. The boy remembered a picture of himself trying to tame a horse, and a stable worker shouting that the horse was a bit playful, but there was only one free horse left. Helmut recalled that the horses he encountered with the vanguard mercenaries were completely different and behaved in a friendly manner. The boy turned his head when he heard Gina's cries nearby, begging Arya to get into her carriage for a talk. The main character saw a girl in the carriage who was screaming, waving her hand at the object of her affection. Her gaze was loving. Arya appeared on the horizon, still wearing his hooded robe, his expression indifferent. As the guy passed by the main character, he made a gesture with his hand. Arya slowly walked towards Gina. Helmut, sitting on his horse, watched Arya and his behavior closely as he passed by. Looking at the mysterious guy, the main character saw a strange shell around him, emitting purple light. Helmut's expression changed as he realized why Arya had given him a strange feeling the first time they met, and he concluded that he was a mage. Yena's knights and Helmut rode on horses through the forest, while the girl herself was inside the carriage. The protagonist was still deep in thought, explaining to himself that the strange feeling caused by Arya was due to the guy's occupation. Remembering the mysterious guy, Helmut still had questions about what kind of magician he was and why he was using magic on himself. Glancing towards the carriage, the protagonist admitted that it was interesting and mentally said that he would watch it. Meanwhile, Gina and Arya were sitting in the carriage. The girl asked him if he was the head of the magic faculty. Clapping her hands, the girl said that in that case, she shouldn't have any problems with the exams, and then added that she didn't know how to prepare for them even better. Arya, maintaining an indifferent appearance, replied that she would definitely pass everything if she had prepared diligently for the exam. Inspired by love, Jenna replied that of course she had prepared well for the exam, but was still very worried. The magician, folding his arms on the table, replied that after arriving in Baden, the girl would still have time to review the material. The girl, stuttering, agreed with her interlocutor, but added that she still could use someone to help her with this. Arya understood the girl's hint, and replied that she would be better off getting used to the idea that the academy was self-taught. Jenna was worried, tears came to her eyes. She didn't know what to tell her parents if she failed the exams and didn't get in. The girl, who was demonstratively crying in front of her lover, looked straight into his eyes, hoping for a response. However, Gina did not receive any consolation from Arya. He only remained silent in response, looking at her indifferently. Then the guy said that he could help the girl find a teacher who could prepare her. Covering her face with her hands in embarrassment, the lady thanked Arya and then asked if he could take care of her preparations. Looking at the girl with serious eyes, the guy, without thinking, answered that it was impossible. Gina was visibly upset when she was rejected, and Arya explained that he needed to prepare for the new semester. The guy turned to Lady Gina, saying that the road would be tiring, and suggested that she take a rest so that they could finish the conversation. The girl looked at her interlocutor with fascination, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She asked him if he thought it was worth resting. At this time, Helmut was riding his horse parallel to the carriage and eavesdropping on the conversation between Janie and Arya, hoping to hear something useful. He rushed alongside but did not look in their direction. The hero's expression was cunning. He thought that he could hear everything perfectly well from there. While listening to the conversation between Arya and Gina, the main character, without understanding why, remembered Finn. The Black Hawk fighters responded that they had seen it with their own eyes when asked if they were sure. With his head down, the guy answered in front of his boss, telling him that the offender had taken the order and set off on his way, but he could still be caught up with. Kneeling before Sir Anton, the boy added that Helmut's team included several mercenaries and knights, after which the boss swore. Sir Anton glanced sideways at his subordinate and ordered him to try to deal only with Helmut. Otherwise, there would be an uproar if someone from the noble family died. An unhappy Paul asked if it was really necessary to go so far as to deal with one young mercenary. Sir Anton did not accept Paul's argument, laughed loudly, spread his arms, and replied that he just wanted to watch. The bearded man's expression turned angry as he added that he had ordered Helmut to be killed, and the Black Hawks never left an enemy alive. Paul and Max frowned when Anton said that he only recruited people into the guild who shared the organization's worldview. After Sir Anton's words, the blue-haired mercenary's expression changed, his pupils narrowed with rage. Looking at Anton, the rank 2 mercenary smiled slyly and said that the boss's words found a response in his heart. Lady Gina complained to Gilton that he had not found a better place to spend the night, and the butler made excuses that there were no other inns in the area. The guests were met by an elderly man who greeted the people and suggested that the night journey had tired them out. Gilton kindly thanked the innkeeper for the opportunity to stay and said that everything would be paid for, to which the old man wished him a good rest. At this time, Helmut was not resting. He was in the forest nearby and training, practicing sword strikes. Then the protagonist stopped and mentally came to some conclusion after checking his strength. The guy held the sword in one hand and looked at it. He thought that his strength had grown and now he could control this energy better. Afterwards, the main character narrowed his eyes and thought that there was still a feeling that there was some kind of limiter. Having changed the position of the weapon, Helmut reasoned that he did not have enough time for physical training and work with magical and internal energy. Our hero hid his cold weapon in its sheath, and hope settled in him that at the Greta Academy he would be able to concentrate on his studies. Placing his hand on his chest, the thought came to his mind that it was also more important to find a way to get rid of the seed of darkness. Suddenly, the main character became distracted when he sensed something was wrong. Helmut looked away and became wary. The young man again placed his hand on the hilt of his sword as he felt some danger approaching him. Looking up, Helmut, standing in the middle of the night forest, said out loud that he thought there was something there. The guy looked at the tops of the bald trees and the bright starry sky. It seemed to him that he was not alone there. Helmut wondered if it was an owl when he saw a large white bird in the distance, radiating energy. The unknown person, having put the pads of all his fingers together, concluded that the main character has keen eyesight. The stranger reasoned out loud that the protagonist had well-developed senses, but if he continued to observe like this, Helmut would suspect something. It was Arya who, sitting on a bed in the inn, was checking Helmut remotely, and reasoning that it would be difficult for an ordinary person to notice even an owl. Putting his hands together, the head of the magic faculty concluded that Helmut was an unusual boy. Arya was still awake, sitting on his bed with his head down, completely lost in thought. The guy thought about how he had seen many talented mercenaries along the way, and such a young rank 3 mercenary was a great rarity. At this time, there was a loud and impudent knock on Mr. Arya's door, asking if he was already asleep. It was Lady Gina, who was screaming in a frantic manner that she knew Arya was awake while her subordinate maids tried to stop the girl. Arya listened to voices outside the door, the maids shouting that by order of Mr. Charrington, she had to go to bed at 9 o'clock in the evening. The women forcibly dragged Lady Gina away, grabbing her arms as she screamed that she just wanted to chat with Arya for just 1 minute. Arya hung his head in exhaustion as he heard Gina being scolded outside the door for putting on makeup at such a late hour, and screaming that this might be her last chance tonight. Afterwards, only one thought flashed through the head of the Faculty of Magic. He was very tired. The next day, everyone continued on their way. The knights shouted to each other that it was almost time for lunch and they should stop to rest at the spring. The horses obediently stopped, pawing the ground as the knights and mercenaries found a suitable place to dine. The knights were surprised when they saw the beautiful spring, and one of them said that everyone who goes to Baden stops here. Kedrick knelt down at the spring, took some of the water in his hands and brought it to his mouth to drink, while the butler watched. The knight's expression became more cheerful as he said that the water was delicious and very refreshing. The man with the mustache raised his voice and addressed everyone else, announcing a halt and dinner while Kedrick stood nearby. On the wooden table inside the carriage, dishes that looked like they had been prepared in a restaurant had already begun to appear. The maids carried hot dishes to Lady Gina one after another, while the knights praised and marveled at the appetizing appearance of the food. One of the knights complained to his comrades that even in Jenna's salad there was fresh meat, but they had to make do with one piece of dried meat without anything else. The second knight answered him that this meant he would have to eat water, and the third added that he could not cope with all these dishes even in one day. While the knight complained about how sad and unfair everything was, Helmut silently drank water, thinking how much he missed Finn's cooking. Suddenly the protagonist stopped, confusion and shock appearing on his face as he looked into the cup. Helmut looked at his metal cup of water with puzzlement and mentally asked himself what it was. While the other knights, unsuspecting, rested and drank water, Helmut came to the conclusion in his head that the liquid from the spring had a strange taste. During the halt, the protagonist remained quiet. His face was thoughtful. He was wondering if the water was poison. The boy watched as Arya, Gilton, and the maids drank the same water, wondering why they were okay then. Looking again at the cup, Helmut concluded that he had imagined it until one of the knights said that he was very tired and would go to bed. Gilton, sweat pouring down his face, wiped his face with a napkin, announcing the end of lunch, and complained that he himself was a bit tired. Approaching the carriage, the butler turned to Jenna and said that he had cleared away all the dishes and that they could now set out. A shocked Gilton screamed as he opened the carriage door and saw Lady Gina sitting there unconscious. The girl laid her head on the table, drooling from her mouth. She said that tonight was her last night with Arya. Gilton sighed with relief and wiped his forehead again with a napkin when he realized that Lady Gina was simply sleeping. However, a moment later, shock and horror appeared on the butler's face again as he realized something new. The entire staff of the Cherengan family was noticeably out of sorts. Their heads were spinning, and one maid did not understand why she had suddenly fallen asleep. Gilton, maddened with horror, began to loudly call for the knight Kedrick, turning his head and asking where he was. Soon the butler noticed Kedrick lying face down on the ground, sweat running down his body from the heat and his body shaking. The man with the mustache began to lose his mind. His ability to think clearly and stand on both feet was dissolving. He was asking what was going on. Within a minute, the entire ground was strewn with the bodies of the Cherengan family's subordinates, who lay unconscious on it, including Gilton. The only one who had not yet fallen asleep was Helmut, who was still sitting with his back to the tree, holding a cup in his hand and watching this picture. The main character remained conscious while dozens of people who had fallen asleep from the poisonous water lay around him. The young man silently and calmly poured the poisoned water from his metal cup directly onto the ground. It turned out that he was not alone, and nearby in the forest, several unknown people were watching the main character. Helmut glanced in the direction from which he heard strange sounds and concluded that someone was coming. It was Paul and the others of the Black Hawks who were hunting Helmut, and reasoned that because of the sleeping pills in the water, all the nobles should already be asleep. One of the bandits told his comrades that they would deal with Helmut without witnesses, but then he was taken aback when a shocking picture appeared before his eyes. It turned out that the plan went awry because Helmut did not fall asleep, so the bandits began asking the hero why he was still conscious. Paul was surprised to see a familiar face in front of him and asked what a vanguard mercenary was doing here. The blue-haired mercenary fell silent in confusion and looked at the protagonist with dumbfounded eyes. The bandit extended his hand with the weapon to Helmut and asked if it was really he who killed those guys from the Black Hawks. The protagonist, with anger in his voice, turned to Tarek's rank 2 mercenaries and said that they simply disappeared when the monster was destroying their team. Helmut then asked Paul and Max if they were now working for the Black Hawks and called them traitors. The rank 2 mercenaries were noticeably angered by the guy's words. They began to insult him and laugh maliciously in response. An angry Paul, with the veins on his forehead bulging with anger, turned to Helmut, calling him a baby and saying that he talks too much. At this time, one of the bandits from the Black Hawks Guild approached closer, twirling a cold weapon in his hands. Another bandit, who was looking intently at the enemy, holding a blade in his hand, was also preparing to attack Helmut. Paul said that the young man was now their prey, as the Hawk bandits surrounded the protagonist from all sides. Caleb's brother also began to take his weapon out of its sheath to attack the protagonist. After licking the sharp blade of the sword with his tongue, Paul looked at Helmut and said that it was time to start hunting. The protagonist immediately reacted, drawing his sword from its sheath as Paul was already swinging his weapon to attack. As Helmut drew his sword, the only thought that flashed through his mind was that there were too many of them. Suddenly, a powerful vortex of orange, yellow, and pink energy formed in the air, distracting everyone's attention. Paul and Helmut were taken aback when an unknown ball of energy stood as a barrier right between them. The rank 2 mercenary looked at the swirls of light in front of him in confusion and remained silent, not understanding what was happening. Helmut stood motionless, watching what was happening carefully, his face calm. The magician controlled his magic with deft movements of his fingers, and in front of his hand was a round seal of light with geometric patterns. The one who stopped the battle was Arya, who in a threatening tone told everyone to put away their swords and get out if they valued their lives. Arya, who had previously been levitating in the air, landed on the ground, with flashes of purple energy surrounding him. Disappointed by the turn of events, Paul complained that he had paid a lot of money to poison the spring with sleeping pills. Throwing his cold weapon over his shoulder, the mercenary looked at Arya and called him another boy with insomnia. Our main character stood and glanced sideways at the hooded mage who was behind him, and also silent, looking at Helmut. Arya called Helmut an idiot, and in an unfriendly tone told him to stop looking around and focus on the enemy. Paul, dissatisfied with the disruption of the plan, brought the blade of his weapon to one of the bandits and asked what was going on. The masked guy started making excuses that he didn't know the magician would be there, and then screamed in pain when Paul hit him. The second-rank mercenary removed the weapon from the boy, admitting that he had gone too far while he was writhing in pain. An embittered Paul said it was stupid to expect anything from the Black Hawk bastards, then ordered everyone to clean up when he and Max were done. Suddenly, Paul pounced on Helmut, shouting that he would now have a little chat with our baby. The rank 2 mercenary's face was burning with rage. His eyes were crazy. He loudly wished for Helmut's death. Paul was hanging upside down in the air, and Helmut was standing on the ground, and at that moment the heroes' swords collided. Focused on the battle, Paul activated his power. He looked at his opponent and tried to deliver a successful blow. The protagonist stood on the ground and looked up at Paul, but successfully parried all of the bandits' attempts to harm him. Meanwhile, Max approached Arya with a weapon in his hands, threatening to kill the guy quickly, so he shouldn't resist. In response, the head of the magic faculty of the Greta Academy only stood silently, remaining calm, and looked at the mercenary. Activating his magic with a hand gesture, Arya looked at Max and told him not to get his hopes up because he wasn't going to die. Helmut and Paul continued to fight. They raced through the forest, catching up with each other. Their movements were almost invisible to the human eye. The blue-eyed mercenary, maintaining an elevated mood, asked the hero what was wrong, since earlier Helmut had been chattering so confidently. Helmut, who had not yet succeeded in defeating Paul, remained silent while Paul told him to look at himself now. The young man was lost in his thoughts about how if he were alone, he would have a hard time, because he had 2 second-rank mercenaries and a bunch of bandits against him. Remembering Arya, Helmut mentally told himself that he was lucky because a magician came to the aid of the main character. Paul's face turned red with rage, and he shouted at Helmut with a malicious smile on his face that he intended to kill him. The mercenary, holding the sword in both hands, tried to strike Helmut with a cold weapon, but missed again. Helmut kept his concentration, his brows furrowed, and tried his best to avoid Paul's blows. Suddenly, the rank 2 mercenary landed with his feet on the ground and saw a wall of dirt and dust right in front of him. Throwing the cold weapon over his shoulder, a disappointed Paul began to swear, insulting the main character. Paul continued to address the protagonist, shouting at him to ask where his confidence had gone, while Helmut's silhouette stood surrounded by clouds of dust. The man's expression changed dramatically when he heard the boy's voice again, telling Paul not to worry. At that moment, Helmut's face appeared again in front of the offender, and the hero told Paul that this was only the beginning. Caleb's brother didn't understand what was going on or what the protagonist meant, so he just asked again, puzzled. Paul looked at Helmut, whose strength had reached a new level, and the protagonist thanked the enemy for following him. The mercenary was very angry at Helmut's gratitude. He began to insult him as sick and shout that the main character was driven into a corner by him. At that moment, the protagonist's cold weapon began to shine with a purple light with renewed vigor, and Helmut responded negatively to Paul's words. Our young hero looked his offender straight in the eye and confidently told him that he was not his equal. Paul's pupils narrowed in shock. Sweat ran down his face from the strain, and he began to stutter when he saw the aura around Helmut. Grabbing his sword, the second-rank mercenary once again activated his power and pounced on Helmut, saying that he was finished. Paul's face twisted in anger as he shouted at the top of his lungs that a rank 4 scum could not possibly compare to a mercenary like him. The blue-haired mercenary took the sword in his right hand and pointed its tip straight at Helmut, who was still levitating in the air in front of the offender, motionless. The man failed to strike Helmut as the hero successfully parried it, dodging, and the sword passed his head. After trying to attack, Paul still looked in that direction in confusion, while at that moment, Helmut was already in the air behind him. Then the bandit realized that his attempt to attack had failed, turned around and tried to focus his attention on Helmut again. Paul spread his arms in defense, while the protagonist was already hanging over the offender and was about to attack the rank 2 mercenary. The protagonist watched his opponent's actions closely, his expression focused. Paul looked back at Helmut with a puzzled expression, his eyes filled with confusion as the heroes fought. Our young hero managed to deal a crushing blow to the enemy with his sword, after which he fell to the ground with a crash. Helpless Paul groaned in pain. He was completely defeated and could no longer attack Helmut. After this successful strike, our protagonist jumped to the ground, landing successfully. Helmut stood in front of Paul, who was lying on the ground with his legs and arms spread out, breathing heavily. With his last strength, Paul asked Helmut where someone like him got such strength from, and on the offender's chest there were still remnants of the youth's energy. Suddenly, the mercenary with long blue hair received another blow from the protagonist and groaned in pain. Helmut hid his weapon, did not answer where he got such strength from, and told him and his men to get lost, because this time the hero decided to let them go. The protagonist had already turned the other way to walk away when he heard laughter behind him. Paul, who continued to lie on the ground and move, asked if Helmut had just done him a favor. The distraught rank 2 mercenary began to scream that he would rather die than run with his tail between his legs. Turning around, the young hero reminded Paul about the partners he had abandoned in the forest, and then suggested that the man had some strange nobility. A helpless Paul just looked at the boy as he told him that the man hadn't been too worried about leaving his partners to die in the woods back then. After these words, Helmut turned away again and began to go his own way, while Paul tried to get up and answer something. Gritting his teeth in pain, the blue-eyed mercenary groaned and breathed heavily. The guy's words visibly amused him. While the main character walked away, Paul continued to lie on the ground and laugh at the top of his lungs, like a madman. Walking through the forest towards the spring, Helmut's expression suddenly changed because he remembered something. Looking into the thick of the forest, the protagonist mentally hoped that the magician who came to Helmut's aid was okay. The ground was strewn with the bodies of Black Hawk bandits who had been killed in battle. Even on one of the branches of a nearby tree, there was the body of one of the criminals, hanging there lifelessly. Some of the bandits who were still alive were breathing heavily, writhing in pain and standing on all fours. Rank 2. Mercenary Max, who also took damage in the battle, tried to catch his breath and shouted at the mage, insulting him and asking who he even was. Arya moved one hand to the side. In his palm was a ball with an orange core emitting an aura of purple energy. The guy stood on a seal drawn with light on the ground. In his hands were magic spheres, and the stones around him suddenly rose into the air when he said that he was a magician. Arya looked at the bandits and controlled the large stones hanging in the air with his magical abilities. The Blackhawks only waved their weapons in response, shouted at the mage, and were unable to resist him. Bandon screamed in pain, and his weapon fell from his hands as the mage Arya directed his magical power at him. The guy began to use his mind to direct large stones towards the offenders. They flew at high speed and knocked them off their feet. Arya remained calm and looked intently at the bandits, then said that he didn't care what they were up to. Pointing his index finger towards the criminals, he released a stream of energy towards them, saying that they were in his way. Arya added that this changed everything, and at that moment a stream of magical energy hit one of the bandits, while Max watched it warily. Rank 2. Mercenary Max gritted his teeth in rage. He looked at Arya and insulted him, calling him a bastard. Grabbing the sword, Max attacked Arya, saying that although he was strong, the mercenary was unable to finish his sentence. With his hand out in front of him to counterattack, Arya told Max not to overexert himself and parried his blow. The blonde mage sent a stream of magical energy towards Max with a deft gesture of one hand. The brunette screamed in pain and horror, his eyes widening as the stream of destructive energy hit him. Keeping his distance, Arya was able to throw Max aside with a stream of energy, and he flew away, eventually crashing into a large rock. The surviving mercenaries stood in horror, holding their weapons in front of them, after Arya easily dispatched Max. The magician said that the bandits should go to Baden with them, and then he made a gesture with his hand and ordered them to stop. Noticing that Arya was performing some kind of magic trick, the bandits screamed in horror, fear written all over their faces. One of the criminals, stuttering, gave the command to his comrades to run, because this magic would now immobilize them. Arya shouted where they were going as he waved his hand and released a ring of yellow light towards them. The masked bandit began to curse loudly, as the lasso of light immediately immobilized him, ending up around his torso. The Black Hawks tried to escape from the magician as more and more magical rings of bright light flew at them. Making deft movements with his hands, the magician Arya, concentrating, created all the dozens of such lassos, which then flew towards the offenders. The mage's mood noticeably worsened when he complained out loud that the bandits were running fast, since not all of the traps had reached their target. Turning his head, Arya said that it didn't matter, because he might have managed to capture one of their leaders. The magician looked questioningly at the stone where the previously wounded Max was sitting. The picture he saw greatly surprised the guy. It turned out that there was no one there, and then Arya asked himself out loud whether the bastard had managed to escape. An exhausted Max, his clothes torn, hid behind a rock in the forest and tried to catch his breath after escaping. Breathing heavily, he told himself that he didn't think the Black Hawks were hunting for a vanguard mercenary. A picture of Arya popped into his mind, and Max added that he had no idea that a real magician would be on the mission. Closing his eyes, the rank 2 mercenary leaned against a large rock and rested, asking himself how such a thing could have happened. Suddenly, the dark-haired man had to open his eyes again and tense up because he heard some sounds behind him. Max turned his head and saw Helmut walking through the forest behind him, but he had not yet noticed the mercenary. Our main character walked calmly along his path, and his appearance did not indicate that the guy had just fought. The bearded man mentally asked himself why there was not a scratch on Helmut and what was wrong with Paul now. Horror appeared on Max's face as he came to the conclusion in his head that Helmut might have killed Paul. Suddenly, the main character sensed something was wrong and stopped. He turned his head and looked at the stone behind which Max was hiding. For a while, Helmut stood and silently looked in that direction, checking whether he was imagining things. However, then the main character began to look ahead again and walk away, and Max remained unnoticed, mentally acknowledging that Helmut turned out to be quite strong. When Helmut left, Max cursed silently and fell to his knees, laying his head on the ground in exhaustion. The boy returned to the carriage, where he was met by the tied-up bandits and Area, who was surprised by Helmut's return, asking if he was still alive. As the protagonist approached, the head of the Academy's magic faculty threw some object towards Helmut. The young man caught it and looked at the thing in surprise. It turned out to be a long coil of thick rope. Area pointed his thumb at the group of bandits who were immobilized by magic and asked Helmut to tie them up. Helmut turned his head to the side in confusion and looked at those tied-up bandits, saying that they were already immobilized. Area turned away and explained that he did not want to waste his magic holding the bonds, and that he wanted to send the criminals to Baden prison. The protagonist repeated the word prison in surprise, stuttering, and in his head he remembered Darien's words about how people who had committed bad deeds were sent to this place. Helmut pressed his finger to his lips, and with a puzzled expression on his face, wondered what would happen to the escaped Max and Paul. Suddenly Area, who was standing with his back to the youth, asked him why the sleeping pill had no effect on Helmut. Our young hero looked at his interlocutor and fell silent for a moment, feeling a little irritated by the question. Then Helmut replied, looking at Area's back, that he simply didn't touch the water, which is why he remained sane. Suddenly, a stream of magical energy released by Area flew past the main character. The mage kept his index finger still raised in the air, sparks of purple energy flying out from it. Looking sideways at the main character, Area said that the guy was lying because he saw Helmut drinking water. The young man remained calm, and in response asked the magician what about him then, since Area had not fallen asleep either. The mage was still pointing his index finger at Helmut when he asked Area why he was still on his feet. Grinning, the protagonist looked into the eyes of the magician and added that he himself drank, meaning that in that case, Area should have fallen asleep too. Still on guard, the magician Area answered Helmut with distrust in his voice that he was able to cleanse himself. The blonde boy was taken aback when Helmut asked if it was because of the magic that constantly surrounded Area like an aura. Area began to sweat from the tension. Tilting his head slightly towards Helmut, he asked the protagonist why he could see his aura. While tying up the criminals with a rope, the young man replied that he did not see this magical aura around the guy, but rather felt it. Area became noticeably angry and asked Helmut why he remained silent, pretending not to know anything. Having dealt with all the captured bandits, our hero began to straighten his knees, answering the guy that he simply wasn't very interested in this topic. Shaking his hands, Helmut looked at Area and added that it was none of his business and that he could continue to hide his secrets. Mage Area silently looked at his interlocutor, pouting his lips, and his face showed resentment. The main character looked questioningly at his new acquaintance in response, not understanding the nature of his emotions. Then Area clicked his tongue in displeasure, turned around and walked away, thinking about how much Helmut annoyed him and mentally insulting him as an idiot. Looking back at the tied-up criminals sitting behind him, Butler Gilton let out a sigh of relief and said that this could have ended irreparably. Turning to Area, the worried man said that he would always be in his debt and asked how he could repay him. The magician made a gesture with his hand and replied that there was no need to thank him in any way and that he had simply done what he had to do. The guy added that he didn't need anything in return, and then turned his gaze to the main character. Pointing his fingers at Helmut, who was standing nearby, Area told the butler that the mercenary had helped him, and for some reason he also had not fallen asleep after drinking the water. Area still held a grudge against the young man, so after these words were spoken, he silently looked at him with an angry gaze. Helmut leaned his back against a tree and crossed his arms over his chest. then answered the magician that the medicines did not work on him. The butler turned and said that he had heard that there were people with immunity, and then he also thanked Helmut for his help. Gesturing vigorously, the butler Gilton began to say that as soon as they arrived in Baden, the boys would receive an additional reward, but he was interrupted by Jena. Lady Gina ran quickly towards her savior, the magician Arya, and screamed his name. She jumped up to him and grabbed his hand. The guy was taken aback, and the girl looked at the magician with loving eyes. Gina was trembling with love and happiness. She looked at Arya and repeated that he saved her. The blonde held the magician's hand, asking what it was if not fate, and irritation was visible on Arya's face. The girl's face turned red with emotion. She still held the guy's hand with both palms and said that she wanted to thank him. She suggested in a cheerful tone, looking hopefully at the guy, that perhaps he would like to marry her. However, in response, Arya destroyed all the girl's hopes, stating that he had a fiancée in his homeland, and after graduating from the academy they intended to get married. Hearing Arya's words, the girl backed away and removed her hands. Her mind darkened, and she did not immediately find the words to answer. Knight Kedrick, who was watching this scene, covered his face with his hand in shame when the girl began to cry. Lady Gina began to scream and cry loudly, tears flowing like a stream, while the butler Gilton begged her not to become hysterical. Tired after everything that had happened, and Jenna's behavior, Kedrick hung his head and asked everyone to get going already. When everyone arrived at the place, the butler wiped the sweat with his hand and complained that he had not slept for almost a day, but he was glad that they had covered the rest of the way without incident. The carriage of Lady Jenna and the knights was already approaching the massive gates leading into the city, surrounded by high stone walls. The protagonist jumped off his horse and silently looked around at their destination when everyone finally arrived in Baden. He looked at the scene around him and mentally greeted Baden, the city where the academy he needed was located. Helmut stood and watched as the townspeople entered the city over the wooden bridge, and the guards guarded the city, holding battle axes in their hands. The butler Gilton also got off his black horse and called the boy, who immediately responded. The man with the mustache praised Helmut, saying that he had done a great job, and then promised to recommend him to the mercenary guild. Then Gilton took out a small cloth bag filled with coins from his pocket and handed it to the protagonist. The butler said it was 10,000 marks, more than the contract stipulated, but the reward was a token of appreciation from the Thuringen family. Helmut looked at the bag of money with surprise in his eyes, because the reward turned out to be much larger than planned. Afterwards, the main character turned his attention to the magician Arya, who was standing nearby, removing his hood. Helmut did not take his eyes off the magician, who stood with his back to the main character. He looked at him with interest. The main character lowered his head down and then raised it again, looking the guy over from head to toe. Helmut started walking, holding his things on his shoulder, passed by Arya, and the magician followed the main character. Mage Arya put his hands forward. He wanted to go after the main character to stop him. Suddenly, Helmut stopped walking himself. He stopped to say something to his new acquaintance. Arya was surprised when the main character suddenly decided to stop. The magician looked at the guy with stunned eyes and remained silent. Without turning around, our young hero, looking straight ahead, thanked Arya with just one word. Then the young man turned his head slightly towards Arya and looked at him, adding that he thanked him for helping him, and even helped him a lot. Helmut's unusual behavior visibly surprised Arya. He looked at him, remaining silent, and his facial expression changed. Then the head of the Faculty of Magic looked away, frowning, and chuckled in response. Without saying anything else to each other, the protagonist continued on his way, increasing the distance between him and the magician. Tired after the mission, Helmut raised his head and looked again at the cityscape in front of him. Standing in front of the entrance to the city of Baden, the main character mentally told himself that it was time for him to go to the academy. Helmut wandered through the streets of the new city, looking around. Numerous townspeople were walking around. He looked around with interest, studying the people, buildings, and features of the city of Baden. The thought flashed through the young man's mind that Baden was a much larger place than those he had visited before. The protagonist watched as local students, well-dressed men and women, walked around and mentally noted how many people there were. Standing in the middle of a spacious pedestrian street, Helmut asked himself if this was even called a city, since he was just learning to live in the world of people. Walking along the stone paving stones, the protagonist concluded that it was easy to get lost in such a crowded place, and that was good. The boy approached the large wooden gates and high arch that led to the Greta Academy. The protagonist, lost in his thoughts, looked up when he saw a new picture in front of him. Seeing a tall, large building surrounded by a park behind the arch, Helmut immediately realized that he had come to the Greta Academy. Student life at the academy was in full swing. Neatly dressed girls and boys strolled around the grounds and chatted in a friendly manner. Helmut entered the building, and inside he saw a spacious hall where students were walking. The main character looked around, and then mentally asked himself where to look for a man named Eden Kudrow. The guy turned his head and saw a girl with glasses sitting at the table, who looked like an employee of the academy. Our hero decided to approach the red-haired girl to start a conversation and ask the question that interested him. The stranger was completely immersed in her work. She was writing something with a pen on paper, so she did not notice Helmut. When Helmut leaned over in front of her and placed his hands on the table, she screamed in horror and said that he had frightened her. The girl turned her attention to the main character and asked him what he wanted. Helmut was a man of few words. He said the name of Eden Kudrow and said that he was looking for this man. The young hero answered affirmatively to the worried girl's question about whether he was looking for Mr. Eden, namely, their swordmaster. To get a meeting, Helmut lied that he knew Mr. Eden and asked the stranger if he could meet him. The academy employee kindly told Helmut that he could meet with him, and then asked his name. The protagonist, carefully examining the papers on the red-haired girl's desk, replied that his name was Helmut. Soon the girl in glasses was leading the young man through the corridors of the academy to bring him to Mr. Eden. She pointed with her hand in the direction where the main character needed to go and said that they needed to go there. Approaching the red door, the girl took the magical blue card in her hand and activated the large seal drawn in the air with light. The academy employee turned around and asked Helmut in a friendly tone to wait a few minutes. The young hero agreed to wait without objection, but the thought flashed through his mind that magic was involved here, too. After the stranger managed to unlock the door with the help of a magic card, a strip of light appeared between the two doors. The protagonist stood in front of a tall red door and waited for it to open completely so he could enter. Helmut waited patiently, his gaze upward, and he was very curious about what kind of person Eden Kudrow would turn out to be. The door opened even further, and now our hero can go inside to finally meet Mr. Eden. The red-haired girl with glasses pointed in the direction with her hand and politely asked Helmut to go inside. Unsuspecting, the carefree protagonist walked into the room, his expression calm. However, in an instant, Helmut's grimace changed dramatically when he saw in front of him the man he had wanted to meet for so long. The man stood with his back to the main character and did not turn around. He was dressed in a white shirt and a beige vest. Eden Kudrow, who still hadn't looked at the hero, said he didn't know anyone named Helmut. Finally, the man with long dark hair and green hair turned around and asked the young man who he was. Helmut looked at Eden carefully, mentally noting his aura and how it differed from Darien's energy. In his head, the boy came to the conclusion that of all the swordsmen he had met in the human world, the man in front of him had the strongest aura. Kudrow looked at the boy questioningly. While he thought that if Eden were a mercenary, he would have been immediately awarded rank 1. A worried Eden looked at the protagonist and said that he would ask his name again. Helmut was brought back to reality from his thoughts when the man in front of him asked why the hero was looking for him. The guy decided to show Eden the sword that Darien had left him, so he began to take the weapon out of its sheath. Without saying a word, Helmut took out a cold weapon, took it in his hand, and held it out in front of him to show the man. A look of confusion appeared on Eden Kudrow's face as he looked at the weapon in front of him. Helmut explained that he was told that the man would understand everything if the boy showed him this sword. Eden Kudrow continued to carefully examine the bladed weapon, his face expressing confusion. The man thought to himself that at first glance it was a completely ordinary sword, but its balance and durability raised questions. Mr. Eden realized that the sword looked very familiar, and then his expression changed. Kudrow raised his hand to his mouth due to the shock he felt, and then said the name Darien Dyfert. The protagonist confirmed his interlocutor's guesses, and said that he understood everything correctly. A stunned Eden Kudrow reached out for his weapon and began asking Helmut if Darien was still alive. The hope on the man's face immediately disappeared when the protagonist replied that, unfortunately, Darien was no longer alive. Helmut, remaining calm, added that Darien Dyfert had recently left this world. Eden Kudrow, hearing the boy's words, noticeably darkened. His hand began to tremble, and he was unable to answer immediately. Shocked by the news he heard, the man covered his face with his hand and, stuttering, said that he understood everything. Mr. Eden began to tell that Darien had disappeared 20 years ago, and Kudrow swore on behalf of his family that he would repay his friend for saving him. The green-eyed man removed his hand from his face and began to reason that if Darien's sword was with Helmut, it meant something. The main character looked at Eden Kudrow. Sadness was visible on his face. He was looking attentively at his interlocutor. Eden Kudrow came to the conclusion that since Helmut has Darien's sword, he is his last disciple. Our young hero confirmed Mr. Eden's suspicions that he was Darien's last student. After this, Mr. Adana asked the protagonist to speak and tell why he was looking for him. The protagonist began to answer, but thought for a moment and could not say his intention right away. Helmut looked at his interlocutor and confidently stated that he wanted to study at the academy. Eden Kudrow and Helmut stood in front of each other in the swordsman's office, keeping a distance between them. The main character, after expressing his desire to study at the academy, patiently waited for the man's answer. Closing his eyes, the man assumed that it was Darien who told the boy about the academy and suggested that he study here. Mr. Eden came to the conclusion that during his lifetime, Darien wanted him to be the protector for Helmut. Then the man moved his hand to the side and asked his interlocutor how old the young man was. Our young hero could not clearly answer such a simple question and said that he was not sure. Eden was surprised and asked if the young man knew how old he was, and the thought flashed through his head that something was wrong with this guy. Trying to count on his fingers, a puzzled Helmut said that he was 14 or 15, while Eden mentally wondered how the boy could not know his age. Kudrow did not continue to ask his interlocutor about his age, and said that it was worth starting with an assessment of his skills and aura. The man told the still puzzled boy that he would hardly be accepted into elementary school if he was 14 years old. Mr. Eden added that he might be accepted as an exchange student if Helmut was 15 years old. Kudrow took the folder of documents in his hands and then looked back at Helmut when he asked if he would have to take exams. The man remained silent, but wondered whether Darien's student should take the sword mastery test. Putting the folder of documents back on the table, Eden said that perhaps Helmut would be accepted anyway if he explained that the boy was Darien's student. Turning his gaze to his cold weapon, the protagonist again warmly remembered Darien's name. The boy grabbed the hilt of the sword and looked at it with sadness in his eyes, thinking how Darien had helped him both in the indigenous forest and here at the academy. Suddenly, Helmut's gaze darkened as he realized that Darien was in the native forest. The main character did not understand what was happening when he remembered Eden again about Darien disappearing about 20 years ago. In his head, the boy wondered why even his loved ones didn't know where he was, and that Darien wouldn't have gone into the root forest of his own free will. Helmut's expression became more serious and wary as he realized that Darien had been sent into the core forest by someone. Then the main character thought about what would happen if the one who sent his teacher to the root forest found out that his student was in the human world. Helmut came to the conclusion that in this case, he would be spared the opportunity to destroy the seed of darkness within himself and would be sent back to the native forest. When the protagonist realized that he could not reveal himself as Darien's disciple, he responded negatively to Eden. Eden Kudrow did not understand why Helmut refused such an opportunity to get into the academy without exams and asked the guy about it. Helmut told Kudrow that he couldn't explain the exact reason, but if anyone found out that the boy was Darien's student, the hero's life would be in danger. Eden's expression became confused. The man was stunned by Helmut's words. Suddenly, Mr. Eden became furious. He did not understand what this meant, and shouted that no one could offend Darien's own student. Keeping his cool, Helmut told the man that the time would come and he would tell everything, and Kudrow would have to be patient. Kudrow propped his chin on his hand and agreed with the boy, adding that he probably had serious reasons for hiding it. Helmut nodded in understanding when Eden asked him to contact the man with any questions. After all, Darien had entrusted the boy to him. The man gestured with his hand for Helmut to follow him and said that now they needed to start preparing for the exam, preparing and collecting all the necessary documents. The main character looked after his new acquaintance, who was walking with his back to him, clenching his hand into a fist. The heroes left Eden Kudrow's office and entered a spacious hall intended for training. Looking around, Helmut asked where they were, to which Eden replied that it was his personal training room. Kudrow said that he was sure that Darien would not have become Helmut's teacher if he had been untalented, but he still needed to see for himself what the main character was capable of. The man opened the door leading to a small utility room and took out an impressive-sized log. Mr. Eden pointed to the log and asked his new apprentice to cut it while Helmut stood in front of him. The protagonist, focused on the task, looked closely at the log and immediately began to take out his sword. Eden Kudrow prevented Helmut from cutting the log with his weapon and immediately stopped him. The man said the boy needed to do it with a wooden sword, and Helmut glanced at the rack of training weapons. The protagonist took a wooden sword in his hands and, concentrating on the task, began to swing it deftly. Eden watched the boy's actions closely and thought that if he managed to break a birch log, it would be a great achievement for his age. The man with long dark hair continued to look at his new student and think about him in his mind. When Helmut channeled his power into the wooden sword, Eden concluded that this boy was not so simple. The main character's expression was extremely concentrated. He held in his hand a wooden sword illuminated by his energy. Eden became noticeably more tense when he realized that Helmut was easily able to control his aura. As Helmut swung his arm to deliver a crushing blow to the log, Kudrow wondered how strong the boy was. Using a simple wooden sword, our hero managed to hit the log with the first blow, which immediately became illuminated by a purple aura. After being destroyed by Helmut's power, the wood split into two pieces, as if it had been carefully sawed off. Mr. Kudrow's mouth dropped open in amazement when he saw how easily Helmut accomplished the task. The protagonist pulled his weapon back. The entire space around him was illuminated by his purple aura, denoting the power of his strength. Watching Helmut's actions, Eden Kudrow thought about how strong the boy was and what great potential he had. The man was amazed, and then told Helmut that with such power he would definitely pass the entrance exam. Mr. Eden thought that he expected nothing less from Darien's student. And then the youth asked him if he could now attend the academy. Kudrow wondered what else Helmut could do besides being a swordsman, and then told him that he would still need to pass a written exam. The main character was discouraged by this news. A look of confusion appeared on his face, and he asked Mr. Eden again. Eden Kudrow was extremely puzzled when he checked the papers filled out by Helmut after passing the trial exam. He looked at the papers with a huge number of errors and said that it would be difficult to get 4 points even with your eyes closed. Helmut, who understood nothing, listened to his mentor, who said that there were only a couple of weeks left until the exam, and this was a big problem. Eden leaned his hands on the table and told the boy that even a private tutor would not help him prepare for the exam in time, and with such a grade he would definitely not be able to get in. The guy asked with hope in his voice if Kudrow could teach him, to which he received a negative answer, because Eden is a professor at this academy. Mr. Kudrow explained that he was forbidden to have personal relationships with students, and that if Helmut were taught, he would get into big trouble. The man added that usually other students help with the preparation, but now the best of them are probably already busy. To sum it up, Eden Kudrow folded his hands and said things were bad as Helmut sat opposite him. Our protagonist, who now found himself in a difficult situation, only looked silently at his mentor. Helmut remembered the words of the butler Gilton that the magician Arya was studying at this academy. Remembering the fair-haired boy, the protagonist mentally said that he was sure that this magician was quite good. Eden was visibly surprised when Helmut suddenly asked him if he knew a student named Arya. Mr. Kudrow replied that of course he knew Arya, and last year he was the top student who passed the magic exam the best. The protagonist looked away and wondered if this meant that Arya was a good magician. Lost in thought, Helmut scratched his chin and decided that he didn't know anyone at the academy, except Arya anyway. Our hero turned around and finally told Kudrow that in that case, he was going to ask the magician to work with him. Confused, Eden Kudrow asked the protagonist if he meant Arya. The man with the mustache was confused and asked Helmut how he knew this magician, but the hero had already walked away. The academy building was illuminated by the bright daytime sun, and an emotional conversation was taking place in the courtyard of the educational institution. Dissatisfied, Arya asked Helmut how he even came up with this idea and what he was thinking. Helmut silently listened to the magician's discontent and questions about whether he had said that he wanted to see the main character again someday. In response to Helmut's request, Arya said that he hated training stupid people, especially empty-headed swordsmen. The boy added that he believed that Helmut had come to Baden solely for the purpose of the mission and not to enter the academy. With a dismissive gesture of his hand, the magician said that he did not know why the mercenary needed the academy, but in any case, Helmut would have to study on his own, since Arya was not interested in it. Helmut made the argument that he needed to pass the exam, and the magician Arya was the best student at the academy. The fair-haired boy was not impressed by Helmut's explanations, so he repeated that he did not want to teach him. Turning his back to the protagonist, the best student asked if Helmut was listening to him at all, and then told him to leave and not waste his time. Anger appeared on Aria's face when the protagonist told him that he would pay for his tuition. In his head, Helmut explained these words by the fact that people value money, so he offered to pay. Aria's tone showed displeasure at the proposal, and then he asked if Helmut wanted to buy it. Turning his head towards the main character, the guy ordered him to answer, and then asked how much the mercenary could pay him. The young man answered the question with a question, asking Aria how much he wanted to receive for Helmut's training. Hearing the young hero's question, Aria's face darkened with anger, and he almost cursed, and then paused before answering. Pointing his finger at Helmut, he blurted out that he wanted 100,000 marks, and then asked if Helmut really thought he would ask for less. The amount that Aria requested did not surprise the protagonist at all, so he immediately agreed to the magician's demand. The fact that the main character so easily agreed to Aria's demand noticeably surprised the magician, and he fell silent. Then the main character, standing in front of the boy, promised that he would bring the entire amount tomorrow. Aria couldn't believe his ears. He gestured wildly and asked Helmut if he was serious. The student began to explain to the hero that this was a very large sum, and then, thinking that he had not heard the first time, repeated it. Helmut remembered the moment when Finn gave him 90,000 marks for completing the task. Then the protagonist remembered the butler who gave him 10,000 marks for accompanying Mrs. Gina. The young man added these two amounts together in his head and got the amount needed to pay for his studies with Aria. The hero showed his serious intentions and said that they did not have much time left, so the training should start tomorrow. The young man's words shocked Aria and left him speechless, so much so that he even backed away when Helmut set the time and place of the meeting. The fair-haired magician asked our hero if he understood that the guy would not teach him if he did not pay. Finally, Aria raised his index finger and told Helmut to come here tomorrow morning, and threatened him that he should just try to deceive him. Then the student gave a puzzled grunt, turned around and went his way, leaving Helmut standing in the street. Aria quickly opened the door and burst into the academy building, his face showing displeasure. At this time, our main character continued to stand in the same place and look after his new teacher. Helmut, continuing to look where Aria had gone, said that it seemed he had managed to come to an agreement with the magician. When the matter was completed, the protagonist turned around to go about his business further. At this time, the young man was being closely watched by an unknown guy with green hair who was standing inside. The academy student chuckled thoughtfully and folded his arms across his chest as he watched Helmut standing outside. The boy with amber eyes and green hair smiled and called the main character an interesting guy. The student, looking out the glass in the front door, continued to watch Helmut walking across the academy courtyard. Then the curious boy asked if the main character was a friend of Mr. Aria. A day had already passed. The next morning had arrived. White doves were fluttering over the academy building, losing their lush feathers. Our young hero was no longer asleep. He came to the place indicated by Aria and waited for the student to begin preparing for the exams. As the heroes agreed, the magician also arrived at the appointed place and stood in front of Helmut. He looked silently at his new student and did not say hello, but was thinking about something. Aria was noticeably surprised when he realized that Helmut was serious in his intentions and had actually come. Without greeting the main character, the magician immediately asked Helmut where the promised money was. In response, Helmut immediately reached into his pocket to give Aria the tuition fee. The protagonist handed Aria a bag filled with gold coins and said that there were exactly 100,000 in it. Aria accepted the money and took the bag in his hand, saying that now he too would have to fulfill his promise, and then clarified that he had never taught anyone before, and in the event of failure of the exam, he would not return anything. Our young hero nodded and said that he didn't care that if he failed, the money would not be returned. The magician's face darkened, and he thought that he should have simply refused, since he had asked for such a large sum of money only because of his pride. Aria sighed heavily as he told himself no to the idea of giving up on the idea of training Helmut. Holding a bag of coins in his hand, the student told the young man to wait and said that he would be right back. The sky was cloudy, but the sun was shining brightly, and Helmut was thinking about the upcoming training. Standing in front of the academy building, the protagonist said to himself mentally that he did not think that he would have any difficulties during his studies. Helmut was diligently writing something down on paper while sitting at his desk while preparing for exams. Next to him sat Arya, who helped the main character with his studies in the library. The magician watched Helmut's actions closely, his expression displeased. Propping his cheek with his hand, the guy was lost in his thoughts and thought about the main character. Arya came to the conclusion that now that he had taken a closer look at Helmut, he was more of a problem than he had previously thought. In his head, the boy said that nevertheless, Helmut's learning abilities were better than those of the students in the mathematics department. Helmut flinched in surprise when Arya asked him if the boy lived alone in the forest. The main character did not immediately answer Arya, but only turned his gaze to him. Arya narrowed his eyes and thought that he had noticed in the forest that Helmut was not an ordinary person at all. The mage came to the conclusion that he needed to be careful when Helmut asked why Arya was asking this. The student looked at the main character and remained silent in response, thinking about the guy's question. Pointing his finger at Helmut, the magician praised the young man, saying that he could focus well. He tried hard and had a good memory. However, Arya's tone then changed abruptly, but he angrily clenched his hand into a fist and raised his voice. The blond boy slammed his fist on the table angrily, shouting why Helmut didn't even know the basics and didn't understand the rules of etiquette. The hero was silent, taken aback by Arya's scream as he continued to complain about how bad the boy's results were on the previous test and that the situation was very dire. Pointing out errors in Helmut's notes, the student scolded his new pupil for not knowing how to communicate with people. Putting his hand to his head from fatigue, Arya sighed and said that all subjects should be finished as soon as possible, and that the main time should be devoted to etiquette and the ability to communicate with people. Turning to Helmut, Arya began to tell him that 100,000 marks was a large sum, and the magician was considered the best student in the faculty. Pointing his finger at the main character, the guy promised that he would do everything on his part to ensure that he could enter the academy. Helmut listened with surprise in his eyes to Arya's words that money had nothing to do with it, and that it was a matter of honor for a magician. Arya's mood changed to rage again as he began shouting that Helmut had to do it no matter what. Our young hero was taken aback by Arya's unexpected behavior, so he moved away a little and silently looked at his interlocutor. It was already dark outside, but Arya continued to teach the boy, asking him questions about what he would do if a classmate stole the hero's things. The training-focused magician added that Helmut should first think about the ethical side of the issue. Helmut thought about it, realizing that this was a question of ethics, so cutting off his classmate's hand wouldn't do. The protagonist replied that he knew the solution, to which the best student of the academy ordered him to speak. Helmut raised his pen and said that in such a situation he would steal his things back and do it quietly. The young man's answer made Arya very angry. He began to ask if he was serious and clenched his hand into a fist in rage. Putting his hand to his head in despair, Arya said that he had no words and Helmut's answer was wrong. The guy sincerely did not understand why the answer was not suitable and explained that he could not fight and take things by force. Arya hung his head, glanced sideways at his student and called him a typical swordsman. The magician began to calmly explain to the young man that in such a situation, the best solution would be to calmly talk to his classmate and ask him to take Helmut's place. Raising his index finger, Arya said that you can forgive a person, but not what he did. And this is what is called justice, which is what students are taught at the academy. Helmut looked at the student silently, taking in his words, and thought to himself how difficult it was to be human. The main character came to the conclusion that he needs to learn morality and common sense, but he knows too little about it. Looking at Arya, who was actively explaining the material to him, Helmut thought that he needed to become the kind of person Darien wanted him to be, and to do this, he needed to learn to solve complex problems. While writing down notes on paper, our hero summed up in his head that this would require a lot of time. Helmut and Arya's lessons continued. The magician worked tirelessly on the ethical education of his protégé. Very often the main character continued to make mistakes, which angered and upset Arya, but he did not give up. Sometimes Arya would become enraged when the young man made mistakes again and again, not understanding human ethical standards. For Helmut, learning was not always easy, and he often scratched his head trying to find the right answers to his tutor's questions. 2 weeks have passed since the first day of training. The heroes again found themselves at the library of the Greta Academy. 2 female students looked at the guy standing nearby from behind the bushes, enchanted, their eyes shining with happiness. Arya stood by the pole with his arms crossed over his chest, while the other female students discussed his handsome appearance and who he was waiting for. One of the girls told her friend that the magician had been working with an unknown guy all these days when Helmut appeared on the horizon. Seeing the main character, the student asked her friend if Arya had been studying with him all this time. The magician left his thoughts and returned to reality when the main character appeared in front of him. Arya asked the boy if he had finished his exams, and then asked why the library had been chosen as the location for the test. Helmut suggested that the library was chosen because it was quiet, but the student replied that it was a rhetorical question. The magician clarified that he was standing there simply to pick up his books from the library after the exam, and then asked how Helmut was doing. The main character turned out to be a man of few words, and in response, he only nodded his head, looking at his tutor. Coming closer to the young man, Arya expressed confidence that his student had not encountered any difficulties, and then asked if their agreement had been fulfilled. Waving his hand in farewell, the magician said that he would go in that case and wished him luck on the practical exam. In response, the main character thanked Arya, to which he, when he had already passed the guy, turned and looked at him. The academy's top student stopped when the boy clarified that he thanked Arya for his help. Looking sideways at Helmut, the magician asked why he was thanking him if the guy had received money for his help. With an indifferent gesture of his hand, Arya turned away and went on his way again, wishing Helmut good luck in the end. Sighing, the main character glanced sideways at his tutor and mentally said that thanks to him, he passed the theory. Then he turned around and began to think about what steps he still had to go through to enter the academy. Looking at the muscular students in front of him, the thought occurred to Helmut that now he only had the practical part of the exam left. The protagonist approached a building near which there was a sign explaining that this was a waiting room for students applying to the fencing department. The young man stood in front of the entrance to the building, and in front of him were many other applicants waiting for the exam. Upon entering, the young man was greeted by an academy employee who told him that he should wait here, and when his name was called, Helmut should follow the instructor. The guy watched the many boys and girls who were excitedly awaiting their exam. There were many young applicants like him in the waiting room, who were actively reviewing the material before the test. Looking around, the main character mentally told himself that he would just stand here. The guy sat down on a wooden chair and thought about what he should do after finishing the exam. While he was waiting, he began to think that he should rest after the test, and then the idea came to him that he could practice. Helmut was brought back to reality when a hand was waved in front of his face and someone called out to him. The young man turned his head and saw an unfamiliar guy in front of him, who asked the hero what he was thinking about. It was a neatly dressed blond man with blue eyes who invited Helmut to meet him and introduced himself as Sabat Rukal, the second son of the Rukal family. Having extended his hand in a friendly manner to the main character, Sabat asked him what his name was, to which the hero initially remained silent. Helmut became wary because he didn't understand what this guy needed and why he would meet without a reason. The puzzled student looked at the protagonist with incomprehension, who did not want to start a conversation. Sabat smiled and asked Helmut what was wrong with him, and whether he was behaving like this because of the academy rules. The young man wondered what academy rules the boy was referring to, and then, gritting his teeth, asked why Sabat was talking to him. In response, the blonde smiled broadly and put his hands on his hips, asked Helmut not to be so prickly, and explained the need for an introduction by the desire to make friends even before enrolling. Having examined Sabat, Helmut remembered that this was the student that Arya had spoken of, and it was very advantageous to be friends with him, especially since he made an impression. So the main character looked into the eyes of his interlocutor and finally introduced himself, giving his name. Smiling, the second son of the Rukal family replied that the boy had an unusual name, but he liked it, and then asked about his last name. Sabat added that it would be nice to know what family Helmut was from, while he simply remained silent. The surprised protagonist clarified the question, looking at his new acquaintance with wide-open eyes, because he has no family or last name. The young hero, stunned by the question, could not give a clear answer to the question of what his last name was and who his family was. Sabat told Helmut in a friendly manner that it would be a good idea to get to know each other beforehand, since they would have to get to know each other at the academy anyway. The main character silently looked at his new acquaintance, remembering the only last name he knows. Helmut's memories surfaced of his medallion, from which he learned the supposed name of his mother, Margaret Irene. Helmut decided for himself that he could not use this surname, since with this pendant he was sent into the native forest. Helmut's expression became more serious, and he answered Sabat curtly, "No." The protagonist's answer surprised the blonde. He stood silently in front of Helmut and looked at him. Sabat was a little taken aback and then asked Helmut if he was a commoner. Our young hero confirmed the blonde's suspicions that Helmut did not come from an influential family. Covering his face with his hand, Sabat began to laugh and then said that if only he had known that he would be getting involved with a commoner. The friendly smile on Sabat's face disappeared, and then he looked at Helmut and asked if this was true. Then why was the hero so confident in himself? Comrade Sabata approached him and explained that Helmut was a fool and couldn't put two and two together, which is why he submitted the documents, and the blonde man began to laugh, suspecting that the hero didn't know what shame was. Then the fair-haired guy grinned, called out to Helmut, and asked how he found the money for a tutor. Sabat continued speaking, but his comrade interrupted him, tapping him on the shoulder, because an academy employee called out to the applicants. The teacher placed his hands on Sabat's shoulders and said that they should prepare for the practical exam, and according to the rules of the academy, discussing the student's standard of living was prohibited. The academy official grabbed Sabat's shoulders and turned to him, asking him to remember this rule, calling him applicant number 15. While the disgruntled blonde was straightening his jacket after the remark, an announcement sounded in the hall that the exam would begin in 5 minutes. Sabat's face turned red from the awkward situation, but he angrily ordered his comrades to follow him and left Helmut alone. As the blonde boy walked past the protagonist, the anger in his mind made him stop. Without looking at Helmut, the second son of the Rukel family suddenly called out to the protagonist to listen to him. Then Sabat glanced sideways at the young man and said that a commoner like him should know his place. The blonde added that Helmut shouldn't misunderstand him, but someone like him has no business being around people who mean more than him. In response to Sabat's words, the main character decided to remain silent. He simply remained in his place, looking after the guy. The teacher addressed the applicants, congratulated them on successfully passing the written part of the exam, and wished them good luck on the practical part of the test. Helmut listened attentively to the explanations of the academy employee that the exam would be held in groups and would consist of 2 stages. Suddenly, the main character lost concentration and became distracted. The teacher's words became noise for him, and the hero glanced sideways. He looked at the other applicants who were sitting with him in the hall. All of them were looking persistently at Helmut. Our hero turned around and saw 2 more guys who also did not take their eyes off Helmut, and the expression on their faces was condemning. Then the main character saw several more future students who were also looking at the guy with disapproval. Helmut's mood darkened considerably. He hung his head and put his hands on his knees, realizing that everyone was staring at him. The young man thought that the views of those around him were no different from those bastards, and then came to the conclusion that the academy was not much different from the native forest. The hero thought that people were the same as the monsters in the forest, since among them there were both leaders and victims. Then Helmut noted the peculiarity of the human world, which is that physical strength is of little importance here, and your origin is of greater importance. Closing his eyes, the main character reassured himself that he would understand more while studying at the academy. But now the most important thing was to pass the test and enroll. Helmut was last in line to take the practical exam, and an educational institution employee told him to follow him. The main character followed the teacher, and they both went out into the hall to conduct the practical part of the exam. The man began to repeat the conditions of the task, the first stage of which is the need to split a log. The teacher added that to complete this stage of the exam, one can use a wooden sword and one's own energy. The academy employee took the wooden sword and handed it to Helmut, saying that he had only 5 minutes to complete the task. The young man listened attentively to the teacher's words that if the task was not completed within the allotted time, the boy would automatically not advance further. Helmut gripped the wooden sword tightly in his hand and examined it, thinking that splitting the log was a fairly simple task. The hero thought that even though the task seemed difficult at first glance, he shouldn't have any problems solving it. The guy decided that he wouldn't delay, so he grabbed the sword, put it behind his head, and immediately transferred his power to the weapon. Without hesitation, the protagonist made one strike with his sword, which was illuminated by the purple light of his energy. The teacher froze in amazement. There was shock on his face, and he silently opened his mouth, watching the actions of the applicant. Helmut activated his power, The space around him changed, and vortices of his aura floated in the air. With just one blow of the sword, the main character managed to split the log not across but lengthwise. The academy employee stood motionless, his eyes wide with shock, because even teachers can't split a log with one blow. Helmut, who had easily completed the task, looked at the stunned teacher and asked if that was all. The protagonist caught his breath when the teacher came to his senses and shouted that the first part of the practical exam was over. The applicants waited in the hall, the guys talked to each other and discussed the test they had passed. Suddenly the door leading to a room filled with future students opened. Sabbat, who had been cheerfully discussing something with his friends, suddenly switched his attention. Helmut, who had passed the first stage of the practical exam, went inside where all the other applicants were sitting. The blonde smiled maliciously, not believing that Helmut could handle the task, and suspected that they had planted a rotten log under him. The main character, who was already tired of such a biased attitude towards himself from other students, just silently looked at the offender. Still excited after Helmut's speech, the academy staff member announced the completion of the first stage of the practical exam. While the main character was returning to his place, the teacher explained to everyone that the second stage of the test would be sparring. Sabbat continued to look at Helmut while the man explained that applicants would have to spar for 8 minutes, and then a committee would determine who would be accepted. The excited students listened attentively to the teacher's words that pairs would be selected randomly. The blonde was still looking sideways at Helmut when the academy employee said that winning was not the determining factor, and it was important to show all your skills. Sabbat let out a contemptuous laugh and said that he considered this part of the exam to be very stupid. Looking at the main character, Sabbat whispered, "How lucky the one who has to fight a commoner will be, because it is an automatic pass to the academy." Helmut heard the guy talking about him, so he turned his head towards him and looked at the member of the high-status family. Sabbat showed discomfort when he saw the young man looking at him and asked his comrades if he heard him. Our hero turned to the blonde and thought how much longer he would talk nonsense, and how Helmut wanted to shut him up. Sabbat Rukala's expression turned angry. He looked Helmut straight in the eye and asked what he was staring at. As the protagonist approached, the blonde guy began to provoke him, asking if Helmut wanted to hit him. The blue-eyed boy exclaimed questioningly, placing his hand on his chest as Helmut came very close to him. The boy looked at the main character defiantly and whispered to him if he thought he could handle him. Our hero tried to control himself, so he just silently looked into Sabbat's eyes, thinking how he annoyed him. Helmut clenched his fist in anger so hard that the veins stood out on his skin, and then mentally wondered if Sabbat would shut up if he knocked his teeth out. The main character had to be distracted from his thoughts, because the teacher began to announce who would fight first. Unexpectedly for the guy, an employee of the educational institution, reading information from a piece of paper, said that the first applicant would be 29 Helmut. Both turned their heads to the teacher when he said that Helmut's sparring partner would be the 8th grader Andro. The blonde sighed with displeasure and quietly told his comrade that he would definitely have dealt with the commoner while Helmut went to the sparring room. As the protagonist walked from the waiting room to another room to take the exam, he glanced sideways at his enemy. Sabbat also couldn't take his eyes off Helmut, and the hero had the thought that he finally had the opportunity to knock out someone's teeth. In a spacious hall with stone walls and floors, there was a wooden table at which the members of the commission sat. The employee who administered the exams to the applicants accompanied Helmut and his sparring partner Andro. One of the committee members greeted the first participants, and Adin Kudro asked them to pass. The man who accompanied the applicants respectfully greeted the committee and said that if they were ready, then they could begin. The protagonist noticed that one of the members of the commission was his new acquaintance Adin Kudro, so he looked at him with interest. Mr. Kudro also recognized Helmut in the applicant who had arrived, and therefore looked at him with concern on his face. Pointing his hand at the hero, another member of the committee asked Eden if he meant this guy, to which Kudro answered in the affirmative and asked everyone to watch his sparring carefully. The man laughed when he was told that the boy must be talented, since this was the first time Eden had singled out one of the students. Kudro looked at the protagonist with enthusiasm and told the other members of the commission that they would soon see everything for themselves. The academy staff member began to explain that the sparring would consist of 2 4-minute rounds, and the fight would end if one of the guys gave up or dropped his sword. Andro and Helmut were already holding their swords in full readiness when the teacher waved his hand and ordered them to begin sparring. Andro concentrated and exhaled loudly, mentally reassuring himself that Helmut was just a commoner. Our hero's opponent held his sword tightly and continued to try to calm the unrest by repeating that Helmut was a commoner. Andro mentally told himself that it didn't change anything that his opponent had managed to cope with the log. The boy looked at Helmut, who was calm but focused, holding the sword with only one hand. Helmut's opponent began to think about the superiority of his skills when our hero began to attack. Not having time to parry the first blow, at that very second, Andro fell to the ground, spreading his arms and legs to the sides. The commission members' eyes widened in surprise when they saw how Helmut managed to hit his opponent with the very first blow. Eden Kudrow, arms folded, watched calmly as the action unfolded in the ring with a serious expression on his face. A frightened Andro lay on the floor as the protagonist held the tip of a wooden sword to his face. Helmut remained calm, looming over his opponent, holding his sword to his face while he was completely helpless. Seeing that Andro was no longer able to continue sparring, Helmut declared the battle over. An employee of the educational institution ran up to the applicants and increased the distance between them with his hands, shouting that Andro was dropping out. The body of the losing applicant trembled, his mind darkened, and he could not believe that he had lost. Andro gritted his teeth in rage as he realized that Taco had simply lost to a mere commoner. The girl from the commission was amazed that Helmut had done it so quickly and could not believe that the boy was so strong. A heartbroken Andro began to get up from the floor while the protagonist was still standing in front of him. A committee member asked why there was such a difference in their training, since they could not properly assess the skills of the second participant. Eden Kudrow, watching the scene unfold, rubbed his hands and mentally thought about the boy's abilities. He thought that Helmut had exceeded all his expectations, and then the protagonist asked if they would be finished if he dealt with Andro a second time. The committee member scratched her chin in confusion and said that this way the second participant would not have time to show what he was capable of. While Andro was trying to get up and groaning in pain, she added that the test was conducted primarily to assess the applicant's skills. The second examiner agreed with the girl's words, saying that they definitely wouldn't see anything that way. A worried Eden Kudrow looked at the protagonist and then addressed him, calling his name. The boy looked askance at the teacher when he asked him not to think about winning in a sparring match. Our hero looked at Eden when he asked him to regard this not as a battle, but as training. Helmut didn't immediately understand what the teacher was asking him, so he looked at him and asked again. Mr. Kudrow explained to the boy that he needed to treat sparring the same way he treated training when he was just starting to learn how to wield a sword. In response, Helmut gripped his wooden sword tighter, remained silent, and became lost in his thoughts. Memories of his first training sessions with Darien, when he was just learning how to handle bladed weapons, came flooding into his head. The protagonist looked at Eden Kudrow with a serious expression and said that he understood everything. Then the teacher turned his head and looked at the applicant Andro to give him an explanation as well. Eden turned to the boy, who was already ready for a new round, his hands tightly clutching his weapon. The man gave Andro advice to forget about his status and stop looking down on his opponent. Eden continued that the boy had never been worse than his peers and asked him to try to prove himself. Andro thought about his teacher's instructions. He looked at his opponent with concentration, frowning. Without taking his eyes off Helmut, he agreed to Eden's request, his mood still gloomy after his loss. Concentrating, the applicant was ready for a new round. He took the sword in one hand and held the weapon in front of him. Afterwards, Andro, with sweat running down his face, turned to the protagonist and said that he was strong. The boy apologized for being biased against Helmut and explained that he did so because of his opponent's background. The future student added that, contrary to Andro's delusions, Helmut can stand up for himself. The young hero only silently listened to the boy's apologies when he declared that this time he would not allow himself to lose so easily. Andro's face showed tension and anger, and he suddenly lunged at Helmut to attack him. With the threat that the main character would get it now, the boy quickly ran towards the main character, swinging his sword. The two rivals' gazes met. Andro's eyes blazed with anger while Helmut remained calm. Andro failed to land a successful blow as Helmut immediately defended himself by holding his sword out in front of him. Continuing to parry the guy's blows, our hero began to advise his opponent to move faster because his attacks are very easy to block. Andro groaned and trembled from the tension and helplessness in front of the main character, trying with all his might. The applicant screamed in pain when our hero went on the counterattack and began to deliver numerous blows to the guy's body. Helmut began to point out the guy's mistakes, saying that his mind was not collected, and he was thinking only about attacking, so his body was moving forward, and there was no control. Andro writhed in pain and tension, gritting his teeth as he tried to counter his opponent's superior skills. Shouting that he couldn't believe he couldn't handle it, the guy decided to attack again, jumping towards the hero. However, Andro failed again, and Helmut explained to him that a power attack was easy to stop, and he should watch out for open areas. After hitting the boy on the back with a sword, he fell, and the main character told him that he had lost his balance, and it was important to keep his distance. Mr. Eden watched the proceedings with concern, as Helmut advised his opponent to keep his back straight, and that haste would be his undoing. Recognizing his old friend in Helmut's behavior and words, Eden Kudrow plunged into his thoughts. The man mentally said Darien's name. Memories of how helpless he was in front of the huge monster came to his mind. Kudrow recalled how many years ago he breathed heavily and endured pain, being face to face with his death. At that time, the man was badly wounded. His body was bleeding, and he had already resigned himself to the fact that his end had come. Just as Eden was closing his eyes and starting to lose consciousness, suddenly a light appeared in the air around him. In his head, Kudrow heard someone calling out to him, and the man was holding a sword illuminated by a yellow light in his hand. The boy's eyes widened, and his mouth dropped open in amazement when he was asked how they were going to defeat them if he had given up. The man turned out to be Darien, who stood in front of Kudrow with a weapon in his hand, ready to protect him. Without even looking at Eden, Darien simply told him to get up, not letting the guy give in and die. The teacher returned from his memories to the real world, where Helmut continued to give instructions to his rival. Eden Kudrow looked closely at the main character and how he could handle a sword. Eden sighed heavily and thought that Helmut was like a new incarnation of Darien. The admissions committee members were reviewing the applicants' applications when one of them said that he thought everyone had already made their choice. When choosing between Andro and Helmut, the examiner said that the difference in their skills was now obvious. The woman sitting next to him added that, more importantly, she wanted to take another look at the boy's abilities, meaning Helmut. Eden Kudrow picked up the protagonist's documents and began to study them carefully. The man was looking at a photo of Helmut, when the woman added that she was interested in seeing how much potential he would achieve. 7 days have passed since the practical exam, and the action took place in the city of Baden. The main character wandered through the streets of the city and looked around. It seemed to him that some place was here. Then Helmut turned around and exclaimed he had finally arrived where he wanted to go. The young man approached a building on the wall of which hung a wooden plaque depicting a shield, an axe, and a sword. Inside, Helmut greeted the employee warmly, saying welcome to the Baden Mercenary Guild. The short-haired girl looked at the hero kindly, asking him if he had come for the task. The hero was confused at first, so he answered negatively, but then corrected himself and said that he came for a task. Helmut's answer visibly puzzled the employee, and she began asking her if the young man was a mercenary. Helmut confirmed the girl's guess, to which she suggested that the guy was a member of a noble family, and asked if he worked for the guild. Handing the employee his mercenary certificate, the hero said that he used to be in the vanguard squad, and after his last mission, he left his things here. The stranger picked up the document and began to study it, and then apologized for the misunderstanding, since she was a newbie. The girl stood up and turned to bring Helmut his things, and then asked his wishes for the task. The main character couldn't answer right away which task he would like to take, so he mumbled thoughtfully. Recent memories surfaced in the boy's head, in which he talked to an enraged Eden who was slamming his palm on the table. Then a stunned Eden shouted at Helmut, asking where he got 100,000 marks for tutoring with Area. Holding a fork of food to his mouth, Helmut calmly explained to his mentor that he had not gotten into debt, but was simply working as a mercenary. Mr. Kudrow calmed down and asked the main character if this money was all his savings, to which the guy answered yes. The man with the mustache sighed heavily and said that he would have to teach the boy financial literacy so that he would learn to handle money properly. Upset, Eden said that he was now Helmut's guardian, and he had to explain to him that he couldn't just throw money around. Looking seriously at the boy, Kudrow added that if he had no money savings left and no opportunity to earn money, the boy would only face suffering. Sitting at the table, Helmut asked his guardian whether he should earn some extra money in this case, to which he received permission, since there was still a month left before the exam results. The main character thought for a moment, chuckled, and replied that in that case he would spend the entire month working. Eden allowed Helmut to do this, but asked him not to take on too dangerous tasks. At the Mercenary Guild, The young man specified that he needed work in the city when an employee with trembling legs stood on the table, trying to get something from a high shelf. The main character, addressing the stranger, added that he preferably needed a job in the near future and the pay should be decent. The guild member agreed with the hero and asked him to wait a bit while she tried to get a piece of paper from the board. Finally, the girl managed to find the right paper, which had an image of the academy building on it, and there was text at the bottom. A polite employee timidly asked Helmut if it would be okay if the task was a little unusual. The girl got off the chair, took a piece of paper, and showed it to the hero, and he began to study its contents. Helmut's expression changed when the employee said that the location of the mission would be Greta Academy. Soon the main character was already standing on the street, holding in his hand the piece of paper he had received with an explanation of the task, and chuckled thoughtfully. Standing in the middle of a street in the city of Baden, the young man carefully read a text that spoke about the essence of the mission. According to the customer, a ghost has recently appeared at Greta Academy, which suddenly appears in different places at night and scares the students. The staff and students of the educational institution were unable to solve the problem on their own, so it was decided to contact the mercenary guild. It was Helmut's job to find out what this ghost was and find a way to get rid of it. Our hero found this task unusual because it was different from the previous ones, but at the same time he liked the mission because the guy would have a chance to better study the academy building. Helmut was pleased that he had agreed to take on this task and mentally told himself that it was a good decision. The protagonist flinched when suddenly a man called out to him, calling his name. The young man turned around and asked who the stranger was while the guy stuttered, standing in front of the hero. Pointing his finger at Helmut, the stranger realized that the hero was Mr. Aria's student. The student concluded that the rumors were true, and the puzzled hero asked what rumors he was talking about. The green-haired boy began to praise Aria, saying that he was a role model for everyone, and the student had never interacted with someone close to this magician. The good-natured student added that rumors about Helmut and Aria were the main topic of discussion at the academy, and the hero was surprised why he was called a person close to the magician. Helmut asked his interlocutor if he was a magician of the same level as Aria, to which the stranger shrugged and replied that they were still different in some way. The student magician decided to show the main character an example of how he differs from Aria, so he raised his palm. Then the green-haired boy squinted a little to concentrate. With a gesture of his palm, the magician was able to activate a horizontal circle under his hand, consisting of several rings of bright orange light. The protagonist instinctively covered his face with his hand and closed one eye because of the bright light, mentally asking himself what it was. The green-haired mage released an unusual creature into the air in the form of an orange ball with a cute face. Both of them watched it, looking up. Helmut carefully examined the appearance of this harmless and good-natured creature, mentally repeating to himself that this was not magic. The hero looked with indifference at the magical technique of his new acquaintance and thought that it was a terrible monster. Suddenly, a creature in the form of a ball of orange light with a face began to quickly rush around the space, which alerted Helmut. Our hero watched the monster's actions with concern on his face and wondered if it would attack in this way. Helmut perceived the creature's actions as a danger, so he immediately clenched his hand into a fist with all his strength. Without hesitation, the protagonist struck his fist directly at the creature that had come quite close to him. After a successful strike, our young hero continued to look at this fantastic creature. The flying creature's eyes widened in surprise and unexpectedness as Helmut's hand pierced it through the mouth. The magical creature was not harmed by the main character's attack, so it simply flew away with an offended face. The guy lowered his hand down as the creature hung over him in the air and looked at its offender with resentment and anger in its eyes. Helmut removed his fist and concluded that the creature had no intention of attacking him and was not a terrible monster. The protagonist's behavior made the magician laugh a lot. He laughed loudly, pointing his finger at Helmut, while the fantastic creature looked at the young man with pretension. The guy said that Helmut was the first one who decided to fight with Ray, while the creature with an offended face circled around the main character. Ray began to tease the young man, sticking out his tongue at him, while the student explained that he was simply the spirit of the sun and a completely harmless baby. Smiling, Ray's owner added that if he decides to harm someone, it will be impossible to stop him. Making a gesture with his hand, the student began to explain that spirits, including Ray, do not have a physical body. The creature looked at the boy with devotion in its eyes, while he told Helmut that only talented wizards could stop such spirits. Ray looked at Helmut with pride for his master when his master said that he was one of such rare talents. The green-haired boy solemnly announced to the hero that he was the only one in the academy who possessed spirit magic, and his name was Xian. Propping his chin on his hand, a puzzled Helmut thought that he too could catch Ray. In his mind, Helmut called his new acquaintance funny and then replied that he was pleased to meet him. Turning his back to Xian, the protagonist explained that he was currently on a mission, so he needed to go already. An interested Xian asked Helmut if he was a mercenary since he was currently on a mission. Our hero stopped when the boy concluded that Helmut would be looking for a ghost since he came to the academy. The young man asked what Xian knew about the ghost, to which the boy good-naturedly replied that he knew very little, but he was also interested in this topic. Pointing his thumb at himself, Xian offered himself as an assistant, and Ray was jubilant in the hope of new adventures. Deep night had already fallen over the Greta Academy building, and birds were still circling above the tall structure. Xian held the worried Ray in his hand to illuminate the space around him, and Helmut asked if this was the last place where the ghost had been seen. Sighing, Xian explained that this was the building of the fencing faculty, and after the ghost appeared, even the cockroaches fled from here. An unknown creature stood in the dark corridor of the academy, while Xian and Helmut were in one of the offices. It overheard the hero's conversation about whether this ghost was so scary. Suddenly, the creature disappeared as Helmut and his assistants walked out into the corridor. Ray rushed around the guys in fear, while Xian was telling them that black magic could be seen here, but the teachers would have noticed it right away, so most likely the ghost was just scaring them. The green-haired mage was alarmed when the calm Helmut turned around and ordered his assistant to go the other way. Xian ran after Helmut when the protagonist suggested that they split up and quickly inspect everything. The boy asked what they would do if they found the ghost, to which Helmut replied that it needed to be eliminated, and Xian considered this a harsh measure. The supposed ghost reappeared in the middle of the hallway after the boys had disappeared, his body surrounded by a blue mist. An unknown silhouette in a hood looked after the heroes, his eyes glowing with a bright blue light. The academy was dark and deserted. The massive wooden door leading into the room opened. Xian and his sun spirit, Ray, looked inside, their faces expressing concern due to fear. All three entered the small room and looked around, and then concluded that there was nothing inside. The boy with green eyes concluded that the ghost had most likely already managed to move to another room. Seriously determined to complete the task, Helmut opened the closet door and looked inside. The concentrated protagonist mentally thought about how he would like to find at least one clue. The young man then turned his head and looked at his assistant, saying his name. Helmut was surprised because Xian didn't say anything in response. He looked in the opposite direction, fascinated, along with Ray. Xian still didn't react to Helmut calling him. He was looking closely at something in front of him. The protagonist asked the magician if he had found anything, but Xian said that it was nothing special. Then the boy with green hair suggested that Helmut go into another room, to which the hero agreed. The heroes entered the new room, and then Xian asked his comrade how much time he had to complete the task. Suddenly, the student became alarmed and flinched when he glanced sideways and saw something in front of him. Helmut replied that he had about 2 weeks to complete the task, and a stunned Xian pointed at something with a trembling finger. Right in front of the heroes, ahead along the corridor, an unknown man was walking, dressed in a dark robe with a hood, his body radiating a purple aura. Xian stood silently and looked at the stranger, pointing at him with a finger trembling with fear, and the protagonist stood behind. The face of the man in the black robe was not visible. One of his eyes began to dissipate, turning into a smoky light. The protagonist watched his target from under his brows, mentally asking himself if this creature was a ghost. Having concluded that this was the one the heroes were looking for, Helmut immediately reached for his weapon. Xian and Luchik were noticeably frightened when the man in the robe began to move towards them. The unknown person began to take more and more steps, walking along the corridor of the academy, and approached the guys. The student was dumbfounded with fear, covering his mouth with his hand, and Helmut, bending over, looked at his target and kept himself in check. Suddenly, the stranger reached for his hood to take it off, saying that he did not understand. Taking off the hood, it turned out that Arya was standing in front of Helmut and Xian, who immediately asked them what the guys were doing there. The blonde took the paper he received from Helmut and looked at him questioningly after the guys explained everything. Xian, with a smile on his face, began to explain to Arya that Helmut was looking for a ghost in the academy, and the guy was helping him with this. Arya, who was at that time studying the piece of paper received from the protagonist, noticed the amount in the text. The magician realized that Helmut would receive 3,000 marks for the task, and then chuckled and looked at the young man. The blonde asked why the hero needed to be a mercenary if he had money, since it was better to sit at home and rest. But Helmut brushed off all the questions. The green-haired boy then asked Arya what he was doing at the academy at such a late hour. Arya was unable to immediately give a clear answer to the student's question, so he began to stutter. Eventually, the fair-haired magician confessed to the boys that he, too, was hunting this ghost. The magician's answer stunned Xian and Luchik. The guy pointed his finger at Arya and loudly asked if he also had a part-time job. An angry Arya responded to the student bluntly that this was nonsense and that the academy's management had asked him to take care of it. After receiving a blow to the arm from the mage, Xian, maintaining a friendly tone, explained that it was simply strange, since Arya did not do such things, but the blonde replied that he was simply curious. Helmut silently listened to the guy's conversation and thought that the task was really not easy if the academy's management asked Arya to help as well. The protagonist turned his head and looked at Xian as he began to speak again, full of enthusiasm. The green-haired guy spread his arms out to the sides and suggested that the three of them start hunting the ghost to save time. Xian was beside himself with happiness at this prospect, while Helmut and Arya, with downcast eyes, silently looked at the floor. With a heavy sigh, the magician agreed to the student's proposal because the more people, the better. The boy was very glad that the magician agreed to work together, and then turned and addressed Helmut. Our young hero nodded his head in agreement and agreed to start hunting the ghost together. Arya moved his palm over the magical seal of purple and blue light and said the word illusion. The boys were sitting at a table on which was a magical model of the Greta Academy building created by Arya. Pointing to the locations, Arya explained to the team in which room the ghost was last seen. The magician showed the guys on the projection all the rooms where the ghost had previously been, namely the gym, the professor's office, the examination area, and the training room. The blonde guy continued to explain that all these rooms in the academy have something in common. Helmut silently absorbed the thought, glancing at Arya, while Xian was noticeably surprised by the magician's last words. The eccentric young man with green hair, looking at the model of the building, came to the conclusion that all these rooms were located in the building of the fencing faculty. Xian was right, because Arya nodded, and added that for some reason the ghost did not appear in the building of the Faculty of Magic. Turning to the blonde, Helmut suggested that perhaps one of the magicians was behind all of this. A puzzled Xian wondered who it was and why any of the magicians would need it, and also shared rumors that the ghost used magic too. Arya looked at the thoughtful Xian with a tired look and said that magicians who had such skills would not engage in such nonsense. The blonde called it all some kind of nonsense, because he didn't understand why the ghost had chosen the fencing faculty building so much. Xian raised his voice and suggested that the ghost might be vulnerable to magical attacks, which is why it only wanders around the swordsman's building. Helmut, lost in his thoughts, calmly replied that ghosts were in principle impossible to attack physically. In response, Xian turned around and looked questioningly at the main character, and Arya asked the young man where he was from. The main character didn't understand what to tell them, so he just looked at his interlocutors in silence. Helmut's mind flashed back to a recent conversation with Kudro, who had said he had heard something about a ghost. Then the hero asked his guardian what exactly he knew about the ghost in the academy. Holding a cup in his hand, Kudro replied that one of the brave young students had encountered that ghost. The guy who encountered the ghost immediately tried to attack him with his cold weapon. The brave man failed, and Aiden explained that this was an ineffective way to fight ghosts. Helmut retold this conversation with Kudro to his comrades, to which Xian concluded that the ghost was real. Our hero glanced sideways at Xian, who sat next to him with excitement and sadness on his face. The protagonist looked at his ghost-catching assistants and smiled softly, remaining silent. Looking at the thoughtful Arya, Helmut mentally wondered if there had ever been anyone with whom he could discuss something or share his opinion. Helmut recalled how Elga, as a child, would only constantly growl at him, and Darien would also constantly lecture and scold him. The young man also remembered the Vanguard mercenaries, with whom he had also never really talked or discussed plans. In his head, Helmut concluded that each of the team had information, and they could get an answer by combining it. Ultimately, the protagonist's reflections led him to understand that this is communication. Then the blonde mage Arya turned to Helmut and began to talk about the impossibility of attacking a ghost physically. The guy said that Helmut is good at the flow of power, and it can be used to attack the ghost. Helmut looked at his comrade with puzzlement and asked again if he meant energy. Sion cried out in fear when the young man said that he could try, and at that moment his sword glowed with purple light. The green-haired boy was trembling with fear and told Helmut that he had scared him to death. In conclusion, Arya told everyone that in any case, ordinary logic would not help them in this matter. Turning off the academy model with his hand gestures, the tired Sion suggested continuing their lesson tomorrow, since it was already difficult for him to think. The student stood up from his chair and announced to everyone that he intended to go to bed, while Ray looked devotedly at his master. After saying goodbye to everyone, Sion asked the guys to be careful and not to linger either. Then the green-haired magician walked out of the dark office, slamming the door behind him. There was silence between Arya and Helmut. The magician, leaning his hand on his side, looked away. Helmut also didn't know how to continue the conversation, so he looked awkwardly at his comrade. Suddenly, the blonde turned to the main character and called out to him. The young man looked at Arya with wide-open eyes in response. The best student of the academy, Greta, asked Helmut if he had any other ideas. The main character nodded, and at that moment he thought that he had noticed something from the very beginning. He remembered his blow to Ray, who also has no physical form, just like the ghost. Helmut, recalling the behavior of the sun spirit, concluded that such creatures avoid magic. Our hero also added in his head that creatures without physical form love to frolic. After some thought, the protagonist turned to his teammate and called his name. Sitting at the table, the young man asked Arya, who was standing next to him, if they could create their own spirit. The blonde grinned and, raising his hand to his face, replied that he taught Helmut everything he knew. Arya snapped his fingers and added that the ability to create spirits was not on his list of knowledge, so alas. At that moment, a sphere appeared right in front of Helmut, illuminating the space around him with its light, and he looked at it in fascination, asking what they should do in such a case. The fair-haired magician continued to smile mysteriously and did not understand what the main character meant by this question. In an elevated mood, Arya turned his gaze to the window and asked Helmut if he had forgotten something. At this time, the student with green hair was already running somewhere with all his might and breathing heavily. Referring to Sion, Arya said that they already have an excellent mage who can create spirits. Our main character and his new partner in catching the ghost were running somewhere along the dark corridor of the academy. Helmut asked where Sion had run off to which Arya suggested that he had most likely decided to hunt the spirit on his own and that he should learn how to do so. The protagonist looked at Arya with caution, and the question arose in his head, how did he figure everything out? The young man recalled how Arya had then suggested that they look for the ghost together, because the more people there were, the faster they would cope. Then a memory came up of the three of them discussing catching the ghost, and Arya wondering how Helmut had figured something out. Afterwards, the main character remembered the blonde-haired Arya's question about whether Helmut had used energy. After some thought, Helmut now looked at his comrade with resentment and anger on his face. The hero made a claim to Arya that he knew from the very beginning that it was not a ghost, but a spirit, and therefore sent Sion specifically. Arya, who was not distracted from running and was looking ahead, said that this was necessary, and that this was the only chance for him. Our young hero did not answer his comrade, but only looked at him quietly. Having overcome the long corridor of the educational institution, both heroes finally found themselves outside. When the fair-haired magician found himself on the night street, he suddenly stopped running and stopped. This surprised Helmut, and he asked Arya if they should move on, to which he replied that they already knew the approximate location. The blonde held his palm out in front of him, spread his fingers, and tensed his hand to perform a magic trick. Looking ahead, the academy's top student chanted the code word search to activate the spell. A magical seal appeared under the hero's feet. The floor was painted with a grid of rays of light, and traces were visible on it. Crouching down, the blonde analyzed where the tracks led and pointed in that direction. The man's tracks led towards the building of the fencing faculty, as Arya said. Shaking his palms, the magician began to justify himself by saying that in any case, the spirit's exact location was not known to them. Smiling slyly, Arya looked at Helmut and suggested that he now catch the ghost before Cian did. The guy's proposal put our hero in an awkward position, so he simply remained silent in response. The massive red door was securely padlocked, and it was still night outside. Arya declared that all was clear as he used a magical technique to easily knock the lock off the door. Opening the doors, the blonde said that no one could leave or enter this building. When the heroes entered, the magician began to explain that despite the fact that everyone studied in the same faculty, the fencers had their own hierarchy. Helmut looked away when Arya said that the training hall was only available to a few classes. The guy added that the ghost used this building because people rarely come here, and that is exactly what he needed. Turning his head towards Helmut, he continued that there was also a hall for senior fellows, and the heroes needed to head there first. The main character didn't react to his partner's words, and just looked somewhere, so Arya called out to him. Our hero, staring somewhere, said that Eden has a personal training room. The young man stood in front of the door when Arya asked if it led to the professor's private room. Looking at the tall, red door, the young hero concluded that it was in this room that people were least likely to visit. Doubts arose in the blonde student's mind, and he looked at his partner. The magician asked the protagonist if he thought it was possible to enter there without Mr. Kudrow's permission. Having unlocked the door, the heroes had already entered the hall, and Helmut said that they were on a mission, so they could do it without permission. Suddenly, Arya became alert. The blonde man looked ahead with his purple eyes from under his brows. The boy told Helmut that he felt the presence of the spirit they were looking for in this room. Feeling victory approaching, Arya, pleased with himself, smiled slyly and said that he was sure the ghost was here. The mage was already in the mood for battle, so he clenched his fists when the protagonist called out to him. Our hero asked the boy if he had really received a request from the academy to take on this matter. In response, Arya, whose eyes were covered by his hair, silently glanced sideways at the main character. The fair-haired mage closed his eyes and said that since they had come this far, there was no point in hiding it any longer. Turning to Helmut, he admitted that he was unhappy that at the Geta Academy, only Cian was allowed to work with spirits. Our hero asked Arya if he wanted to catch the spirit in order to study it. The guy waved his hand, activated the magic, and said that he would also help Helmut complete the task. The blonde snapped his fingers and said the word silence to perform another magic trick. Arya made hand gestures, and the space around him was illuminated with purple light as a sphere appeared between the boy's fingers. Having finished, the blonde said that it was now impossible to detect him, and then called himself a good magician. The young man was surrounded by an aura as he sat on the magic seal on the floor and asked Helmut to help him, arguing that he himself had helped the boy out more than once. An unknown black liquid began to leak into the room, while the protagonist asked Arya what would happen if he refused to help him. The protagonist noticed that something was wrong and turned his head to where the mysterious liquid appeared. He looked at the wall and saw a black substance surrounded by a dark aura entering the room. Arya, who was working on his magic, didn't understand why Helmut was looking there and asked him what happened. The fair-haired magician wanted to ask the main character why he was looking there, but the guy didn't have time to finish. At that moment, a giant spirit of purple light appeared in front of the heroes. It was covered in slime, and its face expressed anger. Looking at the giant slug with many thin legs, Helmut announced that the ghost of the academy had appeared. Arya was visibly pleased by this news, and immediately stood up to begin working on capturing him, while the hero backed away, looking at the magician. Holding a clot of magical energy in his hand, Arya shouted for his partner to greet the spirit properly. The mage shouted the code word wall, and at that moment, large blocks of pink light appeared in the air. Afterwards, all these blocks flew towards the big, purple spirit to prevent him from leaving. Arya's attempt to capture the ghost with a magical wall failed, and the spirit managed to escape. The guy shouted and asked where he was going, and Arya's expression became more furious and tense. The student screamed and put his hands in front of him, and a large magical seal made of light appeared in front of the boy. Blue rings formed around the heroes, indicating that Arya had used magic to create a mana barrier. The hero asked the guy what it was, to which he received the answer that it was a magical barrier, and the spirit would not be able to pass through it and leave the hall. The spirit rushed from side to side, trying to get out, while Arya shouted for Helmut to deal with the spirit faster, because while the magician holds the barrier, he cannot move. The protagonist accepted Arya's order and immediately reached for his sword, which was already burning with purple energy. Helmut looked askance at his opponent, and the thought flashed through his mind that it was impossible to kill him with a sword. Another strategy arose in our hero's head, and then he grabbed his weapon and rushed towards the monster. The young man, holding his sword blazing with light in his hand, ran as fast as he could towards the giant spirit. When the ghost opened its mouth, the protagonist swung his sword and a clot of energy hit the monster's mouth. Having made a successful attack, our young hero looked at the evil spirit, checking if his plan had worked. Helmut saw how after he used his power, the spirit's head separated from his body, which meant the boy's victory. Looking down at the defeated ghost, he mentally told himself that he knew he would be able to hit the spirit with energy. The giant purple ghost's body fell to the floor and no longer resisted, so Helmut concluded that everything was ready. However, the spirit was still alive, and he looked angrily at his offender, preparing for a counterattack. The ghost rose and opened its huge mouth again, looking angrily at the guy, its body hanging over the main character. At that moment, our young hero realized that he couldn't defeat the spirit so easily with energy. The brave young man did not give up and again held his cold weapon ready to attack the monster. Having assessed his opponent with a glance, the main character told himself mentally that he needed to hit harder this time. The protagonist's feet slid across the floor as he desperately fought against the great spirit. Sweat was pouring down Helmut's face from fatigue and tension, and he looked at his opponent with anger in his eyes. The daredevil met the gaze of the giant ghost, whose eyes were glowing with a bright light, and gave himself the command to move forward. At that moment, the unknown person shouted the word fusion, and a bright ball of light formed in the guy's hand. Helmut noticed this and looked at the picture in front of him with astonished eyes. A wall of bright orange light formed in front of the protagonist and the large evil spirit, separating them. The guy saw Xian standing in front of him, arms outstretched, casting magic spells. The guy with green hair turned to the main character and looked him in the eyes, saying his name, to which Helmut shouted what he was doing. Shocked by what was happening, Helmut looked in amazement at his comrade, who stood between him and the spirit. With his arms outstretched, Xian tried to shield the monster from Helmut with his magic to protect him. Xian shouted loudly that he didn't think he would be able to summon a spirit so quickly. The boy, using the radiance spell, shouted to his friends that this was a dark spirit, and they should not lose their vigilance, since the monster was very strong. The magician looked at the ghost and explained to Helmut that the spirit first needed to be blocked by a curtain of light in order to hold it for a short time. Helmut, who was standing behind, noted that the evil spirit himself seemed to be in a state of panic. Arya asked how they could catch this spirit, and the question greatly surprised Xian, who was standing in front of them. He turned and looked at the fair-haired magician with bewilderment on his face, exclaiming in surprise. Pointing his finger at the monster, Xian shouted at Arya to ask if he really wanted to catch this cute spirit for experiments, to which he received a negative answer. Arya began to justify himself by saying that Xian himself did not want to help the guy in the research, and besides, he is the only one in Greta who can control spirits. An enraged Xian began to shout, pointing his finger at Arya, that he refused to help because he kept talking about his experiments. Looking at the monster, Xian called him a cute little guy and said that he was also a spirit, then asked why Arya was so heartless. The worried green-haired boy began to say that it was too dangerous to let go of the spirit and ordered Arya to maintain the magical barrier. The blonde looked at his comrade and nodded silently, and then continued his part of the work without arguing. Xian asked Helmut not to attack the spirit, but simply to detain it, and then said that he needed time. The protagonist agreed to the boy's request when he promised to find a way to calm the evil spirit. Helmut approached the spirit, holding a sword in his hand, and said that it was worth a try, but he did not know how long he could restrain himself. The evil spirit opened its mouth and growled furiously at its offenders, and Helmut tried to restrain it. The monster, which was held back by the hero and the magical barrier, rushed from side to side, trying to free itself. The hero tried his best to keep the spirit from leaving, and mentally acknowledged the ghost's ability to move quickly. Helmut swung his weapon, creating a shield of energy stripes in front of him, the thought in his head that the monster would definitely not be able to break him. When the protagonist was trying to restrain the evil spirit using his power, Xian approached him. Tensing up, Xian shouted that there was still a little bit left, and with a gesture of his hand, he placed a magical seal of orange light in front of himself. The spirit was still trying to break free. The huge creature moved its paws and growled loudly at the heroes. The monster released its long tentacles, which can help it fight off the main character's attack. The evil spirit attempted to approach Helmut in order to attack him and free himself. But the hero did not let this happen. Holding the sword illuminated by purple energy in his hand, the young man looked up and saw tentacles that were almost reaching him. Looking at his opponent with anger, after trying to attack Helmut with the monster, he thought that it was dangerous. Afterwards, our young hero decided to change his strategy and changed his position, running in the other direction. Helmut realized that the monster knew the boy couldn't attack him, so he jumped onto the spirit's back. Looking down at his opponent, the young man mentally addressed the spirit, saying that he would let him have some fun. Helmut glanced to the side when Sion called him with a shout, because the main character began to act with danger to himself. Sion, still showing off his magic, looked up and shouted for Helmut to stop. The spirit began to quickly throw its tentacles in the air, looking at Helmut to catch him. The protagonist tried to defend himself, holding a sword in his hand when the tentacles almost grabbed him. The evil spirit still managed to grab the boy and throw our young hero straight into the wall. Helmut was unable to defend himself, so he flew into a stone wall and groaned in pain. Sion began to loudly apologize to Helmut, because now the spirit was weakened, and the guy with green hair needed to take care of him himself. The protagonist asked again about the monster's weakness, because he had just thrown Helmut into the wall so hard that it left a deep mark. Licking his lip with his tongue in anticipation, the amber-eyed mage declared that he would deal with the spirit on his own. Not afraid of the monster's aggressiveness, Sion began to confidently walk towards the enraged monster. The boy used his hand gestures to create magical seals in front of him, while the evil spirit growled loudly at him in response. The spirit clearly didn't like what Sion had just done to him, and panic appeared on his face. The creature began to beat its tentacles against the magical barrier with all its might in an attempt to break free. Arya was already losing his strength because the monster was trying to destroy his barrier, and it was already difficult to hold him back, so he called out to Sion. The blonde mage began shouting to his comrade that the monster was trying to destroy the barrier, and that Sion needed to stop it. The boy with green hair realized that the spirit was very angry, and said that he would hardly be able to deal with it on his own now. The monster did not give up trying to break out of the barrier created by Arya, and stubbornly tried to destroy it. The evil spirit realized that in order to destroy the magical barrier, it was necessary to attack its creator, so it headed towards Arya. The blonde noticed that the monster was about to attack him, and only silently looked at it, trying to hold the barrier. The giant monster came close to the magician, hung over him, and began to growl furiously. Sion noticed what had happened, so he began to call out in fear for Helmut to come and help. The main character reacted at the same moment and was already rushing to Arya to protect him from the evil spirit. He jumped between Arya and the monster, creating a barrier between them, and looked at the huge creature. Then the protagonist's hand reached for the sword, and the thought sounded in his head that Arya was in danger. Helmut decided that he had no choice now, so he used his energy to strike the first blow against the evil spirit. The main character's stream of power passed by the monster because the evil spirit managed to quickly dodge the blow. The protagonist did not give up and waved his staff again to neutralize the spirit's danger. Arya removed his hand, stopped holding the barrier, and cursed when he noticed that something had gone wrong. The blonde shouted the word barrier when it was almost destroyed, and only a small section remained. The giant monster smiled slyly and glanced sideways at his offenders, because now he could slip away. While Arya was trying his best to restore the barrier, the spirit overcame all the obstacles in his path. The academy's top student exclaimed when he saw that the evil spirit had managed to escape the trap. While Helmut tried to attack the monster, and Arya tried to hold the remains of the barrier, the evil spirit successfully moved away. Sion also noticed this, and began to shout loudly that the spirit was leaving to warn others. The main character heard this and ran towards the monster to try to stop him. The young man swung his cold weapon again and again to destroy the evil spirit. Then our hero decided to make a maneuver, and the young man managed to jump above the monster to attack it from above. The spirit noticed the boy's actions and looked at him in shock. Signs of panic appeared on his face. Helmut activated his power again, his sword blazing with purple flames. Confused by the enemy's actions, the monster turned its head and saw Helmut, who was hanging over it with a weapon in his hands. Turning to the boy with green hair, our young hero gave the command to do it now. The protagonist rushed straight down and swung his blade, aiming at the enemy's head. Helmut managed to land a blow straight across the evil monster's face, causing the monster's expression to change. The monster seemed helpless as the tip of Helmut's blade hung centimeters from his eye. The huge monster, looking up at Helmut, growled questioningly at him when the protagonist asked the spirit if he had deflated. Noticing his comrade's successful attack, Xian waved his hand and said that everything was fine while he was doing his magic. With his hands out in front of him, the magician created large magical seals of orange light. The boy then shouted that the monster needed to come here when the student finished creating the largest seal. The monster heard him and headed straight towards the circle of light that was emitting a bright beam. An enraged Xian shouted that this was the end, and then told the evil spirit to get out of here. The body of the vicious monster was suddenly engulfed in a blinding light created by Xian's magical abilities. When the evil spirit was completely absorbed by the magician's light, Xian placed his palm on the clot of orange energy. The rest of the guys just silently watched what the green-haired boy was doing. In place of the destroyed monster, a high wall of smoke, dust, and sparks of fire appeared. As the smoke began to clear in the air, Xian saw a very small spirit in his palm. It was the former evil spirit, which had shrunk from its gigantic size to a tiny one. A small round creature with ears looked resentfully at the people around him who had managed to catch him. Xian said that here is the power that can cope with spirits, and after Arya began to recover his breathing after what he had experienced. After a while, the evil spirit that the heroes had managed to reduce was sitting on Xian's palm, his face expressing discontent and resentment. The guys came to the mercenary guild and decided to show the captured ghost to an employee of the organization, and she asked if it was because of him that there was such a commotion at the academy. The girl began to ask where the ghost came from in the academy, and Xian began to explain to her. The student said that this could have happened due to dark magic and interruptions due to the presence of a black aura, but fortunately, according to him, everything ended well. Arya asked Xian to shut up when he started bragging that even though Helmut had been given the task, no one would have been able to do it without him, since only he could control the spirits. After talking with the mercenary guild employee, the three of them once again went out onto the busy streets of Baden. Xian began to complain about why the guild didn't pay Helmut right away, even if they showed the spirit, to which Arya began to answer discontentedly that the guy had heard everything himself. The blonde reminded that the girl had said to wait 3 days, because they needed to make sure that the guys had caught the right ghost. When Arya asked why Xian was worried, since it wasn't even his money, the boy began to justify himself by saying that Helmut was their friend, and that was why he was worried. Xian's words noticeably surprised Helmut, and he asked again about his friend, because he had never had any friends before. In high spirits, the green-haired boy turned to Helmut and asked if they were friends. Smiling, he told Helmut that they would now support each other, and this was a friendship destined for destiny. The main character was confused, so he just silently listened to the words of his new friend. Then the green-haired boy extended his hand to Helmut to shake his hand. Looking at the stunned protagonist, he said loudly that he now relied on him. Our young hero still didn't know what to answer, and he thought about Xian's words about friendship. Helmut's memories of all the moments he spent as a mercenary with Pin came back to him. Silently looking at Xian, the time he spent with Pin flashed through the protagonist's mind, because it was he who was associated with the word Pin. Then Helmut mentally concluded that friendship was not something bad, so he extended his hand to Xian and shook it. The boy chuckled contentedly, then turned his head towards Arya and addressed the fair-haired mage. However, Arya had already rushed away at that moment. His face was angry, and he called the two idiots. Xian began to explain that since Helmut was his friend, he was Arya's friend too, and then asked the magician to treat everyone to food, to which the irritated blonde said that they still needed to clean up after themselves. Sometime later, Helmut was already sitting in one of the academy's rooms, decorated with massive golden chandeliers. The main character looked at the piece of paper with puzzlement, studying the information on it. Helmut, reading the text on the paper, asked his interlocutor what the inscription 3rd floor and room 301 meant. Eden, who was sitting across from the boy at the table, explained that this was now his dorm room, as all students were entitled to one, and then asked if the boy was ready to study. The protagonist looked at Kudrow and answered with confidence in his voice that he was ready to study. Helmut's guardian was pleased with his answer, and then announced that the list of admitted students would be published tomorrow. Eden Kudrow told the boy that he should prepare for school, and then asked the boy to go and see his new room. After some time, Helmut was already standing in front of the building of his new dormitory. Concern was visible on his face. Looking around at the wooden boxes and tired workers, He thought about how quiet it had been at the academy before the boy had gone looking for work. The men carried furniture and boxes into the dormitory, and Helmut thought that this was the first time he had experienced something like this. The protagonist slowly approached the entrance to the dormitory, while the students and their assistants were busy moving. Coming closer, the main character turned his attention to one of the academy employees. The boy heard a man loudly announce that everyone checking into the dorm needed to come to his counter. The main character approached the counter and handed the educational institution employee a small envelope sealed with wax. The stranger greeted Helmut loudly, took his check-in letter, opened it, and asked him to wait a minute. The blonde's mind darkened, his eyes widened, and sweat appeared on his face when he saw that the letter indicated the 3rd floor and room 301. The dorm room was clean and spacious. There was a bed inside and a desk with a lot of textbooks next to it. The unknown guy in the room was talking about how exhausted he was over the last few days, and how he had never had any friends before. Placing his ring on the book, the man went on to talk about how strange it was to have friends, and how he didn't want to get involved in that at all. Then, changing into pink pajamas, he sat down on his bed and said that his reasoning was correct. The stranger told himself that it was all because of him, meaning Helmut, while the protagonist, unsuspecting, climbed the stairs. In the young man's hand was a key with a tag indicating the number of his future dorm room. The main character went up to the 3rd floor and looked around the corridor. He was looking for his room. Helmut found the right door leading to room number 301 and stopped in front of it. Our young hero looked up, making sure he had come to the right place and thought it was here. The stranger with long white hair kept telling himself that as soon as he met him, a series of strange events began. It was Arya, sitting in his room, saying out loud that he hoped he would never meet Helmut again after starting school. At this moment, the main character, using the key given to him, was already inserting it into the keyhole. The key fit, and Helmut turned it several times to unlock the door to the room. At that time, Arya, whose appearance had changed to that of a woman in private, continued to tell himself that he hoped he would never meet Helmut. It was deep night on the streets of a small town, but not all of its residents were sleeping in their homes. A man with a beard and plasters on his face was shouting at someone, asking if the other person could hear him. The bandit, with a knife in his hand, shouted at the frightened boys, asking if they knew he was one of the Black Hawks. The red-haired boy was scared to death. He looked at the bandit and stuttered, apologizing, and then began to talk about Baden. Enraged, Max looked at his victim with fierce eyes and threatened him with a knife, but at that moment someone put a hand on his shoulder. It was Paul, his face covered in blood and dirt, telling Max to stop what he was doing. The mercenary tried to calm his comrade down, asking him to follow the rules while he still looked at the defenseless guy with anger in his eyes. The blood vessels in Max's eyes burst with anger. He bowed his head over the victim and did not stop demonstrating rage. Trembling with anger, Max replied to Paul that according to the rules, all those who do not obey them must be killed. Suddenly, the ferocious bandits fell silent, because an unknown voice spoke in space, asking who they were going to kill there. A frightened Max, looking around, asked who it was, when the stranger asked them why they had come to his territory if they couldn't even kill that boy. An unknown being in a robe appeared behind the bandits and told them that thanks to people like them, he realized that the idiots from the Black Hawks had no chance to change their lives for the better. Paul became furious at the stranger's words and began shouting at him to ask how he dared to say such a thing. The blue-haired bandit tried to attack the robe-wearing stranger, but he failed. Max turned around and looked at the picture in front of him with horror in his eyes, and blood splashed in his direction. The bearded bandit extended his hand towards Paul and called out to him, but his comrade's body was already headless. Max, with indescribable fear on his face, silently looked at his friend, who was killed by an unknown creature. In a panic, the man held the knife out in front of him and began frantically looking around, shouting at the stranger to come out and not hide. A frightened Max stopped when he heard the voice of the man in the cloak again, asking if he was hiding. The stranger appeared behind Max and put a gun to his throat, claiming that he was the one who had been hiding all this time. The terrified boys watched as the man in the robe, with words about not defiling the name of the Black Hawks, killed Max. He laughed and said that the name of this organization still meant something, and with a bloody weapon he crouched over the body of the murdered Max. The helpless inhabitants of Baden trembled with fear before the unknown man in the black robe as he raised his head towards them. The hooded man with scars on his face swore and said he should have questioned them. The two boys gritted their teeth in horror and watched what was happening when the stranger asked them if he could ask them a question. A moment later, a shrill scream of some man could be heard on the streets of the night city. Rays of bright and warm sun penetrated through the large window and illuminated the room where Helmut lived while studying at the academy. Helmut took hold of the handle to finally enter the dorm room assigned to them by the academy. The main character went inside. The room was quite spacious. There were 2 beds and a desk inside. The young man looked around silently with indifference on his face. The interior he saw did not impress him. Approaching the table, the hero thought that this was far from Kudro's house in terms of the level of decoration, but this room was still better than sleeping in the forest under a snag. Then the boy looked ahead and sadly remembered how he lived in the forest. A picture of him trying to penetrate the divine barrier in the forest surfaced in the hero's memories. Then, remembering Finn, he thought that since leaving the forest he had managed to get to know the vanguard mercenaries. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist thought that he had now become a student at Greta Academy. The guy looked at his fist and decided that now he finally felt the beginning of a new life. Helmut made a decision for himself that from now on he would concentrate on working on his strength. The main character stopped his thoughts when he noticed that he was not alone in the room because he heard some rustling. The young man immediately became wary and took a fighting stance because he sensed danger. Helmut looked down and concluded that everything was bad because he did not have a sword with him. The guy was already ready to attack when Arya appeared from around the corner, coming out of the bathroom. The fair-haired magician was stunned when he unexpectedly saw Helmut in front of him. The protagonist calmed down and said Arya's name in a questioning tone when he saw him in front of him. The guy started saying that he was also placed in this room, to which Arya began asking with displeasure what he meant by this one, since he lives here and almost killed his friend. Arya couldn't believe his words and started shouting that he was joking when Helmut said that he was also assigned to room 301. Helmut asked what was wrong when Arya covered his face with his hand in frustration and began to insist that this should not have happened. Then Arya, dejected by this news, looked to the side and noticed something there. Arya started cursing when he realized why there were 2 beds in the room, and Helmut looked at his comrade in silence with incomprehension. When the blonde threw on his robe and rushed out of the room, Helmut asked him where he was going, and the magician replied that he was going to the dean. The student in the pink robe pointed his finger threateningly at the main character and ordered him not to touch anything here, otherwise he would definitely kill Helmut. Our young hero was left standing in the room alone when Arya gave him one last order not to go anywhere. Frozen, the main character just silently looked after Arya and thought why the magician hated him so much. It was daytime, and the entire campus of Greta Academy was illuminated by bright sunlight. The sun's rays penetrated through the tall wooden windows into one of the classrooms of the educational institution. An elderly man sitting at the table picked up a cup of hot tea with one finger and lifted it up. It was Liam Weiss, the dean of Greta Academy, who was sitting peacefully in his office drinking hot tea. The elderly man almost choked when the reckless Arya suddenly burst into his office without knocking. Sir Liam growled angrily when he saw Arya in front of him, shouting and cursing as he asked what it was. The dean placed the cup of tea on the table and asked the blonde what had happened when he had asked with displeasure why he had a roommate. The boy began to loudly complain that, as the head of the Faculty of Magic, Arya had the right to live alone. The man, who remained calm, thought that Helmut and Arya had met, which was why the boy was so angry. Liam Weiss looked down and apologized, explaining that the number of available rooms was currently limited due to renovations. The dean's explanations did not calm Arya, and he continued to shout that Sir Liam must still fulfill his promise. Putting his hand on his chest, Arya continued to shout that the dean himself should understand why the boy needed to live alone, and then asked what would happen if Helmut found out that the blonde was a girl. Sir Liam put his finger to his temple, and at first said nothing in response to the student's complaint, but fell into thought. Weiss began to calmly explain that the illusion magic on Arya was cast by an archmage, and an ordinary student would not be able to find out anything, but Arya replied that even the smallest risk must be excluded. Trying to get his point across to the dean, Arya asked if the man understood what he was getting at. The head of the academy, Greta, just silently looked at the dissatisfied boy and thought about his words. The dean began to explain that giving Arya a separate room would be beyond the student's privileges when there were already so few available rooms, so he was placed with someone close to him. The fair-haired student was stunned by Sir Weiss's words, and he asked with anger in his voice about his close relationship with Helmut. The man said he heard that Arya was helping Helmut with his studies, but the student replied that he had no choice since the protagonist paid him well. Arya began to rub his forehead with his hand from the hopelessness of the situation, continuing to explain that he had met Helmut not long ago. Memories of how he first met Helmut and taught him in the library surfaced in the blonde's mind. Then the best magician of the faculty remembered how the main character saved him during the capture of an evil spirit. Thinking about Helmut, Arya, who stood in front of Dean, only remained silent and his face expressed strong irritation. The dean told Arya that it was his duty to maintain friendship with the students, and again asked him to tolerate him for just one semester, and then he would get a separate room again. The student looked at Sir Liam with displeasure and disgust, realizing that he would have to come to terms with the new circumstances. It was still daytime outside, and bright light filtered into the Dean of Greta Academy's office through the large windows. Liam Weiss stared at the ceiling and thought about how Arya had agreed to share her grief, and how he was now left to watch to see if she could cope. Then the old man, who was resting in his chair, mentally called Arya a good man. The door to room 301 opened. The protagonist was still inside, humbly waiting for his new neighbor. Helmut, seeing the embittered Arya, said that he, apparently, did not achieve what he wanted, to which the magician noted the attentiveness of the protagonist. Arya then glanced sideways at his neighbor, his expression sad at the prospect of living with him. The blonde asked if Helmut had to live with him, to which the protagonist replied that he had no other choice. Leaning his back against the wall, Arya crossed his arms over his chest and sighed heavily, explaining that as the head of the faculty he was supposed to live separately, but there were currently no free rooms. The magician added that, frankly speaking, he was not thrilled that he would now have to share a room with someone. The protagonist listened attentively to Arya and remained silent, standing in the middle of his new dorm room. Arya offered to guide Helmut to and from the academy using magic, but the young man replied that Eden would not allow this, and one day their deception would be revealed. The student looked askance at Helmut and tried to dissuade him from living together, saying that he was much more picky than the hero thought. The blonde asked if Helmut really wanted to live with him, knowing that living with him would be quite uncomfortable. Without answering, the main character thoughtfully scratched his chin with his index finger. Arya was taken aback when, after a pause, Helmut answered his question affirmatively. The hero added that Arya is the best option for him, and he thinks that Helmut would also be the best neighbor for the magician. Arya stared at Helmut, not expecting to hear such words from him about a better neighborhood. Helmut thought to himself that he would live much more comfortably with Arya than with someone from the fencing faculty. The blonde pressed his lips together, a bead of sweat ran down his face, and he propped his face up with his hand. The magician looked away in disappointment and reproached himself for having once helped Helmut pass his exam. The sun was shining outside, people were sitting on benches, and students were strolling near the academy dormitory building. Several horses harnessed to carriages drove up to the dormitory of the educational institution. Our protagonist stepped out of the carriage, his foot stepping onto the ground to finally move into his new home. Helmut was holding a suitcase with his things in his hand. He also had his cold weapon with him. He was walking towards the hostel. The main character looked at his luggage, which he held in his hand, and thought about something. Standing in front of the building, Helmut reasoned that he had already moved his things, and now all that remained was to discuss the living conditions with Arya. Arya and Helmut's room was on the 3rd floor, so first the main character had to go up. The young man opened the door and cautiously looked inside to check if his neighbor was waiting there. The magician was inside. He noticed that Helmut had arrived, turned to him, and asked if he had arrived. The hero wanted to discuss living conditions with Arya, so he asked him to tell him about his rules. Arya replied that Helmut could see everything himself, crossed his arms over his chest, and both stood in the middle of the room. The magician rearranged the room, and now it was divided into 2 parts by a thick white curtain. The curtain obscured part of Arya's room so that he could maintain his privacy. The main character looked around carefully, and Arya stepped aside and turned his back to the hero. Arya pulled back the curtain and told Helmut that his space was behind it, and the protagonist should not be indignant because he got most of the room. Our hero glanced sideways at his new neighbor when he threatened him not to even think about crossing the border. Helmut looked silently and warily at Arya, who furiously listed his rules of residence, forbidding the hero to make noise, bring strangers, and not keep the place clean. Softening, the blonde added that if anything happened, Helmut should call him, and even if he didn't respond, he should still call. Arya closed his eyes and raised his hand to his face in fatigue, sending Helmut to do his own thing, to which the protagonist agreed. The main character did not leave immediately. He still stood in place and looked attentively at his neighbor. The blonde glanced sideways at Helmut when he suddenly called out his name. With his hand on the hilt of his sword, Helmut said with a serious expression that he was relying on Arya. In response, Arya just said yeah, agreeing with Helmut, and stood with his back to his new neighbor. When the heroes finished their conversation, the setting sun was already reflected in the windows of the Greta Academy dormitory. The day at Greta Academy was already drawing to an end. It was still light outside, but there were few people. One of the students, crossing his arms over his chest, told his interlocutor that the commoner had passed the exams and still entered the academy. The guy added that Helmut is now even under the guardianship of Eden Kudrow. The second student replied that he thought Helmut was being too cocky and comparing himself to the nobility. Sabbat was sitting on the bench, and his friend told him that he couldn't wait until Helmut came into his hands. Grinning evilly, the blonde told his comrades that the hero would soon go, that he was very far from the likes of them. Sabbat added that tomorrow they had a fencing lesson, and there they would be able to teach Helmut a lesson so that he wouldn't get cocky. The next morning came. The bright sun was already shining over the Greta Academy. A new school year was beginning. Our protagonist placed his palm on the massive wooden door to close it behind him. The boy was ready to study, and for the first time he tried on the universal uniform of the academy students. Moving his hand to check if he was comfortable in the clothes, he came to the conclusion that the shape was quite good. Standing, the boy remembered Arya's words that the first semester would be uninteresting, so the young man was already planning to go to the training hall after classes. A uniformed Sion came down the stairs and was very surprised when he saw his friend Helmut in front of him. The boy pointed a trembling finger at the hero, asking him if he had left room 301. Helmut asked what the problem was, and Sion started shouting, gesturing wildly that this was Arya's room, and was the hero really living with him? The hero replied that it was just that way, and Sion couldn't believe that Arya would seriously allow him to share his room with someone, since he had the privilege of living alone. Sion thought out loud that this was strange, and perhaps Arya chose his roommate based on his appearance, in which case it made sense. The boy gave Helmut a friendly slap on the back and wished him more patience. Looking back, Sion asked the young man if he really had his first fencing lesson today, to which Helmut said yes. Sion said that Helmut shouldn't have any trouble, but he shouldn't get involved with the mad dog from the fencing department. Having imagined a dog in his head, the hero asked if there was a dog in the faculty, to which his friend explained that he meant a strange and insensitive guy. The guy with green hair began to explain that he was referring to the second-year student who had beaten up everyone who messed with him last year. Raising his index finger, Xian continued that one of the victims even had to stop studying because his ear was bitten off, and since then, everyone has avoided this student. Helmut was confused by his friend's story. He only silently absorbed his words. While the guys were going down, the hero asked if such behavior was acceptable, to which Xian replied that the bully had been suspended from classes for a while, but he was back in action, and it was better to avoid him. Waving goodbye, Xian wished his comrade good luck and invited him to his room 307 in case Helmut was bothered by Arya. Helmut briefly agreed to the invitation of the green-haired boy and watched him go. A group of students gathered on a large green field in the middle of the academy campus, surrounded by columns. An educational institution employee approached the students, who were discussing something among themselves, to make an announcement. Crossing his arms over his chest, the teacher loudly ordered everyone to pay attention to him and quickly line up in 4 rows. The second-year students meekly agreed with the teacher's order, and Helmut stood behind, puzzled, because he did not understand what rows were being discussed. The students quickly lined up as the teacher wanted. Helmut stood with them, and then the academy employee said that everyone had a good rest during the holidays. The man said they would start with basic exercises, and assumed that the students were unlikely to have been lazing around during the holidays, so he ordered them to do 20 laps around the court. At first the students were indignant, because this was a large number of circles, but then the teacher gave the command to run, and everyone immediately rushed to carry out the order. During the run, the students complained that 20 laps on the first day was too tough, while Helmut thought it was too little for a warm-up. The dark-skinned student glanced at Helmut and cursed in his mind how unlucky he was to run with a commoner next to him, because he didn't like him at all, even though he looked good. The guy continued to watch the main character running next to him, who did not pay any attention to him. The student smiled slyly as the idea of tripping up Helmut so that he could receive a great reward for admission in the form of a taste of dirt came into his head. Without hesitation, the student pulled his leg towards the protagonist while running, causing him to trip and fall. The guy was very surprised when Helmut calmly walked around this obstacle and didn't even lose his balance. He raised an eyebrow. The student was now puzzled because his tripping had no effect on Helmut. The main character did not pay any attention to his offender and continued running around the stadium. The student did not calm down and continued to try to trip Helmut so that he would fall face down on the ground. However, the main character continued to run forward, and the student's tricks did not work on him, and in the offender's thoughts, there was a question as to how he managed to avoid his tripping several times. The dark-skinned student's face was already seething with anger, and sweat was running down his cheeks from fatigue as he ran after Helmut. In his mind, the young man called the main character a bastard and said that we'll see how Helmut will cope with this now. The student caught up with the guy again and put his foot in front of his in the hope that he would finally fall. The student's next trick didn't work and Helmut dodged again, but the offender himself began to lose his balance. The guy fell flat on the grass after being tripped by himself, groaned and clenched his teeth in pain. The teacher who noticed this loudly asked what was going on, to which the student apologized and justified himself by saying that he had simply stumbled. The main character continued his run and finally turned his head to look at his offender. Then our hero, without saying a word to the student, simply turned his head straight again and ran along with the others. The dark-skinned student's face was seething with rage and hatred towards the main character. He looked after him. The school day continued. The courtyard of the Greta Academy was illuminated by a bright and warm sun. After the run, the exhausted students rested while the teacher stood above them on a concrete pedestal. The teacher gave his students some time to rest and then asked one of the students to help him, and one of them responded. Our young hero was also catching his breath after a long run, standing alone nearby. The angry student who had previously pestered Helmut approached the hero from behind and called out to him. The hero turned to the ill-wisher and asked what he wanted. The stranger was clearly angry with Helmut. Gesturing vigorously, the student declared that it was because of him that he fell, to which Helmut replied that he had tripped him first. Gritting his teeth in anger, the student asked how he dared to talk to him and threatened that the academy's rules would not keep the hero out of trouble. Coming close, the guy asked Helmut if he hoped for someone's protection, and then asked him not to forget who he was and where he was from, calling the hero a commoner. Sabat, who noticed the guy's conversation, came up and asked Aaron not to waste his energy on Helmut. Smiling, the boy turned to his friend and said that he would still have time to answer him, while the other students smirked slyly behind him. Aaron listened to his leader and stopped pestering Helmut, telling him in the end that they would see each other again. The main character did not say anything in response, and simply remained standing in his place, looking after his offenders. Helmut mentally called the student a weakling who relied only on his status, and then asked himself why he should be proud of something he had not achieved on his own. Looking at his offenders, Helmut became angry and his fist began to glow with purple energy as he considered whether or not to teach the student a lesson. Our hero turned around when he heard someone's voice asking the students if they had mentioned the commoner. Everyone, including Helmut, turned around and saw a guy with blue hair in front of them. The main character looked at the stranger with interest, and Aaron looked warily at that student. The unfamiliar student smiled good-naturedly and asked Aaron if he was called a commoner. The blue-haired stranger repeated the word commoner again and turned to Aaron, asking if he was the one being talked about. Aaron shook his head and looked at the stranger with anger on his face, asking him who he was. The blue-haired student then suggested that maybe it was him, and then said that he didn't know Aaron and asked if he was new. Coming closer to the students, he scratched his neck and explained that he heard someone being called a commoner. Looking at the guys, the stranger added that he thought that in that case they were talking about him. Sabata was angered by this. He approached the student and asked why the brats from the fencing department allowed themselves to do so much, and he was tired of putting up with it. Approaching, the blue-haired student provoked Sabat, asking him to show him what would happen if he let go of his restraint. The blonde could no longer control himself and wanted to pounce on the stranger, insulting him as an idiot, but his friend grabbed him by the hand and asked him to calm down. Sabat and his friend began to quietly talk to each other, his friend trying to persuade him not to start a fight. The blonde student took control of himself and then looked at the stranger with only anger in his eyes. Turning to his comrade, Sabat clicked his tongue and suggested that his friend leave the commoners alone. As they left, Helmut's offenders discussed how unlucky they were to meet him on the very first day, and also to be late for the first lesson, while the hero and the stranger remained in place. At that moment, Helmut remembered Cian's warning about not messing with the mad dog second-year student from the fencing department. The protagonist looked at the stranger with blue hair with interest, thinking that Cian meant him. Helmut looked closely at the appearance of this second-year student, realizing that he was the mad dog. The barrel contained a large number of wooden swords intended for training by students from the fencing department. In front of them stood a teacher who loudly explained that the students would have to come to him and take the sword when their name was announced. The teacher called Aska first, then asked why he was hanging around there and asked him to come forward. It turned out that the teacher was addressing the same stranger with blue hair. He asked him why the guy was late, to which he justified himself by saying that the teacher Patricia had detained him. Aska slumped, scratching his neck with his hand, when the teacher said that Patricia wasn't there today, and he should have come up with a more plausible excuse. The student was taken aback and asked the teacher again when he ordered him to run 30 laps as punishment. The man asked Aska if there was anything he didn't like, and he stuttered and replied no. Observing the situation, Helmut thought that Aska did not have the best reputation, and that there was no question of it, knowing how many things this student had done. The teacher crossed his arms over his chest and told everyone to get ready for training, warning them that he would be watching everyone before turning to Andro. During the practical fencing lesson, it was still daytime outside, and the sun was shining brightly on everything around. Our main character had already picked up a training wooden sword and was actively practicing with it. Helmut held the weapon with both hands and was immersed in training, swinging the sword. His face was concentrated. The guy made more and more strikes with the weapon into the air. The main character was in the best mood. He looked ahead and deftly controlled his weapon. Oblivious to the world around him, the young man masterfully made more and more new strikes. Helmut continued to train in the fresh air with the others, meekly following the teacher's instructions. After another blow with a wooden blade into the air, our main character turned his gaze to the teacher. The teacher watched all the actions of the main character with interest, but said nothing. Then the man with the scar on his face turned 90 degrees and stopped looking at Helmut. The protagonist lowered his hand with the sword down and stopped doing the exercises, wiping the sweat from his face with his hand. The young man was wary, and the thought entered his head that everything would soon change dramatically, even though Eden had promised an uneventful first semester. Helmut's thoughts were interrupted when Asuka burst into his personal space. The guy with blue hair approached our hero and called out to him in a friendly manner, smiling broadly. The student suggested that Helmut thank him, since it was he who prevented the hero from fighting with the offender. Helmut, remaining wary, replied that he had not asked for help, to which Aska, shocked by his words, asked if he was really one of the commoners if he was so important. Extending his hand to Helmut, the blue-haired boy smiled warmly and said that it was better for commoners to stick together. The main character looked at Aska's palm silently and for a long time, not daring to shake it in return. Helmut noticed that the guy's skin was emitting blue energy, which meant that he was a difficult person. Our hero continued to watch Asuka's hand warily, suspecting him of having power. Asuka narrowed his eyes in response and praised Helmut for being a capable student. The guy put his hand on Helmut's shoulder and said that he needed to warn the hero about something. The young man asked the protagonist not to focus on Asuka's origins, because he doesn't like it when he is often asked for help. The young hero said nothing in response to this request, and only looked at the boy with distrust in his eyes. As he walked away, Asuka waved his hand goodbye, asked Helmut to live in peace, and called him little brother. The protagonist placed his hand on his shoulder and massaged it after Asuka's palm was there. Already in the dorm room, Helmut stood with his hand thoughtfully over his mouth and wondered out loud whether he looked like someone who would start a fight. Arya, who was brushing his teeth and getting ready for bed at the time, noticed Helmut and looked at him. He tried to calm the guy down by saying that he was not that person, but just very busy. Continuing to brush his teeth, Arya called the offenders stupid idiots who can only boast of their status, and invited the hero to show them what he is capable of. Helmut replied that Eden had told him not to start a fight, to which the magician replied that they could simply be provoked. The hero asked if Arya had any other suggestions, to which he said that from the legal ones, he could wait for a training sparring match. The protagonist looked away and thought about the fair-haired student's proposal. Arya continued with his hygiene procedures without offering any more ideas to Helmut. Helmut asked what was wrong, to which the magician replied that he was glad that his efforts to train the boy were not in vain, because before enrolling, he would have definitely given free rein to his fists. The protagonist grinned and said nothing in response, continuing to look at his neighbor. Then Helmut turned away again, and crossing his arms over his chest sank into his thoughts. With a toothbrush in his teeth, Arya asked Helmut what kind of logic he had in answer to his question whether he, as the best student in the faculty, could not restrain himself. Our hero fell silent, sighed heavily, and said that then he did not understand him at all, meaning Asuka. Some time later, Asuka was strutting down the academy corridor with his hands in his pockets, and Sabat was walking towards him along with his comrades. As they passed by, the guy with thick blue hair just glanced sideways at the students without saying anything to them. Sabat and his friends also looked at their enemy with suspicion on their faces. Asuka stopped when someone addressed him, saying that he must be on cloud 9 and thought he was cool. It was Sabat, who, as he left, said that he would see how long Asuka would last at the academy with such grades, and sooner or later the blonde would turn him into his obedient dog. Sabat's words visibly angered the blue-haired student. He bit his lip and remained silent. After some time, Asuka was already fighting with his offenders, striking his comrade Sabat with his hand. The enraged student, holding the back of his head, which Asuka had bruised, screamed why he had been hit. Asuka smiled and apologized, saying that he got too excited and couldn't hold back, and asked them to tame him right now. The boy's blue eyes lit up as he continued to provoke his offenders after these words. Greta Academy was an educational institution where people from any class could enroll. However, one rule could not eradicate prejudices that had been entrenched for hundreds of years, and students continued to persecute commoners. Although the negative attitude towards commoners was initially subtle, the practice still flourished in the academy. But Asku didn't care about all this, because he was the best student in the faculty and a mad dog despite his origin. Asuka looked at the offender with glowing blue eyes, asking why he was staring like that, and if he thought he would become his if the guy continued to look. Sabat responded that he knows what Asuka did last year, and that his nickname is now fully justified. An angry Asuka asked if Sabat had changed his mind about attacking, to which the blonde replied that he thought the guy was no longer looking for trouble after the suspension. The blonde student smirked and added that he thought Asuka would be in big trouble if he got suspended again. The boy just looked back at Sabat silently, his eyes illuminated with a blue light and his face gloomy. Asuka looked at the blonde with contempt and anger, without saying anything in response. Sabat took a step towards Asuka. He was noticeably satisfied with the behavior of his enemy. The blonde man ducked down and looked menacingly at the blue-haired student, saying that he should be given a good beating once. Turning his head to the side, Sabat added with a sly smile that he hoped Asuka was ready to be destroyed socially and physically. Asuka silently listened to his enemy's words about how the best student of the fencing faculty would not be able to hit the blonde first, as he would immediately become guilty of the fight. Sabat laughed as he looked at his comrades and told Asuka that even a mad dog like him was afraid of being expelled. The blue-haired boy tried to control himself, so he silently hung his head in response. However, a moment later, the guy's eyes lit up again with a bright light, and he swung at Sabat with a smile. At that moment, a blow from a wooden sword flew through the air, and the boy's fight stopped before it even began. To his surprise, Asuka received a punch in the face from an unknown person and was unable to fulfill his desire to hit Sabat. The blonde also closed his eyes from severe pain when someone dealt a strong blow to his back. Both boys fell with a crash onto the wooden floor of the academy corridor and grunted in pain. The stranger approached the students and asked if they had entered the fencing department to swing their fists. Trying to get up, Asuka and Sabat looked at the man who was telling them that they were very brave for deciding to fight on the academy grounds. A blonde stood in front of them, holding a wooden sword behind her back, and looked at the careless students. Asuka pointed his finger at Sabat and started yelling at the teacher that he was the one who started all this, and that it couldn't be called a fight since he was the one being attacked. The teacher called Asuka too noisy while he was screaming and was beside himself with injustice. The boy was hit on the head with a wooden sword again when the teacher yelled at him that he couldn't just swing his fists. Turning her head toward Sabat, the girl said that he was no better because as Gret's student, he had to evaluate the opponent's skills. The blonde's face turned red after he was reprimanded, and he silently stared at the teacher. Placing his hand on his knee to rise, Sabat looked at the woman and said he would take that into account. The teacher told everyone to get ready for the first lesson and then pointed her finger at Asuka and told him that she needed to talk to him, but he was not happy. Sabat was cleaning himself up after being knocked down, and the woman told Asuka to follow her. The teacher and the blue-haired student went to talk in private, and the blonde suggested that his comrades leave. Asuka looked away with a displeased face, and the teacher sighed heavily from fatigue from the student's behavior. Unable to contain her anger, the teacher swung her hand at the boy to hit him. The blue-haired boy screamed in pain as he suddenly received a strong slap on the back of the head from the fierce woman. Asuka started screaming about why and for what he was hit, to which the angry teacher loudly called the guy a blockhead and asked him to learn to control himself. The student looked at the woman with displeasure when she began to complain that the guy had already been suspended once. Putting her hand to her face, the woman sighed heavily and said that she would close her eyes this time, but would not protect the young man anymore. After calming down, she explained to Asuka that she didn't want such an outstanding student to lose everything because of the fights, and that she believed he would eventually gain recognition. Listening to the teacher's words, the young man with blue eyes only looked ahead with sadness in his eyes. The girl added that she heard that the new Helmut had easily completed the first task, to which Asuka asked her who it was. She explained that Helmut was a commoner just like Asuka, so they should be treated more gently and they should get along. The top student of the fencing department finally realized who they were talking about, and Helmut's appearance popped into his head. As he left, Asuka said that he was not going to get close to anyone, and that Helmut would handle things on his own, since he was pretty good. Walking down the corridor of the school, Asuka became noticeably upset, and hung his head when another thought arose in his head. Rays of sun were shining through the windows into the academy's corridor. There was no one inside. In the classroom, all the students lined up in rows, and the blonde teacher stood in front of them. The woman slammed the wooden sword down on the table, causing a loud noise to attract the students' attention. The fencing teacher announced the start of the lesson, asked about those absent, and suggested taking roll call. One of the boys raised his hand and addressed the teacher, saying that Helmut was not there yet, which surprised the girl. The woman asked the students if they had told her where the lesson would be, to which the boy replied in the affirmative. The blonde remained silent, and then turned to the students and asked one of them to go get him. Asuka, who had also lined up with the rest of the students, looked away suspiciously. After some time, the massive door leading to the study room opened again. Our late hero was brought in by a student, and they both went inside to join the lesson. The teacher calmly asked Helmut why he was late. The main character explained his lateness by saying that he didn't know that the location of the lesson had changed. The teacher asked if Helmut had been sent to another classroom, to which one of the students said that he had conveyed everything to the hero correctly. The girl shook her head in disbelief, answering that she had asked Helmut, and then turned back to the protagonist with the same question. The young man glanced sideways with resentment at the student who had deliberately not informed him of the location of the lesson. That guy also looked sideways at the main character with hatred in his eyes. The other students quietly chuckled and made fun of Helmut, who had been the target of such a joke. The teacher realized that he had been told the wrong audience and asked Helmut to tell the truth. The protagonist said that he simply heard wrong and then apologized to the teacher. The fair-haired woman was taken aback and was extremely surprised that the young man did not tell her the truth. At this time, Asuka silently watched the situation, narrowing his eyes, and was noticeably angry because of the joke made on Helmut. The boy with blue hair looked at the student who had deceived Helmut, and now, pleased with himself, smiled slyly. The teacher accepted the protagonist's explanation and did not question him further about the circumstances of the situation. The woman told Helmut that he would have to run 10 laps after the lesson, since he, intentionally or not, delayed the start of the lesson, to which the protagonist agreed. All the students looked at the teacher attentively when she announced the start of the lesson, and only Asuka glanced sideways at the main character. The boy with blue hair looked ahead again, thinking that Helmut was still the same as the others. The woman walked up to a large wooden box containing many balls and grabbed one of them with her hand. The teacher began to tell the students that today they would pay attention to endurance, as it directly affects the quality of combat skills. The girl placed an almond-shaped ball on the tip of the sword to demonstrate the exercise, and explained that everyone would have to do the same. Finally, she said that anyone who could hold out like this for half an hour would be released, and gave the command to begin. With a swing of her sword, the teacher deftly caught the almond-shaped ball in her hand, and all the students agreed to complete her task. The teacher then asked the protagonist to come out and help her, to which Helmut agreed without objection. Asuka continued to look at the guy with interest, and then mentally said the boy's name. While Helmut helped the teacher distribute balls to the students, Asuka thought about how yesterday he thought the hero had character, but today he realized that he was a cunning fox. The guy grabbed the ball with a displeased expression on his face, and mentally came to the conclusion that Helmut was not like him. Sion also got his ball, and Asuka continued to think that even under the threat of death, he would never bend to the nobles. Having looked at the students in front of him, the protagonist finished handing out almond-shaped balls to everyone. Afterwards, Helmut took the same ball for himself, closed his eyes, and carefully felt it. Suddenly, the protagonist took aim and swung the ball to throw it at the student who had given him incorrect information about the location of the lesson. The young man threw the ball with all his might, and it flew forward to meet its target. The victim of the almond ball was dumbfounded. The guy just looked at it with wide eyes. The student grunted in pain and flew backwards as the ball hit him square in the torso. The teacher noticed this and, with her mouth open, just looked at what was happening in shock. Asuka also looked at what happened and was extremely surprised by Helmut's behavior. The force of the impact even caused the ball to lose its shape a little, and its victim curled up on the floor, shaking, groaning in unbearable pain. Pleased with himself, Helmut shook his palms and apologized, adding that the student was standing so far away that he thought he wouldn't be able to reach it. Asuka looked at Helmut in amazement and could not understand what he was doing and whose side he was on. The spacious training hall contained wooden logs for practicing punches. One of the students trained hard, hitting the machine more and more. A muscular guy holding a wooden sword in his hand was spinning the exercise machine with his blows. Afterwards, the guy unbuttoned his shirt and looked at the huge bruise under his ribcage. The student cursed out loud and complained that the wound still hurt, and it was unknown when it would heal. The guy gritted his teeth in anger and asked himself how this commoner had managed to give him such a bruise with a ball. The blonde, wiping sweat from his forehead, responded to the guy's complaints by saying that if you touched him with a finger, he would fall apart, to which his friend replied that it was as if he had been hit with a stone. The angry young man said that first Asuka hit him, and now Helmut, and then asked Sabat if he was going to let it go. In response, Sabat, who was drying himself with a towel, only silently looked at his friend and sighed. The student, wounded by Helmut, sat with his head resting on his hand and thought about how the main character irritated him and that he didn't understand who he was dealing with. The fair-haired boy shook his head but did not begin to console his comrade. The white towel fell from Sabat's shoulders to the floor, and then he walked up to his friend and spoke. The student jumped to his feet in confusion when Sabat asked him not to get angry and to be more polite with Helmut. When the blonde took the sword in his hands again, his comrades began to shout whether he was going to make friends with a commoner. Sabat asked his comrades to calm down and called them idiots, then added that he would not be friends with Helmut until death do them part. Having started practicing his blows again, the blonde threatened that it would not take long to come and asked his friends to behave decently for now. The guy was confused. He asked his friend what his words meant. The fair-haired student didn't explain what he meant and simply grinned quietly. Swinging his wooden sword, he answered his comrades that they would soon see everything for themselves. It was a warm and clear day. The water in the fountain near the Greta Academy building sparkled in the sun's rays. Sion burst into Helmut's room in high spirits and loudly said that he had come to visit a friend who had managed to get a disciplinary reprimand on the second day of training. Still pleased with his actions, Helmut, seeing his friend, smiled mysteriously in response. The main character was beaming with happiness. He confirmed all of Sion's words and said that this is how it all happened. The green-haired boy was taken aback when he saw that Helmut was in such a good mood. Sion said that he did not expect to see such a face, and asked if something was wrong, and Arya shouted at the young man not to enter the room without permission. Putting his hand on Helmut's shoulder, the boy told Arya that he must be upset, but he had come to see Helmut. Sitting on his bed, Arya replied that that was not the problem, and that he simply did not allow Sion to come in, and the boy began to complain that Helmut had allowed him to come in. Arya covered his face with his hand in irritation when Sion started asking endless questions about why he had brought Helmut in with him and why he could be here, but the young man couldn't. The fair-haired magician could no longer control himself, so he took a pillow in his hand and began to kick the guys with it, ordering them to get out of the room. The heroes left the room. Helmut stood silently, holding Arya's pillow in his hands, and Sion complained about how inhospitable the guy was. Looking at Helmut, his friend began to apologize to him, because it was because of him that he got into trouble, and then said that who knows what is on Arya's mind. In response, the protagonist showed his happy smile again, which alarmed Xian, who told him to stop, as this was inappropriate now. Wandering along the corridor, Helmut's friend asked him about the reason for his good mood, to which he received the answer that the hero had a reason to be proud. Smiling again, Helmut thought that his action was quite in the spirit of an ordinary person, to which Xian said that he was even stranger than he thought, and asked his friend not to be like that. The protagonist pleased his comrade with the answer, saying that he would be careful because he did not want to let Eden down. The young man added that he still does not intend to give up, and on Arya's advice, he will prove his skills during sparring. Walking along the corridor, Xian looked at Helmut with suspicion and concern on his face in response to his words. The young man with green hair and amber eyes looked closely at his friend. Then Xian reminded the hero that he was going to take a walk on the weekend, and suggested that the guy go to the center of Baden. The protagonist was forced to refuse his friend's offer, explaining that he needed to talk to Eden. Xian chuckled and crossed his arms over his chest. He was visibly offended by Helmut's refusal to go for a walk. A moment later, the boy became positive again, asking the main character if he could go to Eden with him. Helmut asked why Xian should go to Kudro's house with him, to which his friend replied that comrades don't need reasons. The young man argued that strong human relationships were important, and Mr. Eden himself would be glad if Helmut came with a friend. The main character thought about the words of the boy with green hair and did not answer for now. Xian waited for the guy's permission to go with him, pointing his finger to the side, while Helmut, holding his hand to his chin, thought about something. Looking at his comrade, Helmut hesitantly agreed with Xian's words, saying that probably. Helmut's friend made a gesture with his hand and beamed with happiness, and asked if this meant that everything was decided. Running away, Xian shouted that he would pick up Helmut on the weekend. The hero tried to stop him, but the young man said that he had already promised him. Confused and embarrassed, Helmut looked after his friend and then asked himself if he had agreed to this. It was already deep night in Baden. The city buildings were illuminated by the faint light of the full moon. On the roof of one of the buildings stood two people dressed in red robes with hoods. The unknown man opened the wooden double door leading to the office with both hands. A tall, broad-shouldered man walked inside, covering his face with a red hood. In front of him stood a man who called the man who entered inside, sir, and announced that he had new orders. The stranger took the stack of papers from the man and began to study them carefully. Having studied the contents of the documents, he asked what it was, since the task was only suitable for unthinking youngsters, but then said that he would have to take on the job since they were paying. Then the man in the red robe sat down in the chair, the space around him dimly lit by a burning candle. Taking off his hood, he said that unknown people had appeared who were posing as them and extorting money. The man turned to his subordinate and said that he would deal with it himself, and for now there was no need to do anything, to which the guy standing opposite him meekly agreed. Sir Anton's expression changed to one of surprise when he noticed something unusual on the paper. He showed the piece of paper to Crom and asked him if the boy was familiar with the name written on the paper. Crom looked at the contents of the document with bewilderment and replied that he did not find the name familiar. The man with the beard looked to the side, raised his hand to his face and thought about what he had read. Sir Anton, shuffling through the papers in his hands, suggested that Crom put this order aside for now and deal with the rest. Sitting at the table, the man ordered his subordinate to get information about this person and report everything to him. Afterwards, Sir Anton continued to study the documents he had received and think actively, placing his fingers on his chin. Looking at Helmut's name on the paper, the man was clearly convinced that he had a bad feeling. Students at the Greta Academy often gather at weekends in the center of Baden for walks, which are permitted during the holidays. So everyone runs away, silence falls in the academy, and this makes the educational institution an absolutely unpredictable place at such a time. The main character stood by the carriage, holding his hand on the hilt of his sword, and looked ahead. Helmut turned his gaze to the other side when someone suddenly called him. It was Xian who approached his friend and asked in surprise if this was all he was taking with him, and Helmut asked what was wrong. Helmut was taken aback when Sion said that they were planning to go for 2 days at most, but he was still going on the trip light. Our hero thought that in the native forest, light weight increased his chances of survival, and now he unconsciously repeats his old habits. The boy asked with interest if Arya was in her room, to which Helmut replied, entering the carriage, that he thought so. Already in the carriage, the student began to reason that he rarely saw Arya from the outside, except for trips to Baden, and that he had never seen the magician visit his relatives. Raising his index finger up, Sion began to justify himself by saying that he was not pursuing Arya, but was only interested in him because he considered him his rival. In response, Helmut looked at his friend with distrust of Sion's words, sitting opposite him in the carriage. Then he asked his comrade that, since he was so interested, Helmut could ask Arya about his trips to his family. Sion noticeably darkened, but continued to smile feignedly, and replied that it was not necessary. In the center of Baden there was a market, and townspeople walked along the busy streets, going about their business. Aska was also on a walk in the city center, carefreely eating meat shashlik. As the blue-haired boy walked through the city, he thought to himself that it was less noisy outside than in the academy. He again remembered the aristocrats who couldn't beat him, but for some reason were climbing up to him. A sad look appeared on Asuka's face as he mentally wondered if he was doing something wrong. After this question, the guy immediately stopped himself, arguing that in that case he would not be satisfied and that he would never bow his head before aristocrats. Taking another bite of the shashlik, Aska remembered Helmut, who, in his opinion, does not mind the nitpicking of the aristocrats, but still sometimes shows himself. A memory of Helmut appeared in the boy's head, and he asked himself if that young man was only good at patience. Asuka smiled as he remembered how much fun it was to watch Jerome roll around on the floor after being hit by Helmut's ball. The young man mentally concluded that he was not going to make friends with Helmut, but he would like to chat with him next week. The guy became wary when he heard the steps of an unknown person behind him. He immediately turned around, thinking that someone was following him, but he saw no one there. The blue-haired boy's mood noticeably worsened when he sensed something was wrong. The weekend market on Baden's central square was in full swing, with dozens of people walking along the market stalls. With his head down, Aska continued to wander around the city, keeping his hand in his pocket and finishing his shashlik. The young man became alert again and turned his head as he felt something was wrong. He was being followed by an unknown man with a ponytail, who was dressed in a red robe and was standing in a building nearby. The blue-haired student, when he finally met his pursuers, suddenly stopped. As he finished chewing his street food, the boy looked at the people in front of him with disdain and asked who they worked for. In the alley in front of Asuka stood 2 men, one of whom was wearing a hat, and silently looked at the guy. The pursuers looked at the boy with blue hair in bewilderment and did not answer his question. Suddenly 2 more strong-looking guys appeared from around the corner, looking angrily at Asuka. The young man realized that they had led him there on purpose, and then said that he had a guess, even if they did not admit it. Asuka looked around warily as his pursuers approached him, and remembered his sword, which he had recently left for repairs. Looking at the men with disdain, Asuka accused them of interfering in children's fights and added that it seemed like the client's family had a lot of time on their hands. The 2 attackers looked at their victim and slowly approached, drawing their weapons. Sweat poured down the young man's face from the strain, and he once again asked his pursuers to at least answer while mentally cursing. Unexpectedly for the men with weapons, Aska raised his hand up and began shouting for Instructor Allen. With this, he distracted his offenders, and then immediately rushed forward, activating his power. The blue-haired boy decided to attack the stunned men with his bare hands, jumping on them. The offender's face twisted when he suddenly received a powerful blow to the chest from Asuka's fist. Hanging in the air, the boy grabbed the offender with his hands, and the man was already beginning to lose his balance. The young man soared even higher into the air while his shocked enemies stood with their feet on the ground. Asuka landed noisily on the ground, legs spread wide, leaving his pursuers behind. The guy did it quickly, so the opponents didn't even have time to react. His body radiated a blue aura. Afterwards, the blue-haired boy rushed away while his pursuers still remained in the alley. One of the bandits acknowledged Asuka's ability to move quickly, and the man with the eye patch told everyone to run after him. Asuka didn't stop. He ran away with all his might, his body illuminated by blue tongues of light. Suddenly, the guy discovered an obstacle in front of him that made him stop. The young man stopped the chase and stopped when he realized that he had reached a dead end and could not escape. He sat down a little and looked ahead with panic in his eyes, not taking any action yet. Asuka noticed another man with blonde hair standing around the corner of one of the buildings. The boy looked in the other direction and saw another pursuer there, holding his hand on the hilt of his sword. It turns out that Asuka was surrounded on all sides, and now he has to deal with as many as 9 criminals. After cursing, the guy smiled slyly and suggested that his offenders play, since they hadn't managed to escape. It was already dark outside. All the windows on the first 2 floors of Eden Kudro's mansion were lit. The luxuriously decorated table was laden with delicious food, meat dishes, fruits, and various cuts. Mr. Eden thanked Sion for joining him for dinner and said he hoped he had enjoyed the food. The boy sat at the table with Eden. He liked the teacher's words and he put his hand on his heart. Sion smiled and replied that he liked everything very much, and the food lived up to Kudro's reputation, adding that he liked his mansion. Helmut sat quietly, confused, as Eden good-naturedly told Sion that he could call him simply instructor without formality. Confused, Kudro couldn't believe that Helmut had brought such a well-mannered guy, while the protagonist wondered why people changed their attitudes towards each other so quickly. The guy got excited and asked Helmut if he wanted to go for a walk in the center of Baden, since today was a day off. The hero started to say that he needed to train, but Eden interrupted him, saying that the idea sounded great, and in such a beautiful city as Baden you can walk not only in the center. Our young hero became gloomy after his guardian's words, so he just silently looked ahead. When the boys left the house, Sion was warming up after a long feast, and Helmut mentally assumed that this was probably exactly why Darien sent him to the academy. Helmut said he had no complaints about Area when Sion began to suggest that the hero was currently going through hard times, due to moving into a dorm with a difficult neighbor from such a mansion. Sion began to shout that the hero had no complaints because Area was harassing him, forcing him to do research at dawn and summon more and more spirits. The guy and Ray were crying, and Helmut tried to console him, saying that Sion had become much better after that. Helmut's friend and Ray turned to him with words in their eyes, and Sion asked him to put in a good word for him for Area when Asuka suddenly appeared behind him. Sion began to turn around to where Asuka stood, all wounded and exhausted after the battle with his pursuers. Seeing the guy with green hair started screaming at the top of his lungs in fear, and Helmut spoke calmly. Covered in bruises and scratches, Asuka was not very happy to see his friends, but then said that the guys should help him. The students were not alone on the night street, and Asuka was still being pursued. 3 men with long swords walked quietly towards the protagonist and his comrades. Helmut was quietly taken aback, and Sion began to loudly ask who these people were. The main character noticed a red oval brooch on the robe of one of the criminals. The young man narrowed his eyes and looked darkly at the men, realizing that they belonged to the Black Hawk organization. Holding his hand to the wound on his shoulder, Asuka said that those cowards were waiting for him to be without his sword, to which Sion replied that he was creating enemies everywhere. Then the boy with green hair looked questioningly at Helmut, who was no longer paying attention to his comrades. The protagonist looked straight at the Black Hawk men who were approaching him. Taking his sword out of its sheath, the young man said that now was the time. He had a couple of questions for the bandits. The green-haired student watched silently as his friend stood face to face with the bandits. Sion asked his comrade what he meant when he said he had some questions for the Black Hawks. As Helmut drew his sword from its sheath, he thought that the Black Hawks were willing to kill for a good price, and it was unlikely that a simple student would become their target, so there was definitely someone behind this. Looking at the angry faces of his pursuers, Helmut recalled how he had recently buried several members of this organization. A picture popped into the protagonist's head of how he had killed several bandits with a bow one night. Taking out the sword, the boy realized that they definitely had information about him, but he mistakenly believed that he was safe as long as he was a student at the academy. Placing the weapon in front of him, the protagonist thought that his confidence was not destroyed, but there was still something he needed to figure out. One of the bandits looked down and turned to his leader, asking what they should do now. The gang leader began to think that now it would not be possible to simply deal with the target, since there were witnesses in the form of a couple of students. Having prepared his weapon, the bandit shouted that there were only 3 of them, so they needed to deal with them all at once, and start with the one with the sword. One of the criminals tried to attack the main character, but Helmut successfully parried his blow. The bandit leader tried to hit Helmut with a sword, but in return, he himself received damage from the main character. The attackers tried to hit Helmut, but he still successfully dodged and deftly wielded his weapon. The dark-haired bandit, clutching a sword in his hand, began to shout something about Helmut when he pounced on him. The protagonist made a maneuver in the air and prepared his leg to hit the enemy with it. The brunette's mouth opened in horror when Helmut suddenly kicked the sword out of his hand. The blow was so powerful that the blade flew high into the air while its owner looked up. The long metal blade did not lose altitude, but on the contrary, flew even higher over the dark alley. Helmut was able to hit his opponent's hand so hard that his blade flew tens of meters into the air. Having reached a certain height, the sword stopped, its blade glistening under the light of the full moon. The cold weapon began its flight downwards, and the reflection of the bandits was visible in its mirrored surface. The criminal's blade lowered its height even further, and in its reflection one could see how Helmut continued to deal with his opponents. The main character had already managed to eliminate several of the offenders. Their unconscious bodies lay on the stone road. With a blow of his sword, the young man knocked off balance another criminal, a man with long hair. Afterwards, Helmut turned his attention to the short-haired bandit and attacked him. When the young man swung his sword again to strike, the bandit's sword had already begun to land. The protagonist delivered the final blow, and the last opponent staggered back, losing his balance. Helmut looked down at the bandit, who fell to the ground with a crash and a wheeze. Sion and Asuka, standing nearby, watched all this with concern and attention on their faces. Helmut, sword in hand, stood over the Black Hawk members, who lay on the ground, moaning in pain. The main character just calmly looked at them. His face showed no signs of fatigue after such a skirmish. Asuka kept his eyes on Helmut and mentally wondered how Helmut was able to deal with everyone so easily. Helmut was already hiding his sword back while Asuka was thinking that the opponents were not simple guys, but the hero still managed to deal with them. The hero put his hand to his heart and realized that the seed of darkness did not react, and then assumed that everything would continue to be fine if he did not kill the offenders. Crossing his arms over his chest, Sion said that he couldn't even prove himself since Helmut had dealt with everyone so quickly, and then asked who these guys were. One of the bandits, with a trembling hand, tried to reach for a sword lying nearby, when Helmut explained to his friend that these were mercenaries from the Black Hawks. The criminal screamed in pain when he was unable to grab the weapon with his hand because Helmut stepped on it with his foot. Asuka, whose clothes were torn, said that he had to find out who hired them, to which Helmut replied that it would not be so easy to do, although he also had a few questions for them. The hero's voice changed when he began to say that if he cut off a couple of the bandits' fingers, it would instantly loosen their tongues. Asuka and Sion were horrified by the main character's sudden proposal to carry out such a massacre of the bandits. Helmut's friend shouted, asking if he was going to torture the criminals, and explained that even if they were attacked, they only had the right to defend themselves. Pointing his finger to the side, the boy said that since there was no longer a threat, he would go and tell the guards, since it was their job to investigate. Asuka tried to stop him, suggesting that the matter could be hushed up if the bandits were aristocrats, to which Xian responded that attacking students was a very serious crime. The student with green hair said that he would be back soon and, threatening Helmut, ordered him not to touch the bandit's fingers. Without resisting, the protagonist agreed to Xian's request, and Asuka remained standing next to him. The protagonist glanced down at the criminals, who were still lying on the ground in a helpless state. Helmut still had his foot on one of the bandit's hands, preventing him from grabbing the weapon. Leaning down, Helmut's dark side spoke up again, and he asked his assailant how much he knew about him. The gang leader just looked questioningly at the main character, thought for a moment, and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Helmut continued to look at the man with wild eyes, and then said that that was all he wanted to know. It was already deep night. The streetlights were on, but all the windows in the Greta Academy building were dark, as everyone was asleep. The long, dark corridor of the school was completely deserted at such a late hour. An academy employee opened the door for the heroes, saying that she had heard the news and adding that she was glad that they were okay. The woman told everyone to go and rest and report the incident to the rector's office tomorrow, and then suggested that Asuka call a doctor, since his wounds looked serious. As the boys walked down the corridor, Xian still suggested that Asuka call a doctor, but he replied that he had nothing to do but lie around in the medical center. The blue-haired boy said that Xian had already given him first aid, so he would get some sleep and everything would be fine, to which the student called him a monster. Sion added that the stab wounds would open up if he moved again, and Asuka replied that he was tired and healing magic was too expensive. Putting his finger to his chin, the green-haired boy smiled slyly and declared his confidence that it could be done for free. Helmut and Asuka didn't understand what he meant, so they looked at each other with questions in their eyes. Arya opened the door to his dorm room with irritation and fatigue on his face. In front of him stood Helmut, Asuka, and Sion, who was waving and smiling, saying how good it was that Arya wasn't asleep yet. Covering his face with his hand, the blonde threatened to blow the boys away with wind magic if they didn't explain what was going on, and Sion replied that they had a favor to ask of him. Arya asked who this weirdo was, as Asuka looked at the mage in surprise, saying that he really did look like a girl. The blue-haired boy began to yell and curse, asking Arya to repeat his words, and Sion tried to smooth things over by stating that Asuka was injured and asking Arya to heal him. The magician became very angry in response to Sion's request and said not to tell him that he was asking to heal God knows who, and in the middle of the night. Confused, Sion looked at Helmut, hoping that he could convince Arya to cure Asuka. Helmut nodded his head towards Arya and said the word please so that he would finally agree to help. The blonde mage looked at his neighbor with irritation, his words causing him to change his mind. Arya rubbed his nose with his hands from fatigue. A drop of sweat ran down the blonde's face. Sion smiled and raised a finger up at Helmut when Arya finally allowed them to enter the room. The blonde warned Helmut that it wasn't free, and healing magic was expensive, so he expected to get something in return. Arya turned around, pointed his finger at Helmut, and shouted his name. In response, the guy asked why something was required from him in return, to which he received the answer that the magician agreed only because of him. Pointing his index finger at Helmut, the magician asked the protagonist what he was willing to do for him if the boy cured Asuka. Helmut thought about the difficult question and then replied that he would do everything he could. Arya's expression changed dramatically at that moment, and he briefly thought about Helmut's answer. Then he turned to the protagonist with a smile and told him to watch, because Arya hadn't pulled his tongue. Our young hero was confused. The guy looked silently at his neighbor. Arya called Asuka a weirdo again, and said that he wouldn't mess around with him for long, to which the blue-haired boy yelled and asked what he said when he called the mage a bastard. At this time, the protagonist stood in his head, holding his hand to his chin, and thought about whether he should have answered Arya differently. It was deep night outside, and only one of the windows of the academy dormitory was glowing with a purple light. Arya worked on healing magic to heal Asuka and then announced that everything was ready. The boy felt his shoulder, where there had been a wound before, but after Arya's manipulations, there was no trace of the abrasions left. Asuka looked at Arya silently, and Arya asked what the guy had on his face and asked him to say something if he wanted to. The boy with blue hair looked at his savior warily and replied that he didn't want to say anything. The protagonist watched the situation from a distance and remained silent while Arya treated the guy. Frowning and narrowing his eyes, Asuka looked closely at the blonde mage once more. Throwing the clothes over his shoulder, the young man turned around and called Arya a talented cutie, then announced that he was leaving since he was already finished. Without thanking him, Asuka hurriedly left the dorm room and slammed the door behind him, while Arya and Helmut watched him go. The blonde got angry, accusing Asuka of not being able to talk to people, and not necessarily treating people like him, but Sion retorted that he was the best in the faculty. In response to Sion's words about how it would be useful to make a guy like Asuka a debtor, Arya replied that it was unlikely that such a mad dog would be obedient, and his comrade said that, in any case, helping others was good. Suddenly, Helmut intervened in the conversation and declared that he did not need any help, and Sion accused him of spoiling the mood again. Raising his index finger, the boy asked Helmut not to use connections as a given because he was good, but even his abilities had a limit. When Helmut said that the main character needed to prepare for the need to receive help right now, he only looked at his friend in bewilderment. Sion sighed heavily, because this also concerned Arya, and he did not understand how he had made such friends with children, to which the angry blonde replied that he had never considered the boy as a friend. Helmut quietly listened to his friend's squabble about how Sion was helping Arya with his research, but according to the blonde, there was also some benefit to him in this. Our hero narrowed his eyes and pondered his friend's words regarding the importance of connections. The next school day had arrived, and the bright sun was already rising over the Greta Academy building. The rector, who was sitting at the table and had papers on his desk, told the boys that 4 unknown people had attacked them yesterday, but they had failed, and the criminals had been arrested. The rector folded his arms, hung his head, and said that unfortunately, he heard the news that these bandits had escaped. Helmut, Asuka, and Cian were stunned when they heard this disappointing news from Liam Weiss. Ask was enraged by the rector's words and shouted at him to ask if the man thought it was okay to say such things to the boys, to which Liam replied that one of the guards was in league with the bandits. A worried Cian asked how the academy and the guards were going to solve this problem, since the students' lives were in danger, and they couldn't just turn a blind eye to this matter. Putting his hand to his face in exhaustion, the rector closed his eyes and explained that the academy would look into this, and they had already begun interviewing the fencing students. Asuka hung his head and was beside himself with anger when Mr. Weiss promised the boys to let them know if anything was known. After leaving the head of the academy's office, Asuka told his friends that they should have listened to Helmut from the start and found out everything from the bandits right there on the spot. The angry boy asked how the 4 criminals were able to escape, as if the prison walls were made of paper, to which Cian calmed him down, saying that sooner or later the culprits would be found. Looking at Xian with anger and irritation, the young man asked if he understood that Asuka was the last one who knew how to wait, and his comrade noted the objectivity in his assessment. Helmut indifferently said that the decision was up to the guy and he didn't want to be dragged into it, to which an angry Asuka began shouting that the hero would be next. Keeping his cool, the protagonist replied that he simply wanted Asuka to solve his personal problems on his own, just like Helmut always does. The guy in the middle called Helmut heartless and accused him of trying to appear like a model to the students, to which the hero replied that Asuka himself asked him not to consider him a friend because of their background. Cian said goodbye to his comrades, saying that it was time for him to return to class, and added that he hoped that the problem would be resolved by the next visit to the rector. In response, Asuka said that he didn't think so, meaning that the problem with the criminals escaping would not be solved so soon. Noticing that Helmut was also leaving, the guy asked where he was going, to which he received the answer that the hero was going to train, since he had not had such an opportunity lately. Looking after the guy, Asuka asked the main character if he was a hard worker since he worked so hard. The boys continued walking down the corridor of the school, but the main character walked ahead, and Asuka walked behind. Helmut felt a noticeable tension when he noticed that the guy continued to follow him. So he turned around and asked his comrade why he was following him, to which he received the excuse that Aski simply needed to go in the same direction. The majestic building of Greta Academy was illuminated by the bright and warm sun as the boys continued to talk in the corridor. Asuka told Helmut that he was a skilled guy and asked if he didn't get annoyed by people who were proud of their status. The question from the guy with blue eyes caused obvious irritation in the main character, and he silently glanced sideways at his interlocutor. Helmut thought that Asuka was currently annoying him and said that he had no plans to act like him, to which the young man replied that he liked the moment with throwing the ball at that student. Asuka asked the hero not to try to prove anything to the bullies with sparring, and then pointed his finger at himself and added that they still desperately need his head, even though he is the best in the class. Our hero asked if it wasn't because Asuka was just a nasty person that his comrade was offended, and he complained that such a thing shouldn't be said after the guy gave him advice. Helmut explained that he did not see fighting as an option, and said he had been advised to get along with his classmates. Asuka began to provoke the student, stating that Helmut was just a good boy who listened to his parents, and asked if his mom and dad had asked him to befriend the nobles. When Helmut finally reached the right room, he inserted the key into the keyhole and turned it. The hero's gaze went wild as he turned to Asuka and said that he would not let himself be offended, no matter who went against him, even Asuka. The blue-haired boy was confused and curled his lips, not expecting such words from Helmut. Asuka crossed his arms over his chest and looked away, saying that he could see that Helmut was taking everything seriously. The main character opened the wooden door and entered a spacious hall for fencing training. Several steel swords and other types of bladed weapons hung on a wooden shelf on the wall. Rays of sun were shining through the windows into the large training hall. There was not a single person inside. Looking inside, Asuka said that this was not a training center, to which he received the answer that this was Eden Kudrow's personal training room, and Helmut was allowed to use it. The guy started scolding the hero for training alone all this time in such good conditions, and called him a tightwad, because Helmut could have allowed him to train there too. The protagonist sent his interlocutor away and, closing the door, answered him negatively and asked him to leave and not disturb him. Without listening to Asuka, Helmut heartlessly slammed the door in front of him, leaving the guy standing in the corridor alone, to which the young man called him heartless and insulted him. The school day at Greta Academy was already coming to an end. The setting sun had already disappeared behind the building. The rays of the bright orange setting sun were still shining through the arches into the long corridor of the academy. The black student grabbed the handle with his hand to unlock the door and enter the room. A dark-haired boy walked inside, his face worried and his skin sweaty. The comrade asked the student if he had told them anything, to which he replied that he had reported that he knew nothing, and that he had been bombarded with questions because Asuka had pointed them out. The young man began to calm his friend, saying that the academy had no methods of contacting the Black Hawks, and besides, the guys were aristocrats. A puzzled Sabat sat silently to the side when his friend came up and asked what had happened, then added that they were now in a bad situation because of their stupid act. The blonde didn't say anything in response. He was deep in thought and looking ahead, his face expressing obvious dissatisfaction. He clenched his hands together as he mentally cursed the Black Hawks for being unable to deal with a child, calling them incompetent degenerates. Sabat put his thumb to his mouth as he worriedly thought that the academy wouldn't stop looking into this matter, so the boys had nowhere to hide now. Biting his lip, the blonde mentally came to the conclusion that now he would have to arrange such a life for his enemies that they themselves would want to leave the academy. Sabat's face was seething with anger as he leaned over, resting his elbows on his nails, and continued to search for a solution to the situation. Imagining Asuka and Helmut's faces, the blonde-haired boy mentally addressed them so that they wouldn't think that this was the end. The blonde teacher announced to the class that, as they knew, sparring classes would start in a week. Helmut looked at the teacher and listened to her, and then thought that classes would start earlier than he expected. Looking sideways at his enemies, the boy decided that his patience was running out, and he would not be able to avoid punishment if he wanted to settle everything. The boy turned his gaze to the students, who were looking straight ahead and listening to the teacher's words. Helmut remembered Asuka's words about not thinking that duels could change anything, because even the best student was still hunted by aristocrats. The main character chuckled thoughtfully and became immersed in his thoughts, no longer listening attentively to the teacher. Helmut thought he would make a decision later when the teacher asked for silence, understanding the students' concerns, and said that they were unaware of another important event. The blonde announced that the students would be taking a test tomorrow and asked them to study their textbooks, since the work would be graded. Our hero looked at the woman. His mood noticeably dropped, and he did not fully understand what textbooks were. The building of the educational institution's dormitory and the green square in front of it were illuminated by the bright sun. Arya was furious when he heard from Helmut that he still hadn't bought the textbooks. The blonde said that Helmut had forgotten about the test because of all the commotion, and asked if Eden hadn't warned him about this, to which he received a negative answer. However, then the boy remembered Eden Kudra's request to buy textbooks after moving into the dorm. Then, without answering anything, the main character thought that he would do this upon returning from the estate. Then Helmut remembered the moment after the skirmish with the bandits, when Sion told everyone to quickly return and give testimony. Our young hero looked down, put his hand to his chin, and sighed heavily. He told Arya that this had happened, to which the magician explained that the guy should get a ticket and go buy textbooks. The blonde was outraged when Helmut said he had no money, and he asked where all his savings had gone. Sighing, the tired Arya closed his eyes and asked Helmut what he needed from him in this case. The guy explained that he gave all his money to Eden because it was safer that way, and asked Arya if he knew a quick way to make money, since Helmut didn't have time to take the savings from Kudrow. Leaning his head on his hand, the fair-haired guy silently looked back at his interlocutor. Arya said that Helmut should just borrow from the guy, but the hero did not understand what he was talking about, and then received an explanation of what it means to borrow from someone. The magician sighed and accused the boy of agreeing to everything quickly, when Helmut said he would return everything to Arya the following weekend. Helmut thought Arya was going to go with him when he asked him to wait, and said he would buy the books himself. Turning his head towards the young man, Arya explained that he couldn't stand it if Helmut bought some junk with his money, and also argued that he was free and wouldn't mind chatting. The blonde magician's words left Helmut noticeably confused. He opened his mouth slightly and narrowed his eyes. Arya thought that it would be safer together, because in the city, Helmut could face the same fate as Aska, and at this time the market in the center of Baden was in full swing. It was already sunset, but the townspeople were still wandering the streets, shopping and chatting with each other. Our protagonist and his neighbor Arya were walking along a stone-paved city street. Arya looked away and wondered how they had come to this when the four of them were walking around the city. When the boys were going to town, Sion also wanted to join under the pretext of buying a new book, but in reality he expected something fun to happen. Asuka also wanted to go with them, saying that he was the best swordsman and was good at it, but in reality he just wanted to leave the academy. A gloomy Arya told Helmut that annoying things had started hanging around, and the boy replied that he hadn't asked for it. It was already dark outside. The setting sun had almost set behind the horizon, and lights were on in all the windows of the brick building. Inside the spacious bookstore there were many people, including students, choosing books. The main character entered the room and looked around, studying the new environment. Sion was very pleased as he hovered over the books and said how nice they smelled, and Arya said that the fencing books were on the other side. The blonde asked Helmut if he remembered the names of all the textbooks, to which the main character began to list them out loud. The young man looked in shock at the stack of books that his neighbor had quickly found for him. Arya asked if the guy needed anything else, to which Helmut replied that that was all. While studying the textbooks, Helmut mentally wondered why he needed these books if they described basic things that he already knew. Aska approached and showed the hero an orange book, offering to buy it, to which Helmut replied that it was not a textbook. Leafing through the textbook, the guy began to explain that Patricia, due to her bad character, would ask questions not from the textbook, and this collection of problems was exactly what Asuka was using. The blonde mage and our protagonist silently looked at Asuka with a questioning gaze. The young man did not understand why they were looking at him like that, and asked what was wrong and why the guys were looking like that. Asuka shouted that he was the best in the class as Arya began to tease him, leaving him speechless due to his unexpected wisdom. Sion called Arya heartless when he asked him to pay for his books, since he was also paying for Helmut's textbooks, and Arya replied that the guy should pay with his own money. A wooden arrow in a bookstore showed the direction in which to pay for purchases. The good-natured saleswoman with long blonde hair, smiling, announced to the heroes that they owed 2,000 marks. Helmut thought that this was only a small part of the amount given to him by Arya, while in the background the magician and Aska were actively arguing and cursing. The saleswoman received the required amount and thanked the hero, and then recognized the guy behind her as Arya, but he turned away, putting on his hood, and said that the girl was mistaken. Asuka teased the blonde, saying that it must be hard to be popular and that the guy could give her his autograph, to which Arya asked the boy to shut up. Laughing, Xian asked, "Isn't it weird to be surprised by your popularity when you entered the top class with a record high score?" When the boys returned from the bookstore along the night city street, Helmut was silent. The hero quietly watched as the boys made fun of the blonde, and Arya got irritated by their words. He looked at his comrades with a dumbfounded look, mentally asking himself if these were those very human connections. It was already dark outside, and all the windows of the educational institution's dormitory were lit, as the students were resting in their rooms. A visibly tired Arya complained to his neighbor how tiring the visit to the store had been, and that he shouldn't have exerted himself so much. Helmut asked if Arya had taken care of his textbooks, to which Arya irritably asked if the hero thought the magician could forget about them. The hero explained that this was not what he meant, and added that he knew that Arya understood many things without books, and asked if there was really any point in textbooks. Arya looked at his neighbor with interest when he heard his question about the usefulness of textbooks. The guy began to explain that books help to look at the world objectively, and Helmut is definitely talented, but he is mistaken if he thinks that the world is only visible. The young hero thought about the blonde's explanation, looked down, and fell silent. Helmut became scared and looked timidly at Arya when he pointed his finger at him and shouted, telling him not to relax and study. Arya looked sternly at his neighbor and said that he should take care of the books, and the magician would stop helping him if the guy lost his textbooks. Standing in the hallway of the dorm, the protagonist could not say a word in response and only looked guiltily at Arya, and then agreed to his request. The next day came. It was clear and sunny outside. Near the academy, the blue sky was reflected in the sea. Fate played a trick on Helmut because of his insincere answer to Arya, so the promise to take care of the textbooks was broken the very next day. Helmut opened his locker and realized that it was completely empty, and a moment later Asuka was screaming, asking where his books were, and complaining about the bastards who had already started robbing the lockers. The protagonist was beside himself with anger. He silently squeezed the door of his closet so hard that the wood cracked. He crouched down, looking ahead with fury on his face, his brows furrowed as he discovered the loss. The fencing teacher announced the start of the duels, saying that they should only take place by mutual consent. The students, including Asuka, lined up in rows in front of the teacher and listened attentively to the teacher's words. The man explained that although it was good to fight with friends, it would be useful for everyone to find a new opponent for themselves. The students unanimously agreed with the teacher when he said that the sparring would begin as soon as everyone chose an opponent. One of the students ran up and stood in front of another student to say something. The fair-haired student was looking ahead when suddenly someone called out loudly to him. It was Asuka, who, with a wooden sword at the ready, asked the blonde to step aside and talk. Smirking, Sabat looked at the blue-haired boy, calling him an excellent student, and asked what he wanted, and Asuka repeated his question. Holding back his anger, Asuka began to explain that Sabat despised him, so he decided to give him a chance to cross swords, and then expressed his hope that he would not run away, since he was also a swordsman. With a smile on his face, Sabat apologized and said that they had already paired up, so Asuka would have to find another opponent. Asuka mentioned the teacher's words about finding a new opponent, to which the blonde asked how long the boy had been paying attention to the teacher's words, and suggested fighting commoners. Smiling darkly, the blue-haired boy looked at Sabat and asked if this was how he had decided to play it out. There was obvious tension on the faces of Sabat and his comrade behind him, and they remained silent in response. Smiling widely, the fair-haired student was about to agree with Asuka, but was interrupted. It was the protagonist who came up and asked Sabat what about him then, offering himself as a new opponent. Looking at the enemy, Helmut said that he didn't care even if they all attacked at once, because the result was still obvious, and added that only weaklings grouped together. Looking at Helmut with irritation, Sabat sighed and asked him again, then insulted him as a bastard. Sabata's dark-skinned comrade accused the protagonist of bluffing and declared that only he would be enough to beat Helmut. The student smiled slyly and told the protagonist that since he was so confident, it was worth a try. At first glance, one of the rooms in the educational institution where the students' lockers were located was deserted. Sabat explained to his friends that if they cleaned out Helmut and Asuka's lockers, they would definitely approach them during sparring. The blonde, leaning his hands on his hips, continued that when this happens, then you need to provoke the guys and agree to a duel. One of the aristocrats was skeptical about this proposal, saying that he didn't know about Helmut, but in the case of Asuka, they risked becoming a simple punching bag. Sabat looked calmly at his friends and said that they would use whist during the duel. The boys were stunned by their friend's proposal and shouted, asking Sabat again. Brunet told his comrade that this was forbidden, but Sabat told him to listen to him. With a sly expression on his face, the guy began to explain that in the case of self-defense, they would only receive disciplinary action, but if they managed to cripple their opponents, they would be suspended. Sabat concluded that it was worth it, but his friend still didn't like the blonde's idea. The brunette looked at Aaron with stunned eyes and questioningly exclaimed his name when he said that he agreed. He asked Jerome not to interfere if he did not agree, and then told Sabat that he would do whatever was required, but in return he wanted to fight Helmut. The black student's face showed anger as he declared that he intended to repay the protagonist personally. Smirking, Sabat replied that it was his business, adding that he himself had long wanted to ask this bastard a question. The blonde was in anticipation. He smiled widely and said that he couldn't wait for this day. Jerome looked at his friends with distrust, still not liking their idea of using whist. All the students had already split into pairs, and Asuka took a step forward before the duel began. The blue-haired student held a wooden sword in his hand, and Sabat was stretching his neck in front of him. Asuka held the bladed weapon out in front of him, his gaze wild in anticipation of fighting the blonde. Sabat, pleased with the situation, chuckled and thought that Asuka clearly couldn't hold back. He looked at his opponent with anger in his eyes and mentally ordered him to attack first, and in that case, the guy would make sure that Asuka would never pick up a sword again in her life. The student also held his weapon out in front of him. Both guys were ready to start sparring. A strange atmosphere hung in the space of the training hall, and an unusual fog appeared. The other couples, who had been distracted from their duels, turned around and looked at Asuka and Sabat. Almost all the students' attention was focused on the sparring between the blonde and the blue-haired guy. Sabat still held his sword in front of him in anticipation of Asuka's attack, and his face became puzzled when his enemy still didn't attack. The blonde's consciousness darkened and sweat appeared on his face. He was completely confused and did not understand what was happening. Sabat wondered in his mind why Asuka didn't attack first as he looked straight at him, his eyes glowing blue. Jerome looked at the scene and mentally addressed Sabat, saying that he seemed to not know Asuka well. The student had a thought in his head that as soon as Asuka took the sword in her hands, he turned into a hound dog and waited for the right moment to bite the enemy's throat. Then a worried Jerome once again turned to Sabat in his head and said that his plan was doomed to failure from the start. Even though the battle hadn't started yet, the blonde was already very tense, and he was breathing heavily as he looked at his opponent. The blue-haired student frowned and looked at his opponent with anger in his eyes. Unexpectedly, Asuka moved when he found the right moment to attack Sabat. A moment later, he was already in a jump swinging at the blonde to attack him while he was still holding the sword in front of him. Panic was evident on Sabat's face as he mentally told himself that his opponent was attacking. The blonde student began to mentally give himself commands and comment on the fight, announcing an attack from the right and a block of a blow. Holding the wooden sword horizontally in front of him, Sabat looked to the side, expecting to receive an attack from the right. The student was taken aback when he realized that he had misunderstood Asuka's intentions, and Asuka had already swung at Sabat to attack from the other side. Sabat's face twisted, and he was completely confused when Asuka managed to hit him. He was wondering mentally what the hell was going on when suddenly Asuka successfully attacked the blonde once again. The attack proved fatal for the aristocrat in this duel, and he fell to the floor unconscious. Sabata's comrades looked at this picture with disgust, and then closed their eyes and turned away so as not to see the pain and defeat of their friend. Asuka leaned over his opponent, who was lying face down on the stone floor and could no longer continue the fight. Smiling, the boy thanked Sabat for not annoying him with his words and added that the way he fell for Asuka's deception made this duel wonderful. Sabat's eyes were wide open in pain and rage. He thought his arm or collarbone was broken and wondered how Asuka dared to do this. The boy's whole body was shaking as he tried to get up, and he thought that now he couldn't be blamed, since Asuka had attacked first. The blonde stood up and took the sword in his hands again, showing his readiness for battle, and thought that he now intended to use Whis and destroy the enemy. Before he could take any action, the fair-haired student received another crushing blow from Asuka. He looked up with his eyes wild with pain and screamed as the blue-haired boy successfully attacked him again. Asuka didn't give up and still held his sword ready to strike his opponent again as he tried to keep his balance. The blue-haired boy was merciless towards Sabat. He looked at him with anger and had no intention of ending the duel. The guy successfully attacked the blonde again and again, delivering more and more blows to his body while he screamed in pain and was helpless against his opponent. Sabat thought that Asuka probably wanted to kill him and was attacking too quickly, so he blurted out that he surrendered and then screamed in pain again. However, the best swordsman of the faculty did not react to the blonde's words and again dealt a strong blow with his sword to the guy. Smiling, Asuka stated that it was too early to end the duel and that he had not played enough yet. Looking at his opponent with a mad look, the guy asked Sabat to show at least half of his previous contempt and told the young man to keep his mouth shut, because with every word of surrender, he would receive 3 new blows. In response, the helpless Sabat, who was sitting on the floor, only looked furiously at his enemy, his mouth wide open. At this moment, Aaron, who was supposed to fight Helmut, took his wooden sword into his hand. The student, holding his weapon in front of him, approached the hero and said that he looked strange, assuming that the guy was worried about his friend. Helmut, who stood to the side and remained calm, only looked at Aaron with disdain in response. Squinting, the protagonist threatened his opponent that he'd better worry about himself. The training hall was not quiet as the duels were still going on, and the sounds of blows echoed throughout the room. Sabat was still losing to Asuka in sparring and continued to take more and more hits. After another attack, the blonde fell to the ground with a thud as Asuka hovered over him, maintaining his balance. The student was still conscious, so after another fall he attempted to get to his feet. Sabat's body was shaking and he couldn't get up, and the blue-haired boy asked him if he thought he would feel sorry for the blonde if he lay like that. The student trembled and cursed in his mind, calling himself a swordsman of the Rugal family and stating that he couldn't lose to someone like Asuka. Seeing the legs of his comrades in front of him, Sabat asked himself, insulting his friends, why they were just watching when they should call the instructor. When the blonde was able to come to his senses a little and look up at his comrades, his expression changed to shock. The blonde swordsman of the Rugal family became furious and began cursing in his mind when he saw the offensive picture before him. Looking at the faces of his fellow academy members, Sabat asked himself why they were looking at him like that, when those looks should be directed at another person. Not wanting to give up, the blonde again grabbed his wooden sword lying on the stone floor. Taking the weapon in hand, Sabat finally managed to get back on his feet after taking numerous blows. The blonde spread his legs wide and grabbed the blade with both hands, while Asuka watched from the side. The guy watched his opponent's actions with suspicion on his face and raised his sword in front of him again. Sabat's insides darkened as he made a certain decision in his head. Mentally calling for Asuka to disappear, the blonde swung his sword, causing it to flare up with yellow energy. Asuka clearly didn't expect such actions from his opponent and simply stood there, staring at Sabat. However, the guy still managed to react in time, and in a jump he delivered another blow to the enemy, and Sabat's sword flew into the air. The fair-haired student was stunned by the unexpected blow, and a red abrasion immediately appeared on his chin. After doing a somersault in the air, Asuka landed on the ground behind Sabat, and now the opponents had their backs to each other. The top student activated his power, saying that the aristocrat had broken the rules, so it would be fair if the guy did the same thing now. Sabat was kneeling with his back to Asuka when he approached from behind and swung a blade glowing with blue energy at him. Guy could no longer be stopped, and he still tried to use his strength against his opponent. The students, shocked by what was happening, watched the duel unfolding before their eyes with their mouths open. The wooden blade of the Asuka pierced the stone floor, causing the tiles to shatter into tiny pieces. Asuka was unable to strike Sabat as the instructor immediately intervened and stopped him with his sword. The blue-haired student looked at the teacher with a displeased look, who had stopped him from attacking. The teacher declared the duel over, sent Sabat to tend to his injuries, and then told Asuka to follow him. Asuka felt unfair and complained that Sabat was the first to break the rules, to which the teacher responded that the boy had not shown respect to his opponent, and he needed to stop making excuses. Gritting his teeth in anger, the teacher said that he didn't understand why Instructor Patricia was so coddling Asuka. In response, the blue-haired boy hung his head and looked at the floor, without saying anything. The man asked the students to take the blonde to the medical center, and then said that he knew that Asuka had recently had problems. Suddenly, a student approached the teacher and addressed him, to which he replied that he was talking. The student looked at the teacher with a worried look, pointed his finger to the side, and asked that perhaps those guys should be stopped. The instructor, crossing his arms over his chest, and Asuka looked questioningly at where the student pointed. In the corridor of the academy, someone asked Aaron why he didn't intervene and stop him. Jerome explained to his comrade that he knew that such tricks would not work on Asuka, and if the rules were broken, the students would not get away with it. With his arms crossed over his chest, Aaron asked Jerome how long he and Sabat had been so close, and the question visibly surprised the student. The student tried to convey to his comrade that Sabat was finished and suggested that he look back because he had eyes. Jerome didn't understand the student's words, so he looked at the guy questioningly in response. The guy asked Aaron what he meant, to which he received the answer that Sabat had not yet been punished, but everyone still knew that he was the one who used other people to harm Asuka. Aaron became angry and continued to say that the blonde had blackened the name of an aristocrat by turning to the Black Hawks, and most did not like what was happening, since many of the students were of humble origin. The black student continued to try to get his point across, saying that Sabata had long been disrespected. Smiling, the student continued that it would also be beneficial for them if Asuka beat Sabat, and he would be expelled from the academy. since the others would no longer be interrogated. Jerome glanced sideways and thought about all of his comrades' arguments, keeping silent. In an elevated mood, Aaron added that he also wanted to defeat Helmut, even without Vis, and it would be great if Sabat and the protagonist both left the school. Before the duel with Helmut began, the dark-skinned student gripped his wooden sword tightly with both hands. Looking at his opponent, the boy mentally asked Sabat not to blame him for what happened, because that is how aristocrats survive. Aaron turned his attention to Helmut when he turned to his opponent and said that he had been wanting to ask him something. Holding the training blade in front of him, the hero asked his opponent if he was the man who had broken into his locker. Aaron was amused by his opponent's question, and he asked if Helmut had any other options. The main character did not say anything in response. He looked at his opponent with indifference on his face. Closing his eyes, the young hero answered Aaron's question in the negative and said that he shouldn't have asked. Helmut's opponent made a movement with his wooden sword, and the hero responded by waving his weapon as well. Smiling, Aaron mentally asked Helmut where there were so many holes in his defense, and then asked himself whether his opponent was so self-confident or just bluffing. Helmut was ready for the duel when his opponent threw all thoughts aside, thinking that it didn't matter, and he would give it to him anyway. Having decided that he needed to attack the legs first, Aaron, focused on the sparring, swung his sword. Helmut's face darkened and his eyes lit up with a bright light as he immediately swung his sword to parry his opponent's blow. It was clear from Aaron's face that he did not expect such an action from the hero when he was able to successfully attack him. The dark-skinned student's sword shattered into tiny pieces as Helmut deftly struck his opponent's weapon with his blade. The dumbfounded guy wondered what had happened, looking at his destroyed weapon, and was sure that he had definitely swung the sword. While Aaron was trying to figure out what had happened, the protagonist again pointed his sword straight at the guy. Without having time to react, Helmut's opponent took a direct hit and his face became distorted. The student grunted in pain as Helmut continued to successfully attack his opponent. When the main character hit the guy again, he screamed in pain, clutching his throat with his hands. Tears welled up in his eyes as he panicked and realized he couldn't breathe after Helmut's blow. The protagonist lowered his sword down after a crushing blow and took a few steps towards his offender. At this time, Aaron lay helplessly on the floor, coughing and holding his hand to his throat. Squatting down, Helmut told the boy that on the first day he had asked him a question, and then asked him to ask him something now. The hero looked ahead, then asked in a dark and threatening tone if Aaron thought his status as an aristocrat would protect him outside the academy. Looking sideways at his opponent with eyes full of malice, Helmut threatened him that he could even break the guy's neck with this blow, and then asked whether the status of an aristocrat is taken into account in heaven. Gritting his teeth in fear, Aaron looked at his opponent in a panicked mood and remained silent in response. The dark-skinned boy's pupils narrowed as he came to the conclusion in his head that Helmut was not human. The protagonist stood up straight again and looked at the offender. His eyes glowed with a purple light, as did the aura around him, and Aaron wondered what kind of creature was in front of him. Returning to his previous state, Helmut closed his eyes and apologized, asking if Aaron could not speak because his vocal cords were torn. Wanting to cause his opponent even more pain, he stepped with all his might right onto Aaron's palm with his boot. The student was in severe pain, but due to his torn vocal cords, he could not even scream. Helmut looked down at the suffering of his abuser, his face turning black again and his eyes glowing demonically. The seed of darkness inside the boy's chest glowed with a bright purple light, showing that it still lived within the hero. Aaron continued to cough when the protagonist grabbed his shirt with his hand and pulled him towards him. He held the guy by the shirt and looked at him menacingly, a dark purple aura glowing around Helmut. At that moment, the instructor and other students were already running towards the guys, shouting that the duel was over, and that Aaron and Helmut were ordered to immediately drop their swords. Helmut, now dominated by his dark side, turned his head towards the teacher, his pupils narrowed. The fencing instructor stopped and was stunned when he saw this picture in front of him. The man looked with horror on his face as Helmut held Aaron by the shirt, who couldn't even speak. Gradually, our main character came to his senses, his former consciousness returned to him. A moment later, the guy completely came back to his senses. His face became the same again. He looked at his opponent, whom he was still holding in front of him by the fabric of his clothes, with a slight worry on his face. Then the hero let go of Aaron, and he fell to his knees on the floor in a half-fainting state. Helmut was breathing heavily, and there were beads of sweat on his face as he looked at his opponent. Then, trying to catch his breath, the protagonist turned his head and looked at the others present. Behind him stood the instructor, who silently watched this situation and was angry about what was happening. Closing his eyes from fatigue, the teacher turned to Jerome and asked him to take Aaron to the medical center. Our hero was confused when the teacher asked him to follow him. The door to the fencing instructor's office was locked, and there was a conversation going on inside. The teacher, angry at the student's behavior, crossed his arms over his chest, said that he would give the boys a chance to justify themselves, and ordered them to speak. Helmut and Asuka hung their heads, feeling ashamed of what had happened, so they remained silent in response. The teacher said it was a good idea because the boys were in no position to make excuses. Turning to Helmut, the teacher said that he expected something similar from Asuka, but not from the main character. The young hero looked at the teacher with guilt on his face and replied that he had not broken the rules of the duel. Turning around, the teacher asked Helmut if he really thought so. The man continued that he checked Aaron's condition before coming to the office. The teacher said the student had a torn trachea and the bones in his right arm were shattered. Raising his voice, the teacher said that he could have had respiratory failure if Aaron had not received first aid, and now he would hardly be able to hold a sword with his right hand. Asuka got angry, shouting that these guys tried to kill him by hiring the Black Hawks, and it's not a big deal that they won't be able to hold a sword now. The instructor decided to calm the student down by hitting him on the head with his hand, causing Asuka's face to twist in pain. The teacher sternly replied that he had not asked him, and asked if he had gone too far, even if he had not broken the rules of the duel. Tilting his head to the side, the protagonist turned to the man and said that he did not understand why he was accusing him. Helmut continued that Aaron was weak, but despite this, he humiliated the hero and his friends, to which Asuka shouted that he was right, but then was dumbfounded when he heard about his friends. The young hero, looking gloomy, continued that he had merely made it clear to the student that there were things that were better left alone. Helmut's friend argued that they even broke into their lockers, and the teacher said that the hero is not worthy of studying at the academy if he can use duels against everyone he doesn't like. The instructor sternly added that Helmut's behavior was contrary to the ethics of the fencing department. Angrily, Helmut asked whether the ethics of fencing included insulting commoners, harassing, picking on them, and stealing. The teacher replied that he was not defending either side, to which the hero replied that this was precisely why the instructor could not do anything. Raising his voice even more, the hero said that he simply solved the problem for them, and asked if this was not in keeping with the fencing department. The hero's words infuriated the teacher. He took out his sword and swung it at the boys. The protagonist and Asuka were shocked when the instructor began waving his bladed weapon. In a rage, the man struck the ceiling and wall with his sword, leaving a large crack. Helmut remained calm and just silently watched the actions of his fencing teacher. Turning to the hero, the teacher said that he simply used his power to oppress the weak. Having hidden the weapon, the teacher asked the boy if he would consider it fair if the man right now maimed him for disobedience. The teacher explained that in this world there are aristocrats and commoners, as well as weak and strong people, and in any case one should not take advantage of one's superiority by reproaching others. Helmut looked down, lost in thought when the man asked the boys how their actions were different from those of nobles humiliating commoners. Asuka didn't answer the teacher's question, and only looked at him with sadness on his face. A disappointed Helmut looked at the floor and then asked the man what he should have done in such a case. The fencing instructor thought about the protagonist's question, looking at him. Turning his back to the boys, the teacher apologized for the fact that the academy and he had done nothing to solve this problem. Holding his sword, the man added that the academy does not seek dominance of some over others, but rather equality among all. The young hero and his blue-haired friend stood quietly and listened to the teacher's explanation. Turning back to the students, the instructor said that both nobles and commoners, weak and strong people, are all equal, and the guys should remember this rule in order to find the answer one day. Helmut and Asuka straightened out when the teacher suddenly praised them, calling them excellent students despite everything. Then our main character looked down at the floor again and thought about his teacher's words. The man said that he would have to punish the boys in any case, so he forbade them from participating in duels, but allowed them to fight among themselves. Asuka grinned and said that was good to hear, as he liked the prospect of fighting Helmut. Unexpectedly for the boy with blue hair, the teacher handed him and Helmut some papers. The teacher asked why they were looking at him with such distrust, and said that in addition to being banned from dueling, the boys would have to write 50 letters of apology. The main character was shocked and silently looked at the teacher, and Asuka became noticeably angry. The guy shouted, "What about classes?" To which the man replied that he had already given them a break, so they would only be able to leave when they wrote letters. It was already deep night outside. The full moon illuminated the streets of Baden and the Greta Academy. Asuka held out his hand in front of him, which was noticeably swollen and red. The boy with blue hair complained that he couldn't feel his hands after writing. After completing their punishment, the boys were already returning to the dorm, and Asuka was complaining about the evil teacher because they had to write letters until the night, and he did not consider this an indulgence. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist thought with sadness on his face that he did not regret using his abilities. But then, Helmut mentally told himself that he had made a mistake, because he had lost his composure, and he wondered if he still lacked strength, despite his constant training. The protagonist narrowed his eyes in anger at himself, and mentally asked himself how he could have done that back then. Turning to the boy, Asuka asked his friend why Helmut looked so depressed, suggesting that his hands were also hurting. The hero explained his sadness by saying that he couldn't train due to this punishment, to which Asuka called him unforgiving and asked how he could still think about training. Helmut called Asuka quite skilled, despite his rare training, to which the guy got angry and asked if he saw how he trains, because the hero has his own personal gym. Asuka softened, asking Helmut to use the Kudro room, to which he received a negative answer, and then argued that the hero himself called him his friend. While the boys were talking on the street, the instructor was watching them warily from the window of his office. The teacher thought about Helmut with a worried expression on his face, calling him a skilled student. The man continued to look at the protagonist, who was talking to his comrade outside. The instructor thought about how Helmut had shown that murderous aura during the duel, and then corrected himself, assuming that it was demonic energy. Turning away, the teacher forbade himself to think in this direction and called Helmut the more capable student of listening. Turning his back to the window, the fencing instructor thought that he hoped the hero would be able to learn without losing his way. The man crossed his arms over his chest, looked at the ceiling he had destroyed, and said he thought the cost of the repairs would be deducted from his salary. It was deep night in Baden. The windows in the residential buildings had not been lit for a long time, since all the townspeople were asleep. Only one of the buildings had a window, which indicated that not all of the city's inhabitants were already asleep. There was a white candle on the table which dimly illuminated the space around. In this room, an unknown man placed his hand on the wooden floor, palm down. The 4 bandits who had attacked Asuka earlier sat with their eyes down and kneeling. In front of these men, Sir Anton sat on a chair with his hands folded, and his assistant stood next to him. The bearded man looked down at the group, pausing before speaking. The candle continued to burn on the table, the small flame crackling and the hot wax dripping down. The Black Hawk mercenaries knelt before Sir Anton, their gazes downcast. Putting his hand to his mouth, the man said he had lost his spy while trying to pull out the bandits. One of the criminals, not daring to look the leader in the eye, began to apologize to him, adding that he understood how they had screwed up. The guy with the eye patch started making loud excuses, begging him to listen, saying that the guy didn't move at all like a second-year student. Anton put his palm in front of him and said that was enough when the mercenary explained that the student was equal in strength to a rank 2 mercenary. The man said that he had not gathered them to look for the guilty parties, and in truth, he should have even rewarded the bandits for managing to survive. The 2 mercenaries were confused by their leader's words and looked ahead with questioning eyes. Sir Anton gestured with his hand and turned to his assistant and told him to tell them. Raising his finger up, Crom began to explain that among those kids there should have been a boy with long black hair and the face of an aristocrat. The criminals became alarmed after these words and began to shout that it was that guy who killed them all single-handedly. Continuing to look at the piece of paper, Crom explained that last year Helmut had killed 5 of their people, and since then the organization had been looking for him, and to everyone's surprise, he had been discovered at the academy. One of the mercenaries was very surprised when he heard Crommo say that Helmut had killed one of the Black Hawks. Sir Anton put in his word, saying that there wasn't much intelligence coming out of Baden, but Helmut had done well to set himself up in the perfect spot. He warned the men that it was better not to anger the beast in their own home, and if they were careless, he would show his claws. The bandit stuttered and asked the leader what they should do in that case, to which he replied that he was sorry that he had to ruin the guy's new mission. Having handed the papers over to his assistant, Anton said that the task was simple and that he simply needed to pass the report on to the top brass, and then everyone would get a vacation. The criminals stood up, put their hands on their hearts, and thanked their master, promising that they would not let him down a second time. The bearded man and his assistant silently watched the bandits as they hurriedly left the leader's office. When they were alone, Anton gave Crom an envelope and ordered him to get rid of the two once they had completed the mission. The man's mood noticeably improved when he said that they would probably be able to see him, meaning Helmut. The full moon was hidden behind the clouds. It was already night outside, and all the students were resting in their rooms. Helmut, who had been writing letters of apology until the night, cautiously entered his room. The main character opened the door and looked inside, examining the surroundings. He stopped in front of the room. It was dark and quiet inside. The space was dimly lit by moonlight. Holding onto the wall with his hand, the protagonist took a few steps forward. Helmut pursed his lips and stopped abruptly when he heard Aria's words from behind the curtain, insisting that he was late. The young man asked his neighbor if he was still asleep, to which the guy replied that he found it funny that Helmut was sneaking around like a cat, which is why he woke up. The hero apologized to his neighbor, and he, lying on the bed, said that he heard how the guy beat the students so much that they remained fools. Helmut sat on his bed and looking towards Aria said that he had to write letters of apology, otherwise he would have been banned from training. The blonde guy told the hero that he eventually got what he wanted, but it didn't make him happier. The main character silently agreed with his neighbor's words and looked ahead with sadness on his face. Helmut then apologized to his friend for losing the textbook and added that he would not ask for help in the future. Aria was stunned by the protagonist's confessions and his mouth dropped open in surprise. Suddenly, the magician pulled back the curtain, dividing the room into two parts, and looked at Helmut with fury on his face. The main character sat humbly in his place, while Aria, who did not want to believe what had happened, silently looked at his neighbor with his mouth open. Then the blonde turned away, pressing his lips together and closing his eyes to contain his anger, and Helmut looked at him questioningly. With a heavy sigh, Aria asked his comrade whether he was brave or naive, and whether he was upset about the book. Helmut listened to his neighbor say that he didn't know the textbook would be stolen, and that there was nothing he could do about it, so it didn't count. Grabbing the curtain, Aria said that if Helmut felt sorry, he could simply return the money for the stolen books, to which the boy agreed. The young hero, clasping his hands together, breathed a sigh of relief and thanked the fair-haired mage. In response, Aria only looked warily at his neighbor, peeking out from behind the curtain. The guy, with a sharp movement of his hand, again divided the room into two parts and announced that he was going to bed. Left alone, the blonde buried his face in his pillow and breathed heavily, grabbing it with his hands. Then he raised his head again and looked ahead, his cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. When the heroes finally went to bed, it was already deep night outside, and the full moon illuminated everything around. The next morning came, and rays of sun were shining through the arches, creating strange shadows on the wooden floor of the academy corridor. Someone's footsteps were heard, and a shadow appeared on the floor, indicating the appearance of the main character nearby. Helmut stood in front of the door and began to pull the handle to unlock it, but nothing worked. The main character, perplexed, mentally asked himself why the door wouldn't open. He wondered if the key was correct, and if it had broken when someone called out to him from behind. Someone asked if his name was Helmut, to which the guy turned his head and confirmed the stranger's guess. The elderly cleaning lady explained that the private training room was being cleaned that morning and suggested that the boy go to the common room. The main character meekly agreed with his grandmother's proposal, and he himself wondered what would come of it now. The walls of the spacious student training hall were decorated with numerous windows, from which light shone into the room. Our hero cautiously opened the massive red door leading into the hall and looked inside. Inside, the guy saw a large number of students in front of him, who clearly did not expect to see a hero there. All the students immediately turned their attention to Helmut, looking at him with interest in their eyes. The young hero remained wary and glanced sideways at those present in the training hall. A week had passed since that duel, and the students' behavior had changed dramatically. They began to communicate cordially with Helmut and say that they had never liked Sabat. However, Helmut still believed that this was definitely not the equal relationship between students that the fencing teacher had spoken of. The protagonist realized that the other students now treat him this way because they see him as a threat. While training, Helmut mentally asked himself what good it was to be on par with the other students. When the main character was exercising with the exercise machine in the gym, suddenly someone shouted his name and he turned around. A student entered the room, called the main character, and said that instructor Eden Kudrow was looking for him. Helmut closed his eyes and sighed heavily, realizing that he wouldn't be able to study normally today either. The protagonist opened the door to his guardian's office and carefully entered inside. The guy looked away with concern on his face, looking for the one who had called him to talk. Eden Kudrow was busy writing some notes on a white sheet of paper and did not immediately notice the guest. Noticing that Helmut had entered, he, without even looking at the guy, ordered him to pass. Eden confirmed Helmut's words that he was looking for him and said that they needed to talk, since he heard about the incident during a recent sparring session. Helmut answered with a short yes, and the thought flashed through his head that he had known the conversation would come to this. The hero mentally decided that it was better to show that he had drawn conclusions, so he apologized to Mr. Eden in case he suddenly got into trouble because of Helmut. The young man began to justify himself, saying that he thought he needed to show his strength. But after the instructor's words, he realized he was wrong and would now be more careful. In response, Eden Kudrow continued to look at the table and take notes. Then the man with the mustache chuckled thoughtfully, pondering his charge's explanation. Looking up, Eden thought that he hadn't called Helmut to scold him, but apparently the guy needed to be told this. Helmut was surprised when Kudrow said that it was enough that the guy thought about his actions, and soon everyone who offended him would get what they deserved. The protagonist looked at his guardian with bewilderment on his face when he said that he thought that Coach Allen had already told the young man everything. The man leaned back in his chair and, crossing his arms over his chest, said that one of the offenders had confessed everything to the instructor, and now they would probably be expelled. Eden Kudrow added that nothing could justify using the services of the Blackhawks organization. Helmut was surprised when he heard these words from his guardian, so he even remained silent in response. The hero briefly replied that he understood everything, and Eden said that he saw that he was surprised that they didn't scold him, and added that Allen was an idealist. Pointing a finger at the young man, Kudrow said that it was their duty to fight injustice, but the main thing was to do it in moderation. Helmut looked down when the man said that the boy would remember this incident if he truly understood the consequences of his actions. Scratching his head, Eden admitted that he himself had gotten into such troubles as a student, and in the fencing department this was a common practice. The main thing was not to get kicked out of the academy. Kudrow suggested that Helmut invite his friends to the mansion for the weekend, and spoke about the importance of finding a common language with peers, to which the hero replied that he could not promise this. Eden remembered that he had prepared new books for the boy, since the old ones had been burned by his offenders, and then the hero thought that the conversation with the guardian had gone well. The man with the mustache placed 2 stacks of new textbooks tied with ropes on the table in front of him. The main character looked at the books lying in front of him on the table with surprise in his eyes. The young man asked why he had been given 2 sets, to which Kudrow replied that his friend Aska had also been robbed, and Helmut should give the second stack of textbooks to him. Helmut asked his guardian with displeasure why he had to do this, and then thought that it was useless to argue with the man anyway. After a while, Sion, seeing Helmut, shouted his name and said that he was just in time when Asuka was sitting next to him. The main character came closer to his friends. In response to the greeting, he at first timidly remained silent. Helmut said that wherever he went, Sion was there, to which the green-haired guy replied that he would take it as a compliment on his friendliness. The young man handed Aska a stack of textbooks, to which Aska was surprised, saying that he would not have thought that Helmut would have bought him new ones. Helmut explained that Eden had asked him to give the books to the boy, and Aska replied that it was good to be an aristocrat, because you could afford to buy 2 sets at once. Sion, smiling, told the hero that he tried to talk to him, but it didn't work, and then asked if the guy had free time on the weekend. Not understanding what plans Sion had for Helmut, he only looked questioningly at his friend in response. The long-awaited weekend had arrived. It was already getting dark on the city streets, but people continued to walk. Students and other residents of Baden had fun and socialized, relaxing after a hard week of school and work. On the wall of one of the buildings hung a red sign depicting a monster holding a mug of beer in his hand. Holding a mug of beer in his hand, Sion happily talked about how, despite the abundance of goodies for students in Baden, the Griffin pub was the best in the city. Helmut and Aska did not share Sion's delight, to which he asked what they were up to, and suggested that they all have a drink to celebrate the triumph of justice. The guy with green hair suggested that everyone should come and join in since Asuka was treating them, to which he replied that that was not the case. But Sion tried to calm him down by saying that he would pay half the bill. The boy said that it would be good if Arya were with them, but he was sure that he would not agree, and Helmut looked down in embarrassment at the mention of his neighbor. While Sion was chatting, the protagonist looked ahead and remained silent, thinking about his own things. Helmut remembered trying to invite Arya, but he angrily replied that the mage's head hurt just from the thought of being in a pub with Sion and that madman. The hero silently took the mug of beer in his hand, remembering Arya's words that Helmut should never offer him such a thing again. The main character, squinting his eyes, took his first sip of beer, grabbing the mug with his hand. Helmut was surprised by the taste of the drink, while Sion asked Asuka to order him something else, to which he complained that the guy would fleece him. After closing the menu, Sion told Helmut that there were rumors that he was the most popular one in the faculty now, to which the guy replied that he didn't communicate with the students. Asuka explained, calling all the students idiots, that they were just making eyes at Helmut because they were afraid of him, and Sion laughed and said that at least now they weren't bothering the hero. Looking down, the visibly upset protagonist said that they were probably right. Sion asked the guy if anything was bothering him, to which he replied in the negative. After a pause, the hero said that it was probably very easy to hate him, and then asked the guys why they talked to him then. Asuka and Sion, holding mugs of beer, did not expect such a question from the hero, and looked at him in shock. The blue-haired boy said that it was quite sweet that Helmut was worried about something like that, and Sion added that he had nothing to say. The tipsy guy with green hair told Helmut that as soon as he saw him for the first time, he immediately realized that with him, his life would become much more interesting. Asuka asked if that was why Xian followed Helmut around, and then suggested that the boy thought the same about him, to which the young man replied that he wasn't that interested in the boy. Sion added that, moreover, Asuka himself runs after Helmut like a puppy, to which he got angry and asked who else was running after whom, adding that the guy was unbearable. The blue-haired boy good-naturedly said that he liked Helmut's silence, although he was irritated by his arrogance, which the protagonist immediately began to deny. Asuka started complaining about Helmut's rudeness, and then brought up the argument that they fought together with the Hawks, and the guy brought him textbooks, so he thought they became friends. The young man clapped Sion on the shoulder and asked him to confirm his words that Helmut was talking rudely to him, but the magician was already lying face down on the table. The best student of the faculty tried to wake up his friend, but he did not react to anything. The protagonist and Asuka looked in confusion at their friend, who had passed out during the feast. Sion continued to lie face down on the table and remained silent, not reacting to his comrades. Then the guy with green hair said no, and then began to mumble something incoherently, remaining in the same position. Asuka started yelling, asking if Sion was drunk from a few drinks, and then started complaining that he was trying to trick him into buying a bunch of booze. Helmut drank his beer in silence when his friend said that he would get Sion drunk in the future if he started to drive him crazy. Looking into the mug, the main character thought and mentally told himself that perhaps he still doesn't understand much. It was deep night in the city of Baden, surrounded by a high stone wall, and the streets were deserted. Sion's cheeks were bright red from drinking alcohol. He was still unconscious from being drunk. The guy was sitting right on the floor in the middle of the street, and Asuka, sitting down next to him, tried to wake him up, asking why he brought them here then, if he was so drunk after one glass of beer. Helmut became wary and looked away, while Sion muttered something incoherently about wine, and Asuka ironically asked him what he was talking about. The main character noticed a group of several girls who were cheerfully discussing something nearby. The young man watched the actions of these strangers carefully, and interest was visible on his face. Among the girls, Helmut suddenly noticed the familiar silhouette of a man in a pink robe. Arya spent his free time in the library, browsing through the books he needed. The boy in the pink robe stood on the ladder to reach the right shelf and leafed through one of the textbooks. Then the magician again touched the shelf with his finger to get the necessary book from there, but did not find it. He looked at the shelf in surprise and thought that the book should definitely be there, and then assumed that he had made a mistake in the arrangement or had forgotten it at home. Holding a black book in his hands, the fair-haired guy chuckled and thought about something. Arya decided that since he had already read this book many times, it would be a good idea to buy it in a bookstore in Baden. Then the student narrowed his eyes and again became immersed in his thoughts, continuing to stand in front of the bookcase. A memory of Helmut asking Arya to go out together for the weekend popped into his head, since Sion and Asuka had asked them to come along. The fair-haired guy continued to hold the book with a black cover tightly in his hand and think about something. Standing on the stairs in the library, the guy thought that he should have agreed to Helmut's offer. It was already late evening in the city of Baden, and there were not so many people on the streets, and the windows in the buildings were lit up. Pulling his hood over his head, the blonde stood and rubbed the bridge of his nose in irritation. Arya thought he shouldn't have come here when, in the middle of the street, fans immediately attacked him from all sides, offering to buy him a book or go to the store. The guy indifferently answered one of the girls that he didn't need to buy anything, and therefore they should get out of the way, and the young lady replied that she just wanted to have tea with him. Covering his face with his hand, Arya mentally complained that his words weren't reaching her, and he couldn't even scatter them with magic in this situation. The girls in love with Arya continued to pester him while the main character stood nearby. Removing his hand from his face, the blonde looked towards the pub and saw Helmut standing there. The main character also noticed his neighbor in the crowd and raised his palm to greet him. In response, the blonde looked warily at his comrade and did not greet him. The guy looked ahead and decided to run away from his fans, rushing forward. A stunned Helmut watched as his neighbor walked straight towards him. A magician in a pink robe approached the main character and put his hand on his shoulder. Turning to the girls, Arya apologized and said that he had plans with him today, and they were in the way, so they had better leave. The main character, without saying a word, looked at his fair-haired comrade. Arya told Asuka to shut up when he saw the blonde, and asked what he was doing here if he didn't agree to come when they called him. The girls were dumbfounded, asking what Arya was doing around the likes of them, since he could ruin his reputation, especially with barbarians like these swordsmen. Sion was still passed out from drinking beer, and Asuka's face darkened after the girl's words. One of the girls turned to her friend Mina and asked if the guy with blue hair was the same madman from the fencing department, and then hiccuped in fear. After these words, the blue-haired guy could control himself no longer. His face was burning with anger. Glaring at the student, he asked her to finish her sentence by calling her a little rat, while a confused Xian in the background said that he was not from the swordsman faculty. Asuka, mad with anger, continued to tell them not to irritate him and to knock him down before he bit the girls. All 4 female students darkened in fear of the blue-haired boy and fell silent. The protagonist and Arya watched the situation from the sidelines and did not interfere in the squabble. Then Helmut turned to the magician and asked him how he ended up here. The young man's question visibly angered the blonde, and he only looked at his friend with a pretentious expression on his face. Enraged, Arya hit Helmut in the torso with his hand, and the hero asked why he was using his hands. Arya loudly regretted meeting his friends because they smelled of booze, so he asked them to stay away, and Asuka called him an asshole because the blonde asked for help at first. Pointing his finger at Helmut, the blonde said that he didn't need Asuka's help, and he only came because he was pissed off at how the hero silently watched the boy suffer. Helmut did not understand why he had to save Arya, given his skills, to which he received the answer that now was not the time, and it would be better for the mage to keep his mouth shut. Looking at the drunken Sion, Arya asked what happened to him, and Asuka asked to leave him alone, although the green-haired guy had been asking for something for a long time. The young man became angry at Arya's suggestion to look for the necessary thing in Sion's pockets, asking whether he had yet thought of giving him orders. Still listening to the blonde, Asuka found a small test tube with a green potion inside in Sion's pocket. Arya explained that it was an antidote, and that it simply needed to be poured into his mouth, to which the guy replied that it should have been done earlier, because Sion had brought a lot of problems. Asuka inserted a small bottle into Sion's mouth, and green liquid flowed into his oral cavity. The potion worked very quickly, and a moment later the green-haired guy opened his eyes. Finally the boy woke up and stood up, and then, to his surprise, he saw Arya. The guy was overjoyed, assuming that Arya didn't want to go, but he was actually worried about the guys, and so he came anyway. Arya covered his face with his hand in shame, and Helmut looked at him sideways while Asuka was still trying to bring Sion to his senses. Removing his hand from his face, the fair-haired mage looked ahead and sighed heavily. The protagonist stood quietly nearby, carefully observing the behavior of his roommate. Then Helmut asked if Arya was free tomorrow and invited him to visit the Kudrow mansion with him. The protagonist's question confused Arya. He opened his mouth and looked at his comrade in surprise. Arya asked irritably if he wanted the guy to go with Cian and Asuka again, to which Helmut replied that he had invited him exclusively. Looking ahead, the protagonist explained that it seemed that Eden Kudrow wanted to meet the blonde man. The best magician of the faculty looked at Helmut with distrust, thinking about his words. The blonde asked why he invited only him, to which the young man replied that if there were other people, he would definitely not agree. Keeping a calm face, the hero continued to avoid eye contact and added that he owed a lot to Arya. Helmut's roommate remained silent in response, looking at the guy. After his words, the magician's cheeks noticeably reddened. Arya accepted Helmut's offer to visit Mr. Eden's mansion and asked him when they would leave. Cian asked why they were talking about him behind his back when Helmut said that it was better to leave early in the morning so as not to meet him. Arya asked Cian to go to the room because midterm exams were coming soon, to which the guy asked if he was his mother, and the magician told the boy not to say such terrible things. Helmut reflected that he still did not understand what relationships between people should be, but he knew that the distance between him and Arya was decreasing. Then doubts arose in the main character's head that he was just imagining things, and they did not become closer. Radiating dark magical energy, Arya addressed Helmut, saying that this was a team fight, and their goal was to emerge victorious by crushing Asuka and Cian. The hero listened attentively to the blonde's words about how he would not only lose, but also had no weak points in his plan. With crazy eyes, the magician warned the hero that it would be his fault if they lost, so he hoped that Helmut would try harder and the guys would all win. The young man looked at his roommate in confusion and mentally asked himself what was going on. The night passed and the school week began again at Greta Academy, the sun shining brightly over the campus. Students walked in pairs along the corridors of the educational institution, talking to each other about something. The massive wooden door leading to Helmut and Arya's dorm room swung open. Inside stood Arya, who, holding a book in his hand, turned around and asked the protagonist if he had returned. Helmut entered the room, his cheeks flushed, and he was taken aback, not expecting to see his neighbor inside. Arya asked why he was looking at him like that, to which he replied that Helmut had not expected the mage to be in the room and not in the library as usual. The blonde explained that he had come into the room for a book and would now return to the library, and then asked how Helmut was doing with his midterm exams. The neighbor was unhappy with Helmut's answer that things were going so-so with the exams, and the hero explained that he wasn't worried about the practical ones. Arya said he knew Helmut wasn't sure he could handle the theory, to which the boy replied that he had barely passed the entrance exam and that the humanities didn't stick in his memory. The magician asked what classes he attended, and then wasn't surprised that Helmut wasn't interested when he named the history of the continent and understanding of magic. Helmut explained that he could not choose his classes, since for exchange students, the choice is a formality, and Arya replied that the academy was stubborn and did not want to make reforms. The magician added that the hero should try to become the best in any case, to which the hero asked if he couldn't just perform better in practical tests. Arya was angered by Helmut's question, and he replied that of course not, and then asked if the guy even found out how grades were given. The boy told the hero to listen carefully as he explained the principle of evaluation, ranks in classes, and progress in fencing. The blonde began to explain that even if Helmut was worthy of 150 points, he would still be given 100, so he needed to get the highest rank. The guy added that the humanities would separate him from people with the same scores, and Helmut replied that he would then start doing this from the 4th grade. Looking at Helmut, Arya asked if he was sure of his words after Asuka was able to defeat him. The blonde magician's words confused the protagonist. He looked at him with wide eyes. Standing in the middle of the dorm room, Arya sorted through his books and continued explaining to Helmut. Arya turned to Helmut again and said that if he wanted, he could grant him one more wish. The main character silently listened to his neighbor's words about how the guy could help him. Helmut paused, then asked the young man if he had said he was just going to the library. The Greta Academy library was crowded, with many students busy reading textbooks. The main character and his neighbor Arya decided to come there. Helmut looked around inside. The fair-haired student walked forward and then called for Helmut to follow him. The hero asked his friend what this place was, to which he replied that these were private reading rooms, and only students on Dean's list had permission to use them. Helmut said that Arya was getting a lot, but he replied that he had now lost even his private room, and added that the hero himself knew what happened when Arya was in a public place. Opening the door, Arya said that he would let Helmut in only this time, but he was interrupted by unknown people who said that the room was already occupied. Entering inside, Helmut and the blonde saw that the room was occupied by their comrades Cian and Aska, who were studying while sitting at a table. Both heroes were very surprised to see their acquaintances in front of them and looked at them questioningly. The green-haired boy smiled widely when he realized that it was Arya standing in front of him. The young man waved warmly to his friend and said how glad he was to see him. The blonde asked why the boys were here, to which Xian replied that there shouldn't be any problem since Asuka was the top student in fencing and he was second in magic. Arya repeated his question about why they were here together, and Asuka started shouting that they would take up less space that way, since they were from different faculties and wouldn't interfere with each other. Xian began to stutter, saying that Asuka was right. It would be inconvenient if a student took up an entire room, to which Helmut and the blonde looked at them with suspicion. Blushing with embarrassment, the boy asked his friends to go into another room, since they were preventing them from concentrating. The behavior and words of Xian surprised the protagonist. He glanced sideways at his comrade, silently opening his mouth. Helmut whispered in Arya's ear that something was fishy here, since Xian usually stuck to them all the time. Clapping his hands, Arya suddenly became good-natured and said that he understood everything and that he did not dare distract the boys from their studies. Xian became cheerful and said that only the blonde understood him like no one else. He smiled falsely, but his mind darkened when Arya said he had a better idea for his studies. Remaining outwardly friendly, Arya suggested that Xian go with him to another room and leave Helmut and Asuka here, and then they would kill two birds with one stone. Xian began to stutter and did not know how to clearly answer his friend when Arya began to ask why they were thinking for so long, because the guy always wanted to study with him. The blonde student's face darkened as he suggested out loud that perhaps the boys were hiding something from them. Asuka and Xian were taken aback by the surprise. The blue-haired guy silently looked down, and the other young man continued to keep a fake smile on his face. The bookshelves in the private reading room for the best students were filled with a variety of books. Arya asked a dejected Asuka if Sin was helping him because he thought Helmut might steal his first place in the faculty. The blonde asked why the guy overestimated Helmut so much, to which Asuka began to be indignant because he and the hero had a difference of only 1 point in the last test. The magician explained that this happened because he helped Helmut a little, to which Asuka got angry and shouted that this was the whole problem. Asuka began to justify himself that he didn't think he would lose to Helmut in theory, but now he has Arya and he lost confidence in himself, so he turned to Xian. Arya was surprised that Asuka had a humble side and was secretly preparing for the exams, and the boy asked if he wanted to say that he had no intention of helping Helmut. The blonde replied that of course he was going to help Helmut, and Asuka asked if he was trying to find out how much the guy could endure before punching the mage in the face. The guy was still surprised why Asuka chose Xian, since he was second in the faculty, to which the green-haired youth replied that he was upset, since he was better than Asuka in magic. Xian stated that since everyone now knew everything, they could compete openly, and challenged Arya to a bet on who would take first place, Asuka or Helmut. Arya did not agree, because he was sure that he would win anyway, to which Xian replied, why not argue, since he was so confident in his victory. The green-haired boy announced the condition that the loser would have to go 100 laps around the court without using magic, and expressed his hope that Arya would not escape. In response, the fair-haired student looked down at his friend with a displeased face. Asuka whispered to his friend why he thought they would win, to which Xian assured his comrade that he already had a plan ready. Helmut's roommate smiled widely, sighing, and looked forward to his imminent victory over Xian. The main character watched the argument between Arya and the guy with green hair silently with a puzzled expression on his face. After a while, Helmut was already sitting at the table. He continued to be silent and indifferent. Arya asked the hero to follow him, adding that if they lose, Helmut will be 100% to blame, so he hopes for the guy's efforts. The boy looked at Helmut with hope and threat in his eyes, asking him if he understood everything. The young hero answered his friend briefly and indifferently, thinking that Arya seemed to have forgotten that he was training Helmut out of desire. The blonde began to explain that the matter now concerned not only the boys' grades, but also the magician's pride, so there would be no breaks until the end of the chapter's analysis. Asuka and Sion sat in the back while Arya told Helmut to open the textbook and study the basic principles first. Looking at his friends, Helmut wondered why they were also studying here, and mentally asked them to go to the next room. The weather in Baden turned bad, and the leaves on the trees in the garden at the Greta Academy were wet from the pouring rain. It was dark outside. The windows in the building of the educational institution were already lit. Despite the rain, students were walking on the street. The boy with green hair looking out the window said that it suddenly started pouring like a bucket. Sion sat back down at the table, and Arya, who was studying the notes, answered him, agreeing with his words. The fair-haired boy looked at the notes Helmut had made, which contained many mistakes. With his head down, tired, Arya put the papers on the table and sighed heavily, while Helmut looked ahead. Arya hoped that there would be at least a little progress, which amused Asuka, saying that it seemed like the great mage was at a dead end. The magician turned to Helmut and told him that he could give the boy answers to objective questions, and he would only need to remember them. Losing his composure, Arya showed the boy a piece of paper and shouted at him to ask what he was doing with the tasks that required a detailed answer. The student began to explain to Helmut that he needed to answer the question about the difference between dark and light magicians and the harm of the former. A puzzled Helmut said that he had told him to write down his thoughts when Arya read out loud his stupid answers about evil dark magicians. Arya was furious, asking the hero to give answers based on theory and not personal experience, to which the young man replied that in his personal experience, this was how it was. Siana and Asuka found this situation amusing, and they asked the fair-haired magician to show them the answers Helmut had also written. Losing hope, Arya grabbed his head with his hands and leaned face down on the table, seething with anger and irritation. Sion grabbed the tests written by the main character, and both boys began to study them with interest. The second magician in the faculty immediately realized that Helmut simply never wrote essays, because exchange students rarely have to write anything. Asuka asked what the item was, then realized it was the understanding of magic, and asked the hero why he chose it. Sion explained for Helmut that exchange students have little choice in the humanities, and Asuka suggested that the hero skip this semester. Asuka and Sion's discussion was interrupted, and they were stunned when suddenly Arya slammed his palm down on the table with all his might. Trying to hide his anger, the mage repeated Asuka's words about skipping the semester and called them nonsense. Looking at Asuka with a demonic gaze, the mage said in a dark voice that he would not allow his student to lose to someone like this guy, and Asuka didn't know how to react. Arya angrily shouted that they would learn to write down long answers. Helmut objected that he still needed to train, and the magician replied that he was not going anywhere. Night was already approaching, and the sun hid behind the clouds, painting the entire sky in orange hues. The main character sat at the table and continued to take notes on sheets of paper, carrying out the instructions of his tutor. Sion and his subordinate also remained in the private reading room. The guy with green hair was actively engaged in teaching his comrade. After a while, Arya began to swear angrily at his friends, who decided to take a lunch break and brought bags of food. Asuka and Sion set the table, which was decorated with a variety of delicious dishes. The heroes decided to pause their training to eat together and discuss something. The downpour over the school had already stopped, and raindrops were running down the green leaves. A lot of time passed, but the main character did not give up and continued to make notes with a pencil. Helmut asked if their comrades would return, to which Arya replied that they had eaten their fill and gone to bed, but would soon pay for their arrogance. The young man turned his head to his friend and said that the blonde was having difficulties because of him. Arya was confused by Helmut's words and looked back at him silently. He suggested that Helmut study harder if he didn't want the magician to run 100 laps around the court as punishment. Then our hero asked his friend if there was a reason why he wanted to be the best so much. The blonde, who had been busy reading his textbook until then, stopped and thought about Helmut's question. The blonde boy slammed the burgundy book shut to answer his roommate. Arya explained that everyone has secrets they don't want to talk about, including him. The hero looked at his friend and thought that he understood him perfectly when he spoke about secrets that he did not want to talk about. Our protagonist looked down, hung his head, and replied that everything was clear to him. Helmut reasoned in his mind that Arya would sooner or later receive the status of an archmage and then learn about the seed of darkness inside the hero, so they would have to part ways before that. The young man looked up from his studies and stared ahead, pondering his secrets. Arya asked the boy if there were any definitions he was stuck on, to which the boy replied that he didn't understand the part about non-standard recipients of magic. The magician came closer to the main character and ordered him to let him see what he didn't understand. The guy sat down next to the main character and tucked his hair behind his ear to help Helmut. The protagonist stared at his friend, looking at him carefully as he sat next to him. The student began to explain that different people absorbed magic in different places, and non-standard recipients meant that the areas where magic was received varied. The guy added that this was only an unproven hypothesis, but Professor Rukin loved debates, so he could ask Helmut about it. Looking at the hero, Arya continued that first Helmut needed to decide for himself whether he agreed with this theory or not. The boys' eyes met and they both fell silent, looking at each other with stunned eyes. The fair-haired student could not utter a word. He carefully examined his friend's face. In response, Helmut also looked down at his tutor and did not utter a word in response. Arya got angry, asking Helmut what was wrong with him, and asked him not to fly in the clouds, because the guy doesn't like to repeat something twice, after which the hero apologized. A tired Helmut rubbed his face with his hand when Arya noticed that he was having trouble concentrating and suggested that the boy take a rest. Helmut covered his face with his hand and looked ahead silently, questions swarming in his head, and he asked himself if he was overtired. Arya stood up from the table and picked up a burgundy textbook to leave Helmut alone. Holding a book in his hand, the fair-haired boy turned his back to the main character. His cheeks were flushed, and he tried to hide it by holding the book in front of his face. The sky over the city of Baden was clear. The sun was shining brightly and was at its zenith. In the training hall, students were practicing with wooden swords, while others were simply chatting with each other. One of the students told Helmut that he heard that the protagonist had started an argument with Asuka. The young man was surprised and could not immediately find words to answer the guy, so he continued to stand silently. The young man then asked if everyone already knew about this, to which the student replied that other classes probably already knew about this battle for first place, especially since Arya was involved. Helmut asked why the young man thought that the victory was his, to which he received the answer that it was a swordsman's premonition, and that the hero exuded more of the energy of the best student. The main character was a little embarrassed after the student's words and could not say anything in response. Looking at the student, Helmut began to remember the story of how he met Andro when they first met at the entrance exam. Then, before entering the academy, Helmut and Andro tested each other's fighting stance as partners. The protagonist mentally told himself that thanks to this lesson, they were now a little closer. Helmut, crossing his arms over his chest, complained to his friend that the written test was difficult, but he was not going to lose. Smiling widely, Andro said that he wanted Asuka to lose at least once, since he always does whatever he wants. The unsuspecting boy continued to smile when Asuka, who had heard everything he said, crept up on him unnoticed. Coming closer, he asked Andro in a dark voice if it was convenient for him to blame him for his worthlessness, to which the student stuttered and replied that that was not what he meant. Asuka pushed the guy aside and turned to Helmut, asking if he had heard about today's lesson. The protagonist asked Asuka in surprise when he said that today's sparring would be unusual, and with first years. He explained that it was a way to raise the students' spirits before midterm exams, and complained that he had hoped to have a duel with Helmut. Andro intervened in the conversation and said that there were also first-year students among the first years, to which Asuka angrily asked if he meant to say that he would lose. The blue-haired boy was surprised when he heard from a student that among the first years, there was one female swordswoman who was on a completely different level. Andro added that she was not only talented, but also beautiful, to which Asuka replied that he didn't care, since he wouldn't be able to beat her properly anyway. The protagonist silently listened to his comrade's conversation when Andro asked Asuka if he would mind beating the girl up a bit in that case. Helmut continued to stand in the middle of the training hall and think about Asuka's words about the first years. The unknown girl took out her cold weapon, decorated with gold details. She grabbed the leather-wrapped handle in her hand as she sat on her dorm bed. A first-year student stood alone in her room, holding her blade in front of her. The school day at Greta Academy was in full swing and the weather was fine outside. Numerous students of the educational institution walked along the wooden floor of the academy corridor. The students, including Helmut, headed to the office to begin their practical lesson. The guys in uniform lined up, among them Andro, Asuka, and our main character. The students looked at the first years in front of them and discussed how their high spirits were not surprising, and one of the students added that he himself used to be like that. The main character did not participate in the conversation. He just stood with the others and looked ahead. Andro approached Helmut and quietly told him that the first-year student the boy had told him about was standing there. The students looked at her in shock as the girl with long dark hair walked past the boys. The girl had long eyelashes and a face that was remarkably similar to our main character. The red-haired student told his friend that she was really beautiful and that her face screamed that she was a girl of nobility. Having taken a closer look at the stranger, the student asked the guy standing next to him if he thought she looked like someone. Both understood who they were talking about, so the students turned their gaze to Helmut, who was standing next to them. The boys said that the two clearly had similar traits, and one of the students asked the hero if he had a hidden family, to which Helmut asked what kind of family they were talking about. The protagonist's eyes widened when he himself noticed the first year's appearance. In front of Helmut stood a girl who really did look like him, both in her hairstyle and her facial features, and he said the word family in his head in a questioning tone. The student, burning with curiosity, continued to question Helmut about whether this was true, to which he received a negative answer. One of the first-year students asked the second one if those guys were commoners, to which he received a request to watch his words, since those students were older than them. The dark-haired first year didn't understand why he had to call commoners his seniors, and added that these guys were the best in the second year. Asuka watched as the first years called their older commoner handsome and assumed that ranks were determined by appearance. The students standing nearby looked worriedly at the first years and Asuka, who stood nearby with a gloomy face. Closing his eyes, the blue-haired boy bit his lip and sighed, forcing out a soft smile. Then anger appeared on his face and he began to curse in a demonic tone, declaring that these first years do not know how terrible the world is, and they are knocking on the door leading to hell. Helmut and the other students heard the words of Asuka standing next to them and looked at him, and the hero mentally came to the conclusion that it was now difficult to predict what would happen next. The teacher announced that today there would be sparring between first and second-year students, and now those whose names would be called would come out to duel. Patricia added that first years should learn from their elders, and that elders should not be arrogant and teach their younger ones something, and then began to name names. The first thing the teacher said was Charlotte, the same first-year student the students had been discussing earlier. The second years began to chatter among themselves, asking if her name was Charlotte, and saying that it was interesting from the very beginning. The hero was deep in thought and assumed that the girl could be somehow connected to him, since appearance is determined from birth. When Charlotte stepped out of the line, Helmut looked at the girl again with an expression of interest on his face. The teacher looked at her list and was already ready to name Charlotte's second-year opponent. Asuka was confused when, to his surprise, Patricia announced his name. The boy with blue hair couldn't believe what had happened. He looked at the teacher with disapproval. Charlotte hung her head a little and looked at her opponent from under her brows and was also clearly worried. One of the students started shouting that he didn't expect this to happen and that there would be no girls left in the faculty, but Asuka told him to shut up. Asuka, clenching her fists in anger, loudly asked Patricia if she was sure he was suitable, but the teacher saw no problem in putting the two best students together. The guy tried to prove that it was not worth putting her against him, because the instructor knew what kind of person he was. The other students began to discuss why Asuka was acting crazy, and whether he was afraid of simply losing to the girl. Asuka's face darkened and he glanced sideways at the others when he heard the students discussing him. Smiling, the teacher said that if there were no more problems, both of them could stand on the platform. The blue-haired student resigned himself to his fate and looked at his opponent with a resigned expression. Both students, holding wooden balls in their hands, began to walk onto the wooden platform in the middle of the classroom. As Charlotte drew her weapon, she expressed her hope that he wouldn't give in just because she was a girl. An unhappy Asuka called the girl's words nonsense and said that he would not do such a thing, but then asked the student not to cry when he hit her. Then, looking at the list, the woman turned to Helmut and Jeffrey, saying that they were next, so the guys needed to get ready. The main character found his future opponent with his gaze and carefully studied him with his eyes. Jeffrey was tall and handsome, and Helmut understood why first years were called students of decent quality. Continuing to look at the guy, Helmut thought that his aura was comparable to a second-year student. But now only time will tell if this first year is any good. With a gesture of her hand, the woman announced the start of the first fight and ordered the two opponents to begin. Asuka and Charlotte stood in front of each other with swords in their hands, keeping their distance. The first-year girl looked at her opponent with a challenging look as she deftly dodged Asuka's punch. The student kept a blank expression on his face after his failed attempt to attack his opponent. Squinting, the blue-haired boy mentally noted his opponent's posture. Charlotte was visibly surprised when Asuka suddenly asked her why she had entered the fencing department. The girl told her opponent that she had done it to become stronger and asked if there could be any other reason. The first year added that she had heard a lot about the guy and would be grateful if he tried his best. After Charlotte asked him to give it his all, Asuka looked at her with a challenge in his eyes. Grabbing the sword with both hands, he immediately pounced on her, shouting that he would do so if that was what she wanted. The second-year student tried to strike the girl in mid-jump, but she, without losing concentration, successfully parried him, holding her sword in front of her. Charlotte held the sword tightly with both hands, trying to defend herself, and Asuka continued to attack her. Not wanting to give in to the girl, the blue-haired boy continued his attack. Asuka swung his training blade, but the girl was able to deftly dodge it. The second year and first year then increased the distance between them after their first sword fight. The rest of the first years watched the fight attentively, their mouths open in surprise. The girl clutched the hilt of the wooden sword in her hand so tightly that her body trembled. Smiling, the girl told her opponent that rumors could not describe the weight of his straight punch. Asuka shouldered his weapon and said that he wasn't even warmed up yet, so Charlotte should be on her guard because he wanted to see how long she could last. The long-haired girl once again gripped the wooden blade with both hands, ready to continue the duel. Our main character watched the duel between his comrade and the stranger, amazed by what was happening. In a threatening tone, Charlotte told the guy, apologizing, that now she also did not intend to be an easy opponent. Asuka was the top swordsman in the second year of Greta Academy. His sword was fast and unpredictable. His classmates couldn't keep up with the speed of his punches and didn't know how he attacked, which justified the guy's reputation as the best student. Asuka's duel against freshman Charlotte continued. He tried to land multiple blows, but Charlotte dodged them. Attacking again, the blue-haired boy was surprised when the girl was able to stop his sword with her weapon. The puzzled student thought about how amazing the girl's concentration was, and even though he wasn't fighting with all his strength, she was successfully blocking all his blows. Looking at his opponent, he concluded that, judging by the way Charlotte moved, she had definitely been carefully practicing the basic techniques. Asuka narrowed his eyes, and an idea popped into his head that maybe he should let her counterattack. At that moment, Charlotte gripped the training sword tighter with both hands, ready to counterattack. Her eyes widened in surprise as a focused Asuka rushed past her with his sword in hand. The girl's face became wary and her former confidence disappeared when the sword barely missed her body. The girl successfully dodged once again after Asuka swung his sword at her with his right hand. After this skirmish, both opponents again increased the distance between themselves, standing on a wooden platform. Asuka was visibly surprised by the strategy and actions of his first-year sparring opponent. The blue-haired boy and the girl continued to stand opposite each other, both focused on the battle. The top sophomore student wondered if Charlotte wanted to show with these actions that she would not fall for his tricks. He looked at his opponent in front of him, who was watching Asuka's actions closely, holding her blade out in front of her. A moment later, Asuka attacked again, but the girl managed to block the blow with her sword. The blue-haired student attacked the girl with a training blade, but she did not let him hit her. As Charlotte held Asuka's sword with her blade, she looked warily at the boy straight in the eyes. The student asked the girl if the first year was trying to get a draw. The long-haired girl swung her cold weapon and Asuka immediately backed away. As he increased his distance, Asuka told Charlotte that he didn't like arrogant people, nor did he like those who had no self-respect. He began to explain to her that she had no hope of winning from the start, due to fear, and asked where her confidence lay if Asuka was just a commoner. Charlotte said nothing in response, but simply looked silently at her opponent, holding the blade in front of her. The guy got angry and added that she should never take up a sword if she wasn't going to win, because there were enough people willing to do so without her. The rest of the first years watched the battle taking place on the wooden platform with interest and concern on their faces. Helmut, who was standing nearby, mentally agreed with Asuka, thinking that he was telling the truth. The girl was clearly tense, a drop of sweat was running down her face, and she continued to stand with her lips pursed. In an uncertain voice, she explained to her opponent that she was simply trying to learn something, despite her opponent's status. Smiling softly, she thanked Asuka for making her realize that she had been too reckless and called their duel a good idea. Charlotte then grabbed the sword with one hand and brought it down, holding it to her right. The girl put one leg forward to get into a fighting stance and say something to Asuka. Charlotte held her sword in front of her, lowering it down, and did not take her eyes off her opponent. She turned to the blue-haired boy and asked him to do her the same favor again if he could. Asuka held the sword in front of him, gripping it with both hands, and mentally noted that his opponent's stance had changed. But he didn't think it would make any difference. The student again rushed towards his opponent with great speed, swinging his wooden blade. The guy tried to attack the girl in a jump, but she blocked the blow, holding her sword in front of her. The guy was stunned. His eyes widened and the confidence disappeared from his face when the girl hit him on the head with the weapon. Asuka tried to dodge, glancing at the wooden blade so as not to miss another blow from his opponent. The second-year student swung his training sword again, but the girl deftly returned, increasing the distance between them. The first year, and Asuka continued their duel, trying to attack each other while standing on the wooden platform in the middle of the classroom. The girl's face expressed maximum concentration. She deftly waved her wooden blade, watching the actions of her opponent. Charlotte tried to land a direct hit on the guy, but he dodged to the side and didn't let it happen. Without taking his eyes off his opponent, the guy swung his weapon again, continuing his attack on the girl. The first year also changed her strategy, and instead of blocking the attacks, she decided to attack Asuka. This greatly surprised the blue-haired boy, and he looked at the girl with stunned eyes. Charlotte's eyes were illuminated with a bright purple light. She was focused on the duel as Asuka realized that the girl was hitting. The girl was dumbfounded when she swung her weapon again, but instead of Asuka, she hit the air, as her opponent simply disappeared. Charlotte didn't immediately notice how at that moment the boy jumped high into the air, not allowing her to hit him. Asuka noticeably cheered up. From above, he shouted to his opponent that she should tense her shoulders, otherwise she would get hurt. The girl looked up at her opponent with a panicked expression on her face and tried to avoid his blow. However, at that moment, Asuka landed with his feet right on her shoulders, swinging his sword behind her head. Charlotte lost her balance and fell to the floor, her blade flying to the side, and Asuka was ready to deliver the finishing blow. The girl closed her eyes as Asuka, pinning her to the floor with his weight, struck her with the tip of his sword centimeters from her face. The pleased guy said that it was a good try, and told Charlotte that it wasn't her fault that he became her rival. She looked at Asuka in silence and shock, completely defeated, and continued to lie on her back. The other first-year aristocrats were clearly wary of what was happening, and surprised by the blue-haired boy's technique. Patricia raised her palm and announced that the winner of the duel was Asuka, a second-year student. After the sparring ended, Charlotte began to try to get up while Asuka was still sitting on her. The blue-haired boy looked down at his opponent, pondering the battle that had just taken place. Asuka told her that he was just pretending that it was nothing special, but Charlotte surprised him. The guy added that she almost caught up with his pace when she changed her stance, and that she might not have enough experience yet, but she could master it. Charlotte was confused when Asuka was still sitting on her, and then told him that he was heavy. Asuka fell silent, his mouth slightly open, and felt awkward when he heard the girl's remark. He began to climb off her with words of apology, and the girl, rubbing her head with her hand, good-naturedly replied that everything was fine. Embarrassed, Charlotte lowered her head, closed her eyes, laughed, and called Asuka a good person. The best second-year student couldn't find the words to answer the girl, so he silently looked at her. The other students began to tease Asuka, asking if he liked sitting on a girl and calling him a slut, to which the boy asked them to go out onto the platform. Asuka continued to yell at the offenders, telling them to get up if they had any complaints, and Charlotte, trying to get to her feet, turned her attention to Helmut. The main character, standing surrounded by other students, did not take his eyes off the mysterious stranger. Charlotte's expression changed as she took a closer look at the young man in front of her. Helmut continued to stare at the girl with wide eyes, a drop of sweat running down his face. Then Charlotte nodded her head towards the young man, smiled amiably, and threw him a questioning glance. Helmut, who found similarities with himself in the girl, still silently looked at the unfamiliar first-year student. Noticing that she greeted him silently, the main character nodded back to her, closing his eyes. Charlotte was walking down the platform when the teacher announced Jeffrey and Helmut as the next participants in the duel. One of the students approached the girl and said that he did not believe that she could lose to a commoner, and accused her of burying the reputation of the first years. The student's words clearly angered Charlotte, and for a moment her eyes glowed purple due to negative emotions. Maintaining a friendly tone, the girl replied that the guy would have to pay if he did not change his views, because talent makes no difference who is a commoner and who is an aristocrat. The first year felt awkward after Charlotte's comments, and the boy did not respond to the girl. Meanwhile, Helmut was already climbing the steps to the platform to prepare for a duel with Jeffrey. The main character looked at his future sparring opponent with indifference and calmness on his face. Jeffrey smiled slyly, saying that we will check that now, in response to Charlotte's remark. Enro asked Helmut during training whether he thought strength or technique was more important in fencing. The main character was surprised by his friend's question, and he thought about his words for a while. While Enro was practicing, Helmut replied that he didn't know for sure, and then asked if the technique wasn't designed to increase strength. The guy shared his concerns that he was not that good in terms of combat power, and that he would never be able to overcome a person with naturally strong muscles, and that was not fair in his opinion. Enro became upset, asking Helmut if he would die if he showed compassion when the hero said that the guy had a lot of stupid things in his head. The student said that Helmut had the highest strength and best technique among the second-year students, and asked what he would do against a man stronger than him. The protagonist put his finger to his chin and looked thoughtfully into the distance, pondering his comrade's question. Already during the sparring, Helmut took a step closer on the wooden platform to get closer to Jeffrey. Holding the sword in his hand, the protagonist looked at his opponent, who was much taller than him and broader in the shoulders. Jeffrey chuckled and said it was a good thing he got the chance to fight Helmut. Our hero responded indifferently to his opponent, looking at him and saying that he felt the same way. The first year wondered if Helmut was that commoner, and then he thought that he didn't look like Asura, who could beat someone half to death. The protagonist mentally told himself that Jeffrey had a familiar look, as if everyone and everything in this world was beneath him. Helmut was distracted when the fencing instructor Patricia, standing nearby, called out to him. She warned the student that this time the protagonist had better not cross the line, recalling the previous incident. The hero did not answer the teacher and only silently glanced sideways in her direction. Asuka said it was strange to hear Patricia say things that he usually said, and a student next to him responded that the boy should treat his peers better. Helmut had already taken a fighting stance and was holding his training sword when the teacher spoke again. The duelists immediately moved from their places when the instructor said that if they were ready, the sparring began. Jeffrey didn't hesitate and immediately swung his wooden blade, trying to strike Helmut. In response, the protagonist also began to attack his opponent, holding the weapon with both hands above his head. Helmut's eyes widened, and he was taken aback when something during the sparring session did not go according to his plan. Suddenly, the main character stumbled and began to lose his balance while standing on a wooden platform. The guy still managed to stay on his feet, but stepped back when the tip of Jeffrey's blade almost hit him. The first-year student tried to land another direct hit on Helmut, but the protagonist managed to dodge it. The duel at Greta Academy continued, with both opponents persistently trying to attack each other. Asuka and the other red-haired student watched the battle with wide eyes, dumbfounded. Helmut's face remained calm as Jeffrey's latest attack ended. The opponent said that Helmut realized quickly, because if he had blocked the blow with the sword, it would have fallen to pieces. Smiling, the guy expressed hope that during the battle the main character would not only dodge. Watching the enemy's actions, Helmut mentally concluded that this guy had only strength. The thought arose in the hero's head about how unlucky Jeffrey was, because Helmut had fought so many times with opponents who had nothing but fighting power that he was already sick. The duel between the first-year student and the second-year student continued, the boys attacking each other. Jeffrey made another attempt to hit Helmut with his blade, but the protagonist deftly dodged it. The young man only glanced sideways at the wooden sword, which constantly tried to hit him. The hero was completely focused on attacking the enemy, and did not allow the freshman to make a successful attack. When Jeffrey swung again and struck, Helmut had to throw his head back to avoid the hit. The main character ducked and ran behind his opponent to block his next blow. The first year was furious at Helmut's tactics, shouting for Helmut to stop just dodging and start attacking. The confident protagonist thought that no matter how hard you hit, there was no point if you kept missing. Helmut thought it would be better to finish the fight instead of waiting for Jeffrey's stamina to run out, since he had promised Eden not to cause any more problems. The second-year students watched closely what was happening in front of them on the wooden platform. The first years were discussing what Helmut was doing and that it was not interesting to watch, and his friend replied that the hero looked down on the new students. Asuka was also clearly confused by Helmut's actions in the duel, and he mentally asked himself what he was doing. Meanwhile, Jeffrey stopped waving his weapon and increased the distance between himself and Helmut, stopping. He stood opposite and was clearly exhausted, as he was breathing heavily and trying to catch his breath. Sweat was running down the tall, muscular first-year's face, and he sighed heavily again from fatigue. After massaging his neck, Jeffrey told Helmut that he understood what he had in mind, and added that he had not expected to learn much from a commoner. The first year asked Helmut if he knew that depending on a person's origin, his starting point changes. Clenching his hand into a fist, the angry boy explained that there was a huge gap in experience between them, since a commoner could not afford a sword and had no education since childhood. The hero's opponent asked him if that was why he was running away from him, and Helmut thought that it was a rather stupid provocation from Jeffrey. Jeffrey continued by saying that he didn't know who taught Helmut fencing, but he immediately understood the level of his teacher. These words from the first-year boy clearly made Helmut furious, and he looked at his opponent with anger. The teacher yelled at Jeffrey to have manners and asked Helmut not to think about nonsense and to concentrate. The protagonist continued to control himself, and then Helmut took a loud and heavy sigh. Helmut's face darkened, and his eyes lit up with a violet light as he indifferently responded to his opponent that even playing with him was a burden. A moment later, Helmut rushed towards his opponent, making a leap towards him while he just stood and watched. Jeffrey panicked and swung his sword to try to block the hero's strike or counterattack. While the first year was still waving his weapon, looking in that direction, Helmut was already behind him. The tall guy noticed that the main character had beaten him and ran behind his back. Having increased the distance between his opponents, our young hero stopped, his boot creaking on the floor. Helmut attacked his opponent from behind before he even had time to turn around and react normally. The protagonist tried to attack the first year, but he jumped up to parry the blow. As a result of the attack, the young man still managed to cause damage to the freshman, hitting him on the thigh. Jeffrey tried to keep his balance as he ran away from Helmut as he swung his sword. The excited boy shouted and asked Helmut if he was hitting too weakly, since he wouldn't even get a scratch from such blows. Before the first year could finish speaking, his expression instantly changed and his smile disappeared. The stunned boy sank to the floor, kneeling on one knee as he felt pain. He was breathing heavily and looking at the floor, his face expressing panic, and the student realized that something was wrong with his leg. Helmut explained that no matter how resilient the body is, there are always points that won't withstand even a few blows. Jeffrey's pupils were narrowed, and he glared at his opponent with fury and anger on his face. Meanwhile, Helmut was completely calm, and he mentioned the first year's words about the difference in experience. Holding the sword in his hand, the protagonist added in a gloomy voice that then Jeffrey should add the defeat from a commoner to his experience. The first year panicked and became furious after Helmut's words, and began to scream furiously that this was not the end yet. Helmut also had no intention of ending the duel, and he immediately pounced on Jeffrey, swinging his weapon. The freshman stood up, swinging his sword, but at that moment the protagonist slid across the floor between his legs. The young man placed the wooden blade in such a way that it became an obstacle for Jeffrey and knocked him down. As Helmut had planned, Jeffrey immediately tripped and fell to the ground, landing face down on the floor. However, the tall guy did not give up and immediately tried to stand up, gritting his teeth in anger and pain. Helmut immediately took away his chance to attack by striking his sword in the arm so hard that Jeffrey's blade flew off to the side. The first-year student looked at his opponent with his mouth wide open, in a panicked mood. Standing over the guy, the hero said that as an exchange student, he had nothing to teach Jeffrey, and advised him to work on himself and not insult other people's teachers. The agitated teacher tried to stop Helmut, saying that the outcome of the duel was already clear. The main character did not listen to the teacher and again dealt a strong blow with his sword to the first-year student. The blow knocked the guy off his feet again, and he fell backwards onto the wooden floor, unable to defend himself or counterattack. The rest of the first-year aristocrats watched what was happening on the platform attentively and warily. Patricia covered her face with her hand and sighed heavily from fatigue due to the protagonist's negligence. Jeffrey could no longer continue the fight. He only lay on the floor, his mouth wide open, almost unconscious from the pain. Helmut looked down at his defeated opponent as the instructor declared him the winner of the second duel. A wooden sword was knocked out of a student's hand and flew high above the floor as the duels between the students continued. The red-haired second year managed to knock his first-year opponent off his feet, and he fell to the floor with a thud. The excited and pleased with himself guy asked his opponent how he was doing, and then called him a freak. A gloomy Patricia asked Jamin to address his opponent with respect, to which the young man apologized to her. The red-haired student walked up to his opponent and offered him his hand to help him get to his feet. That day, absolutely all duels between first years and seniors were won by second-year students. Then the first-year students realized the difference in strength and technique between them and the older students. Having lost confidence in themselves, all the newcomers at Greta Academy became more vigilant towards the second years. After a hard day of school, the sun was already setting, its last rays illuminating the courtyard of the academy. The girl was resting after the duel in the yard, scooping water from a street drinking fountain into her palm. Leaning her hand on the stone edge of the fountain, she drank some water and turned off the water. At this time, our main character passed by Charlotte, and the girl immediately paid attention to him. Charlotte was embarrassed when she saw the guy and looked at him with wide eyes while her whole face was in water. The main character passing by also turned his attention to the stranger and stopped. Covering her face with her hand in embarrassment, Charlotte began to stutter and greeted Helmut, to which the boy said hello in return. Helmut mentally repeated the first year's name and wondered if he should ask her something right away. The girl smiled sweetly at the stranger and remained silent, not understanding why he was looking at her like that. Helmut, focused, wondered whether he should ask the girl about the name Margaret Irene written in his locket. The hero looked down, wondering where he should start and whether he should get down to business right away, but then he realized that nothing good would come of it. Charlotte continued to look at Helmut, smiling, as he made the decision that if anyone found out about his family members, he would be exposed immediately. The hero's face darkened when he realized that an aristocrat like her would be on the side of the temple if she found out that there was a seed of darkness in it. At this time, the girl mentally called Helmut that scary second year who played with Jeffrey during the duel, and asked herself if she had somehow angered him. Charlotte decided to speak and asked Helmut in a hesitant voice if he wanted to tell her something. Our protagonist closed his eyes in response and said that he didn't want to tell her anything. The girl was pleased by Helmut's words that she was good at fighting, to which she said that the guy was also amazing during the duel. The guy was surprised that the girl knew his name, and Charlotte laughed and said that everyone in the swordsmanship department knew him, which Helmut called a bad thing. Placing her hand on her heart, Charlotte asked the young man in a friendly manner if he would like to duel with her one day. The main character fell silent from surprise and could not immediately answer Charlotte's question. She added, embarrassed, that she was not forcing him, and then thanked him when Helmut finally agreed. Having summed it up, the girl told the hero that in that case she was looking forward to the fight with him. Our young hero looked at his new acquaintance in bewilderment and remained silent, his mouth slightly open in amazement. Suddenly, his friend Aska interrupted the conversation, running up, putting his hand on Helmut's shoulder and asking him what he was doing there. Seeing Charlotte, the blue-haired boy asked if the two knew each other, to which the girl replied that they had just met by chance. Smiling politely, she nodded goodbye to Helmut and said that she would wait. The girl began to leave, while Helmut was still standing there dumbfounded, and Aska, in high spirits, was hugging the guy by the shoulder. Aska asked the guy if he enjoyed talking to the beautiful new girl, and Helmut slapped him on the palm and told him to get off, adding that he had misunderstood everything. The guy called the hero a heartless bastard, suggested that he hit the nail on the head, to which Helmut replied that he was not like Asuka. The school week at Greta Academy continued, and it was clear and sunny outside. The warm sun's rays were shining through one of the windows of the educational institution where Helmut was sitting. The main character was busy preparing for a midterm exam, writing something on a piece of paper with a pencil. Arya was with him, and the boy turned to address the tutor and ask him a question. The fair-haired student responded. He was engrossed in reading some book and did not look at Helmut. The main character fell silent and looked closely at his friend, who was sitting nearby on the windowsill. Helmut forgot what he wanted to ask Arya, so he just looked at him with his mouth slightly open. Meanwhile, The blonde still didn't pay attention to the guy and continued to enthusiastically read the book. Helmut reflected that it had been years since his instincts had been on edge, and he had been beaten repeatedly by Darien in the root forest. The protagonist felt that he was now experiencing the same danger as he had in the native forest. The boy tilted his head, looked at his friend, and asked him what had happened. In response, Arya pressed his lips together, not answering his roommate's question. Instead, the blonde said Helmut's name and told him that he had a question for the guy. The protagonist took a wooden glass from the table and brought it to his mouth, and then asked what question he had from Arya. After drinking water from a glass, Helmut almost choked when Arya asked if it was true that some first-year girl had asked him out on a date. Helmut bowed his head, covered his mouth with his hand, and began to cough, to which Arya concluded that it was true. The young man replied that this had not happened, and the magician said that rumors had already spread, and besides, the girl was beautiful, and then suggested that the hero was dying of happiness because of his popularity. The protagonist asked if Arya was angry about this, to which he became furious, and began to deny that he was angry. Helmut began to justify himself that this was not true, and Charlotte simply invited him to have a duel together. The hero reassured Arya, saying that he couldn't speak for others, but he wouldn't lie to the blonde. Arya paused, and opening the book again said that he believed Helmut, and in that case there was no point in trusting rumors. Turning around, the guy added that he had always thought about it, but Helmut was his neighbor and close associate. Slamming his textbook shut again, Arya became visibly angry, and began to explain that he was saying this because Helmut had relaxed too much, and that he should listen carefully. Pointing his finger at the hero, the enraged blonde began to shout that Helmut should never believe the girl's words, because they most likely just want to get closer to Arya through the guy. Helmut, dumbfounded, with his mouth slightly open, obediently listened to his neighbor's instructions. The guy replied that he didn't think that was the case, and Arya said that it was 100% true, considering the kind of people that usually crowded around the mage. Arya went on to explain that some of the girls who stalk him are quite smart, and sometimes dress up as boys to sneak into his quarters. The student raised his voice and said that this meant that some of these deceptions could fool Helmut with their acting. Helmut put his hand to his chin, looked down, and agreed with Arya, saying that he understood everything. The hero asked if Arya wanted him to stay away from Charlotte, to which he became angry and explained that he was simply warning her and that it was up to the hero to decide. Keeping calm, the young man asked the guy not to beat around the bush and to say that Charlotte was too suspicious. Arya glared at the hero when he asked him to admit that he didn't want Helmut to let her get too close. The magician turned away, making it clear that he believed Helmut's words that he, in any case, did not care about Charlotte. The blonde continued his moralizing, explaining that he was saying this out of kindness, since any stranger could stab him in the back because Helmut was a commoner. In response, Helmut only smiled softly and thought that Arya, as always, was impeccable. Sion grabbed his face with his hands and screamed in horror when he saw the terrible picture in front of him. In front of him was a door with a sign on it saying the establishment was closed. The grief-stricken boy fell to his knees and screamed, with Helmut, Asuka, and Arya standing behind him. The blue-haired boy looked at his comrade's behavior in shock, while Helmut silently watched Sion. It was already night outside, and only a few windows in the Greta Academy library building were lit. The fair-haired student was reading something attentively, looking at a sheet of paper covered with writing in pen. Arya sat on a chair, focused, holding a piece of paper in his hand. The room was quite dark. The main character, who was sitting opposite him, watched his friend attentively and silently. Along with them were Asuka and Sion, who stood nearby and waited for Arya's reaction. After examining the contents of the sheet of paper, the fair-haired magician said nothing at first, pursing his lips. Raising the paper higher and looking at it again, Arya declared that their answers were not so stupid now. The main character breathed a sigh of relief, and the guys in the background were very happy to hear these words from Arya. Asuka praised Helmut and said that he couldn't believe that he went through hell training with the blonde, to which Arya asked why he was happy if they were rivals. Pointing his finger at the hero, Arya began to angrily explain to him that his answers were not perfect, and he needed to become the best student in the class, so he should not relax. The blue-haired boy asked Arya to let the hero at least have a little joy, and Sion clapped his hands and asked everyone to pay attention to him. The green-haired boy announced that he had prepared something special for everyone, because they had all worked so hard to prepare for the midterms. In an elevated mood, Sion said that it was impossible to study without snacks, and invited everyone to a great waffle house he knew. Asuka accused the guy of eating constantly, and Sion said that a person cannot survive without bread, and asked again if everyone would go. The guy started advertising this establishment to his friends, saying that they would have fresh waffles with sweet strawberry cream. Asuka asked if anything else was open that late, and Sion explained that Baden had a good nightlife, especially for students who studied late into the night. The protagonist squinted and thought that it was a bad idea to go to the center of Baden at such a time, so the heroes found themselves in a situation where they came to the entrance of the Waffle House and found out that it was closed. A heartbroken Sion complained that he had been looking forward to this day, and Arya replied that it meant it was not that day and he could come here next time. The green-haired boy began to cry, complaining of loneliness, when Arya suggested that they visit the waffle shop on their own another day. The mage crossed his arms over his chest and asked if they were going back now or to another cafe, to which a frustrated Sion suggested eating somewhere else. There were still tears in Sion's eyes. He glanced at his friends and asked what about the toasts. The guy didn't have time to finish speaking before Arya started pushing him in the back and ordered him to show him the way, immediately agreeing to the offer. As the friends walked through the city at night, Sion complained in a sad voice about the blonde man, saying that he had no sense of romance. One of the eating establishments in Baden had large windows with forged metal elements. The restaurant was still open despite the late hour, and there were quite a few customers inside. The students of the Greta Academy, who were already sitting inside, began to study the establishment's menu. Seeing the prices of the food, Asuka was taken aback and wondered out loud why the sandwiches were so expensive here. Sion asked why the boy was complaining, since he should have money as an academy student, to which the young man replied that his family only gave him money for his tuition fees. The guy continued to tease Asuka, talking about scholarships for the best students, to which the blue-haired boy suggested that Xian find out for himself why he was the best student. Asuka was already pulling his friend by the hair out of anger. Arya complained about the crowds, and Xian explained that most of the students were aristocrats, so it was clean here and many people came here. An unhappy Arya called Xian too stupid to be a mage, explaining that mages have to pay attention even to specks of dust that can interfere with the experiment. Asuka and Helmut were talking calmly when Xian began to furiously tell Arya that he didn't know how sensitive mages who worked with spirits were. The restaurant was well lit inside, with chandeliers with burning candles hanging from the ceiling. The green-haired boy thanked the employee when he brought him a sandwich on a plate. Xian said that of course the simplest order was brought first, and then asked what the guys took, and Asuka replied that he also took something simple. The boys were shocked when the waiter brought the dish to the table, calling it a special toast for the Academy's swordsman. A dumbfounded Arya and Xian looked at Helmut, who ordered himself a toast with a lot of meat. The main character looked at the huge dish that was brought to him in confusion and felt awkward. Asuka laughed, asking if Helmut was going to eat it on the way back, and the boy explained that he ordered it because it was written that it was a special dish for swordsmen. Arya asked how big the stomachs of the fencing students were, and Xian offered to help Helmut eat it. While the friends were sitting at the table and continuing to discuss this dish, unknown people approached them. The heroes looked at the strangers in surprise when suddenly someone greeted the seniors. It turned out that Charlotte and her classmate Jeffrey, with whom Helmut had previously dueled, had come to the same establishment. The main character recognized his new acquaintance, squinted and looked at her, saying her name out loud. Helmut then turned his attention to the student standing behind him and called him that strong guy, to which Jeffrey formally greeted the elder and stated his name. Charlotte saw the dish and said that they also came here to eat a special toast for the swordsman students. The girl explained that Jeffrey wanted to argue with her, and Asuka began to confront him about why he, huge as a rock, was arguing with a fragile girl. Charlotte didn't like this. She accused Asuka of looking down on her and said that he also ate a lot, and the guy immediately began to make excuses. She added that she was also a student swordswoman and needed to eat as much as she trained, and then asked Helmut if he thought the same. At this time, the guy with green hair was already licking his lips and holding a knife over the sandwich, anticipating trying it. However, the protagonist did not let him do this, and hit Xian's hand with the edge of his palm, causing him to drop the knife. Then Helmut agreed with Charlotte's words, and questions swarmed in Xian's head, and he looked at what was happening in bewilderment. Coming closer, Charlotte asked Helmut cordially if he would like to eat together, since they were both there. Asuka and Sian, sitting next to each other, silently and with interest, watched what was happening in front of them. Suddenly, Arya stood up from the table and looked indifferently straight at Charlotte. Helmut didn't understand anything when the blonde, without saying anything to anyone, stood up and went somewhere. Arya approached the girl and asked her if her name was Charlotte. She answered in the affirmative and asked why. The magician looked down at her suspiciously, then introduced himself and asked in a dark voice if she knew him. Helmut, Asuka, and Sian watched Arya and Charlotte silently, their mouths open in surprise. The protagonist and his blue-haired comrade did not look away, and Sian took advantage of the moment and began to cut the sandwich. The night in the city passed, and a new school day began again. The sun illuminated the building of the Greta Academy. Eden Kudrow and the rest of the commission members watched the duel unfold before their eyes. Our main character took part in the duel, blocking the blows of his opponent Charlotte. The sparring was in full swing. The second-year student and the first-year student were attacking each other. Helmut's face was concentrated. He held the sword out in front of him, pointing it at the girl. At the last moment, Charlotte dodged and prevented the main character from hitting her in the face with a weapon. While Helmut was still looking ahead, at that moment the girl had already bent down and changed her position. She took advantage of the moment and decided to attack Helmut. Her face was focused. The protagonist glanced down and saw the tip of his opponent's wooden blade approaching his face. The young man managed to repel the attack, and he immediately knocked the training sword out of the girl's hand so that it flew upward. The weapon landed with a crash somewhere behind Patricia, and Charlotte sat stunned on the floor without her sword. She touched her shaking hand, bruised by Helmut, and then admitted out loud that she had lost. The blonde teacher watched the duel closely, and Eden Kudrow nodded to indicate the end of the duel. The fencing instructor said both had done well, and then asked them to wait while they gave their grades. Helmut glanced sideways at first-year Charlotte, who had already gotten to her feet and was checking the condition of her hand with a sad face. Our main character remained silent for a long time after the duel ended, looking away. Then in the restaurant, the conversation between Arya and Charlotte continued when all the guys gathered to eat. The magician in the pink robe stood in front of the girl, said his name, and asked her if she knew it. Alarmed, the girl replied that of course she knew Arya, because he was the best magician in the faculty, and it was an honor for her to meet him. In response, the blonde looked warily at his interlocutor, saying, "That's how it is." The guy suddenly ended the conversation and turned around, and Helmut watched his neighbor from behind a chair. Charlotte cupped her face in her hands, her cheeks flushed. She felt awkward and wondered what was wrong with her. Asuka looked at Arya with annoyance, and Sian, who was chewing on a sandwich, said that he realized that as long as Arya was with them, none of the guys would be able to get a girlfriend. The main character, without saying a word, watched the behavior of his roommate from under his brows. Arya, who was walking back to sit down at his seat, also glanced sideways at Helmut for a second. Then the fair-haired student looked ahead again, no longer paying attention to Helmut. The top student of the magic faculty quietly walked past the protagonist while the young man was still watching Arya. Keeping silent, our protagonist looked warily at his friend Arya. Then the guy looked away and mentally came to the conclusion that, judging by Charlotte's reaction to Arya, his neighbor was right. Helmut thought that he and the girl had no similarities except for their appearance, so he shouldn't tell her anything about himself, and it would be better not to let her get close. Already standing in the academy office after the duel, the main character realized that now the most important thing was to become stronger. In his head, he added that this was necessary in order to cope with any challenges. The spacious corridor of the educational institution was light, but there were no students there at all. Asuka lounged and stared at the ceiling, leaning his back against the back of the chair and stretching his legs out in front of him. The blue-haired boy was thinking out loud that he needed to avoid being suspended next semester. Suddenly, Helmut appeared and asked what would happen if Asuka was not removed, and the frightened guy began to scream that the hero had scared him to death. Asuka said he was just talking to himself and then asked if Helmut had a hard time dueling Charlotte since the fight took so long. The hero explained that the fight ended quickly, but they were delayed because the instructor held him back, and Asuka asked if the hero was becoming like his neighbor. Helmut suggested that Asuka's practice had also gone smoothly, which he agreed with, and then gave advice to prepare for the theory so as not to see the bad side of Arya. Arya said that Asuka was right, and this almost scared him to death again, so the guy started screaming that his heart almost stopped because of his sudden appearance. The protagonist confirmed Aria's suspicions that his next test would be understanding magic, and the blonde told him to open the textbook to go over the material one last time. Helmut asked how Aria's tests were, to which he replied that he had already dealt with them, and now the hero had better take care of himself in order to help the blonde not lose the argument. Asuka asked where Sion was, and the magician replied that he was probably very busy preparing for the exams, which is why he couldn't help the blue-haired guy. Helmut stared at Aria silently while Asuka complained that Sion had no sense of responsibility. The blonde immediately brought the hero to his senses, ordering him to quickly open the textbook, since Aria had no time at all. Then the main character asked the blonde if he really didn't want to run 100 laps around the court if he lost. The guy sighed and explained that he hated losing and would simply die of anxiety if a variable beyond his control appeared in his life. Aria added that he wanted to do everything thoroughly and again ordered Helmut to open the textbook, and Asuka, pleased with himself, advised the hero to study because it would be difficult to defeat him. The blonde's face darkened as he looked at Asuka and told him to leave the room because he was in the way, which the guy disagreed with, arguing that the mage had not rented it entirely. Feeling awkward, the hero silently listened to his friends argue, in which Asuka asked the guys to leave if they didn't like something, and Aria threatened to push him out himself. Helmut sighed and closed his eyes from the fatigue of this squabble, thinking that it would be difficult to study for some time. On the table lay Helmut's notes, in which Aria had made notes in red pencil, pointing out errors. Preparation for the theoretical exam continued. The main character diligently wrote something in a book. Aria put his hand to his chin and chuckled as he studied what the protagonist had written on the paper. The blonde then looked at his student and nodded as a sign of the correct answer, after which Helmut breathed a sigh of relief. On the wooden table in the reading room lay a book in which Helmut had made many notes in pencil. Without giving up, the young man continued to study with concentration, preparing to pass the theoretical exam. The day when all the students would gather to write the theoretical exam had arrived, and the sun was bright in the sky. The students sat at desks arranged in a semicircle, and the teacher stood opposite them. The examiner clapped his hands to attract attention and announced that the students would have 2 hours to write the paper, and from that moment, they could begin. The main character was also sitting in the audience, looking intently at his papers and writing something. The young man became wary when he read something on the piece of paper with the assignment that made him rack his brain. Helmut began to mentally repeat to himself the words from the task, which said that you accidentally received the forbidden power of darkness. He looked ahead, thinking about the question from the problem. What would he do in a situation where he would die if he lost the power of darkness? The sun was still shining brightly outside. The sky was clear and blue, reflecting in the windows of the Greta Academy. The action took place in a private reading room, where daylight entered through a large window. The wide corridor, decorated with wooden panels and lanterns, was deserted. Aria sat at the table, propping his head up with his hand, reading a book, and then asked Helmut how the exam had gone. The main character was clearly worried. He didn't say anything at first, opening his eyes wide in the direction of his tutor. Looking away in shock, he said that he had done well, and Aria had anticipated most of the questions, but one of them was very strange. The blonde looked up at Helmut and asked what he meant. Remembering that task, Helmut quoted it, saying, "You have received the power of darkness. If you lose it, you will die." Sitting down on a chair opposite Aria, the protagonist finished explaining the task. Quoting it, "Write what you would do in such a situation." The magician put his finger to his mouth, chuckled, and looked thoughtfully to the side, thinking about the dark power. The blonde explained that the teacher asked such questions from time to time, and points would not be deducted if Helmut answered thoughtfully. The protagonist pressed his lips together when Aria asked him what he had answered. Helmut's eyes lit up purple, and he replied in a dark voice that he had written that he would accept the power and find a way to use it and continue living. The main character's words were unexpected for the magician. He looked at his student in shock. Then the magician said that it was a good answer, and Mr. Ruxon would not think badly of it, at least. Looking at his friend, the main character asked him what he would write in response to such a question. Aria looked at his interlocutor with wide eyes and thought for a moment. The blonde said that the standard answer would be to find a solution to the problem in the temple, since it was the jurisdiction of the church, and it would be difficult for an aristocrat to answer otherwise. However, the guy then added that he personally would have answered the same as the main character. Lost in thought, Arya continued that in such a situation he would even turn all the saints against himself. The blonde boy's answer clearly surprised Helmut, and he looked at him with his mouth slightly open. The hero asked if Arya would become an enemy of the saints, to which he replied that the church treats darkness mercilessly, and if he came to the temple, he would simply be killed. Helmut paused when Arya said that in that case, the best thing to do would be to find a solution himself. Arya praised the boy for his efforts, and warned him not to say anything like that outside the academy, because he would be reported to the appropriate authorities immediately. The hero did not argue, closed his eyes, and answered his roommate that he understood everything. Opening his eyes again, our young hero added that he himself understood perfectly well what Arya had just said. The day has come when all students will hear their midterm exam results. The students crowded into the central square, where a large board displayed lists of all students with their scores. Scores are made publicly available to fuel students' desire to compete with other reputation-conscious aristocrats. Among the students who came to see their grades, there was our main character, who looked at what was happening with indifference. The guy saw the board with the results of the students of the Faculty of Magic and asked himself mentally where Arya's name was. The protagonist began to carefully examine the list, trying to find his roommate's results. Helmut found the friend's scores at the very top of the list, where it was indicated that Arya had received 100 points and Sion 93. The young man was not at all surprised by such results of his friends, because he thought so. The hero mentally reasoned that Sion studied hard, and this was not the first time that Arya still outpaced him. Helmut turned his head and saw a gloomy guy with green hair, who, with his mouth open, looked at the list of results in horror. The young man watched his friend in the crowd, whose soul seemed to have left his body in disappointment. The green-haired Sion couldn't hold back any longer, and shouted across the entire square as to how this happened. Arya appeared from behind. Sion turned around and shouted at him to swear on his life and tell him how the magician did it. The guy continued to yell that they were just starting to go through understanding spirits this semester, and he might have been inattentive, but he was confident that he was ahead of Arya. The blonde-haired Arya walked up to his friend and slapped his hand on his shoulder, squeezing it. The top student of the magic faculty looked straight into Sion's eyes to convey something. Arya approached the boy, saying that 3 months was enough to fully study one subject of the academy. Sion was taken aback by Arya's words and felt completely defeated, continuing to stand silently in place. As he left, Sion told Arya that he was right when the blonde was already surrounded by his fans, praising him. Turning around, the boy perked up and shouted that the outcome was not yet decided, and it would be a draw, because he should not have lost. On the right side of the notice board in the central square of the academy, the results of the swordsman students were written. According to the list, Helmut scored 1 point more than Asuka, making him the top student in the fencing department. Sion screamed again, beside himself with rage, not understanding how this happened when he saw these results. The protagonist stood silently behind, dumbfounded both by the results and by the reaction of his green-haired friend. Helmut's eyes widened and he continued to stare at the list of grades, trying to believe what he saw. Arya, standing next to him, looked at his roommate while the hero was still looking at the results, his mouth open silently. The blonde smiled slightly and congratulated the main character, admitting that he had succeeded. Helmut also looked at his friend, smiled softly, and thanked him for the congratulations. Asuka scratched his head and looked at the list, and said that the difference was only 1 point, so he was unlucky, and added that the fight was even. Arya asked if he was angry, to which Asuka replied that he had lost and naturally felt bad. Taking another look at the results, the blue-haired guy added that it was better this way than giving first place to someone else. Pointing his finger at Helmut, Asuka shouted that next time this wouldn't happen, and the guy would get around him without anyone's help. A defeated Sion approached the blue-haired student and grabbed him tightly by the jacket with his hand. With tears in his eyes, the boy accused Asuka of betrayal and said that he lost on purpose so that Sion would be punished. In response, the guy slapped his friend in the face, insulting him, and shouted at him, asking who he thought he was, adding that he himself had suggested the bet and that the punishment should now be accepted silently. Crying, Sion began to beg Arya and Helmut to spare him, because 100 laps was too much and he could die after such a run. Helmut explained that 100 circles would not be enough to kill a person, to which the guy with green hair began to shout that not everyone is like them. Sion, bursting into tears, asked Arya to compromise and change the punishment to 50 laps, because he himself has poor endurance and he should understand the boy. Arya, with stunned eyes, silently listened to the words of Sion, who begged him for mercy. Afterwards, the blonde student smirked silently as he realized how to answer his friend. He looked slyly at the upset green-haired boy and said that the difference between their scores was bigger. Sion listened with horror in his eyes to Arya's argument about how he himself had recently complained that Arya's belly would start to stick out after constant nighttime snacking. Realizing the inevitability of a difficult punishment for Sion, the boy fell right to his knees in front of Arya. It was already late evening, it was dark outside, and lights were on in some of the windows of the Greta Academy. Sion was in the process of taking his punishment for losing, running around the court sweating and mentally calling Arya a heartless bastard. It was a new school day, and students were strolling in the green park surrounded by the Greta Academy building. Fencing instructors watched students doing sword exercises while taking notes. The red-haired student turned to the other students, asking if they had heard that they would be camping in the woods next week. Andro, Asuka, and Helmut looked at the guy with wide eyes, surprised by the news they heard. Andro complained that he had never gone into the wilderness alone before, and Park Jaemin called him a rich man's son, mocking the student. The boys felt disgusted when Jaemin started scaring them by saying that they could step on someone's feces in the forest, or get their hands dirty with it when they were digging a hole. The red-haired guy continued giving advice on how to avoid being bitten by mosquitoes in the forest, and Asuka asked Helmut if the forest was really that harsh, since he was a mercenary. The hero asked his friend if he knew himself, to which Asuka replied that he lived in a tent, but did not do mountain survival. Helmut reassured his friend, saying that he had nothing to worry about, since mosquitoes could be driven away with incense. The hero added that, as for the feces, they are immediately visible, and Asuka accused him of not helping at all, and now he is even more worried. With a heavy sigh, the blue-haired student asked if they should buy supplies in advance, and asked Helmut if he wanted to buy them on the weekend. The hero thought for a moment, and then hesitantly agreed to Asuka's suggestion to go shopping on the weekend. The sun was shining brightly over Baden. The sky was blue and clear, and birds were flying over the buildings. It was the middle of the day, and the central streets of the town were very busy with people walking and shopping. The streets were completely filled with different people, each of whom came here on their own business. Helmut and Asuka went into the store, and the blue-haired guy complained that he didn't know what to buy first. The hero saw that Sion was also with them, and he said that he always follows the guys like their shadow. The young man assumed that Sion had already recovered after 100 laps, to which the guy began to praise the healing magic, with which 2 days for recovery was quite enough. Helmut knew Sion's secret that on that day the boy called a dark spirit to run instead of himself, who took the form and appearance of a guy with green hair. Asuka clapped his hands and suggested that his friends prepare for the bugs first. The guy suggested taking mosquito candles, to which Helmut advised taking those that don't smell too bad, since bugs most often attack during meals. The hero continued to advise his friend that he would also need a lamp, but not too bright, so as not to attract predators around, but simply to illuminate the path ahead. In response to Helmut's advice, Asuka looked ahead and remained silent, thinking about something. The guy said that Helmut was more meticulous than he thought, to which the hero replied that it was better this way than to endure trouble later. Holding the lamp in his hand, the boy wondered if a fire would start if it fell while they were all asleep. Asuka and Helmut turned around when Sion asked what about him, wanting to show something to his friends. The cheerful boy held a fire-extinguishing scroll in his hand, explaining that it creates a vacuum in a certain place and extinguishes the flame in case of a fire. The blue-haired boy was surprised that such scrolls existed, since they could kill a person, to which a worried Sion asked if he was going to kill someone. Sion showed his friend a thin grill that would be easy to carry. Asuka liked the thing and offered to buy it, and Helmut silently watched the guys from the side. The protagonist thought that at some point it turned into a shopping trip before a picnic. Asuka waved to Helmut, who warned him that he would be back soon and go buy himself some gloves. Thinking about the upcoming camping outside Baden, Helmut realized that he could not enjoy it yet if he had not yet been there. The hero thought that it was unlikely that Black Hawk would attack them if the teachers were nearby, but such a risk was always there, so he had to be on guard. As Helmut wandered around the city, he reflected on how tiresome it was to constantly be prepared for an attack by Black Hawk bandits. The thoughts in his head disappeared when the protagonist saw something in front of him that attracted his attention. It was a shop where a man made pink cotton candy on a stick in a special machine. The salesman loudly advertised the product, urging everyone to try cotton candy, a unique dessert from Baden. The guy watched from the side as people approached the man and bought cotton candy. Helmut wondered if the seller called the cloud-like thing cotton candy and became interested in the dessert. Our young hero looked down and saw someone in front of him carrying a cotton candy on a stick. The stranger asked if it was unusual that they melted sugar and pulled it out, wrapping it around a stick, and that it was even more like magic than magic itself. The young man turned around with interest in his eyes and looked at the stranger who walked past him with cotton candy in her hands. The main character continued to look at the blonde, who was looking at her dessert and smiling. Looking at Helmut, she asked his name and said that the guy was taking lessons in understanding magic. The puzzled hero asked the stranger who she was, to which she laughed and asked how he didn't know her, and said that they had the same item. Smiling charmingly, the girl introduced herself as Teresa, stated that she was interested in Helmut, and asked him to spare her 1 minute. In response to Teresa's words, the main character silently and indifferently looked at his new acquaintance. His eyes widened as Aria's words about all the girls using Helmut just to get to the mage and not to trust their words came to mind. The hero immediately refused Teresa, turned around and said that they were waiting for him, to which the girl began screaming at him several times to stop. Glancing sideways at the blonde, the main character told her that if the girl needed Aria, then she should come to him herself. Teresa tried to stop Helmut, explaining that she was not here because of Aria and that she was interested in him specifically. The blonde girl wanted to reach out to Helmut to touch the young man. Someone put out a hand, creating an obstacle between Teresa and Helmut. It was Aria who did not let the girl get closer to the guy, and Helmut looked at the unexpected appearance of his friend with stunned eyes. The protagonist was speechless, his mouth slightly open, and looked at his neighbor, who suddenly interrupted the conversation. Aria turned his head irritably, looking at the hero, and asked him what he was doing here. Teresa turned to Aria, calling it a coincidence and adding that she didn't know he was here too. The fair-haired mage with fuchsia eyes looked at the girl with distrust and remained silent. Aria called Teresa the best among the third years, adding what an unexpected meeting it was, to which the girl said that she just wanted to talk to his roommate. The blonde looked at the girl and asked if she had any business with him. In response, Teresa fell silent in amazement. Her eyes wide open, she looked at Aria and her cheeks were flushed. The girl began to stutter and become embarrassed, and was unable to answer Aria's question clearly. The best magician of the faculty closed his eyes and answered his acquaintance from the academy indifferently. Aria then turned around sharply, grabbing Helmut and giving the order to get rid of him while Teresa tried to stop the magician. The streets of Baden were busy, people were going about their business, some of the townspeople were chatting with each other. Aria continued to pull Helmut somewhere behind him, grabbing the main character by the sleeve. Helmut followed the magician without complaint, who scolded him for listening to Teresa. The young man tried to explain that he tried to brush her off, but he couldn't ignore her because it would have been too rude, since she was older than them. An unhappy Aria said that the hero had problems because he was studying ethics too hard, and he should speak up if Helmut didn't like something. The blonde boy was furious when Helmut said that Aria should have been ignored too if he didn't like it. Then Aria took control of himself, sighed heavily, and suggested to Helmut to postpone this conversation for later. The blonde asked where Sian and Asuka were, and Helmut asked how Aria knew they were here, to which the boy replied that the hero wouldn't have come here alone. The student suggested to his neighbor that they stick together since they were there, and asked Helmut to lead him to Sian and Asuka. The protagonist, remaining silent, looked at his friend, who turned his back to him. Then Helmut thought that he didn't understand Aria at all, and asked himself whether the magician needed that nonsense or not. Asuka and Sian were surprised when they saw Aria in front of them. Both of them were covered in purchases and trinkets. The blonde exhaled heavily and covered his face with his hands, seeing how many useless things the students had bought. It was already dark in the city of Baden, and the streets were lit by tall lanterns with candles burning inside. The blue-haired guy was very pleased with the perfect shopping, saying that now there will definitely be no problems with camping. Sian asked if they had bought too much and could hang it all on the horses, to which Asuka suggested handing the bags to those who had free hands. Arya asked the boys not to tell him that they were always so stingy, and that was why they never had money. And Helmut smiled softly as he watched his friends. The main character stopped. At that moment, his facial expression changed dramatically. He turned around, sensing danger. The friends continued walking along the deserted night street, while Helmut looked behind him warily. Helmut was always on the alert, so he sensed something was wrong and glanced sideways in the direction from which he sensed danger. Having calmed down, the main character turned his head back again and continued to follow his friends. The main character, thinking that the danger had passed, walked behind the other students with a calm face. A strange, translucent creature in a red robe, reminiscent of a ghost, was flying in the air behind him, and Helmut did not notice it. Unaware that they were being followed, the students of Greta Academy continued on their way, heading home. This male ghost followed the guy and had a white mask on his face. And at that time, the main character did not yet suspect that these were his last minutes as a student at the academy. It was deep night outside. The light of the full moon through the window illuminated the dark room. There was a single candle on the wooden table, its weak flame illuminating the space around. Inside the room was an unfamiliar man. He was dressed in a maroon robe, and he was standing on one knee. There was another man behind him, both of them kneeling, sitting opposite the dark entrance to the room. Closing his eyes, Anton thanked the stranger for coming all this way, and then introduced himself. Nothing was visible outside the room, and suddenly a thick fog began to seep into the room. The man with the beard looked ahead questioningly. He was confused. Sweat was running down his face from the tension. A man or monster appeared in Sir Anton's office, his body enveloped in a dark red aura. As this ghost stood behind them, Sir Anton and his assistant's eyes widened in fear. The Black Hawk leader glanced sideways and saw the dark aura of the unknown approaching him. The stranger, without looking Anton in the face, said that he was listening and told him to continue speaking without stopping. Bowing his head, Anton said that he understood everything, and mentally called this man one of the strongest representatives of the Black Hawk. Sir Anton mentally pictured his guest, calling him a member of the Hawk's Eye Fascio conversation. The man handed Fascio the papers, saying that they couldn't get rid of one boy, and the documents would contain more information about him. The man took the papers in his hand, which contained all the known information about Helmut, and began to study them carefully. The host began to list that Helmut was a second rank, was studying and was a foot mercenary, and then asked if he had an instructor who was training him. Anton explained that with his skills, Helmut did not need to study at the academy, but the noble aristocrat of Baden, Eden Kudrow, was helping him. The master of ceremonies then asked if Sir Anton had found anything in Helmut's past when he was in the mercenary ranks. The man replied that there was no information other than that Helmut had accidentally encountered mercenaries during one of the missions. Fascio continued to study the papers carefully, reading all the available information about the main character. Having torn the paper with his fingernail, the master of ceremonies listed questions about Helmut that were unknown about him, and added that he was also a student with the second rank of a mercenary. In conclusion, the man said that he had never seen anyone more suspicious than Helmut. Anton asked the master of ceremonies with concern if the Black Hawks had crossed someone they shouldn't have touched. In response, Fascio, the master of ceremonies, pierced the dossier about Helmut with his fingernail, making a hole in the paper. The man asked if the Black Hawks ever dealt with easy targets, adding that the dead don't talk. If their bodies disappear, then they never existed. Sir Anton, down on one knee, looked up at Fascio with hope as he declared that he would eliminate Helmut. Taking his finger out of the hole in the paper, Conferencier added that this hunt would require a lot of effort from him. The sky was cloudy, but the sun was still shining brightly outside, illuminating the Greta Academy building and everything around. Students from the educational institution gathered to go on a joint hike into the forest. The instructor held a bottle of alcohol in his hands and looked at it carefully. He said it was a 30-year-old Marin and added that such wine was rare to find in bars. The man turned around and said he would take it and have a drink with the other instructors, and the student started shouting, justifying himself by saying he had saved up for a long time to buy it. The teacher said sternly that they were not going to a picnic, and everyone warned the students that any extra things would be confiscated. Pointing at Asuka, the student shouted that he was definitely going on a picnic, and the guy, hung with things, began to swear, declaring that he only had the bare necessities. The instructor asked Asuka to repack the bag and leave everything she needed, because the horse wouldn't be able to handle such a load, to which the disgruntled guy said that he really needed all of it. Helmut watched the blue-haired guy, who clicked his tongue and thought about what he should take out of his bag. Afterwards, the main character, remaining silent and indifferent, looked ahead again. On Monday morning, as the sun rose, the students headed outside the academy to conduct a camping lesson. It was still light when the disciples arrived in the forest on their horses, and birds were flying in the sky. Each student rode on his assigned horse, and they all walked in a row along a forest path. Helmut thought about how long it had been since he had left the borders of Baden, and how unusual the air was here. Asuka told the hero that he was being helped by an aristocrat, which is why he got a good horse, and then asked what breed it was. The young man replied that Asuka's horse seemed to be fine too, to which the guy said in bewilderment that the difference in price was immediately visible in these horses. Not having received an answer from Helmut about the breed of the horse, Asuka asked him what the animal's name was. Confused, the hero replied that he didn't know that a horse also needed a name, to which Asuka said that Helmut was heartless for not giving the horse a name. Helmut asked how he was supposed to come up with the horse's name right away when Asuka explained that a swordsman and his horse are linked together forever, which is why everyone names these animals. The protagonist became thoughtful when Asuka advised him to call him by the name that first comes to mind. The young man looked closely at the blue-black mane of his horse and tried to think of a name for it. Helmut narrowed his eyes, continuing to search his head for a suitable name for the pet. Turning to his friend, he said his comrade's name, to which Asuka asked why he had given the horse his name and asked him to come up with another one. Asuka said that since Helmut was so crazy that he was ready to give a horse a human name, let him name it Arya, to which the hero replied that the horse looked more like Asuka, which angered his friend. The horse ride was long, and soon it was late evening, the full moon dimly illuminating the forest. The students rode on their horses to a clearing in the middle of the forest where they would set up their camp for the night. Patricia announced that they had arrived at the camp and asked everyone to rest first, and then she would tell them what to do next. The exhausted blue-haired boy complained that it had taken them a whole day to get here and asked how far they had gotten. The main character was examining the place where the students would set up their camp for the night. The guy began to remember the trip plan on his fingers, according to which on the first day they would grill shashlik, on the second day they would hunt, and on the third day they would do a group task. Helmut was glad that on the way to the camp, he did not feel anything strange that could become a danger to the hero. Lost in thought, the hero kept telling himself that the third day was the best day for him to be attacked, so he needed to stay on guard, while Asuka looked at his friend with interest. The protagonist returned to reality when he was called by a blue-haired guy standing nearby. Asuka asked Helmut where his horse was, to which the hero turned around and saw that his horse had indeed disappeared somewhere. Looking back, the boy's eyes glowed purple as he noticed something unusual. Helmut's face was grim as he looked away, and Asuka continued to wonder where the protagonist's horse had gone. The hero looked warily somewhere behind him, clearly sensing danger nearby. The main character held a belt in front of him, which he needed to prevent the horse from running away. When the boy looked at the end of this belt, he noticed that it had been cut off. A look of concern crossed Helmut's face as he realized that the belt had been cut off with a sharp object. Confused, the protagonist did not understand how this could happen and when, because he always held on to the rope. The hero's face became dark and angry as he mentally asked himself how he could not notice this if he always held on to the reins. The boy was taken aback when the boys turned around and Asuka pointed at his horse, calling his friend clumsy. Nearby, surrounded by trees, the main character's horse really was standing and waiting for its owner. The protagonist turned his head to the side and stared at his stallion, not understanding how he could have escaped. Helmut asked his friend to lend him his sword. Asuka asked why, and the guy replied that he only needed it for a minute. Grabbing the blue-haired boy's sword, Helmut cautiously walked into the forest, heading towards his horse. Helmut remained cautious and wary of something as he walked through the night forest thickets, holding his weapon straight in front of him. The main character approached his steed and, without losing his vigilance, began to look around. The boy mentally confirmed his suspicions that he saw no one, and then ordered the horse to come to him. The protagonist's expression changed a moment later when he saw the danger in front of him. Helmut looked down with concern on his face, his eyes narrowed, a drop of sweat running down his face. The boy almost stepped on a large trap that was securely hidden in the tall green grass. Our young hero very carefully moved his foot away from the trap, as it was millimeters away from the trap. The young man's mood darkened when he realized that the trap was now prohibited in the forest lands, and it was so well hidden that it could not be seen with the naked eye. The protagonist realized that this was not just a coincidence, but a real warning addressed specifically to him. Just as Helmut concluded that they had silently made it clear that they were hunting him, a huge entity appeared behind him. He let out a heavy breath through his mouth, and the monster behind the guy's back turned out to be just a figment of his paranoid fantasy. Helmut mentally called the hunt for him curious, and said that if something cannot be avoided, then one should try to enjoy it. Scratching his face, the student came up with a name for the horse, saying that since he was white, he would call him White, and then called the stallion to him. The jumper chewed the grass peacefully, not listening to his master, and Helmut said that he had just given him a name, which is why he did not respond. The guy himself approached the horse, and then mentally addressed his offenders, saying that no matter who they were, Helmut would still get rid of all the enemies in his path. The academy student's eyes smirked again, and he expressed his hope that they were worthy opponents. The evening continued. All the students lined up in rows to listen to the next instructions from the teachers. The instructor ordered everyone to gather and announced that before dinner he would announce the instructor for each squad. The students, still dressed in their academy uniforms, obediently lined up in front of the man. The teacher explained that all tasks would be completed in groups, and each team leader would be given a ball to communicate with the instructors in case of a problem. The small black mirror ball had magical powers that could connect with another person. Helmut became the leader of his squad, and after a while he stood in the middle of the camp, holding this ball in his hands. The protagonist stirred and turned his gaze to the side when someone called Helmut. Asura told the guy not to yawn, because he was now the boss, and brought the rest of the team with him. All the students who were in Helmut's squad crowded around him without complaint, and looked at him with respect in their eyes. The second-year students were also on the team, including Puck and his friend with green hair. The main character, with indifference on his face, silently looked at everyone who became a member of the squad under his leadership. Helmut said that there were many unfamiliar faces among them, which angered the guys, and they shouted that the hero saw them when he was gathering the squad. Enro decided to defuse the situation by saying in a friendly manner that now they could all get acquainted, since fate itself had gathered them in this detachment, and then he introduced himself. After this, Michael, Bashiel, Wesley, and Dino each said their names in turn. Helmut asked the red-haired guy who he was, to which he got angry, and introduced himself as James, complaining that they had seen each other many times already. James asked Asura and Helmut to introduce themselves too, to which the guy asked why they should do that, since everyone already knows them. The guy agreed with Helmut's words, and he turned around and ended the conversation, explaining that he needed to report something to the instructor. Asura asked what he needed to report, and the hero said that he saw a trap nearby. The blue-haired student said that traps were prohibited here, and Helmut replied that this was the reason he was going to see the instructor. Helmut agreed to let his friend go with him, when he said that he understood why the boy had that face, and that he wanted to go see it too. Wesley and Dino were very angry at Helmut and Asura, and the green-haired boy mentally called them freaks who ran away to avoid cooking dinner. It was still night. The trees were illuminated by the camp lights, and the sky was filled with bright stars and clouds. In the tall grass in the middle of the forest, where the trap that Helmut had found was supposed to be, it turned out to be completely empty. Patricia knelt down to look and asked Helmut if he had said the trap was here. The instructor asked the hero if he was sure that there was a trap there, to which the guy replied that there definitely was a trap, and he almost stepped on it. Having risen, the woman said that she would not start an investigation without evidence, but as a security measure, she would announce to everyone that there was a trap nearby. Helmut looked worriedly at where the trap was supposed to be, and Asura asked if there really was a trap there. The guys looked again at the green lawn where the main character had previously discovered the trap, and it was not there. Squinting his eyes, the hero analyzed the situation and realized that the grass in this place had sagged, and there was definitely a person here who had recently taken the trap. The young man came to the conclusion that they had demonstratively destroyed the evidence before the instructor arrived to show that Helmut was being closely watched. Looking up, Helmut mentally told himself that during his life in the native forest, thanks to Elga, he had learned that you need to have an advantage over a target that is stronger than you. The student said the word resilience in his head and explained that humans have exceptional endurance. The hero continued that people slowly but surely work on conquering their target during the hunt until it falls from exhaustion. Helmut and his blue-haired friend were returning from the place to the camp where the rest of the squad was preparing dinner. The guy grinned and mentally called his unknown enemy cautious, but he didn't know him well, so he clearly chose the wrong one if he wanted to make Helmut's life difficult. The guys reached their destination, and Helmut reassured himself that while he was in the mountains, he was definitely not in any danger. Basil, holding a pair of tongs, asked the students why they were taking so long and said that they had already started preparing the food, namely the meat. The guy handed Aska and Helmut a plate on which lay charred pieces of completely burnt meat. The boys looked at their dinner in confusion, speechless, and came to the conclusion that it was dangerous to eat. The night wore on, and the students were finishing their first day at the camp in the middle of the forest. On the plate lay a large piece of delicious meat, which was still hot and steaming. The students from Helmut's squad looked in amazement at the delicious dish that had been prepared. The boys chewed the meat and praised its taste, and Asuka asked them how they were going to cook for themselves if they couldn't even fry meat for themselves at that age. The guy with green hair said that he was convinced that commoners were completely different people, to which Asuka asked if maybe it would be better to feed them coal then. The main character stood behind and was silent. He silently ate his dinner and thought about something. Wesley tried to defuse the situation by approaching the blue-haired student and asking him to look at what he had brought. The boy took out a bottle of wine and solemnly showed it to the other students. Surprised, James recognized the bottle as cognac and asked the blonde how he managed to smuggle alcohol in, to which Wesley replied that he had one way. The student showed the others the cloth and called it a magic robe with a storage spell, adding that even the trainers didn't know about such a thing. Surprised, Dino asked where the guy got it, and James asked if the boy really wanted to drink that badly, and Wesley replied that there could be no meat without alcohol. The guy asked Wesley why he brought only one bottle, to which he replied that he should at least thank him for that. The blonde said that Patricia would soon be making her rounds, so they would have to drink alcohol later, and Helmut remained indifferent to the guy's conversation. In the students' camp at Greta Academy, a flame burned, illuminating the space around and warming the students. Patricia stood near the fire, darkened with anger at the students, holding 6 bottles of alcohol in her hands. The woman asked if the guys really had nothing, to which they replied that they wouldn't dare, since Helmut and Aska attract too much attention. The wary teacher asked Helmut if it was true that they had nothing, to which the boy lied that it was true. In response, the fencing instructor remained silent and looked at the main character with distrust. She turned around and said one last thing. The leader is responsible for the mistakes of the entire team, so Helmut needs to keep an eye on the others. As she left, the woman wished the students bon appétit, and they told her to be careful on the way back. Wesley and Dino watched the instructor go, smiling slyly, looking forward to drinking the hidden bottle of alcohol. The guy with green hair asked his friend if the danger was over, to which Wesley said that now they could get the bottle out. The students poured cognac into wooden glasses and raised them up with a loud call to clink them. James clearly did not like the taste of the drink and called it some kind of poison, to which Wesley urged him to continue drinking and promised that he would not die. The main character did not share the joy of his team. He sat indifferently with the others. The expression on his face was sad. He turned his attention to Andro, who was wondering why Helmut had that expression on his face, and asked if it was the taste of the drink. The guy replied that it wasn't a matter of taste, and Asuka asked if his worries were related to that trap. The others reassured Helmut, insisting that he had nothing to worry about, since he was the best in the faculty, and the trap was probably just set by hunters. James turned to everyone and said that they hadn't seen anything yet, and Helmut was much cooler, and Asuka asked why the guy was bragging about it. The protagonist was asked where he learned to fight like that, to which he replied that he lived in the forest and was taught how to handle a sword by his mentor. One of the students did not believe that Helmut was taught by a hermit, and another asked the hero to introduce him to the teacher. Sighing, the hero closed his eyes and explained that it would be difficult to get to know each other since the teacher was no longer alive. All the students sitting at the table looked at Helmut in shock when they heard these words from him. The boys started apologizing to Helmut, and James tried to console him, saying that the teacher would be proud of him, knowing that he was the best student in the faculty. Looking down, the protagonist smiled softly after James's warm words and agreed with him. Bashil, sitting opposite, also smiled, and the guys continued to sit at the table, eating dinner and drinking alcohol. The students said that it was enough to talk about sad things and suggested that they drain the bottle before they were caught and started pouring alcohol again. Holding a glass in his hand, Helmut looked at the others in a friendly manner and smiled, thinking how alcohol brings people together, because it was the same with Cian. Time passed. It was still dark outside. The students were sleeping and their snoring could be heard. The wooden table in the camp was strewn with cutlery, a bottle and plates left over from dinner. The fair-haired boy was sleeping unconscious, his head resting on a stump, his mouth open and drooling directly onto the tree. Having had too much to drink, the red-haired student lay passed out on the bare ground. Aska, whose face was red from drinking cognac, asked the hero where he went. Helmut replied that he was going to the toilet, and Asuka asked him, waving her hand, for him to go away. The main character walked through the forest, holding his sword, and looked for a suitable place to relieve himself. The guy's face was alert. He had a clear mind, as he was able to neutralize the effects of alcohol. Stepping carefully on the grass, the protagonist understood that the unknown enemies were probably still watching him. Helmut glanced sideways menacingly, mentally addressing his opponents that he was all alone, and asked them if they would dare to attack. Our young hero stopped in the middle of a thick night forest and expected danger. The guy closed his eyes and took a breath. His face seemed peaceful and calm. He grinned, realizing that his invisible enemies were being cautious now, but it was time for them to come out into the light. Suddenly, Helmut's attention was drawn to something standing in front of him, and he looked away. Ahead of him, he saw a small house surrounded by trees. It was built of logs. Helmut was surprised to see a hut there, and then assumed that the camp caretaker lived there. The main character did not take his eyes off the wooden structure, which had greatly interested him at the time. The house in the forest was small and made entirely of wooden beams and logs. The hut had a door and several windows. Helmut's curiosity got the better of him, and he approached the house, knocking gently on the door with the back of his hand. Then the guy stood in front of the door, waiting to see if someone would open it for him, or if it was empty. Suddenly, a candlelight appeared in the window, which meant that this hut did have an owner after all. The door was opened by an old man, whose eyes were still closed, because his sleep had been interrupted, and he asked who had come so late. The camp warden recognized the boy as a fencing student, and then Helmut greeted him, saying that he had a favor to ask his grandfather. The boy said that he had come across a trap in the forest and asked the elderly man to increase the patrol in the forest so that no one would get hurt. The old man said that the guy was confused, because everyone knows that setting traps in the Baedeker forest is punishable by a large fine. Helmut explained that he was a student of the fencing department, he had keen eyes, and he was far from stupid, so he could not have confused something with a trap. The grandfather believed the main character, and said that in that case, it was a big problem. Laughing, he agreed to increase the patrol in the morning, and said that he had not patrolled in the forest with a cane for a long time, adding that it was difficult to notice a camouflaged trap. The protagonist stuck his foot out when the old man tried to close the door in front of the guy. Grandfather had already turned around to return to his business, but Helmut did not let him close the door. Looking at the old man, the young man said that he had not had time to clarify that it was specifically a trap. The old man, who had covered his face with a hood, became gloomy after these words from Helmut, because he had given himself away. The man with the wrinkled face looked at Helmut from under his brows, his eyes glowing red. Grandfather asked what kind of trap they were talking about, since in most cases they set bear traps, trying to justify themselves. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and looked warily at the stranger, remaining silent in response. The old man with the long nose smiled slyly after he was able to justify himself and get out of the situation. Grandfather put his hand on the door. The hero carefully watched all his actions. Helmut did not take his eyes off the stranger. His face showed suspicion and concern. Closing his eyes, the young man acknowledged that his interlocutor was right, and explained that he was simply surprised that he had guessed. The student said that it was very difficult to notice the trap and urged the old man to be careful, to which he laughed and asked the boy to leave it to him. The main character did not finish the conversation and once again addressed the stranger standing in the house. He said that, as far as he knew, the fencing department held competitions at this camp every year and asked the girl which ones. The old man explained that the hunt was held north of the camp, and other competitions were held on the 12 hills, and this happened every year. Our young hero nodded and briefly replied to the stranger standing in the hut that he understood everything. Finally, the main character thanked his grandfather, and that was the end of the men's conversation. The old man closed the door behind him, and the hero began to walk away, still looking at the hut behind him. Helmut walked back to camp and thought about the old man he had just met in the wooden cabin in the forest. The young man concluded that this grandfather was a simple forester because he did not feel any bad energy from him. The dark side of the hero spoke up, and he told himself that his instincts still pointed to danger, and the old man might talk if he held a blade to his throat. Helmut grabbed the scabbard in which his cold weapon was hidden and was about to take out his sword. However, the guy immediately changed his mind, telling himself that there was no need to rush, since he was not alone here. Placing his hand on the tree trunk, the hero thought that he would fight as soon as someone appeared in front of him, because this enemy could not hide forever. Helmut returned to camp to find Patricia holding a drunk Wesley and an empty bottle of cognac by his jacket. The hero was stunned when he saw how the teacher revealed their crime related to drinking alcohol. The teacher was silent. She just looked at Helmut, and her face turned pale with anger at the boys. Commenting on the situation, Helmut said that he would like to hide what happened forever. The next morning arrived and all the students were lined up, waiting for instructions from the instructor. The guys from Helmut's team were noticeably feeling unwell after the previous night, when they all got drunk. Nearby in the camp sat a bald old man with a long beard, meditating and making hand gestures. Our main character stood surrounded by other students, holding a bow in his hand and looking at the teacher. The man asked if everyone was there, and then announced that he would now explain the rules of the hunting competition, and everyone was told to listen carefully. Raising his voice, the instructor said that the most important thing was the guy's safety, so they should only shoot after they had carefully aimed. Patricia and the statric were talking off to the side as the instructor explained to the students that they needed to walk in pairs and, if they were injured, to contact the crystal ball. The man continued that before going hunting, everyone would be given a bow, arrows, a map, and rations, and if someone had a personal bow, they could use it. The instructor said that places would be allocated depending on the catch, so the kids should try hard. A student raised his hand and asked if the ranking was based on the amount of catch, to which the coach began to explain that someone would decide to cheat by catching 10 rabbits. The student standing to the side smiled slyly as the instructor began to talk about the possibility of cheating. However, the man said that the place will be determined by the value of the catch. For example, a fox will be more valuable than a rabbit, and the most points will be given for a bear. The students answered in one voice, exactly as they said when the coach announced the start of the competition, which would last until 5 o'clock in the evening. Asuka sighed, closing his eyes, and said that it was already clear who would win the competition. The boy with blue hair smiled, put his hand on Helmut's shoulder, and said that they would win. Wesley began to loudly complain that Asuka had no conscience in being paired with the best student, and asked the coach if he would really allow them to team up. The coach confirmed the students' concerns and said that the boys had no right to interfere with this. Asuka asked them to prove everything with their skills if the guys thought it was unfair, and even better to follow him and Helmut if they wanted to win. When the hunting competition started, it was a sunny and warm day, and everything around was illuminated with bright light. Asuka raised her finger and asked Helmut if he understood that they would be the best in the faculty if they joined forces now. The inspired guy suggested that the hero find out who would take first place, but Helmut was thinking about something else, trying to decide how to slip away from his friend in order to engage in battle with the enemies. The guy with blue hair asked if his friend knew of any good hunting spots, to which Helmut asked who would share something like that. The protagonist looked ahead, and after Asuka's question, an epiphany came into his head. Helmut realized that if he let Asuka catch more prey, he would withdraw from the competition, and the hero would be able to be alone sooner. The young man told Asuka to follow him, and the boy replied that it was a different matter entirely, and asked his friend to lead him faster. In the forest of Berika there was a mountain river, the water in which was transparent and shimmered with shades of blue. Nearby there was a high cliff with a waterfall, the water from which formed the river below. The protagonist and his academy comrade stood behind the bushes and carefully examined the area in front of them. The boy began to explain to Asuka that animals always come to water to drink, so it is easiest to kill prey near the river. Asuka was unhappy that he would have to sit and wait for the animal, and suggested finding the prey himself, but Helmut replied that the animal would escape there. The hero explained that the key to hunting was patience, to which Asuka clicked his tongue and said that he was very patient. Helmut looked away and said that along the way he noticed claw marks on the trees, which could indicate the presence of a predator nearby. At that moment, the boys noticed that a large brown bear was walking along the bank of a mountain river. The predator was dining on fish caught in the pond and was looking around warily. Helmut was already taking out an arrow for his bow, and a jubilant guy nearby suggested shooting this big beast at the same time. The heroes had already prepared their bows and drawn their arrows, and they were both aiming at the bear standing nearby. Asuka started counting down to fire at the same time and said the number 1. Helmut mentally stopped himself, wondering if killing an animal might affect the seed of darkness within him. Holding the feather on the other end of the arrow, the boy mentally told himself that he didn't have time to check for himself now. On the count of 3, Helmut and his blue-haired comrade simultaneously released their arrows, aiming at the bear. One arrow hit the predator, but the other missed, and at that moment the bear growled, baring its teeth. Having received damage, the beast began to roar loudly, opening its mouth, but the arrow did not kill it. Asuka started shouting that the predator was running away and asked Helmut not to stand there, because he could hit again and definitely catch the bear. Taking another arrow out of the tube, the blue-haired guy said that he definitely wouldn't miss the bear. Taking aim with his bow, Asuka rushed towards the bear, trying to catch up with it and still hit it. The blue-haired boy's bow glowed with blue light energy as he focused his full attention on killing his prey. This time the student managed to hit the target, and the arrow, illuminated by light, hit the predator right in the chest. This arrow was fatal for the bear, so he immediately lost consciousness and fell backwards onto the ground. Asuka clenched his fist and rejoiced in victory, shouting that he had caught his prey and looking at the dead bear with a smile. The boy didn't rejoice for long and suddenly became dumbfounded, his eyes wide open when something alerted him. The guy looked somewhere in bewilderment and remained silent, his mouth slightly open. Helmut had also already come up from behind. Both boys were greatly surprised, and a puzzled Asuka asked Helmut if the sound was still coming from the bear. The boys looked into the thicket of the forest. They heard a strange sound coming from there, frightening them. The main character opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth slightly. The unknown sound made him noticeably wary. Asuka tried to stop his friend when he said that these were definitely not the sounds of an animal, ordered him to deal with the prey and rush towards the forest. The protagonist's pupils glowed purple. His expression became serious as he asked himself if this was really what he thought it was. Tree branches flew into pieces as the main character moved through the forest, jumping and pushing off of them. Helmut covered a great distance trying to find the source of the strange sound. The guy moved so quickly, flying between the tree branches, that he was invisible to the human eye. Our young hero turned his gaze downwards when he noticed something in the surrounding trees that caught his attention. He saw 2 students standing below and one of them lying on the floor, his leg caught in a bear trap. Helmut looked down at what was happening below and realized what had happened while he was still in the air. The student, shaking with panic, tried to use the crystal ball to contact the instructor, but did not understand how to do this. The boy screamed in surprise when the main character landed on the ground behind him. Wesley asked Helmut how he got there while the wounded boy lay on the ground shaking in pain. The student gritted his teeth in pain and remained silent, holding his leg, which was all bloody from the teeth of the trap. Helmut looked down and saw that the student's leg was trapped, his shin pinned on both sides by the trap that had been triggered. A look of concern appeared on the protagonist's face as he mentally told himself that this was a trap. Wesley asked to help him get the guy out of this thing, but the hero refused, because that would make the student lose even more blood, and told the young man to wait for him here. Helmut went into the thicket of the forest, pushing aside the branches of green bushes with his hands in order to move further. The guy saw the plant he needed growing nearby and pulled it out of the ground along with its roots. The young hero brought the plant to his mouth and quickly bit off one of the leaves. He began to chew it to see if it was really the herb he needed. The plant turned out to be not the one he needed, so he soon found and pulled out another one. After biting off and tasting another leaf, Helmut realized that this plant was right for him. Then the main character found several small stones in the forest that he needed to save the guy and took them in his hand. The young man immediately returned to the scene, holding the plant and stones in his hands, and Wesley asked what they were. Helmut didn't answer. He immediately took out a flask of water to wash the dirt and dust off the stones. Our protagonist was in a hurry, so he then handed the flask to Wesley and told him to hold it. The boy placed the leaf on one of the stones and then took another rock to crush the plant. The fair-haired young man, his mouth slightly open in amazement, watched attentively what Helmut was doing. Squatting, the hero asked the guy if he and Basil were friends, to which Wesley answered in the affirmative. Wesley hadn't yet had time to understand anything when the main character grabbed the guy's black robe and tore off a piece of it. The fair-haired boy looked at his ruined clothes in shock, his mouth wide open. The protagonist crouched down in front of the student's wounded leg and bandaged the shin with a piece of black cloth. Helmut's next step was to remove one of the bow arrows from its tube to loosen the trap. Helmut warned Basil that he would have to be patient for a while, because now the hero would loosen the trap and disassemble it. Grabbing the arrow almost at the very base, she was immediately illuminated by Helmut's purple energy. The protagonist threw the bow arrow with all his might straight into the trap, and purple sparks flew around. Helmut's eyes widened in surprise, and he looked questioningly at the picture in front of him. The young man took the trap that had fallen off the boy's leg and examined it carefully. Basil was shaking and groaning in pain, and Wesley tried to comfort him by placing his hand on his torso. The protagonist then threw the broken bear trap, and it flew into the grass behind him. With 2 fingers, Helmut scooped up some gruel made from a medicinal plant from the stone. The student continued to lie on the ground and howl in pain as the protagonist applied the plant medicine to the wound. A worried Wesley looked closely at Helmut and waited for his explanation of what he was doing. The protagonist explained that this herb helps stop the bleeding, and it had previously helped him save himself. The guy added that they needed to immediately report what had happened to Professor Duane. Wesley agreed and immediately grabbed the crystal ball. Meanwhile, Basil continued to lie on the ground, suffering from the pain he was experiencing. Our hero looked at the wounded guy with concern after helping him get out of the trap. Helmut thought that he had thought things would get much worse, and decided that in that case this was only the beginning. Remembering the trap, the hero thought that its fastenings were deliberately installed weakly. Otherwise, the student's leg would have simply been cut off. The boy came to the conclusion that the enemies had failed to catch him and had acted recklessly in attacking the aristocrats, and then he grabbed his head, which was aching from worry. Helmut was alarmed and turned around when he remembered that he had left Asuka completely alone. At the same moment, someone put their hand on the trunk of a tree standing near the scene of the incident. The hero turned around and saw that it was an exhausted Asuka who stood with his head down and held the beam in his hand. The guy started getting angry and shouting that Helmut had forgotten that they were supposed to be in a couple, and asked where he had run off to so quickly without explaining anything. In response, the hero only sighed, and Asuka asked why he was sighing, since it wasn't the guy's fault that he was slower than him. Then Wesley came and said that he had managed to contact Professor Duane, and he would be there soon, and the boys were told to wait for him here. The fair-haired youth called it incredible that Helmut remained calm in such a situation, to which he replied that it was simply not the first time he had encountered something like this. Wesley bowed and thanked Helmut for saving his friend, adding that he would never forget this act, swearing on the honor of an aristocrat. The protagonist silently listened to the student's gratitude and looked at him with wide open eyes. Helmut said that Professor Duane would save Basil, not him, because the wound needed to be treated urgently to prevent blood poisoning. The boy mentally told himself that this was the first time he had heard such warm words of gratitude addressed to him since entering the Greta Academy. The second day of the student's stay in the camp in the middle of the forest continued. The sun was still shining over the mountains. The man held his hands over the student's wound, casting healing magic that emitted a green light. Professor Duane praised the boys for providing him with good first aid, and now Basil should not have any complications. Instructor Patricia looked at Helmut and with a smile on her face praised the main character. She said that he was right about the traps, and most likely it was the work of poachers, and the woman would tell the forester about it. The blonde asked Wesley if he saw Basil step on the trap, to which the guy was not immediately able to give a clear answer. The student began to explain that his friend said he saw something and ran, and then stepped into a trap, screamed, and fell. The teacher announced that Basil was unable to continue the competition and needed to be carried to camp, and then asked Wesley to come with them as well. The instructor allowed Helmut and Asuka to continue hunting, but to be careful, to which the blue-haired guy said that he was also going to the camp, since he had caught good prey. Patricia said that she didn't expect that from Asuka, to which he asked why she was so surprised. Asuka asked Helmut if the bear was his since he had shot it, to which the hero reassured him and assured him that he would not take his prey. In response to Helmut's words that he was going to hunt, Asuka asked if it was a good idea, but the hero assured him that he would not fall into a trap. The hero's friend was taken aback when the boy asked him if he should hang around here now while his loot lay there alone because it could be stolen. Asuka said that he was leaving and asked his comrade to know his limits and not to overdo it, to which Helmut responded in monosyllables. The protagonist fixed his gaze in front of him and concentrated again on his main task. Helmut began to move along the forest road at a speed imperceptible to the human eye. The guy thought that this was his chance, because they were supposed to be watching him, which meant that they were somewhere nearby now. The young man ordered himself to concentrate and find the hiding place of his enemies, and decided to use his power to increase his sensitivity. At that moment, the protagonist's body was surrounded by an aura of purple light, and the power was transferred to the bow he held in his hand. The boy's eyes widened as he noticed or felt something that caught his attention. He increased his speed even more, heading towards where he sensed danger. Helmut moved through the forest in long jumps, covering large distances in a short time, but suddenly ran into an obstacle right in the air. Suddenly, the main character stopped and landed on the ground, raising a cloud of dust and earth underneath him. The boy looked up and saw an invisible obstacle between two trees that was preventing him from going any further. The hero looked at what was in front of him with concern on his face, and at that moment, he realized what kind of trap it was. The tree pole was damaged by a thin thread of white light that was part of a larger trap. The protagonist looked at this invisible obstacle and came closer to study it more closely. When Helmut looked up, he noticed something that made him uneasy. A ray of sunlight hit a thin thread so it sparkled, and the main character noticed it. The guy came closer and took the rope in his hand to study it and understand what it was. Helmut immediately guessed that it was a metal wire and thought that Basil was lucky that he had not fallen into this trap, because there would have been serious blood loss. Looking around, the young man thought that the second trap must definitely be somewhere nearby. Our main character turned his gaze to the side and noticed something that caught the guy's attention. The guy noticed strange sounds coming from behind the tall trees. It was a deer that had been trapped, its legs and body tied with ropes. The student came closer and concluded that it looked like bait, similar to the one that had lured Basil into the trap. The protagonist decided that in this case the deer should be taken with him and reached for the arrow. He stood directly in front of the deer and drew his arrow, aiming at the tied animal. After the hunt, all the students gathered in the camp and laid out the prey they had caught in rows. The slain animals lay on pieces of green cloth. Among them were foxes and rabbits, and at the bottom was a signature indicating the name of the hunter. The largest catch was a dead bear, whose lifeless body also lay with the others. The students looked at the predator with surprise on their faces and asked Asuka if he had caught the bear. Asuka smiled, pleased with himself, leaning on his catch as the others called it incredible, asking if there were even bears in this forest. James angered the guy by suggesting that Helmut had done the work for him, and the guy started shouting that it was nonsense and that the hero was busy catching his prey. At this time, the main character stood with his hands folded behind his back, next to the deer he had killed. The instructor approached Helmut and asked if he had any deer, and then said that venison was very tasty. The coach asked for the attention of all the students and praised them for their efforts, and then said that he would first announce the prizes before announcing the winners. According to the instructor, for 5th place, the student will receive 10 food cards at the academy, and for 4th place, an excellent pen and ink. The enthusiastic students listened to the trainer's words that for 3rd place, the student would receive 10 certificates to the bookstore, and for 2nd place, a pass to a private room for study. Having summed up, the man solemnly announced that for 1st place, the student would receive all the above-mentioned prizes. The gifts intended for the main winner were beautifully laid out on the table. In high spirits, Asuka said that he certainly didn't need the pen and ink, and he could give them to Helmut. The instructor announced that he would now begin announcing the results, and began reading out names from a notebook. The sun had long since set below the horizon, and it was deep evening. A bright flame was burning in the middle of the camp. The students lit a fire to warm themselves and illuminate the area around them, and the prey they had caught during the day lay next to it. James was talking about how great the prize was, a week's pass to a private study room, since only students like Arya could use those. The blue-haired boy sat silently, looking at the ground. He was in a state of shock when James asked him not to be upset, calling the second Asuka. Asuka was beside himself with anger, shouting that he had caught the bear and asking how there could be anything bigger than this animal. James said that Bruce still deserved the first place, because he was able to catch an unusual gray fox, which surprised even the instructors. Then the winner boasted to Andro that he thought he had managed to catch some mythical creature. Helmut tried to console his friend by saying that he wanted his own room, and that was certainly better than pen and ink. Asuka asked if his friend had received anything, to which he replied that he had won 10 food cards, which the boy called a useful prize. The main character said that at least they would be able to try his bear meat, but his friend replied that he had only cooked enough for 2, and the rest could be cut up by others. James, Andro, and Helmut were resting after today, sitting by the fire and silently looking at the flames. Then one of the students looked up and began to talk about something, addressing his comrades. Andro noted how quiet it became without 3 people, and the guys continued to silently warm themselves by the fire. The students' faces showed peace as they stared in fascination at the flames in front of them. The leader of the squad, Helmut, was also resting with them, carefully examining the fire in front of him. There were 3 less guys, because when Wesley and Basil were returning to camp, the stone bridge collapsed under them. Michelle also had to return to the academy, having fallen into a trap in another part of the forest and suffered a serious fracture. After the events of the previous day, only 5 people remained in Helmut's squad. One of the guys asked why only their team was so lucky, and Andro said that Patricia was suggesting to reorganize the squad. Helmut realized that this was not just a coincidence, and the invisible enemy was hunting not for him, but for those around him. The hero pursed his lips as he considered whether or not to tell his comrades honestly about the situation they were in. Dino assumed that the 3 boys were okay, to which Asuka replied that they were definitely okay, since they were sleeping in the academy, and starting tomorrow they would have to do it on the bare ground. James and Dino looked at Asuka with their mouths open, thinking how cruel he was. Andro said that the wilderness survival class would start tomorrow, and hoped that there would be no traps in the camp. The protagonist remained silent and then looked at one of his friends, deep in thought. The guy made the final decision that there was no need to tell them anything yet, because that would only make them worry even more. When one of the students said that the team now needed to work together, Helmut thought that everything would be fine with them as long as he was around. The night passed, and the morning sun illuminated the entire forest in which the students of the Greta Academy temporarily lived. The main character held a map in his hands, on which his team's destination was indicated by a red dot. Pointing to the spot, Helmut said that his team had been assigned to this location and that it would take about 4 hours to get there. Holding the horse close to him, the leader of the squad looked ahead and gave the command to the rest of the boys to move out. The forest where the students of Greta Academy set up camp was surrounded by various mountains and hills. By the time Helmut and his team reached their destination, the sun was already setting behind the mountains. James called Helmut and asked him to come over so the guy could look at something. Helmut, who was sitting astride his horse, looked back at the worried James. The guy wanted to show the team leader a small spring with clean water, surrounded by trees. The student said that it was a nice place, and the land was flat so they could rest there, and they were very lucky to come across such a place in the middle of the mountains. The main character jumped off his horse and began to examine the place for rest suggested by his friend. The guy went up to the spring and scooped up some water in his palm to check its purity. Helmut tasted the water and thought it was clean, otherwise it would be sad if something like what happened when he accompanied Lady Yina happened. The hero was dumbfounded when Asuka asked why he immediately started drinking water as soon as they arrived. Andro suggested unloading the horses and resting, since they had arrived earlier than the appointed time, and James said that they would need to collect firewood for the fire. One of Helmut's team members complained about how his back hurt after such a long ride. The main character did not participate in the guy's conversation and only looked away, thinking about his own. When it got dark, 5 guys pitched a tent near a spring and made a fire, sitting around it. A tired Asuka looked at the flames in fascination, while Andro, smiling softly, looked at the guys around him. James and Dino were also sitting quietly, warming themselves by the fire, and kept silent, taking advantage of the free time. The team leader Helmut watched all this silently, asking about the condition of the guys in his squad. The guy mentally pretended that everyone was exhausted and assumed that they were worried about the 3 of them returning to the academy due to injuries. Helmut stood up, and when asked where he was going, he replied that they had run out of brushwood and he wanted to collect some more. Asuka said that he would go with him, since the guys were draining the last of his strength, which made Helmut think that he was getting on his nerves to follow him. In the dense forest where the boys spent the night, it was completely dark, but some rustling sounds could be heard. Helmut and his friend wandered through the thicket of the forest, collecting dry sticks from the ground for a fire. The blue-haired boy picked up some brushwood in his hand and asked the hero if these sticks would do. Helmut praised the boy, but said that these branches were too wet and that the brushwood would not catch fire because of them. The boy began to complain that it was so dark in the forest that he would probably go blind when they returned to Baden. The main character looked at his friend, who was collecting brushwood nearby, with irritation on his face. Aska asked Helmut to answer him at least something, to which the guy asked him to collect normal brushwood. The blue-haired boy carefully picked up thin sticks from the ground and quietly hummed a song to himself. Helmut called out to the boy, to which the young man asked if he really couldn't even sing a song. Aska was surprised when the main character unexpectedly handed him the brushwood he had collected. Our young hero told his comrade to take some brushwood and return to camp without him. Helmut's friend asked him what he was up to which he received the answer that the hero had an important matter. Aska waved his hand and turned around, asking Helmut to bury it so it wouldn't stink, otherwise it would be like walking through a minefield with the guys. The main character, when he was left alone, looked ahead with a worried look. It was deep night and nothing could be seen in the dense forest, only the full moon gave a faint light. Helmut wandered surrounded by trees, walking through a very dark and dense forest covered with grass and trees. An unknown man using a sharp blade sharpens a wooden block, making characteristic sounds. The main character, who was walking towards the source of this sound, finally stopped. Helmut looked ahead, and in an indifferent voice asked the stranger in front of him if he was well prepared. The guy was standing a few meters away from Fascio the entertainer, who was sitting in the middle of a forest path, sharpening a tree. Fascio said that thanks to Helmut he even enjoyed preparing, and then thanked him for accepting his invitation. The stranger added that they both had something to talk about, and invited Helmut to sit down and chat, while the hero glanced sideways at a nearby stump. The main character decided to agree to the man's offer, and sat down on a stump that was nearby. Meanwhile, Fascio, sitting at a great distance from the young man, continued to sharpen the wood with his blade. The host said that he was in a very good mood now because he could finally communicate with Helmut in person. The man chuckled evilly, saying that he was tired of looking at the guy's face, and then asked what his first impression of the attacking predator was. Helmut said that his mask is very strange, and it shows that he is a dishonest person. Ryaz does not even show his face. Looking at the sharpened wooden spear, Fascio said the hero was very different from his other victims. Pointing a spear at Helmut, he explained that his victims usually run away from him, but the guy, on the contrary, showed his claws and tried to catch them, which makes him a predator, too. Fascio approached Helmut, who was sitting on the stump, closer and closer, pointing the tip of his spear straight at him. As he approached, the man said that he and the guy were not so different, and he came to Helmut to give him one last chance. A moment later, the master of ceremonies raised his arm to throw something at his victim sitting in front of him. The object fell at the protagonist's feet, and he instinctively reached out to grab his sword. It turned out that Fascio had thrown some kind of large caterpillar towards Helmut. The man sat down and introduced himself as the leader of the elite Blackhawks and a mercenary for Hawkeye. The host continued that he has the power to accept talented fighters into the squad, which includes Helmut, so he cannot simply kill him. The man then offered the boy to eat the bug if he wanted to join in, since without their medication it would cause heart complications. The leader of the elite squad began to threaten that if the hero refused, he would kill him and all his friends, so he suggested that the young man think carefully. The main character looked warily at his interlocutor, and did nothing in response to his proposal. He stood up and called all the dark jester's sayings lies, adding that he was not the one to be obeyed. The man explained, bending his body, that it was not a matter of trust at all, but of Helmut's freedom. The guy asked if he could really kill the children of aristocrats so easily, to which Fascio replied that he had already taken care of those dear to Helmut in advance. Helmut's memories flashed back to the faces of Basil, Wesley, and Dino, who had suffered recently, and he continued to look silently at his interlocutor. The man in the mask asked Helmut not to bother his head with this, because now he has no choice, and the only way for him to survive is humility. Under the main character's feet there still lay a large larva, which was still alive. Helmut silently watched the bug, not answering his pursuer, and thought about his own. The protagonist's eyes widened and his pupils glowed purple as he realized something. After this, The young man closed his eyes, continuing to sit on the stump opposite the elite mercenary from the Black Hawks. Our young hero finally found the words to answer the master of ceremonies and said that they were both very different. The guy looked again at the larva lying in front of him, crawling along the ground. Suddenly, Helmut stepped on the bug with his boot with all his might, which became the last moment of life for the larva. The boy rose to his feet and immediately grabbed his weapon, stating that it seemed the man had not learned enough about him. Our hero activated his power and instantly rushed towards his opponent, intending to attack him from the air. Helmut's pursuer held his hand out in front of him as his battle with the hero began. The man activated some kind of trap that he had prepared earlier to hunt Helmut. Chunks of earth and grass flew up when something exploded in the night forest clearing. At the same moment, another explosion occurred nearby, creating a cloud of earth and dust above it. The protagonist, holding the sword behind his head, looked in amazement at the web of red stripes of light in front of him. Helmut moved deftly through space, using his strength to avoid his opponent's traps. The young man then flew into the air once more and pointed his weapon straight at his enemy to attack him from above. Looking into the mercenary's eyes, he asked that no matter what, if he killed the man now, everything would be decided. A moment later, the guy, using all his strength, tried to strike the blade directly at the man. Helmut was shocked when the dark jester suddenly dissolved right in front of him and rushed somewhere behind him in the form of a red stream of energy. The leader of the elite mercenary squad managed to dodge the boy's attack, and then he appeared behind him again. Holding a knife in his hand, the master of ceremonies told the protagonist that he had missed his chance and would never leave the forest again. With a deft movement of his sharp blade, the masked man cut the thin white thread, activating the trap. A stunned Helmut sat on the ground, and at that moment sharp blades began to fly at him from all sides. The protagonist looked up and saw the danger he was now in. On a wooden table in the middle of the camp set up by the boys stood empty metal dishes. Unexpectedly for everyone, the cup, plate, and all the objects around shook after the loud sound. James looked at the glass warily. There was a guy with blue hair standing next to him. The student called it creepy and asked what the sound could be, suggesting it was a landslide, to which Asuka told him not to make things up. Andro asked if Helmut had gone that far, to which Asuka asked if the boys thought something had happened to him. Meanwhile, another guy from Helmut's team was outside the camp, walking through the tall forest grass. It was Dino, looking around worriedly, holding hay in his hands and returning to camp. The boys asked Dino why he brought hay here, since it was for the horses, to which he replied that there were no horses at the pond. James, in response to the guy's question about whether they tied the horses somewhere else, said that they did not touch them. The broken rope with which the horses were tied near the pond lay near the tree. The students approached the place where their pets were supposed to stand and found it completely empty. The red-haired guy asked if they were sure that they hadn't moved the horses anywhere, and Asuka said that no one could have done that silently. All 4 members of Helmut's team froze in fear and surprise when they heard some suspicious sound. James and Asuka started looking around, not understanding what was happening, and the sound did not stop. Suddenly, a black silhouette of a stranger appeared in front of the students, heading straight towards them. The boys couldn't move from horror and only silently looked at the stranger, their eyes wide open. As the man came closer, it turned out to be Helmut, who was breathing heavily and was clearly exhausted. The boys shouted his name, saying that he had scared them, then began to talk about the horses, but stopped, noticing that something had happened to Helmut. Helmut asked if all the guys were there, to which they asked why he was asking and what had happened. The worried comrades looked at the main character, not understanding what had happened to the guy. The main character looked into the eyes of his friends and thought that it would be best to tell them the truth. The students looked at their leader in shock as he briefly told them to gather everyone together, as he had something to tell them. In Helmut's camp, a fire continued to burn, surrounded by small stones, and illuminated the area around it. Andro and Asuka stared at the flames in silence, stunned by what Helmut had told them. Dino looked clearly worried, and James looked ahead, his finger pressed to his chin, thinking about something. The guy repeated Helmut's words, convinced that the Black Hawk mercenary really did want to kill them all now. The main character confirmed his friend's guess, nodded, and briefly replied that everything was correct. The information he received made James's entire body tremble in fear, and Andro remembered the 3 who were injured earlier. The red-haired guy shouted in bewilderment why the mercenary was hunting them, because they had done nothing to the Black Hawks. but now they wanted to kill them because of Helmut. Asuka was angered by the guy's behavior, and he hit him on the head, ordering him to shut up, because no one said that James would definitely die. The guy with blue hair asked if Sabat was still plotting against them, to which Helmut replied that it was not his doing. Helmut told the truth that he was a mercenary before joining and killed several people from the Blackhawks, so they were followed from the very beginning. A memory of how he had previously killed several bandits in a dark forest surfaced in the protagonist's head. Hearing these words from the guy, James and Enro looked at their comrade in shock. James began to ask how he managed to do this, since they were adults and experienced, to which the hero, sighing, explained that they were all at about level 3 of mastery. Helmut sighed again and mentally regretted telling the guys that he had killed Blackhawks. The main character's entire squad was speechless after his story about killing the mercenaries, and they silently looked at him with wide eyes. Asuka said that Helmut was much more experienced than he thought, and the other guy understood why the hero was much better than them because he gained experience in real fights. The main character remembered that all the guys were swordsmen, so he stopped being surprised by their reaction to his story. Helmut said that the guys were right and no one could get hurt because of him, so the hero would take responsibility and somehow resolve this situation. The guys began to dissuade Helmut, suggesting that he first inform the coaches about the situation, and James asked Asuka to get the crystal ball. In response to the boy's request to get the crystal ball to contact the coach, Asuka reached into his pants pocket. His eyes widened in surprise when he discovered that both of his pants pockets were empty. Smiling, the blue-haired boy turned to everyone and said that he didn't have it. Dino and James were furious and yelled at Asuka, to which he began to justify himself by saying that a mercenary could have stolen the crystal ball. Adro suggested that Helmut leave here, but the hero replied that most likely there were traps everywhere, and it would be stupid to move out at night when nothing could be seen. Then the protagonist looked away and put his hand to his chin, trying to find a way out of the situation. The young man suggested that the others leave at dawn, and then they would be able to reach the first coaches without horses in 12 hours. He continued that the mercenary would not let them go just like that, but he did not want to fight the guy directly, since he clearly understood that he had no chance. Helmut added that he would not be able to attack if the guy was covering the others, but if he did decide to do so, the hero would get rid of him. Asuka and the red-haired student listened silently to what their team leader was explaining to them. Standing up, Helmut concluded that now they all needed to rest, because descending from the mountains was not as easy as it might seem. One of them asked how much food the boys had left, to which he received the answer that there was not much food and they needed to save it. The fire, which stood not far from the tent of Helmut and the other guys, continued to smolder quietly. All the guys were inside the tent and resting, while the main character was still sitting outside. Suddenly, one of the members of Helmut's squad came out into the street, holding the curtain with his hand. It was Dino and James who were surprised to see Helmut sitting outside. They looked at the boy who was awake and holding the sword, and he looked back at them. When asked why they weren't sleeping, the boys said that they had decided to take turns keeping watch in pairs. The hero advised his friends not to waste their time and take a rest, to which he received the answer that they were also swordsmen, and could not trust their lives to another person. The student said that Helmut himself could use some sleep, to which the guy replied that he could go without sleep for 3 days, for which he was nicknamed a monster. In an elated mood, James said that the man was afraid of Helmut because he had been inactive for several hours. The protagonist replied that he still couldn't let his guard down because he wasn't the kind of person who would give up his prey so easily. James looked at the protagonist and suddenly fell silent and froze when he received such a signal from Helmut. Our hero looked away warily, sensing something was wrong, and held his finger to his mouth to keep the others quiet. Helmut looked towards the forest with a serious expression on his face, continuing to signal the boys not to say anything. In the depths of the forest, there were some rustling sounds that greatly alarmed the main character and attracted his attention. All 3 swordsmen immediately reached for their weapons, and Helmut stood up, continuing to look towards the forest. On alert, the boys began to carefully step towards the forest, holding their weapons in front of them. It turned out that the strange sounds were made by a horse standing nearby, which had previously escaped from the camp. The young men came closer and made sure that the source of the sounds was a horse peacefully chewing grass in the depths of the forest. James was as surprised as the rest of the boys when he realized that standing in front of him was his previously escaped horse. Helmut's mind turned upside down when he realized that the danger lay far beyond the horse. Turning to the boys, he began shouting at James and Dino to get away from the forest immediately. Looking up, the main character noticed the same man in the mask hanging head down above the guys. Dino froze in fear as he watched the mercenary approach him with his long-nailed hands. Shocked by what was happening, Helmut and James watched as the man tried to attack their friend. Dino screamed as a Black Hawk thug grabbed him by the jacket and dragged him along as strange, round black objects began to fall from above. These were smoke bombs that began to explode and raise clouds of smoke into the air, falling to the ground. A shocked James and Helmut screamed Dino's name as Fascio was able to grab it and steal it. The entire space around was quickly filled with thick smoke, which appeared because of the Compere's smoke bombs. Andro and Asuka came out of the tent, asking what all the noise was about and why there was so much smoke around. The red-haired boy's hands began to tremble in fear and horror as he found himself in the midst of a skirmish with a mercenary. The student grabbed his hair with his hands and began to scream again and again, panic taking over his mind. Helmut tried to calm his comrade down, saying that it was just a smoke bomb, and asking him to be on guard, as they didn't know when the mercenary would attack again. The guy shouted that he had taken Dino, to which Helmut calmed him down, saying that Dino was still conscious, and the man would have killed him right away if he had wanted to. The main character told James that he would not give his life to another person, so he needed to pull himself together, after which the guy came to his senses. After Helmut's instructions, the red-haired guy managed to calm down and looked thoughtfully ahead. Asuka and Andro were already running towards them, shouting, asking what was going on and what had happened to Dino. The young man thought that things were bad, and he knew how to put pressure on people's psychology, and he clearly had more experience in such matters. Asuka asked where that bastard went, to which James replied in a quiet voice that he didn't know and he might be nearby. James asked what they should do since they can't abandon Dino, and Andro asked how they could get their friend back. Helmut looked at the boys silently, and the red-haired youth asked Andro if he wanted to say that they just needed to run away. The red-haired student turned to Helmut to make sure he had no intention of giving Dino away. The protagonist was confused. He said that the mercenary would get what he wanted if they went together, but if Helmut went alone, the rest would be left without protection. The four students stood together, and James, confused, leaned his hands on the ground and asked why this had happened to them. Suddenly, the red-haired guy got angry and grabbed Helmut by the shirt, which surprised the hero. James began yelling at the boy in rage, claiming that it was all his fault and that he would not let him leave Dino. Andro put his hands on the boy's shoulders and tried to calm him down, saying that there was no point in blaming Helmut, and asked him to cool his ardor. Our hero explained that he didn't want to leave Dino, but he also didn't want to put the others at risk to save one person. He continued, looking at his angry comrade, that he could only take responsibility for bringing back as many people as possible. The student called Helmut a freak and said it was the same as leaving without Dino, and Andro continued to try to cool James's ardor. The protagonist tried to maintain an outward calm as James asked Andro to let him go, and Andro continued to tell him to pull himself together. Andro asked the hero if he was okay, to which he replied that James was not far from the truth. The young man explained that he also did not agree with Helmut's conclusions and believed that it was impossible to leave without Dino. He suggested to the squad leader that they talk about this when their friend calmed down, because together they could think and come up with a plan. Our protagonist looked away and thought about Andro's words, chuckling quietly. The night continued, and the dense forest near the camp was still dark and deserted. The students lit the fire again to use it as a source of light and heat. The main character stood nearby and silently looked at the flame, thinking about something. Helmut turned around when he heard James and the rest of the guys approaching him from behind. The guy with red hair, closing his eyes, asked the hero for forgiveness, explaining that he was scared and had not thought with his head at all then. In response, our young hero did not say anything to his comrade, but only decided to sit down near the fire. Then Helmut spoke up, addressing everyone, and said that he had only one thing to ask of them all. The young hero explained that they didn't know where Dino was now, and if they all fought together, the boy couldn't guarantee that everyone would survive. Adding, Helmut asked the young men if they still thought they couldn't leave without Dino. The red-haired boy put his hand on his chest and said that he had known Dino since childhood, so he couldn't just leave. Andro agreed, saying that abandoning a comrade was a great shame, and Asuka added that he didn't like the idea of leaving either, even though he wasn't loyal to the guys. Sitting by the fire, the main character silently listened to the position of his squad members, trying to understand them. Helmut closed his eyes and nodded, and said that they wanted the same thing, meaning that they were in the same position. The hero stood up straight and declared that now they had no time to sleep, because they needed to come up with a plan to kill the assassin and save Dino. The heroes didn't have time to develop a plan, and Helmut perked up at that moment, noticing the danger. Luckily, the hero managed to react and held his sword in front of him when the shuriken almost hit him. Helmut looked up and saw the knife fly high into the air and spin around its axis. Then he saw an arrow stuck in the ground nearby, and a small bag was tied to it. All four of them flinched and stared at the arrow, asking each other what it was. Asuka told everyone to wait and drew his comrades' attention to the fact that something was attached to the arrow. A small bag with unknown contents was tied with rope directly to the base of the arrow. Helmut was not afraid, and took this bag inside, untied it, and looked inside while the rest of the guys surrounded him. Our young hero and Andro froze in horror and looked down when they saw the shocking discovery inside. A human finger was sticking out of a small bag, which scared the students so much. Stuttering, Andro asked in a quiet voice if there was a human finger there, and James looked at the find in bewilderment. Helmut asked the red-haired guy if he could determine if the finger belonged to Dino, to which he shouted that given the circumstances, it was definitely him. After examining the severed body part, Helmut reassured the boy, saying that the finger was cut off while the blood was still circulating through the body.